These bastards are far worse than a demonic cult. They are real monsters. Chunky fools for whom nothing is more important than martial arts. Irrational bastards who only want power. These were the thoughts of the most powerful clan in the world called Namgung. Loud laughter came from the tavern-like room. There were many drunken men on the street. At this time, real fun is happening inside the room. Elections for the deputy head of the clan are being held today. Some argue that he will be the eldest son of Dae Namgung, the blue sky dragon. Don't forget the second son of Jung Namgung. The third son, Seo Namgung, should also be remembered. A competition to decide who is worthy of becoming the deputy head of the strongest clan. These three are incredibly talented. It will not surprise anyone if one of them takes this position. After all, they are the sons of Hanchol Namgung, the head of the clan. One of the men starts a conversation about the youngest son of the head. No one takes him seriously. He is nothing more than a loser. Probably hid somewhere again. The men start looking around in fright. You have to be quieter. Suddenly someone will hear them. About the youngest son, one must say, a loser who is not even suitable for compost. These jokes made the drunken men laugh a lot. At this time, the young man who heard this seemed to seethe with anger. He poured himself some alcohol. The young boy had a rather attractive appearance. He pursed his lips as he thought about the words these strangers had said. Everyone calls the youngest son of the head, Diso Namgung, a loser, that is, his. It is he who is this loser. The brothers inherited their father's talent, which is why they were nicknamed the Three Dragons, and the young man is simply not up to them. It doesn't even reach the middle class. Daeso Namgung lost in the fight for the position of deputy head, and his Diantian was also destroyed. Out of grief, our hero decides to drink himself to death. Unexpectedly, a stranger approaches the young man and asks if there is a free seat. The boy does not answer. He was already very drunk and immersed in his thoughts. A second later, a gray-haired man sits opposite. Silence is a sign of consent. Daeso Namgung wants to pour himself some more, but the alcohol is already gone. Then the boss orders 5 more bottles. After some time, these bottles also became empty. The young man got completely drunk and now did not understand anything. Suddenly, a stranger starts a story. The young man looked at him questioningly. The words did not come to him immediately, due to his state of intoxication. The stranger says that bandits killed his wife and child 8 years ago. At that moment, he was beside himself with grief and sadness. Our hero reminds his husband of himself in those difficult years. The old man tried with all his might to find those responsible for this, but could not. Then he thought, what if you could go back in time? The boy shouted loudly at him. Now he is not in a state to listen to someone's drunken nonsense. Others present told them to keep quiet if life was dear to them. Then the main character fell silent. And so, after 8 years, the old man created a technique. But now, when it's time to try this technique, he can't make up his mind. The boy sighed heavily. This is very bad. The main character gets up and is about to leave. The day turned out to be bad anyway. Suddenly, the man jumps up from his seat and runs to the boy. He picks up our hero, who almost fell from being too drunk. But the young man refuses help and says that he will get there himself. The man is grateful to him that the boy listened to him. In fact, the old man has nowhere to go. Daeso Namgung couldn't understand why this stranger was attached to him. The guy leaves the tavern. When our hero went outside, he breathed a breath of fresh air. The young man looked at the starry sky, thinking about everything. The boy has nowhere to go either. He was so useless that he was kicked out of the clan, and he spent all the money he had on alcohol. After some time, the boy climbed the mountain. Suddenly, a stranger meets him on the way, who asks if he has any money. It seems that it was a thug, but the guy had no money. The stranger is not going to give in and go away. A second later, this villainous stranger impales him with a sword. The main character definitely did not expect this. The young man definitely did not expect to receive such a blow. A second later, he fell to the ground. Unbearable pain covered the whole body. The young man coughed up his own blood. Will it all end like this? Will he die? The thief approaches the main character to see what he is hiding, but unfortunately, he did not find the money. All he saw was a piece of paper. There really is nothing to take from this guy. The bastard went away. It turns out that Daeso Namgung himself did not understand where he got this scrap. Did he get it from that stranger in the tavern when he was saving him from falling? It seems that it was then that he put a piece of paper in front of him. But the boy no longer had the strength to be angry. He just laughed at that. The main character complains that he cannot read the handwriting of this old man. Daeso starts coughing up blood, ringing in the ears. Memories of his worthless life begin to appear in his head. His blood and sweat training, his effort, the condescending views of his brothers, who were always one step ahead. His defeats, after which the whole body and soul broke. ridicule from strangers and dirty gossip. All this flashed through the boy's head. Maybe he can rest now? Maybe it will even be better that way. He is tired. Suddenly, wide children's eyes open, studying the surrounding world. A little boy was lying in a cradle, and there were nannies around him. It turns out that this kid is Daeso Namgung, but he hasn't realized it yet. The young man is trying to figure out where he is, because he thought he was dead. It feels as if the guy has already seen these women somewhere. A second later, the main character realizes that he is in the Namgung Clan. This kindergarten was built especially for the mother, the first lady of the clan. But how did the boy end up here? A second later, a nanny enters the room. Soon, the woman pulls her robe off her shoulders. She's going to breastfeed the baby. Our hero is clearly not happy about this, but everyone around thinks the opposite. Thus, another year passed. The baby gradually learned to walk. The boy was taking his first steps. The women who took care of the baby were incredibly happy about the child's success. The boy still could not get used to such attention. Everyone around took care of him with love. The young man quickly realized that he had returned to the past. The woman was putting the boy to bed. Now he is 2 years old, and in 18 years he will have to fight for the title of deputy head of the clan. A fight awaits him with his 3 older brothers. He thought about trying again if he was given a second chance, but the young man quickly gave up. He remembers how hard it is to study when you have no talent. He resigned himself to the fact that he would never be able to surpass his brothers. Our hero tried to figure out how to live without worries, and so he had a great idea: to escape from the clan. The guy was so happy that he accidentally put on his pants. He began to cry loudly that the women had corrected the situation. Now, when our hero turned 3 years old, he started going for walks, so he can learn kindergarten better. The boy carefully looks around. There was a whole bunch of paintings by artists unknown to him and a whole bunch of vases. He is interested in how much money he can get by selling all this property. In order to live up to expectations and not spoil the reputation of the clan, the boy worked hard. But after a full 20 years of training, he had only reached the 3rd rank, and while his dantian crumbled, everyone just watched. The mere mention of it sends chills down the spine. The young man came up with a plan. Even before the start of the competition, he will say that he is not claiming anything. If that doesn't work, the boy plans to take more money and run away to somewhere where the Namgung Clan can't get him. Therefore, before our hero turns 20, it is necessary to collect as much money as possible. The Namgung Clan has a lot of jewels that you can use. You can get pretty rich on them. He doesn't need martial arts. The young man laughed evilly. He seems to be in a good mood today, so thought the nanny. It turns out that this painting with a dragon was given to the clan by the consul. Thus, another 2 years passed. A young gentleman is busy carrying a very heavy vase somewhere. The nanny thinks that the young man is playing with the vases again, but he says that it is not so. With a smile on his face, the boy explains that he is taking his treasures. He is told to put the vase in its place, but Daeso plans to sell it to build a house and live there with the nanny. The woman is surprised that the boy does not want to part with them. Does she really want that? At first, our hero planned to run away alone, but in this case, the maids will simply be kicked out into the street. Therefore, only the main character could watch over them. The woman explained that they were different from other clan servants, because all the other servants in the clan are famous martial arts masters, and they, with the exception of the head maid, were orphans. They took pity and hired them, and the maids do not want to interfere with the new achievements of our hero, but the boy doesn't care about that. She looks at him with confusion. This did not bother the young man at all. He has a dream. His plan is to lay low and live happily ever after. The youngest son of the strongest clan is always the reason for the ridicule of others. His father is a more powerful warrior, and his brothers are real geniuses. The Namgung Clan had already specifically gotten him. He is not going to become a warrior. Daeso asks the maid to take the vase and put it in the heavenly bank in his name. The maid doesn't seem to like it very much. She thinks he should ask permission from the head first because this vase belongs to the clan. But the boy assures that his father does not care about such trifles. He is only interested in martial arts. The evening came. The chief sits in his estate. A second later, a servant bursts into him. He reports that the young gentleman stole the vase again. A dead silence fell in the room. This is a very interesting chapter. What will happen next? A few more years passed. The same day came. The young man looked around. The Namgung Clan looked around. Today is the day he will leave the estate. In 8 years, he even somehow fell in love with him. Saying goodbye to him is like a balm for the soul. The guy stole most of the paintings and vases, so there's nothing for him to do here. His brothers and father, who are busy fighting, are probably mindlessly training. The elder brother has already reached the level of a master. The second, the peak of the first rank, and the third, just approaching the first. He used to struggle to catch up with them, but now he doesn't have a single callus on his hands. The guy didn't train for a day. A second later, the door to the estate opens and serious men in red come out. It was the Crimson Blood unit that had arrived. They bowed at the sight of the young master of the great Namgung Clan. Their movements were perfectly honed. It is better not to joke with them. This is the captain of Crimson Blood, leading the squad. He seems to be the only captain in the world who works as a gardener. The family was already waiting for our hero. It's time to enter the tiger's lair. The gate opened wide. A cart with horses moved along the road. The young man tried to remember the words captains. The consul cut off support 5 years ago, and no matter how hard it was, the boy grew up strong and healthy. The boy even managed not to be upset at all. To prevent this from happening on the road, they promised to protect the main character at the cost of their own lives. The problem with Crimson Blood lies in their ancient thinking. It is doubtful that the captain would lie to a member of the neutral faction. It seems he was just wrong. Over these 5 years, support has only increased. So after some time, they arrived at the place. The young man jumped out of the cart. A large wall rose in front of him. All the direct descendants of the clan are waiting right outside the door. They most likely want to assess what he is capable of rather than say hello. And the first impression is the most important. Realizing this, Deso is going to pretend to be a fool. Let them see that he has no talent for martial arts. The main character is completely satisfied with his plan. Suddenly, the boy heard heavy footsteps coming his way. A chill ran through my body from these heavy steps. In front of him, he saw his father, who pierced him with his gaze. In front of him stood a stronger warrior, the god of martial arts, the head of the Namgung Clan. This was the father of the main character. The young man could not imagine that his father would be here. In his past life, he constantly trained and did not come out to greet him or his brothers. From such an unexpected meeting, everything inside the boy went cold. Deso shivered. The man's face showed no emotion, in principle, as always. Deso is not sure that he will be able to deceive his father. What to do if it is revealed? The boy raised his frightened look at his father. He was scared. He looked at his son as if he were a small bug. Everything around put pressure on Deso. The young man cannot squeeze out a word from such tension. He even forgot how to breathe. If the young man does not say hello immediately, the father threatens to kill all his maids. This man is really capable of such a thing, because he is a real monster. He has no business with his own child. After a second, the boy was able to overcome himself and congratulate his father. A man plays a melody on a flute. Everyone was already celebrating, eating and drinking, joking and laughing. The atmosphere here was quite festive. Everyone present is in high spirits. Our hero still can't come to his senses after what happened. But luckily, the father left immediately after Deso greeted him. This should not be reflected in his plans. Out of shock, he completely forgot about his brothers, who were sitting directly opposite. The young man would not really want to quarrel with them. The main character is not their opponent at all, so he plans to be a cute, weak younger brother. Deso's mother was considered the first beauty, so he was very lucky with his appearance. The brothers can continue to gnaw at the role of the head of the clan, and the boy will be on the sidelines. So after some time, when everyone tasted dinner, it was time to go home. It is a pity for the guests that they will never see what the younger lord is capable of, because this is allowed only to the direct descendants of the clan. Now that the guests have left, they can proceed to the first challenge. A second later, layers of different sizes were rolled into the room. Today was not only a welcoming ceremony, but also the day they would test what the direct descendant of the Namgung clan was capable of. That's how this test began. The guy will be tested on 3 criteria, and the first is strength. The young man is told to raise the layers of steel. The main character is preparing to show his strength, and so after a second, he lifts a half-kilogram layer. His brother's results were much better, so it surprises everyone. Afterwards, Deso approaches the 50-kilogram layer, preparing to lift it. The young fellow screams loudly, trying to pick him up. Sweat drips from his forehead. Everyone just looks on in shock at his pathetic attempts to lift the weight. They think it's some kind of joke. The young man laughed awkwardly and said that it was too difficult. Everyone present began to call him a loser. Everyone said that it was a complete failure and humiliated the guy, but it didn't matter. On the contrary, he was happy. Earlier, the guy could lift 100 kilograms thanks to training, but now he can't do even half of it. Now they move on to the third test, the agility test. Our hero had to quickly walk along thin pillars. But after a few steps, he flew straight down, waving his arms. Those present could no longer look at such shame. Parabok saw the dissatisfied reaction of those present and understood that everything was going according to his plan. Now it was time to test his ability to sense ki. The brothers concentrated carefully. and were very attentive to this exam. Only the brothers, their closest allies, and those who occupy key positions in the clan remain. Our hero plans to show them once and for all that he is not interested in martial arts. In this exam, he must demonstrate the Namgung Clan's secret breathing technique. The main character takes a step forward. Those present do not understand why Dezo is so happy, considering that he is not getting anything. His father watched all this from afar. He was standing on the roof of the house. The serious man just rubbed his chin thoughtfully. No one is going to teach a boy this technique. It is a secret of their clan, but it serves as the basis for other techniques, so it must be mastered first. Once the energy stabilizes in his dantian, the exam will be passed. The last exam is the most important. Even if he filled the previous ones, now everything can change. Therefore, it is now important to fail with a bang. In a second, man give the boy a task. The exam has started. The energy inside the barrow bubbled like a whirlpool. With the man's help, he had just finished the first round of the powerful breathing technique. With this technique, the foundation is set, and then more complex techniques are learned. Now Deso must try it himself. The main character is looking forward to confusing all the meridians. Then he definitely won't be able to train for the next few years. The young man laughs evilly. Everything is going according to his plan. A strong energy emanated from the young man. The path is laid in such a way that it is easy, very easy to repeat it, but it needs to do the opposite. And so, on one of the paths, the main character turned in the other direction. And after a moment, Deso felt an incredible sharp pain, but it was impossible to show that he was in pain. It is not enough to confuse things just a little. It is necessary to spoil everything so much that he does not become the head of the clan even in someone's dream. The plan is to confuse all the meridians. He wasn't too worried about his health, because the Namgung Clan has the best doctors who will definitely help him. The young man continues to confuse the meridians inside himself. Even though it hurts a lot, he still holds on. He will do everything so that he will not be able to get out of bed for several years. Those present begin to understand that something is not right. The boy seems to be unwell. The boy is no longer himself, but continues to endure the pain. It seems that 3 years in bed are provided for him. Deso decided to stop there. The old man began to cough up his own blood, and ants ran all over his body. And after a moment he collapsed completely, without strength. The man immediately ordered to call the doctors. Now, even if he even upgrades, he definitely won't shine above the 3rd rank. Later, he will gradually improve and show that he does not care about training. Suddenly, head Namgung himself appears in front of our hero. The brothers are shocked by the appearance of their father. Had he been watching and supporting Deso all this time? The man takes the boy with him and orders to bring the doctor to the estate. The elder also did not expect to see the chapter here. A moment later, the man disappears as suddenly as he appeared. The ceremony is over. The man quickly runs away to call the doctor. The brothers came to the conclusion that our hero has neither strength, nor dexterity, nor a sense of ki. No matter how much he trains, he won't get better. There was silence at the table. But the problem is that for incomprehensible reasons, the head feels sorry for the younger man, and it was not profitable for his brothers. Meanwhile, the father took his son to the estate. At the same time, the elder ran to the doctor's room. But as soon as he opened it, he felt a sharp smell of alcohol. The doctor got very drunk again. The man approached the doctor and tried to wake him up, saying that the head of the clan was calling him. But the doctor is still drunk, so he cannot distinguish reality from his dream. The head ordered the doctor to come urgently, otherwise he would check how it is to be with a hole in the chest. Hearing this, the doctor immediately gathered himself and ran to the estate. The elder, at this time, was still trying to understand what was going on here. Kindergarten funding should have been reduced several years ago, and the boy is alive and well, and even the head of the clan supports him. In order for their clan to remain as strong, it is necessary to get rid of the weak. Does the head only support him because he looks like the first lady? Thus, several days passed. Our hero is lying in the bed of the estate. The young man slowly begins to come to himself and opens his eyes. At this time, the doctor and the head talked peacefully among themselves. The boy stood up abruptly. He was not jokingly frightened, because he did not understand what was happening here. After a second, the young man realized that he was no longer in pain. It was strange. On the contrary, the boy felt much better. Energy seemed to overwhelm him. If our hero has already woken up, then let him get up. The boy wonders how many months he was unconscious. The man asks Hancheol if this is really his son. When the young man heard that this man called his father by name, he fell into a stupor. No one has done this before. Even the head monk of the temple and the master of the sect cannot afford to treat his father like this. At this time, The doctor complains that the young people have become completely uncultured. He claims the boy for not even thanking his savior. After a second, the protagonist bows and thanks the doctor. In fact, the young man was upset because of this, the whole plan did not go as it should. He should have woken up as an invalid who had to be looked after and then said he would not train. And now everything has gone wrong because he can't even wake up sick. However, the young man is not going to give up and plans to come up with a new plan. The young man asks what kind of man this is and why his father came here. The father admits with anger in his eyes that what his son has attracted is very interesting. But our hero pretends not to understand what is being said. It was a pitiful sight. But no matter what the lad came up with, he couldn't get away with it. The man would not be able to accept that his own son could not handle a simple qi circulation. The main character does not remember that his father talked to him for so long before, let alone called him his son. He is not what his boyfriend used to know him to be. He would not watch him, and if he did, he would simply be disappointed. The doctor, in the meantime, asked the boy to move and tell him if anything hurts. Before, the young man's body was not suitable for martial arts, but now he can feel as if he can move mountains. It was true, the guy felt incredible energy. If it weren't for the doctor, our hero would have already died. It turns out that the boy was born with mixed meridians, so no matter how much he trained, he would not have reached the 3rd rank. It turns out that the guy was really a real loser in his past life. The doctor will tell you that he has never seen anyone try to fix it. Now that the flow of energy has been restored, is it possible to use QE? Still, the guy knows what needs to be done. The doctor wonders how it was possible to decide on such madness. His meridians had been tangled up for years, so if he tried to untangle them, they would still go back. Therefore, even due to the slightest mistake, the boy could die. If the weak meridians of our hero get confused again, nothing will save him. The boy is overcome with fear from the realization that he almost killed himself. But now the boy is in perfect order. The doctor cured him, but is it possible? All people are different, so the position of meridians and energy paths is also different. A doctor must know a large number of variations in the human body. A second later, the boy again bowed before his savior. The young man is sincerely grateful to him for saving him. The main character has at least some manners, unlike his brothers. The man asks what our hero's name is, and he introduces himself. It is hard to believe that two people with a divine physique live in the same era. Besides, it's father and son, truly a gift from heaven. The young man at first did not understand that it was about him. If it weren't for the doctor, our hero would have really died. The boy's very happy. If everything had turned out differently, the boy would have been buried underground by now. The doctor is not sure that he did the right thing. I wonder what the coexistence of two people with a divine physique will turn out to be for the world of martial arts. The father asks, does the doctor mean to say that the boy deliberately confused all his meridians during the exam? Parabok was already expecting to be punished for this. Although the doctor stabilized his meridians, the boy will not be able to learn most martial arts. The father is worried that he will not be able to learn even the breathing technique, but even this young man's meridians cannot withstand it. As soon as he tries to use this technique, the meridians will simply break, and then even the doctor will not be able to help. Now the father really doubts that our hero is his son. Everything is perfect for the young man. Even the father will not go against the words of the divine doctor. A second later, the head calls the first agent and someone appears in the room. The man who came here was from the Shadow Squad. This is the strongest clan unit on Namgung, protecting the clan head. The man orders the agent to bring something. A second later, a subordinate hands him a book. A man gives this book to his son. Here are some pitiful techniques for a pitiful loser. 3 basic fencing techniques. You can buy this book in any store. An entry-level technique that doesn't even require QI. The basics of fencing are superficially explained here. Then the guy will train without effort and try to come up with a new plan. Our hero leaves the room. He wants to eat. The main character plans to go and have something to eat. At that time, he did not know that this book would cause real chaos in the clan. The young man calmly went about his business. A smile appeared on his face. The boy never thought he would return to the clan after being kicked out in his past life. Without thinking for a long time, the main character opens the door and goes inside. Here he is, kindly met by his maids, who were very worried about the boy. The women missed him very much. They grab his cheeks and notice that he has lost weight. The maids had already prepared dinner. The young boy was just very hungry, so he was only happy with such news. Our hero did not understand why he tried so long to please his father and brothers. Why, if he always had maids who accepted him as he was? The boy breathed a sigh of relief when he realized he was finally back home. But it was getting a little sad from the thought that this place will have to be left someday to find something better. Some time passed. The young boy had plenty to eat. The boy ate absolutely everything on the table. The main character was going to go for a little walk. He met with the divine doctor and had a little talk with his father. He even gave him a book, albeit an ordinary one. The doctor's words about the divine physique were constantly spinning in his head. In martial arts, there are several body types. The strongest of them is the divine physique. It is said that she carries within herself the knowledge of the heavenly dust arts. This is the physique of the god of martial arts. Such people are born only once in an era. It seems that our hero has such a body, but he does not feel any difference. But even so, the boy will not be able to defeat his older brother. In 10 years, his level will reach Grandmaster. A single physique is not enough to learn all martial arts. It takes talent, instincts, a sharp mind, resilience, and even luck. He knows for sure that he will not have time to catch up with his brother because he does not know anything at all. And even if his grandfather had taught him, nothing would have worked. The main character is still going to escape from the clan, and nothing will stop him. It is unlikely that the father will tell others about it. The sun has already slowly hidden behind the horizon. The old man decided to go and sleep. The young man went into his room and sat on the bed. One of the advantages of living in such a powerful clan is that you don't have to worry about safety. The main character is about to go to bed when he suddenly notices the same book on the table. Reading is the best remedy for insomnia, so the young man decides to read. It is written in the book that the 3 basic swordsmanship techniques unite heaven, earth, and man. The author created them only in order to reach the very heavens. But the main character does not take these words seriously, thinking that it is all embellished. The boy flips through the book and realizes that there is nothing special here. No deep philosophy, no incredible speed that the sun is capable of, no chips. There is nothing in the book at all, just back and forth strokes and horizontal strokes. But it turns out that this book is a mystery. The boy still admits that the book is not entirely bad. People who begin to achieve swordsmanship always wonder where the end is. Where is the goal to be reached? For some, it's sword chi. For some, it is a manifestation of chi. And even kinesis, he is the one. Or the sword of the heart. It can also be. But there is a long way to go. It is impossible to reach the end without even starting. Most do not understand how important the beginning is. Everything takes one and the same beginning. The way you hit, cut, do. It is important to learn more complex strokes until his sword outlines a plum blossom. Let the strokes become gentle and light to create Tai Chi. If a person reads this book, he must understand exactly what the author wants to say. But Deso does not. The author studied all the known martial arts of the world and divided them into 3. He called the first technique Heaven, the second Earth, and the third Man. If the reader can master them, he will also master other martial arts. The shape of the heavens, the shape of the earth, and the shape of a person. This is how the author named the 3 basic fencing techniques. Our hero did not want to sleep at all. He seems to have read too much. Suddenly, his attention was drawn to a lone wooden sword standing by the wall. Although the guy doesn't like to train at night, I'll try anyway. At this time, the doctor and Han Shiol were sitting on the roof of the mansion drinking. From here, there was a wonderful view of the head's possessions. From here, it was perfectly visible the night training and how the soldiers are trying. In fact, the diligence of the soldiers is simply terrifying. Suddenly, the main character comes out of the estate. In his hands is a wooden sword. The boy was very sleepy and drove sweetly. The doctor, seeing how he dragged the sword on the ground, was beside himself with anger. Suddenly, the doctor's anger is replaced by strong surprise. He thinks that the father did something to his son. But the head calmly replies that he did nothing at all. But the doctor still cannot find a logical concept for what he sees right now. Our hero went outside to get some exercise. The young man begins to swing his wooden sword diligently. The doctor could not believe his eyes. Has Deso really started training? He knows that the head gave the boy the original master of the sword. But the 3 basic fencing techniques are the basis of everything. Then how to understand it? The head does not answer this in any way, only smiles mysteriously. In his past life, our hero made hundreds of thousands of sword swings, so 3 basic techniques are nothing for him. First, you have to raise the sword up, as if you want the heavens for them. After that, you need to freely lower it down. This movement seems to mean the combination of heaven and earth. The young man continues to strike in the air. The main character was shocked when he realized that there was no more information in the book. The guy was very angry with the author of this book. Our hero is going to make a few more attempts and then go to sleep. The young man began to train, and it got him so hooked that he did it all night. The sun began to rise. All this time he was watched by his father and a doctor. It felt like the guy was in a trance. But how could that be if he didn't have any hint of chi energy? Battle trance is a state you can get into if you train to the max and receive a heavenly blessing. Some can see what is ahead of them, and some a completely different path. The doctor was very interested, but the chief replied that the boy was just swinging his sword. But a man would never believe in such delusion. Then, according to the logic of the chapter, these warriors also just swing a sword? And surprisingly, the man held the same opinion. This annoyed the doctor a lot, but he couldn't do anything about it. Is this something that only people with a divine physique can understand? The young man has just begun his journey. He is still quite fragile, and is not even able to master the breathing technique. Now the main character is discovering the world of martial arts. Deso was born into a stronger clan and studied martial arts all his life. It was everything for him, and that life brought him only pain and torment. Tasks that were given to everyone so easily caused great difficulties for the young man. Martial arts caused the young man only pain and suffering. The main character felt a strange feeling all over his body. The young man continued to carefully follow the instructions that were written in the book. He repeated them over and over again, and this feeling was very pleasant. It made Deso laugh. Although the boy had been training and should have been tired, on the contrary, he felt refreshed. Was working out always so much fun, and the guy just didn't notice? The doctor says that if you add chi to his meridians, they definitely won't be able to handle it. They say the human body is a small universe. In it, everything is destroyed and created again. The body of our hero is like a dried-up desert. She cracks with every step. The doctor still did not understand what was happening now. The chapter continues. Thanks to their purity, children can create miracles. And sometimes it leads to serious changes. That's why this book is a great way to learn. These techniques were created by the master of the sword, and they will forever go down in the history of martial arts. Even some fools or old people can master it, and even someone who is sick and cannot master other martial arts. There is such a thing as longevity. This is when a person tries to live long and not get sick. There are martial arts made to prolong life, and the most famous of them, the Shaolin art of muscle memory. This allows you to create Ki during movement. The doctor is shocked that these 3 techniques can heal the body. This explains why the doctor feels Ki from our hero, albeit a weak one. The master of the sword created very interesting techniques. Doesn't the doctor wonder what will happen to the dry earth if you dry it even more? A gambling smile appeared on the head's face. At the same time, the young boy did not understand what was happening to him. The main character himself could not believe that he had been training all night. But he decided not to study martial arts in order to escape from this clan. The young man felt his heart tremble strangely. It was something new for him. The young man had a strong desire to train until he collapsed without strength. He couldn't control it. A maid came out of the room and offered the boy to take a shower. He asks if he really trained all night, to which he gets a positive answer. The young boy himself does not understand what is happening to him. He is going to take a shower. The doctor asks the man what he thinks. Does our hero know about it? But the man just ignores his question. Go away. The head left. The doctor sighed heavily because he didn't get an answer to his question. The man sees the chi energy in the boy as small as a seed, feeling as if it could break at any moment. Amazingly, our hero really had chi energy. Legit smacks the doctor gently in the face. Is this what is called a divine physique? After some time, the doctor examined the boy and looked at his condition. Usually such injuries heal in 4 months, but the main character recovers in a week. But the main thing is not to overexert yourself. The doctor reminds the boy that he is truly blessed. Now the young man understood what it felt like when he practiced the 3 basic techniques. Having finished the examination, the doctor is about to leave. And when the maids heard that everything was fine with the young master, they were very happy because they were very worried. Since his plan failed, it was necessary to come up with a new one urgently. But for this, he wants to understand how everything is arranged here. At that moment, young boys on ducks ran by him. They had a morning workout. It seems that only our hero does not strain here. Everyone here was just doing what they worked for. Power means power. Unlike other clans, Namgung is divided into 8 battle corps that determine your status within the clan. That's what the head wanted. He was always against unnecessary complications. His credo was as follows: whoever is stronger is right. But Deso didn't dwell on it, because he was going to escape from here in the future anyway. The young man came to the training hall. There is no better place to think of his plan. In a week, the young man will have to be here every day. The mere mention of the humiliations he had to endure sends chills down his skin. Today he has a secret trip to the hall. Deso plans to just look around a bit. But, to his great surprise, there is no one here. Where did everyone go? You can train in the hall even in your free time, so why is there no one here? Suddenly he notices how the boys are heading to the training hall. Deso quickly hides behind one of the pillars so that no one notices him. The young men discussed the abilities of the Clear Sky Squad. They were genuinely impressed by their abilities. The main character concludes that these guys were on an excursion. Rumors have already spread among the boys that the young man will train with them from next week. There are rumors that the head of the clan personally took him away from the ceremony. And they also say that the boy has no strength, no dexterity, no chi. He failed all the exams. But the other guy isn't going to believe it until he sees it for himself. He asks if his friends have heard the legend of 30 days, 60 days, 90 days, and 369 days. Of course they heard this legend because it is about the direct descendants of the clan. In a past life, the main character suffered a lot because of this legend. It took his brothers that long to graduate from the training hall. All students of the Namgung Clan must train in the training hall. Only then can they officially be called students of the clan. And usually for this you need to pass an annual certification. Or they just have to beat all the cadets in sparring, which is also called endless battle. It took the elder brother 30 days, the second 60 days, and the third 90 days for this. But in reality, everything is not so simple at all. This is real madness. Everyone who practices in the training hall is infinitely talented, which has no equal outside the clan. The boys share their successes in martial arts. Their friend says that at this rate, they will never reach the top of the Clear Sky Squad. The guy says that he made 100,000 swings with the sword in the rider's stance. Another one picks up and starts bragging that he did the same thing, but with extra weight. Our hero is frightened by these conversations. These guys have muscles instead of brains. The young man notices that 2 of the boys are very enthusiastic and cheerful, while the other 2 look very depressed. Most likely they did not pass the annual certification and stayed for another year. The main character understands their feelings better than anyone else. But after a second, Deso shakes his head. He needs to think about his problems. Soon the young boy imperceptibly leaves the training hall. The guy has been preparing this plan for 10 years, so he can wait another year. His plans were thwarted by a divine doctor. Deso didn't even think it could turn out like this. Our hero plans to show them a real failure at the annual certification. A week passed like this. Deso continued to train. Although gradually, the young man feels his energy increasing. But at such rates, he needs to train for 100 years, 3 hours a day. It's no wonder why 3 Basic Fencing Techniques is a third-rate book. But the guy doesn't care what others think. If he likes it, he will train. Deso was taken to the training room before a week had passed. Our hero was already in the hall and was waiting for the others to arrive. The door opened and the one who surprised the young man entered. A handsome blonde boy stood in front of him. They never met after the ceremony. It was the second strategist, Namgung Clan. At the age of 5, he already knew the great teachings and many other books by heart. And at the age of 8, he already passed the state exam and became the youngest child prodigy. Everyone thought that he would become a minister by this age, but when he was 10, he disappeared from sight. Did such a powerful person come to him specifically? Despite their different status, the boy asked to leave the formalities. Their communication should flow in a completely different direction. This meant that our hero could talk to a new acquaintance on an equal footing. Then he immediately wonders who sent him here. He was sent here by the chief strategist, Master Poet Namgung Clan. The Master Poet stands apart from all clan factions. Why did he send the second strategist? Such thoughts gave the boy a headache. You don't have to be so tense during a normal conversation. Chichan came here because of the young master ceremony. The direct descendants of the clan shine much brighter than other losers. Our hero felt uneasy when he heard how condescending this blonde treated other people. It was for this reason that the blonde chose the Namgung Clan. Because he doesn't like to explain everything with a fool several times. You can understand everything from the first time. The guy came here even though he had a lot of work to do. The blonde praised the boy. The protagonist immediately noticed that the behavior of his new acquaintance was quite strange. In an instant, his gaze changes to an animal one, and he wants to ask a question. With an evil smile, he asks if Deso wants to smoke the whole world of martial arts with him. In fact, he came to the clan only to destroy its middles. This boy is simply mad. Now it is clear why everyone thinks he is crazy. A young man will be surprised that a new acquaintance so easily asks such questions. The elder brother replied that he would manage it himself. The second replied that it was for this reason that bookworms were useless creatures. And the third simply called him a psycho. And each of the brothers is right in his own way. The main character gets to the point and asks if he has a plan. There is no plan at all, because the Namgung Clan is perfect. There is no way to approach him. Then the boy asks not to delay him because he might be late for the ceremony. Deso doesn't care what this lunatic will do, because he hates the clan. The blonde boy was stunned by such an answer. This is something he did not expect. The main character shouted and told him to go faster because they were going to be late. While they were on their way to the ceremony, the psycho was busy humiliating this clan. He really acted like a madman, so our hero decided not to contact him. So finally, they came to the right place. Jaekhyun was acting strange and still in his thoughts, so the boy pushed him. The blonde boy again puts on the mask of politeness and greets everyone. All the guys at one point become more serious and attentive. They tensed up when they realized that this person was higher in status. If they talk to him longer, they will understand that he is simply mad. Then the blonde boy introduces the new, younger lord of the Namgung Clan to the students. Everyone present does not take their eyes off him. He feels every look on him. But Diso understands that the students will soon be disappointed in him. This is only to his advantage. Psyche presents our hero as the man who will lead this miserable clan that is full of buffoons. The disciples were enraged by such words. How dare he say such terrible things about their clan? The main character was shocked by such words of Chekon. The blonde boy continued to add fuel to the fire. He greatly annoyed our hero and he hit him hard on the head. He couldn't listen to it anymore. From such a strong blow, this fool flew to the ground. Our hero tried to soften the situation and asked the students not to pay attention to this fool. Deso hastened to take him away from here so that he wouldn't say any more nonsense. The young boy met the divine doctor again because he came to the infirmary. He came here to put Chekon to bed and let him come to his senses. The guy lost consciousness. There was no surprise on his face, so he was most likely ambushed or attacked by someone he knew. And judging by the fact that the right hand of our hero turned a little red, it was him. The old man asked how long the doctor was going to stay here. The man begins to think. Here he is fed, given to drink, there is a place to sleep. In addition, there is entertainment here. The young man, without waiting for an answer to his question, leaves. It was very strange because the doctor had never stayed here for so long in his past life. Could it be that the future has changed? But he doesn't care, because this time, the doctor will definitely not interfere with his plans. After some time, the blonde boy regains consciousness and jumps out of bed. A doctor was looking after him all this time. Checheon is very surprised because this is the first time this has happened to him. The boy began to jump joyfully, saying that an anomaly had appeared in him, but the doctor did not notice it. Jachain found the light that can change this clan of fools. He was referring to Deso when he said this. The guy doesn't care what the doctor says now. For him, the most important thing is that his dream came true. Jacheon knows the doctor who took care of him. He greets him and introduces himself. It turns out that the same psycho that Yahello spoke about is now in front of the doctor. Deep understanding can be seen in his eyes, so it is definitely not fashionable to call him ordinary. And this is not surprising, because Han Chol always attracted talented people to him. Is his son also capable of such a thing? Jaechon says goodbye to the doctor because he still has a lot to do. Without him, everything here will fall apart. The blonde boy anticipates how together with our hero he will turn their plans into reality. Just thinking about it makes me laugh out loud. At this time, the students in the training hall were busy. They diligently practiced their shots. Everyone has already started their individual training. There are no teachers here, so all methods are allowed. Their future depends on certification, so they try without giving up. Then the main character also decides to start his training. All eyes were on him. The students did not even hide it, but the boy didn't care. If they want, let them watch. The young man began to swing his sword. The students quickly realized that these are the 3 basic techniques. They are disappointed because the young man does not even know the basics. If the students see that our hero uses only basic techniques, they will definitely understand that he is not capable of anything. And he will prove it once again at the certification. Will prove that he is a complete loser. The guy was worried that his plans could be ruined again because of that psycho. But it seems nothing will stop him now. After training, Diso returns to the estate and wants to have dinner. But he is shocked when he sees Chechun at the table, around which the maids are already circling. There is no limit to the lad's anger. At the table sat the strategist of the Namgung Clan, Yahello. He was drinking. The divine doctor and head of the Namgung Clan is still sitting at the same table. They learn from him that Jixian wants to destroy the clan. The second strategist is really quite an unusual person. But apart from this weirdo, no one else can cope with such a volume of work. They should know that if anyone can replace him as chief strategist, it's him. Of course, this guy is a great guy, but he is dangerous. They try to calm the doctor, saying that this young man is a good boy. High intelligence is a real curse. Everything always went as the man predicted. So the nausea became more and more engrossing in him every day. And just when he thought he was going to lose his mind, a miracle happened. Namgung Biguan and Han Cheol appeared. They were the light in his dull life. Everything was the same with the second strategist. He was dying of sadness and nausea, but finally got rid of it. The blonde boy found fun for himself. Deso was annoyed that this weirdo had followed him. Psyche also hated this clan as much as our hero, so he already considered him a friend. But the main character did not hate this clan. Checheon thought that Daiso was saying that he wanted to break out of here and conquer the world. But the young man did not say that. A second later, the young boy shouts that he adores the Namgung Clan. But he does not like the fact that he was pierced with a sword in his past life. In this case, Checheon did not understand the reason why our hero wanted to escape from the clan. You have to choose your words carefully. First, you need to find out what this psycho is up to. Then, the young man asks what Chechen himself wants. This psycho wants to destroy this world. Our hero is radically against this. The guy wants to start with something small and offers to destroy the Shaolin Temple. Deso is still against it. Divok says that he adheres to the traditional faith, so one should not underestimate how pure and sinless he is. This blonde is a real revolutionary. In turbulent times, the talent of this psycho would definitely be needed. But they live in a world where everyone is fed by the Namgung Clan. Now only madmen can wish to stage a coup. Now the blonde boy considers our hero his leader and awaits his orders. The psycho has already decided everything for the boy, so now he will obey the young master. But the young man is against this because he wants to live quietly and peacefully. If a psycho wants to destroy the clan, he better stick with his older brother. The weirdo pretends that our hero is still a sleeping dragon. It is too early to act. But I'm not kidding, young man. He wants to live somewhere in the mountains near clean water and plant fields. The stranger thinks that Deso wants to seize the mountains and rivers to appropriate for himself. He hears only what he wants, not what the main character says. A second later, the young man sticks his index finger forward. He asks him to wait just 1 year. The blonde guy thinks that means they'll be out in a year and taking over the world. But the plan of our hero consists in the fact that during this year, the weirdo will realize that he is a complete loser and fall behind him. Thus, several months passed. The boy continued to study the techniques he had read about in the book. For those around him, it was a pitiful sight, so he was nicknamed the basic moron. But the young man is only happy because he has become an even bigger loser in the eyes of those around him. However, the main character still felt somehow strange. The QE formed through daily training slowly spreads throughout the body. It is still not enough, but it is not important. Suddenly, a stranger runs up to the boy and asks how his training went. He tells about the fact that the maids have prepared a very tasty dish that he will definitely like. It seems that Jaekon is not so bad. He still continues to call him a master, while others call him a base moron. The young man is already very hungry, so they head to the dining room. The blonde boy hears the others laughing at his master, so he pierces them with his cruel and stern gaze, showing them their place. The boys were embarrassed and scared by such a look. After that, the blonde boy quickly ran to catch up with his master. When they came to the dining room, there were some molded balls in a wooden plate. They were small war pills. The young boy could not believe his ears when he heard this. The head monk of the Shaolin Temple gave them to the Namgung Clan. The guy also treats the maids with pills. Daiso doubts that Jachin obtained these pills honestly. Suddenly, the boy feels the chi spreading throughout his body again. Our hero does not care because martial arts are not for him anyway. After these words, a mysterious smile appears on the lips of the stranger. Everyone in the estate is busy with some kind of business. Now everyone is busy preparing for tomorrow's certification, and our hero is busy doing nothing all day. Jicheon had already foreseen how they would destroy the Namgung Clan. Deso is going to destroy this weirdo's dreams. Because he had practiced only 3 basic swordsmanship techniques, he was called a basic moron. Now, he is proud to be a loser. The blonde boy had already come up with a plan to wipe this clan off the face of the earth. The time has come for the fall of the god of martial arts. He can't wait to conquer the whole world. Today, our hero plans to lose in every fight. And now, the students have already gathered in front of the building to take the exam. Everyone present was incredibly worried. Only Deso was completely calm. The guy doesn't care at all. It's going to go down with a bang. A minute later, a man shouts that the contestants can enter. The boys go inside. The young man is shocked when he sees that this exam will be observed by his father. His brothers were also here. And also even the chief strategist. Something in our hero's plan went wrong again. Last time there were fewer people here. On the balcony was Jeshin, waving a flag with Deso's image on it. He is clearly his biggest fan. The guy shouted louder than anyone else and supported the young man because they are still planning a coup. It seems that the main character felt Spanish shame because of this fool. The jury will evaluate only the abilities of the students. No external factors will be taken into account. If the students show a decent level, then all will pass. You can pass the certification in 2 ways. Call someone specific to battle. If they stand out, they will be able to independently choose the corps in which they want to go, but they will not have the right to make a mistake. If they fail, they will stay for another year. And the second way is to enter the arena and hold 5 battles. Technique will be evaluated here, not the result of the fight, but there they may fall into the wrong corps they wanted. So it is worth choosing the enemy wisely. The rules are explained, so now you can start the certification itself. And so the first student comes out, he bows. The boy confidently challenges the deputy captain of the Clear Sky Squad, Namgung Clan, to battle. The man is only happy about it. A moment later, he jumps off the balcony and is right in front of his opponent. This young man looks quite familiar. His name is Namgung Huang. Deso immediately recognized that this was the master of the Clear Sky Squad in a past life. In one battle, he personally defeated 100 enemies. This guy also called the deputy to a fight last year. But he didn't last even 5 seconds. The man agrees to take the boy into his squad if he lasts 10 seconds. A light of hope burns in the boy's eyes, but he should not relax and think that it was easy. In a second, the man will be next to the young man, but he quickly blocked his sword blow. It became clear that this boy knows the basics. Those present were shocked that this young man was able to withstand the blow of the deputy captain. Our hero looked at it with a slightly surprised expression on his face. The deputy is going to use a different technique. He points his sharp sword towards the student, but the young boy does not give up and is going to repel this blow. Those present think that the boy will fail again, because he raised his sword at such a moment. He rejected 7 techniques, and based on the remaining 3, he created a new, improved technique. The blow was so strong that the tip of the disciple's sword broke and flew to the side, but he was able to withstand the blow. The boy passed the exam, so the man accepted him into his squad. If you try, you can make him the strongest swordsman in the world. All other deputies and corps commanders recognize the boy's talent. Seeing the boy's success, others start to worry even more. But our hero does not understand why it was necessary to invest so much power in the block. He could have done it completely differently, and he would have done just as well. It was the turn of another participant, but no one wanted to leave, so the examiner will choose the next one himself. However, unexpectedly, the main character raises his hand and is called to go next. The young man is full of enthusiasm. The blonde boy looked at his master expectantly. The young boy looks quite confident. Deso didn't try at all. He dropped the sword from his hands and didn't even try to resist. Therefore, it is logical that he lost in all matches. The stranger could not understand what his master was doing now. The protagonist, meanwhile, kindly waved at him. Parubok says that martial arts are definitely not his thing. It is better to teach him to read. The blonde boy could not understand what was the matter, and this only made our hero laugh. The boy spread his hands and admitted that their clan had a lot of talent. The young man added that the clan really has a bright future. The father only silently observed his son's failures. Those present once again made sure that the guy is really a basic moron, but the blonde oddball still continued to defend the honor of his young master. He could not allow anyone to speak so ill of the master in his presence. The young boy is very happy because everything turned out for the best. Now it remains only to wait for him to be thrown out of the arena. But this did not happen. Instead, his father exuded tension and anger. He was bored. Then everyone present tensed and got scared. The atmosphere in the room instantly changed to tension. It seemed that everything around was pressing. Everyone started to support the chapter and said that it was very boring. He added that today's youth are incapable of anything. No fun. Do they dare to call themselves a stronger clan after this? At these words, the young men lowered their eyes to the ground. Unexpectedly, the madman also agreed to this and told that he had an idea. The young man could not even guess what this psycho was doing. Then, the guy suggests a duel directly between the direct descendants. Hearing about this, everyone immediately tensed up and thought, the main character definitely didn't want that because they destroyed his Dantian again. Then, the father asks the third son if he wants to fight with his brother. The boy agrees to this, and in a second he is in the arena. There is no point in including the older brothers, so the youngest came out. Father says that everything has already been decided. Our hero trembles with fear. He wants to give it up. The father says that if he doesn't want to fight, he can just give up. But in this case, he will lose the status of one hand. Given the difference in strength, the third son would not use QE. Parubok does not understand at all how everything turned out like this. He blamed everything on that madman who contacted him. The blonde did it on purpose so that he could have fun. In fact, that day he had given him a large pill that contained as much key energy as could be obtained in several decades. He knows only one person, like a guy, and this is his father, who also has a divine physique. He laughs maliciously, because today our hero will finally show what he is capable of. Meanwhile, the guys stand up and prepare for battle. Not only did the brothers never fight, but they never even talked. Young guy, I want it all to end with one blow. The fight begins, and after a second, the brother shortens the distance as much as possible. He is not going to hold back and swings his sword. A frightened young man can only scream in fear. A second later, there is an impact. Dust and commotion are rising all around. The young boy screamed and flew away from the place of impact. The young man could not stay on his feet and fell, rolling a few more meters. The third brother is still standing. Little by little, the dust settles on the ground. He looks at our hero as something pathetic and calls him a real coward. But if the boy had not dodged the blow, he would have died. The third brother had noticed a long time ago that martial arts did not interest Deso. Then, the young man offers to shake hands and leave peacefully. But the brother points a sword at him. Perhaps today they will cross their swords for the last time. The brother asks that the young man show himself as a real man, so that he will be remembered as a worthy person. A second later, the third brother swung in to deliver a very powerful blow to his opponent. The blow was so fast that Deso simply wouldn't have time to dodge. There were no other options. The only option is to respond to the blow. If Deso penetrates his weak points, the pressure from the strike may be relieved. Then the young man uses the three fundamentals of the sword art, the heavenly form. The third brother clearly did not expect that his opponent would start fighting back. With such efforts, our hero managed to take the blow, although it was very powerful. It was incredibly heavy, hands shaking under such a weight. But despite this, our hero was not going to give up. He made every effort to push his sword away, and he succeeded. The old man jumped to the side, and his brother's sword stuck into the ground. The audience was shocked that the boy was capable of such a thing, and only the blonde boy believed in him. Meanwhile, his brother looks somewhat depressed. His look is full of fear and surprise. He does not understand what just happened. The young man does not understand what the problem is because he simply blocked the shot. Those present were shocked that the younger gentleman was able to block this blow. The art of hitting the third brother is capable of breaking through any defense, and even dodging makes no sense. The young man does not understand why everyone is so surprised, because he simply blocked the shot. At this moment, the third brother boils with anger and excitement. If it was not an accident, then our hero must repeat it again. Brother so wants to see it again. He began to throw a lot of punches, which Deso deftly dodged. The third brother puts all his strength into his blows. Deso tries to keep up with him to dodge. The brother keeps repeating the same punch, so there is no choice. The main character must again block this blow, just like last time. He concentrates all his power as he prepares to use the three fundamentals of the sword art, the human form. A second later, Deso elbows the opponent. After that, he hits the wrist and the leg. The brother continues his powerful strike, but realizes that he cannot attack with all his strength now. Deso hits the specific points from which the brother draws strength, and then blocks the weakened blows. The brother did not believe that our hero could fight so skillfully, and so Deso repeats the same method again to block the opponent's strike once again. But a second later, our hero deliberately stood under the blow so that his brother knocked out his sword. The wooden sword flew several meters away from the boys. The young man fell to the floor and admitted his defeat. The stranger was angry with his master, not understanding what he was doing. The main character once again says that martial arts are clearly not his. He wants a quiet life. The old man wants to leave, but his brother stops him. The brother immediately noticed that the boy simply gave in to him in order to get out of here faster. Deso didn't know what to do to get his brother to let him go. The brother asks his father for permission for a rematch. The third brother wants to fight again, but now with real swords. The father looks at the boy sternly with his heavy gaze. The head of the clan is not against this at all. He accepts this offer. But Deso doesn't understand why he should continue to fight, because he lost. The boy begins to press for pity and say that he cannot even hold a sword in his hands. Those present discuss their fight and say that one more fight will not affect anything anyway because our hero lost. The jury carefully looks at the boys, as if pondering what the outcome of the match might be. The third brother will not be satisfied with a false victory. He was used to winning only in an honest way. It hurt his pride. The brother takes the fact that our hero gave in as something that he is showing off. If he does not raise his sword now, he will become his enemy. The protagonist does not understand why his brother has such a born reaction. The jury thinks that something is not clean here. The older brother sees nothing wrong with them fighting again. A young man in despair. Will they not calm down until he leaves his hand? Without thinking long, the father allows to take revenge. The third brother burns with a thirst for victory, and from Deso blows sadness. But due to the difference in strength, the father introduces a rule. Swords can only be crossed once. No one asks the main character's opinion. Perubak is in a hopeless position. Everyone in this clan is crazy about martial arts. Deso hates it! If the boy comes up with something else, the brother threatens to cut off his hands. The young boy understands that he will not be able to defeat his brother because he has already reached the first rank. But the young man does not want to be an armless cripple. So he raises his sword and prepares to fight. The guy is trying to concentrate. He adjusts himself to everything, that everything will be fine. A blonde fool shouts words of support and waves a flag. But the young man is so focused that he does not hear the screams around him. Now, the boy does not see or hear anyone, or anything except his brother. And so, after a second, the brother rushes to his opponent and uses a devastating iron blow. The protagonist fell into a stupor for a second. Although the swing was not very fast, it was impossible to dodge. The guy perfectly understood that if he wanted to stay with his hands, he had to act. He again uses basic techniques, the shape of the land. The brother deftly dodges his blow. The brother will not pull the same trick again. The guy has no more options for what he can do because he doesn't know anything anymore. Despite this, the young man does not plan to give up and uses basic techniques again. The young man is sure that even his brother will not be able to avoid a blow in the air. The young man jumps high as if the wind grabs him. Brother strikes. He is sure that he hit and the enemy has no chance. But when he opens his eyes, he does not see his opponent in front of him. Where did he go? At this time, our hero used the form of the heavens, the form of the earth, and the form of man. It was a swordmaster's flawless technique. The brother thought that all this training in basic techniques was just a diversionary maneuver. He has no choice but to take the hit on himself. Their swords collide and create a powerful shockwave. Divak is very worried about his young master and supports him. The young man can barely withstand this blow because it is very powerful. In his past life, he was left without a dantian. Will it be left without a hand? Because of this thought, motivation wakes up in the boy. He will no longer allow himself to be mocked and take away what is dear to him. Seeing this, the blonde stranger jumped on the spot with joy. The doctor also could not believe his eyes. Maybe his body was empty, and the tangled meridians dried up the earth. But the 3 basic techniques drenched this earth with water like a gentle rain. And flowers grew in this desert. The young boy believes in himself and in his victory. The brother becomes really restless when our hero starts to exert power. Unfortunately, our hero could not withstand such a powerful blow, so he falls. The brother's sword is bloodstained. The young man falls to the ground. The jury announces Namgung Clan as the winner. The main character falls to the ground without strength. Help ran to the young man. He had deep wounds and needed acupuncture. Cheshon stood silently and watched what happened. The doctor noticed the boy's strange behavior. It doesn't look like him at all. Since our hero was in a serious condition, the divine doctor walked to him. The father just looks coldly at his wounded son. Suddenly, the brother swings his hand and hits the ball with it, breaking it. The young man deliberately injured his hand. It turns out that because of Deso's unexpected attack, the boy used not 30% of his power, but 50%. He punished himself with this action, and now it is not Deso who should be bleeding, but his brother. Therefore, the boy admits his defeat. After some time, the main character comes to his senses on the bed. The boy immediately understands that he is in the doctor's room. When he tries to get up, severe pain covers his whole body. He remembers his brother hitting him. But Deso is not upset at all because his 2 hands remained in place. Checheon tells the young master not to stress and rest. The main character feels strong anger towards this obsessive. All his injuries and the fact that he almost died are the fault of this stupid bastard. But even though Deso almost died, he won. The main character cannot believe that he won. The doctor concludes that our hero is already better, because his voice sounds very cheerful. Since the young man does not believe this psycho, he asks the doctor to explain what happened here. The doctor confirms his words and says that the boy won the duel. After the victory of our hero, the brother announced that he decided to go into seclusion and said that he would return in 3 years. The main character still has a hard time believing this. For his victory in the duel, the head of the clan decided to reward him. The boy was given an owl, but he did not understand what it was for. It turns out that it was a 3-day admission to the archive of 10,000 books. This is a pass that allows you to enter the archive, which contains many books. There are real masterpieces in the archive, and not all of them have been found. Many who entered the archive returned from there having mastered martial arts at a completely different level. Of course, there is also very useless reading, but the archive is a real treasure of knowledge about martial arts. But the main character refuses to go to the archive. Psyche is shocked, because many are ready to kill to get there. Jeshin says that our hero's dream is to hide in the shadows and tremble with fear. Dizo was annoyed by such words of the blonde boy. The guy disappoints the young man and says that now he will definitely not achieve his goal. Perhaps before that, the young man could hide in the shadows like a mouse. But because of the last match, the whole world learned about him. Now the boy will never have a peaceful life anywhere. However, there is one way to leave the clan. To survive in the tiger's den, there is an option to kill all the tigers. Or lead them all. Therefore, Jaekyun suggests slowly starting to grow Daiso's influence. The young boy grabbed this fool by the collar in a rage. He plans to beat the psycho badly for his long tongue. Soon, a loud scream was heard in the room. Shishon had many bruises and sores on his face. Still, he got what he deserved. Although he apologized, the anger of our hero did not disappear. It turns out that all the efforts of the main character were in vain. In order to survive, you will need to learn all the martial arts. And if that has already happened, the couple is going to give it their all. Now he's full of enthusiasm to win. From tomorrow, the life of our hero will completely change. The young boy does not understand at all what it is about. There will be people who want to follow him. There will also be people who will not do it sincerely. The boy seems to be at the center of the universe, but if he does not have enough strength, he will be made into a puppet. Therefore, his main goal is to become stronger, so he will be able to protect himself and not allow himself to be controlled. Deso thought about a life where he is weak and everyone doesn't care about him. This life is familiar to him. The fate of weaklings is very difficult. In the past life, both brothers lost to the elder. But they got nothing for that. They simply left to follow their own ideals. Even in spite of their loss, they earned recognition for the plan. Then, the young man decided to seriously prepare for the competition. And after that, he will be able to become a farmer or a merchant and live a peaceful life. However, first you need to reach the level of an older brother. Become at least a Grand Master. They have a maximum of 3 years. Namgung trains in seclusion. After that, the main character went somewhere, but the psychopath did not understand where. It turns out that the young man still decided to go to the archive. Soon they came to the archive. You just need to find the right book. The elder brother became a master just after he visited here. The older brother achieved success through the martial arts described in these books. While our hero is in the archive, the stranger will look for the maids. The elder and the second brother will be inactive for some time. The consequences are that the trio of brothers broke up because of our hero. The emperor's family asked for help. If they send So's subordinates to the estate, no one will touch them while he is in isolation. Other brothers will begin to compete with each other, but no one will dare to make the first move. If the guy still decided to go to the archive, you should get the maximum benefit from it. Otherwise, enemies will try to use it. It turns out that our hero already had a plan. Soon, the young man entered the archive. At the same time, someone was carefully watching him from behind the bushes. And as soon as the boy went inside, these strangers quickly disappeared. Until that day, Jaekyun had never participated in a fight that could be lost. A war of factions will begin, but for now they will prepare. At this time, one of the subordinates reports to his master that those who were watching them were hiding near the archive. Now they are talking about it with their leader. The news that the young gentleman entered the archive reached the head as well. The blonde oddball was sure that our hero needed him. The young man decides that he also needs to start acting. Meanwhile, our hero enters the archive. He is shocked by how many things there are. Everything here is secret techniques. The young man immediately thinks about how much he will earn if he sells at least a few of these books. But after a second, the guy comes to his senses, and I remember that he didn't come here for money. In a past life, the older brother said that he had found a secret technique on one of the far shelves. The main character has found a strange book and thinks that it is her. Yes, it was the same technique that elder brother had said. Finding a book is half the trouble. Now, you have to try to master it. Most of the clan members tried to learn this technique, but no one succeeded. It allows you to split your will in half to use 2 martial arts at the same time. This is the art of Yin-Yang. It deserves to be called one of the best techniques of all time. But simply sharing your will is not enough. Almost every clan member who has studied this art can do this. In order to confront your brother, you need to find the same thing that he found. The guy plans to find out about it, no matter what it costs him. In Namgun's residence, the news that our hero entered the archive has already become known. The second brother immediately understood that he was looking for a book on the art of Yin-Yang. This boy seems to be up to something. The second master of the Namgung Clan is known by most as a scholar or a young warrior, but he is known to his closest supporters as an intriguer. He orders his subordinates to continue to watch over the younger one, but to be careful with the psycho. The art of Yin-Yang is just a circus compared to real power. Using 2 martial arts at the same time is very convenient in a situation where you need to hit the back and run away. But in order to develop these techniques, he must go on long journeys. Daiso certainly cannot know about this. The first brother from birth was special. But our hero is special only in his nonsense and eccentricities. It is customary to compare gifted people with each other. The brighter their talent shines, the more people will follow it. But if someone is too different, it will cause fear. Such people easily become exiles. Although Shichan is not deprived of intelligence, he is treated as if he were crazy. Such personalities are the most dangerous, and based on his own motives, this mad dog began to act. Daiso greatly surprised the second brother during the match. He does not understand why this psycho was looking for a meeting with the younger man. The master orders to place 5 masters exclusively of rank and above in the archive of 10,000 books and 5 warriors in the war pavilion. The guy was sure that these were not excessive measures at all. Even the army that followed the third would not be enough. The subordinate is going to carry out the order. And so, after a second, the subordinate leaves the room, leaving him alone. If someone sees a dragon for the first time, it is unlikely to distinguish it from a snake or a worm. The boy grew up in the shadow of a huge dragon. The boy can't wait to see how our hero will reveal himself in 3 days. Is Daiso a real dragon or just a pathetic worm? When the young man opens the book, he falls into a stupor. He doesn't understand anything written inside. The old man tries to read these incomprehensible words, but almost breaks his tongue. Daiso was very nervous and annoyed, not understanding why stuff everything that exists into combat equipment. The teachings on the 3 basic fencing techniques were written in a much more accessible way. In the beginning there was a microcosm, and that microcosm gave birth to chaos. In this chaos, order was established, and a world called infinity appeared, turning into the highest beginning. One part absorbed the energy of the sky and became yang, and the other absorbed the energy of the earth and became yin. That is why they were called Yin-Yang. This is what was clear to our hero. In any case, the foundation of Udan is a higher beginning. Yin and Yang were formed from it. The energy was divided in half. One stream circulates in this direction, and the other in that. A young boy calls himself a genius when he realizes that he was able to figure it out. The spirits sitting in the book admit that Daiso is smart enough to make it this far. The young man continues reading, and his mood changes again. He does not understand what kind of delusion this is. After a second, the boy rejects this book, thinking that he has no use for theories. The spirit curses our hero for this attitude to the book. Daiso decides to try everything in practice. Through the teachings of the 3 basic swordsmanship techniques, he managed to accumulate some inner strength. First, the guy decides to use a big breathing technique, and after a second, the young man felt all the energy passing through his body and touching every cell. He had never noticed that the internal force circulated at such a speed. If you stop her forcefully, it will tear the meridians. A complete cycle takes at least an hour. Daiso thinks he made a mistake somewhere. First, you need to concentrate on what you have already started. A young boy decides to start with the separation of Yin-Yang. Parubak is shocked that it worked the first time. The young man begins to smile and rejoice that everything worked out. He really seems to be a genius. But our hero was too happy. After a second, his feet were covered with ice, and his upper body was covered in fire. The boy couldn't understand what had just happened to him. From above, the head is on fire, as if it is about to roast, and the bottom of the legs are so cold as if they are frostbitten. The young man was in a lot of pain and asked for it to stop. After a second, something started to explode. A bright shine appeared. Daiso fell to the floor and struggled with the excruciating pain that engulfed his entire body. The spirits were angry because this self-confident boy got what he deserved. Let him feel it with every bone. Such an audacious guy should not open his mouth on someone else's business. The main character was lying on the floor and writhing in pain. It was not necessary to get into these martial arts. Consciousness floats through the heat, and the boy thinks he is seeing some oddities. But you can't give up. If the guy dies again, where will he go? Daiso understands that you can simply make cold hot and hot cold. After a second, our hero starts switching energies. The young boy puts all his strength into it. The energy inside him is bubbling. Mixing 2 opposite energies is a very bold move. But does he really think that he can get away with this dry and unpunished? Suddenly, something started to come to my throat. The boy quickly opened his mouth, releasing the energy that had accumulated inside. The chapter asks the doctor if he knows what a higher beginning is. People from Udan know nothing about the higher beginning, but behave like the most enlightened. And when the energy of yin and yang touched again, the whole essence was born. 4 and 5 elements and other new disciplines. But all this misses an important point. Man shows index finger. This moment is a person, and this is a balanced person. Diso does not understand where all the pain suddenly disappeared. The main character feels that everything is still raging inside him. Spirit does not believe that Diso was able to master the 4 elements, because this only happens after fully understanding Yin-Yang and their entanglement. The boy does not understand how he managed to do this. The young man does not even know anything. He only observes how the body itself brings it into order. How can there be such an irrational way of mastering the art of Yin-Yang? He would remain disabled if he endlessly tried to set energy in motion. Our hero could not understand what was happening inside him now. He sees how the energy is slowly moving towards his head, and he doesn't want it very much. The young man does not want to become a fool at all. Parubok tries to kindly ask the energy to go back down. But the energy does not want to go back down. And then, after a second, the energy hit the young man in the head. The pain was so strong that a loud, frantic scream escaped from his lips. Soon, the young boy fell to the floor without strength. The pain was so strong that he lost consciousness. The spirits watch this and think that this loser is dead. Most of those who were called perfect in Murim had a similar beginning. Han Cheol considers few people to be perfect. The first is his deceased father. The second is the one who killed the 5 masters of the Central Plane, the 5 kings, and the 5 noble men. Former heavenly demon. He became a demon, but his father cut his throat. His father had to fight him. He said that the heavenly demon also possessed the traits of the perfect, but he did not have the resources to reveal it. The doctor does not understand what all these conversations are about. Does he want to say that our hero has the features of such a perfect person? Indeed, the young man is a little special. If you add the 3 basic sword techniques to the divine physique, you get a great foundation. But this is not enough. Deso only has 3 days to learn something from the archive. Is it possible to achieve success in such a short period of time? The doctor did not experience this himself, so he cannot believe it. They will keep a close eye on the young man. The spirits, meanwhile, were watching Deso closely and didn't understand why his soul still hadn't left his body. Suddenly, the main character opens his eyes wide. Still, the young man did not die, so this greatly frightened the spirits who thought otherwise. Our hero looked around, trying to understand how long he had been down here. After a second, he noticed the hourglass. It turns out that almost 3 days have already passed. Deso had only a few hours to spare. It is necessary to have time to achieve at least something in order to come up with an excuse before Chachon. The spirits are upset, thinking that our hero's attempt to learn the art of yin and yang has failed miserably. Suddenly, the boy feels something stirring inside his stomach. Has dirt accumulated in the switch during these 3 days? The spirits, seeing this, froze in place. They clearly did not believe that the boy would succeed. Seeds took root in wide spaces. 5 elements in the right places. Usually this art was mastered by stronger warriors, not such boys. Martial arts skills increase with experience, so this is where the most important part begins. Maybe a common weed will grow from the seed, or a tall tree, many times higher than human height, or it will turn into a big mountain that everyone will look at. Soon the door to the archive opened and blinded the young man with light. The spirits will watch his further development. If the boy is made of the same dough as his father, it will be interesting to watch him. After a second, the boy comes out of the archive. The main character has not seen sunlight for a long time. Deso is unhappy because the psycho didn't even come to meet him after these 3 hard days. The main character plans to teach Chekon for such an attitude. But suddenly he hears a familiar voice. The young man could not believe his eyes when he saw his second brother in front of him. The brother explained that he just came here to see him, but there was some trickery in his eyes. The guy and his brother are far from in a relationship to see each other just like that. The brother asks our hero to follow him. The young boy does not understand anything. All this is very unexpected. But the brother does not reveal all the cards at once. The boy will find out when they get to the right place. Soon the boys come to the cafe. The whole table is covered with various dishes. The brother explains that he called the boy here just to eat together. Deso understands that his brother will not do something without a good reason, and suspects that there may be poison in the food. The second brother notices that our hero is not eating anything, but does not understand the reason for this, although, in fact, the young boy was very hungry. And then, after a second, he couldn't resist and threw most of the products into his mouth. The brother clearly did not expect such a wild appetite from our hero. He does not understand what a psycho saw in his brother. He wanted to see it in person, so he made such an appointment. The main character behaved like an ordinary child. Suddenly, the young boy turns to his brother. The brother thinks that now the boy will ask for what purpose he came here. But instead, the young man asks if he can eat a few more bowls of food from his brother. The boy seems to be frustrated by this, thinking that our hero is a real pig. About that, He allows him to eat as much as he wants. Deso is very grateful to his brother for taking care of him. He continues to feed his brother different dishes, while the boy is eating and enjoying himself. In parallel with this, in praise of his brother, suddenly the boy feels a strange feeling in his chest. It was necessary to immediately get out of the boy what he was hiding. But now something prevents him from doing such terrible things to his brother. He understands that our hero received this complex technique and mastered it to the extent that he now uses it subconsciously. Then the brother gives the verdict: a snake. After the meal, my brother suggests going for a walk. Deso. At this time, I do not understand at all why my brother is so kind to him. In the past life, it was completely different. Before, he was cold-blooded and inhuman. The guy was nicknamed the Three-Headed Snake. The brother said that he had already noticed that Daiso had mastered the Yin-Yang technique. He tells the story that he also learned this art in the archive. The young man is shocked because his older brother had to find this technique first. Did not only the elder brother, but also all the talents of the clan master this technique? The brother warns him and asks him not to act too hard on it, because it is a trap. The young man wonders what made him expand the Dantians so much, but it is much more than Dantian. A feeling as if young man 1 is standing in boundless spaces. Compared to the past, the whole world has changed. The brother asks our hero what made him stop. The boy was a little behind his brother because he was looking at the mountains. The young man had a severe stomachache. It seems he translated. Now he needs to rest, and they agree to talk later. Immediately after that, the boy quickly ran away. The brother still felt strange, as if today he is very passionate about something. Suddenly, he noticed that our hero was not running in the direction of the doctor's pavilion. Jong Namgun had already turned back and delivered the news that the younger brother had mastered the yin-yang art. Although the plan has been achieved, the boy has a very strange look. Like his older brother, his gaze was directed into the distance. Brother, I think that the blonde and psycho must be up to something, because he had a strange smile. The guy is not going to leave it at that. He needs to understand why there is discomfort in contact with his younger brother. Meanwhile, the young boy was running somewhere. It is obvious that his brothers and other people of the clan could not see the true effectiveness of the art of yin-yang. Now it became clear why the older brother worked many times harder than the others. The head of the clan had some special technique. Probably the older brother spied on her. That is why he began to work without rest, in an attempt to catch up with his father. In this case, if our hero meets his father, will he also be able to spy on something? The young man ran to the estate. There he was met by a guard who said that his father was already waiting for him. Deso is a bit shocked. Did the father know he was coming? He goes inside and looks around. The young man is here for the first time. A second later, he hears a loud voice echoing down the hall. He is told to enter. The boy hesitantly opens the door. There, on the throne, he sees his father. The father asks, "Does the son already see what he was supposed to?" Parabok does not understand what is being said. But suddenly, the air in the room begins to tremble. The head asks how he looks in the eyes of his son. Our hero could not even think that his father was such a powerful person. It felt like he was standing under the open sky. Fear gripped him. The boy could clearly see the silhouette of his brother. He thought that he would be able to catch up with his own efforts. But the father was so powerful that he could not even be seen. Before that, he distinguished some doubtful outlines, as if he were covered from head to foot with clouds. But now he sees nothing but clouds. It is now very painful and unbearable for Daiso to realize the greatness of the Namgung Clan. The young man again understands that only escape will help to stay alive in the circle of these monsters. A second later, the boy squeezes out what he sees of his father in a trembling voice. He casts his surprised look at him. The old man said everything as it is. What is wrong here? After a second, the head asks if the son wants to surpass his father. When the man mastered the yin-yang and then looked at his father, he saw a large golden dragon. And when the eldest son looked at him, he said that he saw sharp swords. It is enough to see it only once. Then the charm does not disappear. The chief wanted to be like his father, so he trained hard. The eldest son also wanted to be like his father. To be like him, that's why he trained. And in the end, they both wanted to surpass their parents. This is an instinct that all living things have. But our hero quietly says that he has no such desire. The young man closes his hands and trembles, thinking what he will get from his father now. But the man just calmly asks, what does his son want to become? The protagonist looks up in surprise. Is father not angry? The boy directly asks if something good happened to him today, because today the father talks more than usual. Deso understands that the head will bite any lie, so he just shows his feelings as they are. Therefore, our hero says that he would like to engage in farming in a quiet and peaceful place. Han Chael stares at Deso with a stony face, showing no emotion. The boy begins to make excuses, saying that he has no talent for martial arts. He believes that the elder brother should become the heir of the Namgung family. The young man did not even have the thoughts to open his mouth in place of the heir. He then adds that lately he has also been interested in trading. Maybe he should do it? Suddenly his father begins to laugh evilly and eerily, causing the boy to cover his mouth. The man looks like a real monster, but he continues to laugh without explaining anything. Han Cheol tells that Namgun's family already had a person who was not good at martial arts. This man pursued the same dreams as Deso, and was even able to achieve them. The boy immediately wonders who his father is talking about. This is someone from the direct line of the clan. This person has never even participated in combat. In his entire life, no one left a single scratch on him. The main character still has hope for a normal life, without the threat of a hole in his stomach. The boy was very interested to hear what happened to this person. Parubok thought that this man had consolidated his influence on the estates, or had become the head of the world's most successful trade guild. A second later, the father raises his index finger. The man points his finger up, and says that this person is there now. The boy thinks that this person has climbed onto the roof of the head's estate. But the man says that this person is a little higher, but only the sky is above the roof. It seems that the boy did not understand that this person is no longer alive. The father lets his son go. The boy began to fear that such thoughts would lead him to heaven. The man raised his head and thought. As a child, the former head of the clan dreamed of farming somewhere in the quiet place. Han Cheol didn't understand why his father didn't do what he wanted then, because he could do it. But it turns out, everything is not so simple. Even if you live peacefully and do not touch anyone, this does not guarantee your safety. There will always be people with broken destinies who can deceive you. He remembers the day when one of his subordinates brought the news that something bad had happened. Han Cheol realizes that his son has the same dreams as his father. The boy has to hide his true feelings, but he hopes that the grandfather will be able to support his grandson. Better let him understand what it is like to live in peace and quiet. A second later, the other brother opens the door wide. The brother turned to his father in order to find out about the abilities of the younger brother. The young boy clearly did not expect such directness. Father, hearing this, just smiles. The man asks what is the reason for such interest in the abilities of the younger brother. The guy is confused. He needs to understand his feelings about his brother. The father understands that if the brothers enter into battle, then the second brother will definitely win, and it will not be a fair victory. The boy is very happy that his father does not agree to this. Jun Namgun continues to stand his ground because the younger brother is the possible heir of the family. So strength is a very necessary quality. The boy asks for permission to hold a representative match with his younger brother. The protagonist opens his mouth wide in surprise. If the brother loses, he fulfills any request of the younger brother and recognizes him as the heir. He swears that even if he wins, he will not cause the younger man any trouble. Of course, the brother says so, because he is sure that he will not lose. Dad says that's fair enough. Will he agree? A second later, the head asks our hero for his opinion. The guy plans to ask a counter question so that the conversation is no longer about it. A match between representatives is held when, due to anger, rivals can injure each other, or they have too much of a difference in strength. For the representative match, a warrior is chosen to act in your place. Of course, the brother has many soldiers who can be entrusted with this, but under our hero, there are only maids who know how to clean and cook. Therefore, the young man is grateful to his brother for the offer, but it will be difficult to fulfill. Brother, I don't understand why Deso acts like he has no one. The old man is worried, thinking that he will offer to send one of the maids to heaven. It seems that the main character is still unaware of the changes that happened while he was in the archive. It turns out that all this time the strategist was engaged in cultivating power under the name of a boy. Parubik was incredibly angry with this fool. Veins stood out from anger on his face. He was going to pulverize this psycho. 4 days ago, Chechen was busy building up the younger master's influence. And now he is also responsible for overseeing the yard, cleaning the stairs, trimming branches and everything like that. And the blonde teacher is doing very well now. I will throw the whole routine on the student. You have to wash more than 1,000 steps a day. What about the employees who go down and up these stairs several times? Suddenly, a thought comes to his mind and he quickly turns the pages. The boy noticed something very funny, and it caused a lot of laughter. He saw something in the book, after which he once again made sure that you will never get bored with this clan. An ordinary person would not be able to perform and withstand such a volume of work. But the clan workers are able to withstand such a volume. These people cannot be ignored in any case. The boy is going to win them all over to the younger master's side before he returns from the archives. The guy thinks how to win them over to his side. They are ready to carry out all small orders. They don't even have enough time to learn martial arts. The guy is sure that they have old injuries, because in the past they shone, but now they are called losers. He's a bit confused by their status as mercenaries, but it's an uninfluenced force, so it's fine. Soon, the blonde guy is going to go eat, and then think about everything. He can't wait to see what the maids have prepared today. The boy wants to prepare a gift for the maids, so we have to start. When he goes outside, he can already smell the pleasant smell of food. Looks like cooked chicken for dinner tonight. Soon, the boy opens the door wide and goes inside. In front of him, he sees a bunch of men having a delicious dinner at the table. The blonde young man does not understand what brought them to the pavilion of the younger gentleman. One of the maids grabbed the boy and led him to the table. She was glad to see him. Checheon asked her what was going on here. She explains that these people work very hard, but due to the constant lack of food, they often eat leftovers, so the older maid treats them from time to time. The blonde guy sits down at his seat and waits for the maid to bring him food. Today they have a special dish. Jeshin notices how the maids speak politely to these men. At this time, another maid had already prepared light snacks for the men to eat while they worked. Men talk to each other and praise them. They are really grateful to them for such kindness. The maids gathered all the hired workers, who in principle are difficult to gather in one place, and earned their trust. This is incredible. Suddenly, one of the men sits down next to the boy. He asks the boy what business he is here for. Chishan, I know this man. He was once a renegade Buddhist monk. He was rumored to have lost an arm in one incident. This came as a shock to him, so he left Shaolin. After that, he traveled the world, committed many murders, and disappeared. And this person is here now. This man is responsible for cleaning the clan yard. They slowly start a conversation. He wishes the young guy something delicious. By chance, the maid grabs his shoulder. The maid has a bit of a fight with her husband because he has already sat down and eaten several times, and someone has not even taken a spoon to his mouth. The blonde young man is worried because such a terrible person cannot be brought out of himself. Psyche thinks that now everyone will not have transfusions. But to his surprise, the man behaves quite calmly and friendly. The blonde guy has a hard time believing it. The girl tells a rumor that the headmaid said something about the man, and he wants to know what exactly. She prepared a special dish especially for him, in gratitude for the fact that he helped the woman in the market. It seems that the man does not breathe evenly towards the woman, and blushes from such information. But the maid destroys his expectations and is not going to tell about anything else. This is a secret. Those present begin to laugh. They all say that the man was sent away, but he does not think so at all. They tell him not to dream because he is an ordinary cleaner and she is a senior maid. From such words, the man becomes incredibly furious. He thinks that this bastard is looking down on him because he has only one arm. Suddenly, one of the maids interrupts their quarrel. The maid watches over them like children. The boy could not have imagined that hired workers would be so obedient. Our hero will be very surprised when he sees the maids. Suddenly, the boy realized that this could be his chance. The one who was called a dragon in the past. The one who was called a monster. The one who was called a king in the past and the one who was called a deity in the past. And there are about 50 such masters. That's more than enough to form a squad. The maid managed to gather in one city people who from the beginning had nothing in common. A guy looks at them and realizes that they are all very different. Different, but found a common language. The weirdo is not going to miss such a unique chance. He is going to unite allies and bow them at the feet of our hero. After a second, the strategist introduces himself and wants to announce one piece of news. The guy knows very well what kind of past everyone present here had to experience. The old man thinks that the young guy will now want to drive them out of here. But this is not the case at all. Chechon has a much more important matter. The blonde boy very much asks them to become the younger master's people. But the gray-haired man immediately says that Checheon did not appeal to the right people. The young man is surprised, but he is quickly answered that they are no longer interested in Murim. All the men refuse and tell him to look for the right people elsewhere. The boy's mood changes quickly. If they are not interested in it, let them go somewhere in the village or mountains. Why stay in the clan and follow all sorts of petty orders? The men don't know how to respond, but one man shouts loudly that they have lost. Everyone present here once lost, so now they have no desire to repeat this experience. The young guy is shocked that this is the whole reason. A former monk tells a story about how he was once imprisoned in a sword. The boy does not understand all of this, but he does understand some of it, because the young man also fell into despair many times, being in the position of his teacher. Now the most important thing for them is to break the sword stuck in their memories. As an advisor, the guy can't help. This can only be done by a military force like themselves, that is, to our hero. In this case, the boy apologizes and leaves. But of course, The guy is not going to give up so easily. He is sure that there is another way to their hearts. The maid asked if the strategist would leave so soon. A young boy with tears in his eyes says that he has urgent business, so he must go. He came up with a plan. It is necessary to arouse sympathy in the maids in order to win them over to his side. A second later, the guy gives her a gift he prepared and says it's a sign of gratitude. A second later, the boy runs out, demonstratively crying and waving his arms. The girl is scratching her head and does not understand what happened because the young man looked very upset. The girl asks what happened to the strategist and learns that it is because the men refused him his offer. A second later, the girl grabs a plate in which to pour the broth. The girl is full of anger because she does not understand why they refused the boy his proposal. She pours the broth on the ground. A second later, the girl unwraps the gift the boyfriend gave her. Every time Mr. Strategist comes to eat, he always brings something with him in gratitude. The girl says that the strategist is very kind and hardly asked you for anything difficult, so she does not understand why they refused him. Some man also pays attention to the gift that the maid brought the boy. A second later, he runs up to them and asks if this is a freshness figurine. Men carefully look at these pills and think what they are. It turns out that the mighty divine doctor created only 3 pills in his entire life, and the pill of freshness is just one of them. In order to remove all toxins from the body, it is necessary to rise to the level of a perfect master and undergo bone reconstruction. But by eating this pill, you can get rid of all the toxins accumulated in the body. The girl has many such pills in the room, and she allows them to take one each before entering. But the man understands that these pills are not so easy to get. The girl says that she is a little tired of these pills. The ones the guy brought last time were tastier. She tries to remember their name. The men are in a stupor. Did he bring them a small battle pill last time? They knew that the strategist had a lot of influence, but they didn't know how much. If he is handing out such valuable pills to the maids, that says a lot. They begin to talk and consider his proposal. It turns out that a blonde boy was watching all this. When he returns, I plan to find out what else I can do to lure men to my side. 3 days passed. The main character still managed to delay his brother's proposal. A young man is looking for a blonde psycho to pay him for what he has done in his absence. Suddenly, our hero heard some noise from the tree, and then, after a second, a man jumped out of there. He began to cut its branches and leaves with light and skillful movements. And a second later, these trees were trimmed as evenly and carefully as possible. The gray-haired man looked at his work. It was pretty good. Suddenly, the boy called out to the stranger and said that branches are usually cut in the wrong way. Our hero asked his grandfather if he knew martial arts. After a second, I answer that yes, it is true. The boy understood this by his skillful movements with this sharp object. It seems that he would not successfully master the arts. These words pierce the man like lightning. By his technique, the boy immediately understands what kind of school it is, but his technique still fails. This man used to be the king of traditional swordsmanship. He is full of rage that some boy dared to take him away and insult him. In the past, 7 Swords chapter Udanu was the invincible mentor of the current chapter, the king of traditional swordsmanship. After a stunning loss to Namgung Clan, the man left Mount Uda. To be more precise, he was kicked out because he got drunk and rioted and destroyed the Descendants' pavilion. After that, the man vowed not to cause another disaster no matter how angry he was. He has a strong desire to kill this scoundrel. So the boy asks not to use his failed martial art when he trims the bushes. Otherwise, he might suffer from chi evasion. Basically, the man was kicked out of the sect, so he can't make a scene here. Judging by the boy's audacity, this is the same younger gentleman. Soon the boy is going to go and sleep, because he has not slept for several days. And I wish grandfather luck. Suddenly the old man calls him and asks him to stop. He does not let go of the question. What exactly in his martial art seemed to the boy to be unsuccessful? The boy sighs in a matter-of-fact manner and says that it is immediately obvious. Grandpa is trying to find out the answer to his question. He really does not understand what these conclusions are from if the trees are perfectly trimmed. Indeed, if you don't look around the trees, it seems as if they have been trimmed carefully. But it is not so. Not only is his martial art lame, but he also uses it to trim bushes. The guy brings the man out of himself. How can he know how much deep meaning lies in trimming the bushes? There are 2 types of sword. A living sword that saves lives and a deadly sword that takes them away. The man walked the path of the living sword all his life. Although he thinks that this young boy will not understand what the Wudan sect is based on. Bush cutting was invented in order to remove excess, and there is no flaw in a man's haircut. Therefore, the bush seems cautious from the outside. But if you touch it just a little, the weak branches fall down. but the husband left them specifically to let them grow. If it was nature, another matter. There, birds or insects would find use for such weak branches. But this is the Namgung Clan's estate. The foot of an ordinary person does not enter here, and birds and insects fly around this place. The same should be done with people. Weak branches should be cut so that others grow well. It seems that the gray-haired man really thought about the young man's words. Water flows from top to bottom. The strong suppress the weak. But isn't that good? If everyone is equal, everyone will live in harmony. Our hero laughed at such naive thoughts of the man. On the contrary, it will give birth to another rivalry. New orders are being established, and while they are being established, people they do not know will die. Therefore, we must boldly remove the weak, if only for the sake of those who remained. With this, they forcefully establish order. A second later, the boy asks if the man is familiar with styles. Usually, one style is based on a single meaning, and everything else is the steps to express it. But if all styles carry the same meaning, the meaning of its variability will disappear. This will be one reproduction style that is arranged in order. Missing parts are compensated by deceptive techniques, and oversaturated parts are simplified. Creating a separate fighting style, they single-handedly pave the way for it. And this path must have an endpoint. The old man listens carefully to our hero. The man himself began to think about it. The endpoint of every art is the meaning embedded in it. Although the boy cannot answer which part of the man's martial art is lame. But from the haircut of this bush, he can see that he has put in a lot of effort. Looking at Kush, you can feel the weak energy of traditional fencing. This is proof that the man sincerely followed the path of martial arts. But if a man continues to use this method, he will get tired very soon. My husband remembers hearing the same words from the head of the clan. 10 years ago, he had heard these very words from the head of the Namgung Clan. To understand their meaning, he needed to stay in the clan for 10 years. The man could not even think that he would hear these words from the young man. Maybe he will be able to give him the desired answer. The man wants to ask another question, but suddenly he hears a familiar voice. The gray-haired man had already begun to get angry at the person who dared to interrupt him at such a crucial moment. But he was a divine doctor. He was heading towards the boy. The man was very angry because he had spent a lot of effort to find him. He grabs our hero and takes him to his office, because it is necessary to check his meridians. The doctor promises to give him a needle for a good night's sleep, but first he needs to check the meridians. The gray-haired man was still full of thoughts about this boy's words. Maybe the man is really trying too hard. Suddenly he hears a man's voice behind him. He was a former monk. He could not have imagined that he would meet a divine doctor in such a place. A gray-haired man starts a conversation with his friend. Now he is full of joy and enthusiasm, because he finally found the answer to his question. The main character is sweetly spamming in the doctor's office and snoring. The doctor saw changes in the boy. His muscles are developing in proportion to his age, and his weakened meridians have been completely renewed. This is the body of a healthy person who will live a normal life without experiencing ailments. If they didn't know that his meridians were damaged, they wouldn't even be able to suspect it. Now the young man's divine physique was fully revealed. Dizo has been sleeping for 2 days. The mate is worried about him, but the young man is completely healthy and feels well. Suddenly, the doctor smelled a very familiar smell. He could not confuse it with any other. It was a pill of freshness. This pill will give a head start to all other miracle supplements. Someone like a maid wouldn't be able to come close to her. Most likely, the Namgung family had hidden these pills somewhere. Soon, the doctor walks away and thinks that he just thought it, because it can't be like that. The girls had already eaten almost all the pills, which were called sweets, so they wanted to ask Chekhon for more. Finally, our hero woke up and did some exercise in the library. Even after a 2-day sleep, he falls asleep. Then, the young man decides to take a walk. Someone is watching him. Deso instantly feels that someone is watching him and asks who it is. A second later, a gray-haired man came out from behind the bushes. It was amazing that he felt his presence. The young man does not understand why they should meet in the middle of the night. They are not that close. The man really wanted to meet our hero, but he slept for a long time, so this is the only option. The young man was surprised that his husband had been waiting for him for 2 whole days. The boy felt that the old man had practiced his martial arts. A young boy saw this great mountain. Saw, felt. It's not important, but she was immovable. But the young man had the idea that this man might be one of the mountain robbers. Of course, this was not true. The guy doesn't care where this man came from. The main thing is that there are no mountain robbers in this house. The boy offers the man to sit next to him. The breeze is very brisk today. Our hero is not at all afraid of this man. If he was a dangerous man, The maids did not tell him where to look. Soon, a man sits down next to him. The main character is a rather strange boy. After a second, the gray-haired man lay down altogether. The breeze here is really very fresh, but the young man did not offer the man to lie down, so he rises sharply and sits down. The man tells that he was much more famous in the past than the boy can imagine. Was he even cooler than the head of the clan? Of course not! A long time ago, a man challenged his father, but lost and was left without an arm. From such a story, tears appeared in the young man's eyes. The man did not understand why the boy was crying. This is because he perfectly understands what the old man is feeling right now. There is definitely something wrong with this damn family. They want to tear open the stomach, then cut off the hand. The young boy strongly sympathizes with the fate of this man. A second later, our hero grabs his hand. Parabok hopes that the man did not hide in their family for revenge. His father knows nothing but martial arts. Therefore, if a man really wants to take revenge, then there is only one way. We must wait until his father is about 130 years old and then fight him and win. And in fact, the main character advises to just give up. After that, it definitely gets easier. Usually, those who are born again believe that they can achieve anything. But whether it's rebirth, or past life, something doesn't change. There is no point in taking revenge on Namgoon's family and brothers just because they left a hole in his stomach in his past life. After their conversation, Deso wanted to go to his room to get some sleep. It took the man 10 years to understand such a simple thing. After a second, incredibly strong energy began to emanate from the man. The man was very happy because he found the answer to his question. Has this man mastered the martial art of Shaolin? He asks the boy to convey the word to the strategist that if he returns alive, he will accept the offer. A second later, the man walks away. It seems that he was going to go and take revenge on the father of our hero. Isn't it better to live quietly? But the old man said that right now he was going to surrender. The boy just slapped the back of Sav's head awkwardly. Soon, the man disappeared and said that they would meet next time. But the young man is not sure that this next time will happen at all. Now he thinks that the strategist is up to something. Meanwhile, the man had almost arrived at the head's estate. In the future, when they meet again, the man will introduce himself to him officially. He became very interested in what kind of world he could create. The meeting with the younger gentleman really helped the man to understand himself. The men now headed to Han Cheol's estate to break the chains that had bound them for 10 years. Soon, the men come to the head of the clan. It had been many years since their last battle, and they had come to challenge them. The man accepts their challenge, because they are worthy opponents, and worthy to fight him once again. Although now the men work as ordinary cleaners, but in the past they were warriors, so they are ready for any outcome. Han Cheol notices that his former rivals have changed a lot. They will reveal this secret to him if he defeats them. And the men did not start talking for a long time, and after a second rushed to each other. As soon as they locked in a fight, there was a strong impact of energy. In fact, their fight ended very quickly. There were traces of battle on the floor and walls. Obviously, but the head won. But despite this, he still missed a single shot. He asks the men what their secret is. One of them says that the man himself has changed a lot since those times. The head allegedly does not believe in this and questions. Their eyes see everything, and they changed for the same reason. All of them changed because of our hero. It turns out, the head, too. The man prepares to deliver the final blow and finish off his enemies. But at the last moment, something seems to stop him. Maybe he really changed. The man spared them. The young master found his maids. They ask what brought him here. The boy brought them pills. He heard that now the girls are taking care of those who help them in many ways. Our hero approaches the beds on which the wounded men lie. It seems that this greatly shocked our hero, because he saw the gardener and the cleaner on the beds. The young man is shocked that the men returned alive. He thought everything would be different. The men were very lucky because they managed to survive. The maid does not understand how these three met. The main character asks the maid to leave for a while, because he wants to talk to the old people in person. Then, the boy asks why the gray men stayed here. They say that they have forgotten everything. After these words, a creepy smile appears on the young man's face, and he says that he will help them remember. It seems that tomorrow the young man was going to meet with the Shaolin teacher and the head of the Wooden clan. The men agree to tell everything, because the young man begins to threaten that he will tell them about the fact that there are rats in the estate. After the man was beaten by the clan head, he left the post of head and set off on a journey, only to attack him again decades later. If anyone finds out about this, it will be a real shame. Nervous, the man bangs his teeth hard, almost breaking them. Another man, at this time, I remember how much he got from his younger brothers for erasing their names from the boards that the mentor had made during his lifetime. The man concludes that it is better to receive punishment from younger singing students. In spite of everything, the man does not want to be sewn up by his own apprentice. Judging by such a violent reaction of the old man, our hero concludes that he hit the right spot. Maybe the man was watching them secretly, and they came to the clan's estate in order to lie down on the bottom and not get caught by the slop and udana. Deso gives the men exactly 10 minutes to tell him everything, or he will turn them in. Their first impression of our hero was completely different. They could not even think that he was capable of such strict methods. They expected that the boy would be able to overcome the monsters before which they themselves had surrendered. It turns out that the main character is not at all as good as he seemed at first. Soon, the boy sits down on the chair opposite, because they are going to have a long conversation. It turns out that in the past, the old man challenged his father. But after losing, he returned to Udan and did things there, because of which he was exiled. And at the moment, such losers of the Namgung Clan, about 50 people are in the estate. But the young boy does not understand why they pounced on him like flies on a tent. The men have nowhere else to go, so they offer to help each other. These two challenged his father and lost again, and now they are out of a job. And why then should our hero, who is essentially still a child, be responsible for them? Men do not understand why a guy refuses them, because they want to become his subordinates. The strategist really asked for it. To maintain power, the first thing that is necessary is money. But the men didn't have a penny to spare. They spent all their money on alcohol. These old men are not even in the family headquarters, so you cannot expect financial support from them. If they want to be with our hero, they must each bring 100 Yin-Yang as a fee. It will be updated every month, but men are not the type to pay to join someone. But the boy has already set his conditions and is not going to back down. In general, the young man also has a conscience, so he is not going to take money just like that. If they pay him, the young man will help the men improve their fighting skills. At this time, the maids eavesdrop on their conversation and do not understand how these three met in the first place. At this time, the brunette is a little hungry and offers the girls a snack. The girl offers to snack on these pills, which the younger gentleman gave them. If he asks to return them, they put the ones they have in the room under. There are still a lot of them. The doctor examined these grandfathers and said that they will be back on their feet as soon as they get a good rest. And then, after a second, the girls reach for the pills. Suddenly, a doctor appears in the corridor, runs to them, and asks them to stop. With a serious expression on his face, he orders the girls to stop. The man cannot understand where the girls got these freshness pills. The girl looks at the doctor in confusion. Why does he have such a violent reaction? They were given these pills. It seems that today is a very happy day, because everyone gathered in the right place. A strategist appeared in the corridor. Suddenly, the divine doctor suddenly grabbed the box that Jikion was holding. When the man opened it, he was horrified to see only one pill at the bottom. The doctor does not understand where all the pills that were inside went. Jaechun calmly replies that they were eaten. Of course, Jaechun understands what these pills are. It says on the top of the lid what it is. The divine doctor begins to cry, and shout, and laugh. He is extremely upset by this situation. The doctor wonders how many pills had to be eaten in order for the maids to smell them. The boy acts as if nothing has happened and offers the doctor to eat a pill. But the man does not answer. Now he looks more like a monster, ready to tear his victim to pieces. Soon our hero leaves the room and asks why they vote like that. The blonde boy is incredibly happy to see his young master here. But Deso was not at all happy to see this psycho here. All he wanted now was to spank him hard. The blonde boy quickly ran up to our hero and hid behind him. It seems that the two grandfathers are much better now. All because of a good rest. The blonde boy missed our hero very much, so now he couldn't get away from him. The doctor was ill-disposed towards the weirdo. Negative energy was coming from him. Judging by the situation here, Deso immediately understood what was going on. The boy immediately understood that the doctor wanted to have a serious talk with this scoundrel. The young man gave this strange man to the doctor for re-education, and he himself told the maids that they could be free. Deso still needs to talk a little with the men. Parabak does not know what happened there between the doctor and Cheshon, but it greatly cheered him up and lifted his spirits. They went outside and found the right place. We decided to stop here. He asks the old man to show him any martial art, and the boy will look and tell if there are any mistakes. The man admits that the young man is good at martial arts, but he is still offended that he called his martial arts bad. And then, after a second, the gray-haired man makes a swing in the air. From this, a strong wind rises, which develops the boy's hair. Our hero immediately understands that this is a wind technique. The wind follows the path of the sword, and the sword is directed where the wind blows. Naturalness is the pinnacle of Udan's martial art, based on harmony. His sword of wisdom had finally reached completion. When the old man finished, He was breathing hard because he was trying so hard. He expected what our hero would tell him. The young boy was in a light stupor from what he saw, and admitted that it was quite good. Another man thought that the young man was lying out of a sense of dignity, and asked him to tell the truth. But that's all the guy can say. The boy approaches the sword in order to repeat the old man's one-on-one dance. The Sword of Wisdom can only be repeated by cultivating the chi of the first chaos from childhood. A guy who does not even know the basics of a martial art will definitely not be able to repeat it. But Deso is not going to back down. He asks them to carefully monitor every move. In his memory, the boy remembered all the movements of his grandfather, after which he began to perform them. The young man perfectly repeated his every movement, even the smallest. The men watched it closely and agreed that it was pretty good. The first style of the Sword of Wisdom is almost finished. This is a progressive martial art, which is why warriors are ready to lay down for such an outstanding technique. The young boy thinks that maybe he should go further. When the man saw what the young man was doing, he opened his mouth in surprise. Deso got so excited that he recreated the second style of the Wisdom Sword. The softness coming from the sword completely embraces the young man's body. The sword precisely followed his feet, his hands, and even his heart. The young man does not want it to end. He wants to keep dancing on. Deso decides to dance some more to show the old men what he can do. Inside our hero, the seed of ki begins to come to life. It seems as soon as this dance is over, they will have to look into the clan again and do something. Very soon, the boy stops and finishes. He can't remember anything more. The main thing is to follow the flow. It's a rare, very rare martial art, even though he picked it up in the Wudan clan. With each movement, the body becomes lighter and more energetic. Did he learn traditional fencing techniques from there? A second later, the man shouts loudly and offers the boy to create the world's best Taoist school with him. The man will take all the responsibility and make Deso the head. They suggest that he consider turning Shaolin into the world's best Buddhist school. The guy asks not to tell the delusion, and asks if the other man wants to show him his martial arts, but he refuses. Deso will tell them the details when they pay the 200 Yang. This child took the Sword of Wisdom from Muchokchi. Looking at it, the man can't give him his technique so easily. The old man cannot understand why the aura of Bodhidharma is coming from this boy. Muchokchi went the other way, muttering something about 200 Nyang under his breath. It turns out that the gray-haired man went to search Udan, find 200 Nyangs, and return. The man comforts his friend by saying that this boy is really a genius, but he shouldn't be upset about it. But it seems that the man is not upset about this at all. The man simply did not see what he saw. There is a story that is passed down only between the heirs of the Sword of Wisdom. Muchokchi remembers the story with his teacher. The teacher recognized his talent early, so he took him among his students. But his character is not at all compatible with the Taoist path. But the student still tried to curb his temper and even stopped beating students just like that. But the teacher interrupted him and said that Taoists do not beat people at all. That, even in spite of this. From this day, the boy is a worthy heir to the Sword of Wisdom. Today the teacher will tell him a legend that is passed down only between heirs. A second later, the old man pulls out his sword and starts swinging it. The day his Sword of Wisdom fails to create a flow of air, the world will tremble at the greatness of Udan's sword. But the young man does not understand how there can be no wind if he swings his sword. The teacher smiles warmly. That is why it is only a legend. The boy notices that old people have something naive. Maybe it's because they gave their whole lives to martial arts? The gray-haired grandfather wants to find another way, because he really does not want to be associated with this. For this amount of money, they will need to work here for 20 months. Ordinary people have to work for decades to see that kind of money. But after a second, the man changes his mind and agrees to go there. Meanwhile, screams are heard in the spending pavilion. The head asks who filled out the ledger yesterday. This person made a big mistake in a very serious matter. A man shouts at an employee who is not able to perform his job normally, but the employee is not going to listen to the shouts at himself and is going to leave. A second later, the old man turns and looks at the man with his big eyes. After this murderous look, the man can no longer scream at him and closes his mouth. He orders him to leave the pavilion today. Apologies are not enough. The head does not know about this yet, but the man is determined to assure him that this employee must be fired. The man was incredibly angry with this Stark, who was only evilly comforting him. The old man suggests to the man to take revenge on his wife who cheated on him. He is ready to do it for money. But the husband does not need it at all because now he is annoyed by him, not by his wife. Suddenly the fat man begins to feel bad, and the old man only smiles mysteriously, looking in his direction. Foam comes from his mouth, which he begins to choke on. The help of a doctor is urgently needed. The men grab him by the shoulders and quickly carry him to the doctor. He wanted to deliver it personally, but everything got complicated. The man put a letter on the table with an address written on it. Signed, Widow Yun. This is enough to pay the debt to the head, then the man thinks about returning home. Suddenly, 2 old men approach the man and ask to borrow 200 nyang in silver. The man just mocks them and says that they have absolutely no knack for asking for money. It takes a very good reason for these proud men to come to him for help themselves. The mysterious man feels that this case smells of money. It turns out that the men need this money as wear and tear to join the Namgung Clan's youngest son as subordinates. If these 2 decide to join him, then people below them in status also follow their path. He was once the richest man in the plain, but because he was too mad about money and was willing to sell his parents and children, he was nicknamed the Money Demon. No one knows what this madman is capable of when he smells money. He agrees to lend it to them if they bring all their belongings with them, even if it is 10,000 nyang, even if it is 100. Only he will decide whether to give it or not, only after he sees the younger master. At this time, Deso is busy training. He seems to be dancing with a sword. As soon as he returned, he began to dance with the sword. Isn't that amazing? The girl always believed that martial arts is about something rough and evil, stubborn and powerful. But looking at the boy, she feels harmony in her soul. Sword dance is different from other martial arts. If this counts as a martial art, the girl would like to master it. The girl notices that the senior maid is already eating the second bun, but they have a rule, only one at a time. The woman said with a smile that she was already old and her eyes were failing her. Obviously, this was a blatant lie. Suddenly, the senior maid suddenly changed and became very serious. The girls thought they had indulged too much. The woman heard that someone was coming here. After a second, many grown men entered the yard. The girls did not understand what they were doing here because now was working time. One of the maids stood before them and said that they could not come like that without warning. But they had no choice. Besides, they had already discussed everything with the younger master. Then, the girl asks the guest to wait until the boy finishes his dance, which he started very recently. The main character is very focused and does not look at what is around. But he hears some noise. Before that, there were too many eyes around. So our hero deliberately held back his power. You can't give him the strength to get mad like last time, so now he'll try to pour in some Negan. I still don't understand what the matter is. Not long ago, the path of the sword stopped at this place, but now a new one has opened. It is from this moment that Negan is needed. The seeds inside the pod really like it. It even changes its color and sparkles. Today the world will see for the first time the dance that the boy calls Cloud Sword. Suddenly, the boy notices many strangers around him and does not understand where they came from. They stared at him intently with stupid expressions on their faces. Chu Chokchi shouts loudly at our hero, not understanding what he just did. The man can't figure out what the sword dance was at the very end. The money demon pushes the man away and asks him not to scream. The man introduces himself, saying that he can be called the Golden King. The protagonist made a strange facial expression, not understanding what kind of man was standing in front of him. The young boy could not understand what all these people were doing here and who they were. The maid said that these men told that they had arranged to meet, but as it turned out, it was completely untrue. They apologized for their unexpected visit, but they agreed on the demolition. The old man quickly realized that they meant 100 nyangs. The young man has little faith in the fact that all these men brought money, because they look like not very rich people. But all money matters lie with the money dragon. The young man still does not understand who he is. The man asks if he has ever heard of the best money bank in the world. It turns out that this man is the owner of this trade guild. Our hero steadily brought many expensive things to this bench, steadily, throughout the year. Then, finally, understanding came to Deso. Their bench observes secrecy, so the man has no right to disclose what things the boy left for them to keep. He hopes this will reassure him of his fiscal prowess. One coupon that the man got has a price of 10,000 Yin-Yang, and he has as many as 5 of them. After learning about this, the boy's attitude towards the man changed. He immediately became more polite and invited him inside. The young man is, of course, good, but too weak for money. The main character asks what he must do to get this money. Then, the man asks if our hero knows Namgung Clan. Deso does not understand what the elder is doing here. It turns out that the Money King owed him revenge. He wants to see this bastard trampled in the mud. Can it be done? If he accepts this consent, the man will promise full financial support no matter how much money there is. Deso asks if everyone left in the clan is here for revenge. The crowd might not respond. Everything was read through their predatory, malicious eyes. Our hero did not know how to act in this situation. These men are collectively insane. The boy was so surprised that he did not notice how he said these words out loud. But why should he be careful? The young man is not going to back down from his words. He really thinks these buffoons are collectively out of their minds. Perubach gives the example of these men who promised to take revenge, but now they are out of a job. Just a second later, these strangers laughed out loud at being called mad. The main character does not understand the reason for their laughter, but the men continue to laugh loudly, as if mad. This is the funniest thing they've heard in a while. Not for long, but they let go of what had been holding them back for years. Men watched the wisdom of our hero. It was really incredible. Although the young man changed the sword of wisdom a little, but it looked much better. He managed to do what no one else had been able to do for many years. A second later, the man turns to the Golden King and asks him to lend him 100 yang in silver. And everyone immediately follows his example, also asking to borrow money. The young boy cannot understand what has befallen them. Everyone present here appeals to the Golden King to lend them money. The main character had too much information in his head to understand right now. He could not digest it. Then, a Golden King named Kim Dongdong asked the young master to accept them all as his subordinates. Deso explains to them that he is not going to take revenge for them. And in general, he does not have such strength. But the men saw the future in his sword dance, so they trusted him completely. And what the young man did was not just some sword dance, it was a traditional sword of wisdom. Did the boy really repeat the same sword of wisdom known as the strongest swordsmanship art of Udana? A former monk steps forward. Sometimes it is easier to explain with actions than with words. And then, a second later, he makes a strong blow with his fist in the air. The blow was so strong that a strong wind arose, which slightly spoiled our hero's hair. The man seriously asked if the boy could do it again. If he can do it again, let him add Negan to the strike. But Deso doesn't see anything complicated here because it's an ordinary punch that anyone will repeat. And then, a second later, a loud explosion is heard. A large pit appeared in the ground from such a force of impact. It turns out that our hero has just been able to repeat the fist art of 100 steps. A second later, the boy turns to one of the men in the crowd and asks him to show him any art. Without further ado, the uncle shows one of the martial arts he knows. And after a moment, the boy exactly repeats this martial art. Everyone watches and admires our hero. But the young man himself does not understand how he managed to repeat it. The former monk praises the boy for his diligence. Can the main character repeat this because he has mastered the base? Maybe this gentleman's delusion that he created 3 basic techniques to master all existing fencing techniques is not delusional at all. Kim Dongdong invited everyone to drink on such a wonderful, memorable day. Today the man will pay for everything. They can eat and drink whatever they want. But it is too early for the boy to drink alcohol, so he refuses. After some time, all the men were already drunk. They ate, drank, and laughed. Thanks to the man, everyone is having fun. So the young man poured him a drink. He thanked him. Daiso wondered why Kim Dongdong wanted to take revenge on Elder Namgung Clan. Has the young man ever seen such a mountain of money that it cannot even be counted? Once upon a time, the old man woke up and realized that he had wealth that had no end. As soon as he realized this, the world became boring for him. During this time, being a trader, the man often suffered from Marumi soldiers, so he firmly decided to squander this money. He bought various rare treasures: legendary armor, legendary sword, legendary helmet. He bought everything that was legendary. The value of these things could not even be measured in money. After that, the man began to look for meetings with Murim warriors. Everyone listens to him attentively. Kim Dongdong started to fight them. Of course, he did not start choosing strong opponents from the very beginning. He started with losers who can be easily defeated. These warriors were no different from ordinary people. But each time the man chose his opponent more strongly. His fist was very fast, but that didn't mean he could break through the water dragon's armor at all. When he hit the first rank master, light came from his sword. As soon as he approached him, his whole body was filled with fear. Then the man thought that he would meet death now, but the poison that was applied to the man's elbow barely touched the body of the warrior, because of which he managed to win. And then he realized that even the strongest Murim warrior is the same person before poison as he is. Although it was difficult to poison higher-level masters, even their husband could defeat them. After telling this story, the man quickly poured himself a glass of alcohol. But one day, the man met Namgung Clan. This man was a real monster. Then the man thought that he should have started living like this earlier, because even Murim's soldiers are a trifle. If even the sword chi of perfect masters cannot penetrate the water dragon's armor, then he has nothing to fear either. The man even thought about opening the strongest martial arts school in the world. And so one day he met Namgung Clan. He could not understand why this vagabond stood in his way. The man immediately treated him with disrespect and told him to get out of the way while he was good. But the man did not react to his order but answered rudely. It turns out that the man prevented his great insight, so now it has left him forever. He got it with great difficulty, moving to a higher level of skill. Now he had to punish the one who got in his way. Kim Dong-dong did not take his words seriously, thinking that he was just a simpleton. But after a second, a mysterious stranger appeared behind him. The man didn't even have time to blink, when the stranger took the helmet off his head with a strong movement. The stranger lightly hit him on the helmet, and he had already changed so much. It turns out that the man was not just bragging. Then, Dondon used his main weapon. Poison. Many small needles flew at the stranger with lightning speed. He closed his hand. Even one poisonous needle is enough to spread the poison throughout the body. Very soon, the stranger will lose his sight, and after that, his muscles will become stiff. After that, all of his senses will stop working, and then he will die. But the man could give the stranger an antidote if he apologized and admitted his mistake. The man handed the stranger an antidote and told him to drink rather than be so proud. And soon, green foam appears in the stranger's mouth. However, he does not care at all about this, and simply eats her to the ground. This liquid was so acidic that it corroded the stones it came on. After a second, the man tensed all his muscles and the needles jumped out of his body. It looked incredible, because if these needles got into the skin, even a divine doctor can't remove them, and this freak did it all by himself. Still, the man could not prevent the poison from spreading throughout his body. This was enough to kill all the weaklings. It seems that the man has many more such tricks hidden. A second later, the stranger opens part of his armor with a light movement of his hand. After that, the stranger was carried away and began to tear his armor into small pieces. The man felt unbearable emotional pain from this, because these were valuable treasures for him, and the hands of this monster easily tore them apart, like an ordinary sheet of paper. This greatly cheered the stranger. Because the man helped this stranger relax, he lets him go safe and sound. With a trembling voice, Dondon dared to ask the name of this mysterious stranger. The man immediately thought that he asked this in order to take revenge in the future. But, even without looking at it, he told him his name. His name is Namgung Clan. Another man wants to take revenge on the bastard Namgung Hwache of the Great Abyss Sword Division. Other men also tell stories about how they were once cheated on. All of the people gathered here were geniuses, but meeting the members of the Namgung Clan shattered their hopes and dreams at the very beginning. Among all the people of the Namgung Clan, our hero is the only one who can understand their feelings. Maybe they already know what it will lead to, but they can't seem like he once did in the past. A second later, the young man explodes and loudly knocks on the table. The young boy promises to give them the revenge they dream of. He will do it for them. Everyone present, hearing about this, began to shout joyfully. Everyone picked up the young man in their arms and began to throw him up and praise him. After some time, the young man began to slowly withdraw from the alcohol that the old men had given him. Next to him, he saw a divine doctor who was carefully watching him. It may sound unexpected, but the man wants to talk to him. He asked him to persuade the maids to become his students. The doctor sought out the maids to find out what other drugs this blonde psycho had fed them. The girls were able to distinguish all the pills just by smell. Moreover, they determined the approximate composition of each of them. He asked them to become his students, but they refused. So he came to our hero. The divine doctor asked to influence the maids so that they would agree to his proposal. If the main character manages to do this, the doctor agrees to go over to his side. In this matter, in no case can you pressure. The boy will support the choice of his maid, whatever it may be. When they enter the dining room, there are many unconscious men. It seems they just had too much to drink. Unexpectedly, the young boy notices a blonde young man here who also drags men's bodies. Dessa wonders what he is doing here. Chichin laments that his hands almost fell off while he told those drunkards. Our hero was very pleased to watch this weirdo suffer. The doctor and the main character goes inside, leaving the boy to continue to suffer. There are maids in the room who are very happy to see the young master. At that time, they were just preparing soybean soup. The maid asks to taste it. The young man buys the soup and says that everything is delicious. After that, he casually asks if they plan to become doctors. They answered firmly and in unison that they planned to serve the young master all their lives. The doctor asks, did they refuse him only because of the main character? Parabok said that he is no longer a small child who must be constantly watched over. At this time, the blonde boy shouts loudly and opens the door wide. The guy walks in with the Money King and says that they too would like to make maids their students. Diso does not understand at all what is happening here. The old man watched the maids all day yesterday and concluded that they had a talent for distinguishing treasures. In addition, girls are very smart, so you should lure them to your side. Jaechon turns to Lee Hyang. A second later, he announces that he is appointing the girl as Namgung Jaechon's assistant advisor. This girl passed the academic exam at the same age as the blonde boy, but her family was broke, so she faced the sad fate of a maid. Men begin to argue among themselves in order to lure girls to their side. Such information gives our hero a headache, so he kicks everyone out because he needs to think in peace. When they are left alone with the maids, the boy asks them what they want. One of the girls starts and says that she likes living together with everyone, but on the other hand, she is interested in learning about the new world. Lee Hyang could have been sold into slavery if her aunt hadn't saved her. All the moments that she spent with the young man and all that will be in the future will remain the happiest in her life. Another maid says that she will do whatever our hero orders because there is only one master for her. But in the end, the decision was still up to the young boy. Then, he sends Il Hyang to the divine doctor, Lee Hyang to the counselor, and Sam Hyang to the old man. The girls obediently agree. The young man adds that if the girls get tired of it or don't like it, they can always go back because they are his family. Such touching words bring tears to the girls' eyes. But when Il Hyang becomes a doctor and starts making pills, they will all belong to him. If Lee Hyang becomes an assistant advisor, many financial transactions will pass through Daeso. If Sam Hyang becomes the old man's student, all the stocks in the world will become his. But the young man tries not only for himself. In order for them to live happily, a little greed will not hurt. Maids perfectly understand what a guy feels now. After some time, the doctor enters the room and the boy tells him what decision they made. The main character tells the mentor to take care of his maids and not offend them. Today, the doctor tells the girl to rest, and tomorrow they will meet in the infirmary. As soon as our hero went outside, men were waiting for him. They were already ready to start training. The men were burning with impatience. They were full of enthusiasm to start training. But Daeso is in no condition to teach anyone right now. He himself would like to learn from someone else. Otherwise, he cannot hold anything in his stomach. There is no one here who knows anything about it. Now the former monk began to belittle the boy's abilities, although he had only recently called him a genius. But everything can change if he learns their martial arts. The boy needs to learn a skill from someone who is above the 3rd grade. The martial arts that are present in those who are here now are not at all inferior to the arts of the Namgung family. Ultimately, martial arts depend on who uses them. In any case, it is better to understand it in practice. The young boy does not understand anything, but the former monk is already running towards him. A second later, he hits him hard in the face. For now, Ilsen decides to start with a few shots. The man continues to beat our hero while he tries to cover himself, and says that this is complete delusion.
But the former monk is not going to stop. Fewer words, more action.
The young man sat on the ground with tears in his eyes, listening to the words that men were lining up to beat him. The former monk continues to carry out numerous attacks, which our hero courageously withstood. It seems that the boy does not even plan to do anything about it. The monk wonders when he will run out of strength and stop fighting back. The young boy was honestly trying to hold back, but he wasn't going to do it anymore. A second later, he repeats all those blows that the gray-haired man made in his direction. And now, when the young man finishes, everyone present begins to praise him and say that he is a real genius. In the end, the young boy could not resist such compliments and his cheeks were covered with a red blush. At that moment, he was distracted, so he received a strong blow to the face from the former monk. The blow was so strong that the boy flew several meters away. The man had a pleasant feeling. It's like he's walking the god of war in his younger days. The man felt new emotions. He seems to have longed for a miserable existence for too long. Today he will take revenge. Daeso swings his fist, preparing to show the monk where he belongs. The main character uses the tiger technique, but the monk is not going to give up and answers him with the same blow. A moment later, their fists collide. Two powerful energies collide, raising a strong wind. It is very difficult for a young man to withstand such a strong energy on himself. And that's why, after a few seconds, he flies back. This greatly amuses the former monk. Daeso thinks that the man must have used the Naigun he had collected over the years. It was the same technique, but why then only the boy was rejected? But the techniques are different, because the fist of a man who has spent his whole life training will definitely be stronger than the fist of a boy who has only spent a day training. Now it became clear to our hero why his father cut off the hand of this scoundrel. The young man swears that he will make this scoundrel's head a hammer. While the man relaxed, the young man decided not to slow down and hit him with another tiger fist. Men watched their pain with interest. They can't wait to face the master in battle too. Then, The guy uses a technique that maximizes body weight. It was nothing more than a tiger kick. The man wanted to hit him back, but he already raised his leg for the next blow. It looks like the young guy is going to punch him right in the skull. A smile appears on the lips of such a man. But with a light movement of his hand, he was able to knock down the entire trajectory of the main character's blow. After that, the man delivers a strong blow to the jaw of his opponent. It was Tiger's blow. Soon the main character falls to the ground without strength, thinking that this is not fair. The man came to check the condition of our hero and concluded that he had lost consciousness. The bearded man admitted that the young man was a real talent. The most important thing a guy has is the desire not to give up and go to the very end. Who among the warriors present here would not wish to possess such a talent? The young master will be very busy learning all the fighting techniques. After some time, the boy came to his senses. I wonder how many times during this time he managed to fall on his back. When he opened his eyes, he saw that everyone was training and fighting among themselves. But the young man could not understand why they were doing it. Suddenly, one of his students fell right in front of him. The man was very happy when he noticed that our hero had already regained consciousness. He said that someone came to the boy while he was sleeping. In appearance, it was someone very noble. After a second, the men again continued to fight among themselves. The guy still doesn't understand why they do this. Maybe they collectively ate something, but the monk says not to touch them. Since they will now live together, a hierarchy must be established. These two did not join the fight, because they are on a different level and it would not be interesting. Even the battles that are taking place right now in front of his eyes look very impressive. If our hero will try, he will be able to surpass these men in strength. If Dezo trains like crazy, he might become stronger than the heavenly demon himself. And maybe not only the demon, but also the god of war. Just thinking about it made my heart flutter nervously. The main character is determined to try it. His cheeks are flushed and his eyes are full of inspiration. The young man is going to give it his all. Soon the fight between the men ended. They all looked pleased. There were a lot of students, so the boy did not understand how to learn all their names. Therefore, the main character decides not to bother much about this, and calls them numbers. Suddenly, the gate to the yard opens wide and the second brother enters. The boy comes with the news that he has decided to accept his brother's proposal. Our hero does not understand what the matter is. The brother explains that he declared war on him yesterday, but the young man had nothing to do with it. All this was done by his subordinates. But the brother was only happy with such offers. Deso greatly intrigued him. If the young man expressed a desire to personally participate in the battle, then the brother cannot refuse him. With these words he leaves, saying that they will meet again in 2 years. Everyone is funny about this. Everyone except our hero. He goes back to them and tries to find out who said that after 2 years Deso will pulverize his brother. Without any fear, Ilson raises his hand. It was him. The boy is simply furious. All he wants now is to kick that bastard's head. Someone saw in the young man's eyes a thirst for victory, and someone only a desire to kill. The main character is not going to waste time and orders all students to start training right now. Deso asks the monk where he should start his training. The man advises him to fight each of his students in turn. But no one was going to listen to our hero. Meanwhile, the doctor is starting classes with the girl. He gives her a book. Although she is fat, they will learn slowly. But the girl quickly looked through the book and said that she knew everything that was written in it. The divine doctor does not understand how this is possible, because medicinal botany requires at least 5 years of study. Then, he decides to test the girl's knowledge and asks what Astragala Huangqi is. This plant grows in mountainous terrain or in rock crevices. Valadia root has healing powers. It removes toxins from the body and slows aging. The girl knows about all this because before becoming a servant, she helped her father in a small pharmacy called Heavenly Grace. The man immediately understood which pharmacy we were talking about. Although she was small, there were rumors about her professionalism. The doctor had heard that this pharmacy had disappeared due to some accident, but it was considered one of the best. Tears immediately appeared in his eyes from the thought of how much trouble the girl had gone through. But she said that was not the case at all, because she had met a young gentleman. At this time, he was badly killed. Chashin is sitting at the table and filling out some papers, when suddenly his mentor enters the room. The man asks if the boy has decided to follow Deso. Will he follow him, even knowing what a difficult path awaits him? Chicheon doesn't see anything wrong with it because it's just more fun. It is not to his taste to follow the well-trodden path. Only the one who overcomes the difficult path will know what awaits him at the end. The blonde stranger believed in the younger man with all his heart. The chief strategist understood the feelings of his deputy like no one else. The guy tells the news that he wants to bring one person here. This is a girl to whom the young man wants to give the position of assistant chief advisor. Now she will have to devote a lot of time to the young man. Just at this time, a girl who received such a position entered the room. She works as a maid in Deso and passed the exam at the age of 10, but was unable to fulfill her potential due to family circumstances. Despite her status as a servant, the boy wants to teach her everything. This girl's name is Yin-Yang. She is the eldest daughter of the third-ranking minister Lee Jung-hak. The head cannot believe that in front of him is really the daughter of the same Lee Jung-hak. The man was very intelligent, but after the king he served was deposed in just a year, his severed head was put on display and his family brutally murdered. And his daughter, who became famous for her intelligence, turned out to be alive. The head notes that today is really a very good day, and you should drink for that. The man asks that Jishin let the girl go with him, but the guy should take care of her after all. The man calls the girl with him, because he cannot leave her for such a fool. The blonde weirdo yells at the head for taking his female student so brazenly. Meanwhile, in the spending pavilion, the maid also adapted to the local rules. There is no doubt that this is the head of the spending pavilion. It's no exaggeration to say that all of Namgung's people are under his supervision. But the girl is different. Who knows? Maybe one day she will raise the pavilion of expenses under herself. Because she has a home she can always return to. She is always waiting there. The head admitted that Kim Dong-dong had brought here a rather interesting child. The old man says that the girl has to stay here for only 2 years. If the girl survives 2 years here, she will be able to change a lot with her own hands. Half a year passed like this. They continued to train hard. Every time our hero got better. Now, for example, he hit his opponent on the head. The man fell to the ground, and our hero felt the joy of victory. There is nothing better than hitting a person on the head. The men don't understand when Deso became so strong. The young man is now full of enthusiasm and excitement. His eyes are burning, and he is waiting for the next person to fight. Muchokchi comes forward. He is now thinking about using the Sword of Wisdom. But this time, it will be different. For the first time, the man decides to perform the technique of the body instead of the head. The protagonist stands up and points a wooden sword at him. They are preparing for battle. And then, after a second, the young man rushed forward with lightning speed. Everyone watched him enthusiastically. He used the secret sun-shattering sword technique. It is only necessary to plunge into this stream once, and, in the final version, you will die. In a battle with an enemy who uses wisdom, you must have an advantage. The gray-haired man admits that the boy's attempt was pretty good, but he bit it and slashed with his sword. There was a feeling as if the young man was in water, which was gradually taking him over. This mustachioed man was able to push him into the vortex with just one movement. The man asks if our hero does not want to give up, because it is already obvious who will win, but the young man is not going to give up. All these half a year, he diligently studied how to fight in unfavorable conditions. So now Deso wants to use this knowledge and uses the swallow's flight. It was a basic cabana technique, so the man fell into a stupor for a second. There was no time to think, because the boy was already flying towards him with incredible speed. The man tried to fight back, but our hero deftly jumped over him. The first swallow, as it turned out, was for diverting the eyes. But the other swallow is real! With these words, he quickly approaches his opponent from behind. Those present enthusiastically watch his every move and cheer for the boy. It's unbelievable that one body can contain the fighting techniques of 9 schools and 5 families. But Deso managed it. Everyone thought that the man would not have time to fight back. But he quickly turned his palm and used the Udan silk palm technique. It was quite unpleasant because it was a dual spiritual Udan technique. The boy was not surprised that the opponent used a double technique, because he is from Udan. But the silk palm is just a trap to distract the eyes. The old man had not yet used all his wisdom sword. Then the young fellow decided not to waste time and uses a hurricane strike. About that, it seems, the man is not at all afraid of this circular blow. You can't let Muchokchi pull the flow. We need to catch him! No matter how much our hero tried, they were all in vain, because the man blocked them all. But one of the men present disagrees with the fact that these attacks are useless, because the younger master has not yet shown his most terrifying side. The gray-haired man, without any salt, continues to make his attacks. Suddenly, a sword is brought near the man with lightning speed, and he barely manages to dodge. He is surprised. Is this the shattering sun sword technique? However, there was no time to think at all because the main character was preparing the next attack. But this time, the man could not understand what kind of blow it was. Or hurricane, or thunder! A strong energy was sent in a rapid stream directly in his direction. The man quickly covered himself with a wooden sword, blocking this attack. Judging by his reaction, not so useless. The old man wonders when the boy managed to release the secret weapon. Deso did not answer the question, but took advantage of the opportunity and quickly approached his opponent. And when the young man was at a sufficient distance, he threw sand into his eyes. Although it is mean, but for the sake of victory, monk number 18 did the same. A young boy behaves like a little monkey. He teases the man, and yet he manages to get the old people out of his mind. He turned red with anger. This was his chance because now the man's movements became more sweeping due to anger. Unexpectedly, the main character was shocked by what happened next. An even stronger whirlpool seemed to appear before him. The water raged strongly. The young man seemed to be underwater and held his breath. He did not understand what it was because he had never seen a martial art like this. In such a state, the main character will simply not be able to predict as well as his opponent. It was as if he was dragged into the water, and then after a moment he receives a strong sword blow on the head. From such force on the head are formed gulya. Why does he keep getting hit on the head? Mu Chokchi never thought that he would need to use the Sword of Wisdom so soon. Of course, he noticed the strong progress of our hero in just 6 months. It is scary to think what this young boy will be like in 2 years, and what heights he will reach. All this time, Hyam herself diligently continued to learn business from the Money King, and Il-Hyang diligently learned to make medicine and study various herbs. Li-Hyang at this time was helping the blonde oddball. This is how autumn passed. A cold winter came, but even in the strongest blizzards, the men continued to train. That's how imperceptibly 2 years flew by. Standing in front of the gate to the estate was Jong Namgun. The boy went inside to the head and greeted him. He came here for this purpose, to ask for permission to have a duel with his younger brother. As far as the head remembers, he gave permission for this a long time ago. Today, Seo Namgun will finish his training in seclusion. Suddenly, a second later, the boy we were just talking about entered the room. The brother could easily predict his behavior, and that he would immediately come to his father. All of them had a case for the younger brother. It seems that Seo Namgun came here because of his younger brother. Looking at the fact that the boy has become more relaxed, the closed training has benefited him. However, more than that, the brother became more impudent and grounded than before, as if in his hands is not a sword, but a saber. From such a conclusion, the brother fell into a stupor. It was indeed true, but how did he know? The boy tensed and carefully watched his brother. The atmosphere in the room was quite hostile. This time, Seo agrees to back down because the older brother has already arranged for another match. But he asks for permission at least to be present at the match. He is allowed to do this. Suddenly, their father raises his hand and says that he would also like to see. If it comes to that, he suggests notifying all members of the clan. Most likely, everyone will be very happy with such offers, because they like to watch the fight. Shong is determined to show as many people as possible who will be the winners in the race for the heir. So warns his brother, saying that he shouldn't treat his younger brother so naively. From these words, a predatory grimace and irritation appear on his face. He is the last one to treat his younger brother naively. His eyes are filled with a thirst for victory. My brother doesn't know him at all. With these words, he goes to the exit. The boy silently looks after his brother. It turns out that So came not with a sword, but with a saber on his belt. Meanwhile, Il-Hyang came to the pavilion, but couldn't understand how it had expanded so much in the time she was gone. Another girl heard that the extension was built with the money sent by Mr. Kim Dong-dong. It was Li-Hyang. The girls were very happy to see each other because they had not seen each other for a long time. It is a pity that their friend is not with them now, but according to the terms of the contract, she must stay outside the clan. Soon, the gate to the yard opened. The girls quickly went inside and caught the moment of the duel. Almost nothing changed. Everyone continued to train just as diligently. Unexpectedly, our hero saw his maids and all was well with them. They haven't seen each other for a long time. One of the opponents was about to attack the boy from behind when he got distracted. But the protagonist quickly dodged, even when he couldn't see where the blow was coming from. During this match, the men could never hit our hero on the head, and were very upset about it. The young boys skillfully dodged absolutely all their blows. Deso quickly put on his clothes and told the girls to go inside. The senior maid has already prepared food. There were many different dishes on the table. When they gathered together at the same table, they were embraced by warm feelings of nostalgia. The boys upset that the maid did not prepare beef for this holiday. One of the girls turns to the young man and says that he has changed a lot during this time. The guy himself understands this perfectly. It would be surprising if he did not change at all. Suddenly, a man bursts into the room and shouts to the main character that he should go outside. Outside, his second brother, Namgun Jung, was waiting for him. But it seems that this did not upset our hero at all. On the contrary, a predatory excitement was visible in his eyes. The girls whispered to each other, "How much did the young man suffer? His brother is already waiting for the boy outside. Jung thought that 2 years was too short a time for the younger brother to change. But seeing how strong people are next to our hero, he changed his mind. Before, he thought that their match would be over before it even started, but now he changed his mind. At this moment, the younger brother comes out into the yard. They greet each other. The main character grabs his brother's hand and says that they should find a better place to talk, because there are a lot of people here. He is shocked that the young man grabbed his hand so easily and without any obstacles, and when he extended his hand to sew, he only grabbed the saber. Deso suggests that he go to the place where his brother bought him a lot of delicious food last time. The old man did not wait and quickly dragged his brother to that place. He is already very hungry. Soon they came to the dining room and had a delicious meal. The meat was just great.
Brother, I can't understand. The guy has gained only in muscles? Or he lacks caution in principle? What if there was poison mixed into the food?
Suddenly the brother turns to our hero. He teaches that there are moments in life when you should not trust people, even if they are your relatives, because they are an unusual family. Their clan is considered the strongest in the world. Jong asks what the young man would do if, for example, there was poison in the food. But Deso does not even allow such thoughts, because he is his brother. A smile appears on his face as he says this. His brother would never harm him. From these words, a blush appears on the boy's face. The brother was very embarrassed by this. Our hero has absolutely no sense of self-preservation. Jong came here to discuss the date of the fight. My brother wants to set a date for tomorrow. From such news, the young man fell into a stupor. Their fight will continue until one of the sides admits defeat. The brother is obviously not going to participate in person. They are still fighting in the battle for the place of the heir. The brother has a request that he will have to fulfill if he wins. Rumors about the talent of our hero's maid have already spread throughout the clan. Jung's conditions are as follows. If Deso loses, he must hand over one of the maids to him. Such conditions made the young man very tense. He couldn't let that happen. The boy immediately ran to the monk and the gardener. They asked how everything went. The main character was urgently looking for maids. They were taking a nap because they were tired after eating. Deso reports that the match has been scheduled for tomorrow afternoon. From this moment on, they all start training because they simply cannot afford to lose. According to the rules of the match, the number of participants is unlimited. It will continue until one of the parties admits defeat. The most obvious candidate from the brothers' side is the Great Traditional Sword Squad. If it had been 2 years ago, they would have lost 100 times out of 100. But during this time, they have learned a lot, so they will not give up so easily. There is a man named Namgung Clan in the Great Traditional Sword Squad. If they cannot stop him, then they will be defeated. The men were lost in thought, wondering what they should do. Our hero provokes them and asks if they were really afraid. The young boy continued to provoke them and tell them what losers they were if they were afraid of the first difficulties. The monk really wants to hit the boy, but he can't because he skillfully dodges. Even the same level of the Supreme Master does not mean that the opponents are equal. Someone rose to such a level after going through a difficult path, and someone without unnecessary difficulties and troubles, as if they walked along a straight path. But the first was more tired. In the first case, most recognize their limit and give up, while another master, using collected strength, quickly smoked the peaks because he never felt limitations. For example, the genius Namgung Clan belongs to the second type. He was born with divine power, which is not available to anyone else. But the main character does not see this as a problem at all. Are the men implying that they were afraid and would not go into battle against him? In conclusion, we can say that if the situation arose one-on-one, the monk would have a 50% chance of winning. In terms of martial arts, Mu Chokchi's chance is 10% higher, so the total is 60. Then they could start preparing for battle. Thus tomorrow came. Many people gathered to watch this match. The counselor even visited here. For Muri, it is a real happiness that he still has good health. Also there was Jichin, who held flags with the face of our hero in his hands. He really cheered for him. Suddenly the head of the clan came here. He sat on the throne, preparing to watch the pain. No one expected to see him here. It was the god of war, the strongest warrior in the world, and the owner of the strongest clan in the world. First, his appearance alone made the knees tremble. Soon a man appeared in the arena to judge the boys' match. A second later, he gave a loud shout and announced that they were starting a duel between brothers. The crowd began to shout loudly, cheering the candidates. The maids were very worried about the young master. They sincerely cheered for him. Finally, the gates creaked open and the participants of the duel came out. As expected, the brother brought their clan's stronger fighting force, the Great Traditional Sword Clan. Many bet on them. Soon, a man approaches the Money King and asks what he will bet. The man bets absolutely everything that the younger man will win. He puts a whole box full of money. The old man asks if there is anyone else who bet on the younger gentleman. It turns out that the main character bet on himself. The boy goes to the market with his squad. Those present do not take the young man seriously at all and think that he will lose very quickly. And finally, the brothers come face to face. Before the start of the competition, our hero wants to say something to his brother. There are a lot of people on each side, so the fight will drag on for an unknown amount of time. Deso suggests a group match to make it faster. The young man takes his brother lightly and says that if he is afraid, he may not accept the offer. From the words that the brother is afraid, guilt appears on the face from anger. He looks at him with a devastating look. His brother's squad was aggressive. They wanted to win. By their attitude, you can understand that our hero went a little too far with the provocation. But one of the men begins to laugh and says that the younger man has made a rather interesting proposal and wants to put forward his own. If they are going to fight in groups, then why not appoint a leader from each camp? Each camp must think not only about the battle, but also about its leader. They will have a choice, to protect their own leader or to defeat the enemy. Since the leader will be chosen by the opposing camp, they choose Namgung Deso as the leader. The young man immediately understood that this was exactly what they were trying to achieve. They decided that it would be enough to defeat Deso as a leader, and the competition would become much easier. If the boy doesn't escape now, regardless of today's results, our hero will be tagged. Chechun is very interested in how the young man gets out of the nets that his second brother has set for him. Then, our hero appoints one of the newcomers of their squad as the leader. The men remember all their training and prepare for battle. After a second, the man announces the start of the match. A predatory smile appeared on the man's face. He, like a wild beast, is ready to tear to pieces. The entire squad quickly rushed to their opponents. The main character froze in place. He did not think that they would rush all together and so quickly. A monk approaches the young man and gently puts his hand on his back, reassuring him. When the men saw it for the first time, they were very scared. Our hero can't believe that someone could really be that strong. It was necessary to act quickly. The young man must urgently give the order, or they will be defeated. Finally, Deso was able to pull himself together and gave the order to make a discovery. Enemies could not follow the movements of our hero's people. After a second, our heroes surrounded their enemies in small rings, dividing into groups. It turns out that it was a Shaolin R-Hat building. Those present noticed the monk and realized that he was the same former abbot of Shaolin. One of those present burst into tears when he realized that the monk had been alive all this time. The stocky man immediately understood what was the matter. It's nice to see how they split the squad into 3 parts. Moreover, Deso was located in the center of the interweaving of 3 buildings, occupying the most advantageous position. If the main character thinks that such a small thing can stop such a strong squad, then he is deeply mistaken. A man from the enemy team strikes the young man hard with his sword, but he suddenly disappears somewhere. The man cannot understand where the young boy has gone. Now the men on our team are using the technique of building the 5 elements of Udon, but the man was not at all afraid of this. He treated his rivals rather contemptuously. The man behaves like a fish in water in battle, continuing to throw punches. The men, in the meantime, had already changed their uniforms and transformed themselves into the sword of the Great Bear. Men change their structures incredibly quickly. It is difficult to see behind them. And a second later, they already changed their outfit to a traditional sword outfit. It will not be so easy to break through them. Deso specially prepared such a gift for the elder's grandfather. The guy decided to use it to pass the time. The idea is quite interesting. It shines less brightly in the hands of a man. The man is angry because he is looked down upon. They are wrong if they think that the squad will weaken without him. The young master ordered their group to fight after this monster. Therefore, it is very important to justify the trust of our hero and not let him down. The men continue to fight. The main character continues to issue orders to his people, telling whom and what position to stand. When enemies approach, they deftly parry all their attacks. This fight is not for life, but for death. It seems that the great traditional sword squad was in serious trouble. At this rate, they won't last long. Our heroes, meanwhile, were on the contrary very good. They continue to attack the enemies harder. Are they not taking a risk if they leave everything as it is now? But the captain tells the young man not to give in to fear and panic. They have the faith of their master, so they must give their all. From that moment on, the captain gives the order to throw all his forces in the defense of their leader. There is a slightly risky way, but it's the best thing to do in this situation. After a second, an incredible flow of energy begins to flow from the captain. The soldiers not only look at their captain in surprise and do not understand what he is up to, An incredibly large amount of energy comes from it. Did he decide to sacrifice himself? This captain had the level of a supreme master. The monk gave the order to be even more careful from this moment on, because something terrible awaits them. Suddenly, a very powerful energy also appeared behind the captain. It turns out that it was an elder. He was burning with a thirst for victory. The elder raises the fighting spirit of the warriors and says that they will definitely win. Now they must prove to everyone that they deserve to be in this clan. It really boosted morale. The captain ordered that no one should take a single step away from him. A second later, the entire squad rushed after the captain, not sparing their own lives. Our heroes clearly did not expect that they would change their tactics so drastically. After a moment, they crossed swords. The men knew perfectly well that it would not last long if they were to attack them with the same force. They must repel this attack at all costs, otherwise the young master's plan will fail. The young man sends the monk and several men to the front. Then he shouts and asks Mu Chokshi how much longer he can hold on. The old man will be able to withstand a maximum of 2 more A's. No matter how hard he tries, it is within his limits. The boy asks if the old man is ready to die. Of course, this is a joke. It turns out that they have 2 more waves left at most. The boy orders to make the first construction of the R-hat. Men quickly change their position, confusing the enemies. Suddenly, all the men dispersed, opening a direct path to our hero for the enemies. Enemies rushed headlong to their goal, to our hero. They managed to win the right time. The young man orders the remaining soldiers to hit the rear of the enemy. After a second, men appeared out of nowhere, aiming at the people behind. One of them used a secret Luna incoming sword technique called Under the Echo. Another man used the Thousand Palms secret technique, and yet another man secretly used the technique of swirling leaves, baby petals. These attacks scattered the rear of the enemy, but the captain ordered them not to turn around and go only forward. Enemies ran straight at the young boy, who was now defenseless. Spectators already thought that now the end of the battle will happen, because the boy will not be able to repel this attack. But, to the surprise of everyone present, the young man blocked the shot. After that, he jumped high and dodged another attack. But the enemies continued to advance. There were many of them, and Diso was all alone now. Even in spite of this, he kept going and ducked from all the attacks. Unfortunately, one shot of the boy still missed. He was coughing up blood. Still, he lacks attacking power. Another enemy approaches from the other side. The young man is not going to give up, even though the enemies already think they have won. Suddenly, the boy's legs buckle and disobey, so he falls backwards. Captain, I already feel the sweet taste of victory. The second brother thinks that everything is over. He turns around and walks away with his head held high. Suddenly, all the spectators start to loudly applaud and shout that this is simply impossible. The boy does not understand what is the matter and turns to look. Much to his surprise, our hero was still standing. The younger brother did manage to dodge the vice-captain's attack. The enemies are not going to stop. The guy needs to be attacked as soon as possible before he comes to his senses. The gray-haired man rushes towards the boy, pointing his sword in his direction. Now he is sure that the end will come for our hero. But the monk ran in time and changed the course of the sword with one blow. The old man prepares to strike at the enemy, protecting our hero. A second later, he delivered a powerful blow to him. He could not even stand on his feet. The man flew several meters back from such a force. The boy complains that the monk was gone for a long time and he almost died here. At this time, their formation was slowly broken through. The mustachioed grandfather can no longer stand the elders. It seemed that the elder had turned into a real monster. Now he has lost all human feelings. The man scattered his soldiers without any compassion. The elder was amazed at how easily our hero was able to teach his soldiers such combat techniques. Now the man will no longer be surprised by anything. But the monster is not as easy to create as it seems. You cannot become a monster. You can only be born like that. If you follow this logic, the young man should become a real monster. The boy was angry that they were discussing him like this in the middle of the battle. The elder orders his soldiers to fall back. The young boy does not understand why he ordered the soldiers to retreat. This is a great chance. The young man wants to attack the monsters all together because that way they will definitely be able to win. But the gray-haired man does not listen to the young man and shouts at him to leave. Until now, the protagonist has never seen a battle between the two masters. Probably, the gardener wants to show something to the young man. From this moment, the main character must carefully monitor their every move. In the future, this will become his basis in learning martial arts. The defiant man says that even if they attack together, they will still not be able to win, but the old man is going to fight him alone. After only a second, the elder directs his huge fist in his direction. After the elder isn't done with the gardener, I plan to move on to the monk and beat him to death. A fight begins between them. So far, everything is only gaining momentum. Deso stares at it with his mouth open. This is the main and most important thing in the martial art of the Udan school. The man, as if mad, continues to inflict endless blows. I wonder if a man can repel such a strong blow. The gray old man is as focused on his enemy as possible. Everything around seems to be covered with water that grabs fireballs. The protagonist is shocked that Muchokchi managed to sink this incredible attack. The man was really able to sink such a strong attack and even stay on his feet. Muchokchi is very jealous of the elder because he has a talent that others do not have. Does he mean that the elder relies only on natural talent? He laughs and says that the elder was born with him. He himself perfectly understands this. The man was provoking his enemy, and it worked out great for him because the man turned red with anger. It seems that the old man has completely lost his mind. Why bring a person out of himself so that he shows his true strength? The man did it specifically because he wants to show something to Deso. He wants to show him what form talent takes when it blooms. It is this image that the young man should strive for. Powerful energy emanates from the elder. The man was deeply affected by the gardener's words. He trampled such scoundrels in the mud so that they did not even dare to meet his eyes. After a moment, he, like a wild animal, rushed to the attack. The fist was a few centimeters away from Muchokchi's face. Will he manage to do something? A real bloody fight begins between the men. Muchokchi deftly dodges his enemy's blows. It's getting harder and harder to do it every second. Daeso doesn't understand what Grandpa is attacking because he can't even see Namgung Clan. You have to look at it using the 5 senses. Then he will be able to follow their movements, at least a little. Then, the main character concentrates as much as possible to feel their movements. And finally, after some time, he managed to see it. The enemy's fist and grandfather's sword collided with each other again. The man managed to repel and evade the blows of his enemy. The young man did not understand how this was possible, because his grandfather's eyes were closed. The enemy walked around him as if on water. The man continued to fight back, pushing the enemy away from him. But he didn't give up either, continuing to attack. A huge wave appeared, due to which no movements are visible. Once our hero asked his grandfather what to do in a situation if you can't feel the enemy's direction. At such a moment, you just need to create a new direction. The basic sword wisdom of traditional fencing is a technique that adapts to the enemy's trajectory. The boy is shocked by the fact that lightning is falling from the sky. If the grandfather had not met this incredible child, he would hardly have been able to get out of his own frame. In addition, this technique is not simply adapted to the existing current. This technique creates its own new current. This is a technique that is free from any patterns. And the name of this technique is the invincible sword technique. Namgung Clan had never seen a martial art like this before. He is really a worthy opponent, so the enemy recognizes his strength. The man is grateful to the enemy for this battle, because today he learned that there is a warrior who can use the energy of thunder. Because of this, he gives his opponent the nickname, Thunder Emperor. The man likes this nickname. In honor of the new habit, the man is going to show one unfinished technique. A second later, lightning bolts fly in different directions. There are just a lot of them here. Had the man decided to use all of his thunder chi at once? The elders are in trouble. He wanted to keep fighting. It seemed that he had lost his mind. He put as many as 14 lightning bolts into this strike. But the gray-haired man didn't seem worried about it at all. Although many lightnings and enemies approached him, he was still calm. The man uses infinite doubling. Soon, their energies collide with each other, creating an explosion. The young man does not see anything and does not understand who won. This light hits you in the face. Suddenly, someone's silhouette appears among the dust and smoke. Who won? When the smoke and dust clears a little, an elder appears. Did he win? The Great Sword Clan begins to rejoice because they always believed in the elder No and knew that he would win. The main character is very stressed because it is much too difficult to pursue their case. But unexpectedly, the man lost his balance. He fell flat on his face on the floor. To be precise, he lost consciousness. A second later, a gray-haired old man emerges from the smoke. He looks scared because he thought he was going to die. Our heroes begin to joyfully shout and praise the man for his diligence. Meanwhile, the brother simply cannot believe that this has happened. None of the warriors can believe that the elder lost? Deso continues to praise the man, but now he doesn't want to talk to anyone because it's hard for him to even stay conscious. It seems that the enemies are not going to give up until the last one of them is defeated. It turns out that our hero has just come up with a great way to end the fight. A second later, the young man comes forward and wants to offer something to the opposing team. He suggests stopping this battle because almost everyone already knows who will be the winner. But are these warriors like those who will surrender? The boy knows that the venerable captain also wanted a duel, as did the elder.
It is not surprising that after such a fight the whole body itches from the thirst for competition.
If the captain wants to fight, let him do it with that armless grandfather.
If they surrender now, the young man will take it upon himself to arrange a match for them. And if he refuses, then everything will end quite quickly, and they will be attacked by a crowd. The captain fell silent, considering his offer. After a second, he turns to his master and bows before apologizing. The brother does not understand at all what this means. After that, the man leaves the arena. For warriors, the main thing is not victory, but the opportunity to improve their skills through a fight with a strong opponent. In fact, everyone thinks so, they just don't voice it. The guy will help each of them enjoy a battle with their preferred opponent if they surrender. And so, after a second, they throw down their weapons and apologize to their young master. The brother bit his lip in annoyance. It seems he trusted a fool. A second later, the judge announced the victory of Namgung Daiso. Everyone ran and started hugging, shouting pleasant words to each other. The audience was clearly shocked by the result of the match. They shouted and congratulated the winners. Everyone shouted the names of the warriors to greet them. As expected, no one shouted our hero's name. But unexpectedly in this commotion, the boy was able to hear his name. It was Jikon, waving large flags with a young man painted on them. He felt ashamed of this blonde weirdo, but deep inside he was grateful to him. Soon, the maids, who were very worried about their young master, ran into the arena. Parabok is very glad that his strength was enough to protect the maids. They rushed to carefully inspect the boy, looking at his injuries. Suddenly, his brother appeared in front of him, held out his hand, and admitted his defeat. The main character is ashamed and says that he was just lucky, although this is not the case. Losers must be the first to leave the arena to let the winners enjoy their triumph. But before leaving, the brother looked over at Yin-Yang. The girl, for some reason, bowed to him. The old man did not understand what kind of strange atmosphere there was between these two. The girl's cheeks turned red. Suddenly, someone threw a bag at the boy, which seemed to be filled with money. It was a money king that, thanks to our hero, earned well today. They laughed with him and were happy that they had managed to earn money. Soon, a blonde stranger also ran into the arena. Today, a young boy is glorified. The old man says that he will prepare lodging, food, and drink himself. You can't spare the money for this. The heads of other factions certainly did not expect such a result of the match. The clan elder lost, and the captain conceded defeat and surrendered. The Namgung Clan is an unattainable heaven for the Muramu warriors. But today, thanks to them, a crack appeared in the image. The monsters have once again set foot on the earth, and Deso is at the head of these monsters. Now this should reassure everyone that the main character is also the heir of the Namgung Clan. The news that the Azure Dragon Squad had defeated the Greatsword Squad spread around the area very quickly. No one could have imagined that they would see a squad of Azure Dragons here. A certain man heard about this news and ran to his chief to report it. The man runs into the head's room and shouts for him to stop sleeping because he has great news. The head wakes up because he thinks it's time for dinner. He loudly proclaims that their teacher is alive and in the Namgung Clan. What's more, he also defeated Namgung John, who was nicknamed Invincible. There is no time to sit around. They urgently need to go to the Namgung Clan to get the mentor back. He is so brave only because he does not know the cruelty of that clan. They won't be able to do anything. Meanwhile, at the Shaolin Temple, some monks were also angry. The man couldn't be calm when he found out that Ilsen was living peacefully after all that he had done in Shaolin and disappeared. Another monk tries to calm him down, saying that this is a real blessing. The monk wonders how old the boy who taught the former monk is. He recently turned 13. Then they will meet soon anyway. He can't wait to find out what this young man is capable of if he was chosen by the teacher himself. Our hero, meanwhile, is trying to understand everything that happened. People from the Military Affairs Pavilion, the doctor's students, and the Finance Pavilion gathered here. What are they all doing here? The main character was not ready to feed them at his own expense, but nothing to do. He imagines that they are all his friends. However, the boy cannot understand what the Big Brother's squad is doing here. The brother heard from the captain that he allowed him to come here at any time. The brother cannot refuse the fact that our hero treats everyone. So he also came here. And so it is clear that he wants to make up for his defeat. The blonde boy says that his brother still has a conscience, because he would have killed many more people in his place. The young boy was already angry, and the boy also added fuel to the fire. The stranger was already very drunk. He noticed that such an atmosphere also has its own appeal. He says that everyone has gathered in a sad crowd in one place. Although a few hours ago they were swinging swords and trying to kill each other, but now they have gathered like a family. Realizing this made our hero feel warmer. For today, Deso won 200,000. Now he doesn't worry about not having enough money to pay the bill. Young man, I suggest everyone to eat until their stomach hurts. Everyone was drinking. They poured alcohol into their mouths like water. Everyone was already drunk, so they started dancing. And someone wanted to fight with the former monk instead of dancing. The older brother calmly drank one glass after another. The handmaidens, meanwhile, were discussing their young master's duel. They were very proud of him. To everyone's great surprise, the head of the clan himself came to the yard. Everyone immediately fell silent when they saw the man, and our hero could not resist and almost choked on his drink. The young boy clearly did not expect to see his father here. Chechun, you didn't expect to see a chapter here. Since he was already very drunk, he called him the main old man of this house. Those present were angry at the words of this psyche, because they could get from the head for such a thing. Everyone fell silent except for the blonde weirdo. He wanted to keep the fun going. If he doesn't shut up now, they're all over, so you have to come up with a plan to defuse the situation. The young man thinks that old tires have some great way to do it. But, it turns out, the man simply decided to leave and leave all the problems to our hero. The young man is about to see this scoundrel with his predatory and malicious gaze. Everyone slowly begins to leave, coming up with various excuses. These miserable people only know how to save their own skin. Suddenly, the elder brother approaches the father. Our hero has hope that he will solve something. But the brother only bows and says goodbye to his father, leaving our hero alone. Thus, after a few minutes, there was no one left in the yard. The father looks at the liquor they were drinking and says that it is quite good. Suddenly, he orders his son to follow him. Although the young boy does not want this, he must obey. Thus, the father brought his son to the roof of the chapter's pavilion. Suddenly, the boy notices something in the distance and looks towards it. It turns out that the men gathered to celebrate again, without even waiting for our hero. The doctor said that the head came to the holiday in vain, because he only spoiled it, and made the poor children suffer. But it seems the man does not care at all. Still, it's strange, because no matter how you look at it, it's still the same father. The boy notices that his father looks somewhat sad today. Maybe that's why he came to them for the holiday today? Our hero once heard a story that his father was more human. A second later, his son came up to him and poured him a glass of alcohol. The young man heard somewhere that he should learn to drink from his father. The father clearly did not expect such a gesture from his son. Daiso begins to doubt that he did everything right, because his father looks at him strangely. A young guy is thinking how to get out of this awkward situation. The young man noticed that his father looked very sad, so he thought that his smile could cheer him up at least a little. The chief was shocked, because the light seemed to have gone from his son. Then, the man remembered his wife, who smiled every time he looked at her. The man thought he looked funny in her eyes, that's why he smiled. But it was not like that at all. When a girl looks at a man, she feels sadness. So I hope that at least a smile can fill the emptiness in his eyes. But the man still does not understand why it is necessary. Because the girl sincerely wants him to be happy. He was happy even when she was not around. She always hoped that his child would be able to smile for him. The man had never heard of the tradition of a father teaching his son to drink. The boy was shocked, but he just saw his father smile a little. The doctor interrupted his thoughts and told him to pour more alcohol. The doctor could not have imagined that he would see the head as he is now. The morning came after the party. Our hero had a severe headache after drinking alcohol. The doctor was right there and offered the boy a drink of water. He greedily swallowed every mouthful. The boy immediately felt better after the cool water. He wanted to thank the doctor, but was shocked when he realized it was Seo Namgung. He wondered how long his brother had been watching him. Rumors that the boy had a holiday spread far and wide. Yesterday, watching the match of our hero, the boy clearly decided something. It turns out that he is again planning to go into seclusion training for the Battle of Kings. Daiso will also take part in it. The brother plans to win it and become stronger. And now, when the boy has conveyed what he wanted, he goes away. He had enjoyed watching their fight yesterday, and especially his brother's defeated look on his face. Now the young man's thoughts were filled only with the Battle of the Kings. Our hero seems to have been replaced. He was very happy to hear about this battle. This is a tournament in which warriors under 20 take part. In each of the 4 types of martial arts, a junior sword king, junior fist king, junior saber king, and junior dagger king are chosen. In the final battle, these 4 fight each other until there is only one winner left, and the one who remains the last will become the true dragon of his generation. This title will make any wish of the winner come true. The first brother, having become the winner the year before last, asked for a match with his father. The second brother, having become the winner last year, asked for secret information related to the history of Murim. In the past life, our hero did not even have the courage to participate in this competition. But now he has become stronger, and this battle is still 2 years away. If a person can win, he already knows what wish he will make. Our hero wants to wish to get rid of the title of heir to the Namgung Clan and leave it at the first opportunity. In order to win, he must defeat his brother. No time to rest. The boy runs into the training hall and picks everyone up, because today they start special training that will help them prepare for this competition. The boy tries to cheer up the men who still want to sleep. The young man wants to take part in that competition, so he needs to start working now. He's asking for help figuring out what workouts will work for him. But all the men were concerned about now was eating hangover soup. However, the monk perfectly understood why our hero was in such a hurry. The man notices that the young man's progress has slowed down recently. There is nothing terrible here because sooner or later all warriors collide with their own wall. In order to destroy it, it is not necessary to rely on the opinion of others. The young man must find his own way. Deso is angry that he has to rake it up himself. The gardener suggests starting to work on the combat techniques he has already mastered. The thought that everything will have to start from the beginning almost made my head spin. Usually, in order to master a martial art, everyone starts with learning its deep meaning. What is this art? Will it be effective? What is it more suitable for? First, you need to put all this knowledge in your head, and then start practicing. But everything turned out the other way around for our hero. It will take a lot of time, but this method is the most effective and efficient. But during all this time, the young man could not immediately remember. I had to think. In fact, the young man learned a lot of martial arts. In total, there were approximately 154 vehicles. That's quite a lot. It will take about 10 years to learn all these martial arts. But this way, the young man can be sure that because of this term, the boy will become the strongest opponent. But this method did not suit the young man at all because it took too much time. Deso must win this match of kings in 2 years. If he does not do this, his stomach will be damaged, just like in the past life. In this case, the monk has another option. But the man does not want to voice him because he seems unreal to him. The boy blackmails him and says that if he does not tell about this method, he will forbid the senior maid to see him. Hearing this, the monk immediately changed his mind. The man agrees to do everything so that the boy does not give such an order. He is ready to tell about this method. The man starts from afar and asks if the young man has heard of the travelers. Travelers are wandering warriors. They have no mentors to help them master martial arts. Therefore, they are hardened not in training, but in endless battles. Worked out styles and moved to new levels. Maybe our hero should try to practice his skills in real combat? Is it not enough that the young man fights with uncles and clan members? The main character needs someone who can bring out the pure fighting spirit in him. In the clan, he is already perceived as the heir, so almost no one agrees to a duel with him. Parabok does not know where he can find a rival. Now he has doubts about whether he should participate in the competition. The boy remembers moments from his past life and compares it with the present. Deso is not going to give up the Battle of the Kings for anything! Parubok will definitely find the right way, but now I suggest you just practice in duels. The young man is on his nerves. A whole month has already passed, and there is still no progress. Because of this, the young man is very nervous. He can't even imagine how strong his brother will be after solitary training. Although the old men drove him out so that he could rest a little, but he cannot do it. The old man himself did not notice how he came to the pavilion of military affairs. If that's the case, he decides to meet with the maid. When the boy enters the pavilion, he sees a blonde stranger who fell asleep right on the table. Can such an irresponsible person really be an assistant counselor? Jichon was very surprised when he saw the young gentleman here. He came to cool his head a little. As the weirdo fell asleep on the pieces of paper, one of them stuck to his cheek. The young man decided to select everyone who received high marks in the past battles of kings. This was very useful information for our hero, so he wanted to take a look. Suddenly, the young man saw something very useful for himself and lit up with joy. He grabbed some papers and ran straight away with them. The boy is now planning to run to his second elder brother. The stranger runs after him because he wonders what he plans to do. It turns out that our hero has finally found a way to train effectively. Soon, the boy ran to his brother. He asked for help in obtaining the secret teachings of Shaolin. I remind the young man that his brother must fulfill any of the boy's wishes, because he lost the fight. But before that, the brother asks what the boy was going to do at the Battle of the Kings. As expected, the elder brother guessed that he was going to participate in the battle. The young boy is not going to deceive him. Deso is going to win this battle. That is, he now wants to say that he plans to defeat the third brother. In this case, the boy is going to help his brother and fulfill this wish. Our hero and a stranger come to the yard and attract the attention of men. The old man says he is going to visit Shaolin and the three should go with him. Without further ado, Chechon shouts and says that he wants to leave. Now there are two left. The monk asks why our hero needed to go to Shaolin. Parabok wants to gain experience in real combat, and the Shaolin Temple is perfect for this. But the mustachioed man doubts that the temple will accept our hero. To do this, they need to be hooked and throw a bait that they cannot pass. Without thinking for a long time, the men are also going to go to the temple. Diso is already planning to go on a trip, but I remember that I did not ask permission from the head. Fortunately, it was much easier than they thought. They received permission and went to the temple. But the chief asked him to buy drinks when they were going back. The men took so many things with them, as if they were going to move. Suddenly, a strong, sharp, unpleasant smell hits the nose. It turns out that this smell came from the medicine that the blonde boy was carrying with him. The main character already regrets that he took these fools with him. Carts with horses were driving along the road, which were just going where they needed to go. Maybe sit on them? But they can't afford it because they have to get there secretly. They choose the shortest path. But there is no direct road to the temple. If such a road does not exist, they will make it themselves. The boy was shocked by such crazy ideas of our hero. They were on a very dangerous path. The boy was very afraid of falling. They were running fast and he was constantly lagging behind them. Chekon was constantly behind and slowed down the whole group. The young man did not have such good physical training as the soldiers. That is why he lagged behind. The guy was breathing heavily from such a difficult road. But in the end, they arrived at the right place. All around were full of Marine warriors. This is understandable, because no one wants to be beaten for carelessly crossing Hefe. Suddenly, the stranger falls straight to the ground because he can no longer walk. The boy was so tired that he could no longer take a single step, but our hero was just about to look for a place to wash and eat. After hearing about this, the guy seems to get a second wind. He knows a great yard. Finally, they visited a yard, but everything was very bad here. The boy was kicked out of a decent court because he was a low-level warrior. Finally, it's time to get to the main thing. The main character distributes books to men. Deso orders the boy to find out about the financial status of the Shaolin Temple and about the maximum fortune they can put into circulation. The best method of obtaining information is secrecy. It is important to prevent information from leaking. Only the Hao clan remains, but it takes a hefty sum to convince them. But money is the last thing they need to worry about. The old man lent him the name pendant of the head of the best trade guild. On the way to the clan, you need to learn about the black market. All Murim's deals take place there. He sends Mu Chokchi along with Chechen to help him in case of need. He gives the monk the task of dealing with how the temple is doing. The man wonders what exactly Diso is planning to do in the temple. It turns out that he is going to rob the treasury of the Shaolin Temple. At this time, training is held in the temple. Young guys painstakingly repeat the blows. The main thing is that they are done synchronously. The head of the monastery, named Chinho, praises everyone for training hard. Mook Chin, as usual, is training tirelessly. It turns out that they are also preparing for a battle of kings here. If you were to choose the best student, it would be this boy. His name is Li Quan. At the Battle of the Kings, he plans to win the title of Junior Fist King. He must be determined. If he continues in the same spirit, he will be able to surpass the previous chapter. From these words, the head becomes furious. Is he still hoping for that damn old man? Do these years of poverty mean absolutely nothing to him? Suddenly, another monk runs into the courtyard and says that there is urgent news. Men are ready to listen carefully to him. He tells about the fact that 7 treatises against evil appeared on the market. According to rumors, this book was lost during the invasion of the demonic sect. The monk swears that this is reliable information. If this is really true, the monk orders all the elders to be called together. He had heard that the power of this book was so great that this martial art stood at the top of the 72 arts of Shaolin. Unlike other martial arts, the tracks were only passed down to a single heir. But after the invasion of the demonic sect, all the heirs and their descendants were killed. The man is sure that someone put his last will in these tracks. The monks quickly go away to see if this is true. The man reports that 4 guardians came down from the mountain. They swallowed the bait. At this time, the stranger has already completed the task given to him by our hero. The Hao clan helped him find the book on the black market, but he paid a hefty sum for it. One such book is worth 50,000 yang in silver. A second later, the guy puts 20,000 on the table. The boy was a little strange because he was talking to his money. He loved them so much. At the sight of money, he completely loses his mind. But there is nothing to worry about, because everything is going according to plan. Meanwhile, the monks have already obtained the treatise. Thanks to the money, the man was able to buy as many as 3 such books on the black market. It was serious luck. Did the heavens agree to help them? Suddenly, a monk ran into the courtyard again and said that he had serious news. He said other martial arts books and treatises appeared on the market at the same time and were lost. Monks think that everything can't be that simple, and it's definitely not a coincidence. But even if it is someone's plan, it sounds silly. It is very important to their temple to return what once belonged to them. If a man felt any hostility or evil intentions, then he would not take such a risk and pay attention to these books. All they have to do is buy the remaining books. We still have about 200,000 silver left. In order to buy the remaining books, they need another 200,000. Then the head monk orders them to go and borrow money from someone, but be sure to get these tracks. But one of the monks is very worried. Something is wrong here. It feels like someone knew the maximum amount Shaolin could spend. But the man immediately rejects this idea. It is impossible even to imagine that such machinations could be carried out by some foreigner. At this time, the former monk still doubts whether he should do this. Our hero will receive a lot of money, and the temple will receive the tracts it so badly needs. Chechon is ready to go on a mission. The time has come. They cast enough bait to get all the fish in one spot. Now, it's time to cast the bait for the big fish! A monk with trembling hands, like a prophet, emerges from an ancient house and announces, "Finally, it is done." His words are permeated with mysticism and a premonition of a new era. Finally, the efforts bore fruit. The warriors managed to return the 10 Shaolin treatises, which they confidently held in their hands, symbolizing strength and unity. With a smile on his face, the monk felt joy, because the zeal of the warriors brought new achievements, opening the way to the election of worthy bearers of ancient traditions. Only 2 years later, during the grand battle of the 4 kings, he announced the full resurrection of the 10 octaves, which promised to change the course of history. Our hero, tirelessly dragging the old man along the long path, felt how each step drained his strength, creating an atmosphere of epic tension and courage. The exhausted warrior asked the old man to finally do some sports, because his back hurt from constant carrying, although all that could be offered was to carry him in his arms like a true knight. But Deso pointedly remarked that his own hands weighed more than any things, and that is why the monks immediately set to work, demonstrating wisdom and confidence. Seeing the strangers on the horizon, the monks strongly suggested that they move away, because the road belonged only to the holy monks, and those who sought to enter the temple must use the neighboring gate. The guy smiled, understanding that if they had come to the address, it meant he was here to meet the head of Shaolin, which added special significance to the meeting. Suddenly, one of the men asked what his purpose was, because his every word could change the course of events and determine the fate of everyone present. However, the boy looked even more confident and mysterious, because in his eyes flickered the spark of an unusual proposal that could change the course of events. And it was at this moment that all observers saw with amazement how he carefully unwrapped something unknown, like an ancient secret, hiding many secrets within itself. But when they looked closer, they realized that this was exactly the object that legends once spoke of, full of mystical power and past grandeur. Before them was revealed the Sutra of Wisdom, the Path of Salvation of Brahma, an ancient book, lost for centuries, which kept the secrets of unearthly knowledge. Struck by the unusual discovery, they instantly threw away these 10 tracts, and emotions overwhelmed them, forcing them to gather their thoughts after the unexpected revelation. This was the best Shaolin martial training of the past, a rare martial art created by the first disciple of Patriarch Bodhidharma, capable of transforming not only the muscles but also the soul. In his thoughts, the hero realized that the bait had indeed worked, as his every move revealed a carefully planned move that promised new victories. One of the monks decided to stop his leader because he was making too many noises around him, which made him doubt the veracity of his technique. It turned out that the original is kept in the Namgung Clan, which gives it special value, because only there can one find the true wisdom of ancient traditions. The leader, filled with determination, finally turned to the ordinary boy saying, "Stop these jokes, for lies are punished, and today I will let Deso and his friend leave without further ado." Without further explanation, the leader gathered all his strength, swung and threw the book in the monk's direction, demonstrating unwavering determination and strength of character. Today, he promised to take 2 outstanding steps, to open a new chapter in history and to allow a momentary glimpse into the treatise as an exceptional celebration of wisdom. In this manuscript, only the first part was rewritten from the beginning, so the leader ordered, "Read it first and then do whatever you see fit," creating chaos of thoughts. However, the headman was furious, because if this self-confident boy was lying, then his words could no longer be relied upon, and he would never get down the mountain on his own 2 feet. The monks, looking at the elder, felt deep disappointment, because he still had not lost hope, even when it was urgently necessary to choose 10 new masters. However, When the head carefully opened the book and began to read, the surrounding atmosphere changed, revealing the incredible power of forgotten wisdom that surpassed expectations. In horror, he realized that before him was not a fake, but a real artifact, capable of revealing secrets of the past that exceeded all his expectations. Then one of the monks suggested returning to the previous discussion, trying to restore calm and concentration amidst the heated discussion. Deso insisted on receiving an impressive sum of 500,000 silver pieces, because such a figure raised the question. Would they agree to buy, or would it remain just empty promises? This staggering sum made one wonder who the hell could have offered such a huge figure, and whether his word really had any power in this gathering. But his friend took off his hat, revealing a face full of interest, carefully watching as the head skillfully hemmed the fabric, as if performing a ritual. At that moment, the head of the monks realized that all the events had been carefully planned by the assistant counselor, demonstrating cold-blooded strategy and impeccable organization. Without hesitation, he declared that Shaolin would serve as an example for the first step on a long and happy path, full of wisdom and inexhaustible power. Deso, unable to bear the meaningless emptiness of the words, sharply struck a blow with his fist at Chichon, demonstrating his determination and steadfastness in the fight against vanity. Watching everything, the monk imagined how the unscrupulous boy had given the assistant counselor a hint, and, remembering the past, he realized that Chichon held an honorable place in the clan. Deso was well aware that there was not a single piece of silver left in Shaolin, which indicated strict economy and ruthless management of resources. That is why he decided to offer an unexpected deal that could radically change the course of events and open up new horizons of opportunity. He requested permission to hold a duel with all the third-generation students, which would simulate a real fight, after which the book would become his payment for this challenge. The offer turned out to be much more attractive compared to the recently announced sum of 500,000 silver pieces, which was striking in its scale and unexpectedness. And then the head realized that this younger master had unusual wisdom, because now it was clear where his deep awareness of the secrets of Shaolin came from. Apparently, the old man had passed on all his knowledge to this boy, endowing him with wisdom and strength that no one had previously suspected. However, he remained silent, not revealing whether the monk agreed to the deal, as they hesitated, not wanting to obtain the Wisdom Sutra right away. If he was rejected, he planned to go to the nearby Huangshan school as an alternative path to new knowledge and challenges. In his thoughts, the hero was sure that everything was going according to his plan, as if every step carefully foretold future victories and challenges. The joyful revival of Shaolin prompted them to ravage the vaults of the monastery and the clan under its control, destroying ancient traditions. Greed clouded their vision, leading them to irreparable actions that could have disastrous consequences for the entire community. Suddenly, the Shaolin head shouted loudly, forcing the boy to stop in order to avoid further destructive actions that threatened their common destiny. He asked, "Do you realize the significance of your words and the weight of the responsibility that rests on your shoulders?" Not fully understanding the full depth of the situation, he nevertheless grabbed the Shaolin pearl with his powerful hand, which proudly flaunted on his chest, a symbol of invincible strength. And in a moment of ruthless determination, he tore it apart, scattering the precious treasure into tiny fragments that marked the end of one era and the beginning of a new one. This greatly upset the followers and admirers of Shaolin, shattering their faith and leaving a trail of doubt in the hearts of everyone who sought true wisdom. Everyone watched in horror as this restless man conceived his plans, feeling that his plans could threaten the future of the entire community and its ancient traditions. The old man, watching from afar, immediately understood. He was faced with a real fool, because his actions contradicted centuries of wisdom and the inexhaustible experience of the past. Despite being restrained so as not to disrupt the general order, the old man himself felt that it was time to intervene, because the circumstances demanded an immediate response. Deso, hearing the elders muttering in the bushes, hoped that their voices would not spoil his plans, for he was convinced of the flawlessness of his strategy. He thought everything would go smoothly, but events unexpectedly took a completely different, dramatic turn, which radically changed the atmosphere within the Shaolin circle. Who could have predicted that the head of Shaolin would voluntarily leave his post, depriving everyone present of the opportunity to obtain the lost Wisdom Sutra as a source of strength and knowledge? The monks standing behind the former head flared up with anger and demanded a joint decision, because they did not understand why all the responsibility was placed on one leader. They requested that their older brother be reinstated as leader, but he refused to provide such an opportunity, demonstrating steadfastness and tough determination in his actions. "From now on, you are not the head of Shaolin, but simply a Murim warrior," he declared firmly, stripping the boy of his former title and the prestige that accompanied his past. Now he was offering the guy a new deal, but on strict new terms that made everyone think about the legality of further changes to the system. Deso felt the mood change dramatically, but he couldn't figure out what exactly the former chairman meant, because his gaze promised immediate and unexpected transformations. He looked intently at the warriors in Shaolin and proposed a deal aimed not at those who were ruthless, but at those who were capable of restoring order and the power of tradition. This meant that he would fulfill the young man's wish as he had always dreamed, opening a new chapter in history and taking every step according to his plan. Our hero, in deep thought, realized that one decision by the former chairman had radically turned his entire situation upside down, leaving a feeling of inevitability of change. Now he found himself the one who had to take the bait, realizing that the world outside the well was unlimited, and these words accurately reflected his inner state. Despite all his doubts, the boy finally agreed to participate in the new agreement, realizing that this was the only way to preserve the honor and strength of his community. Finally, the former chairman exclaimed, "Welcome to Shaolin!" And these words became a symbol of a new era, opening the door to all who sought change and rebirth. Despite the elders' profound wisdom, they argued fiercely at the table right in front of our hero, creating an atmosphere of tension and uncertainty. One of the elders insisted that the Shaolin monk was his heir, although the latter was disinherited, and that was why his call to Shaolin was left to chance. Temporary Chairman Chingok listened to the din of arguments, not understanding what role he played in this chaos that engulfed the entire hall. While the elders argued bitterly, the interim chairman considered resigning, trying to avoid further conflict. Our hero could not stand the chaos and, having intervened, decisively summed up the situation in order to restore the lost harmony of traditions. The former headman arranged a duel with 3 generations of disciples, but our hero sought to strike the old monk, believing that 100 blows would dispel his anger. The grandfather monk, not wanting to get hit in the head, was confused because he could not find a solution that would satisfy all parties to the conflict. He finally realized that in exchange for the Supra of Wisdom, he was promised a duel with the 3rd-generation disciples, and that the two would sort out their relationship on their own. Since both were now separated from Shaolin, their participation was seen as a temporary suspension that could help clear things up under certain conditions. Everything was going according to plan, but the situation became painful, and the former chairman finally set strict conditions for resolving the conflict. Under the condition, once all the fights among the leaders are over, Deso must hand over this old man to his mentor for at least 1 day to maintain the balance of power. Without a doubt, our hero agreed to these conditions, despite the elders' protest, because compromise was the only way out of the tense situation. The next day, in the Shaolin training hall, warriors and monks skillfully mastered new techniques, filling the space with energy and determination. One of the warriors was briefly distracted, causing a brief pause in the intense training and drawing the attention of his comrades. He urged his colleagues to look in a certain direction, trying to detect a possible threat in the thick of the training hall. Many believed the head was still nearby, as the senior monk stood by him, but no one could understand their true role at the crucial moment. A new face appeared among those present, the junior master of the Namgung Clan, whose charismatic appearance immediately attracted everyone's attention. Approaching one of the monks, he slowly prepared for a possible duel, knowing that 3rd-generation disciples obeyed the head of the martial arts pavilion. Looking at the young man, he decided that if he wanted to compete, then so be it. A fight with the direct heir to the Namgung Clan would be a unique experience for all participants. The chairman hoped that Deso would become a powerful catalyst for the improvement of the cold and hungry students, serving as a source of strength and new ideas. From that moment on, Deso acted at his own discretion, confident that his actions would not provoke interference, for his every step was steadfast and well considered. Finally, the time for the battle to begin came. He took a position opposite one of the warriors, demonstrating unwavering determination and readiness for combat. Tension was building in his thoughts, as he felt that someone else would become a convenient means to disperse the enemies, adding extra excitement to the battle. Before the battle, one of the monks asked decisively, "Is it true that Deso was the reason the head deprived himself of his powers?" A question that struck a chord with everyone. After a short pause, the interlocutor confirmed the truth of these words, which further inflamed emotions and increased tension among those present. At this moment, one of the warriors was seized with real rage. his face filled with aggression that promised an inevitable storm of events. With a sharp swing of his arm, he rushed into the attack, promising to mercilessly destroy his opponent and sow fear among all present. The friends thought it was all over, because such a powerful blow, delivered at a short distance, seemed irreparable and inevitable. However, our hero instantly managed to avoid death, as if dissolving into thin air, demonstrating incredible speed and reaction. Reacting incredibly quickly to the blow, he retaliated, striking the bald monk in the back of the head with a precision blow, which knocked the enemy off balance. The powerful blow caused the monk to instantly fall to the ground as his bald head mercilessly hit the cold asphalt, causing outrage among witnesses. The friends were amazed by this spectacular scene. Their mouths opened wide in astonishment as they watched the enemy's rapid fall. Impressed by the event, they actively joined the fight, attacking the enemy with a determination that strengthened the fighting spirit of the entire group. One of the warriors, holding a stick, called on the younger master of the Namgung Clan to join the attack to prove that Shaolin was capable of defending its dignity. He paid no attention to the bald master, amazed that he didn't even try to attack him with his staff, which emphasized his unpredictability. When the monk launched an aggressive attack from all sides, our hero skillfully dodged every blow, demonstrating incredible agility and combat experience. The self-confident monk believed that even if his friend could not recover his technique, true martial arts would not allow the enemy to gain an advantage. This spectacular confrontation endlessly amused Deso, who enjoyed every moment of the fight, feeling his own confidence grow. Because the opponent could not guess his technique, Deso, like the wind, rushed past the monk's staff, demonstrating his unpredictability and skill. Using the unique Henan school technique of Whirlwind of the Four Seas, he mesmerized everyone with his ability to control space in the rhythm of battle. Carefully watching the monk's blow, he saw that his opponent left no chance of recovery. His gaze was full of cold confidence. Despite everything, he eagerly directed his gaze towards that stick, as if calling his opponent to a final battle for honor. Suddenly, he performed an incredible U-turn, changing the direction of the battle so quickly that those present barely had time to comprehend his intention. However, the monk had no intention of stopping. His determination and thirst for victory did not allow any circumstances to divert him from his goal. However, when Deso used a single repeat reversal, his technique amazed everyone with its unexpectedness and mastery. By breaking the stick using the strengthening piling mountains technique, he proved that his methods were impeccable and his power was inexhaustible. His skillful technique made the monk nervous, because no one had ever seen such efficiency and amazing techniques that were striking in their power. Deso, as if striking a blow to his bald head, enjoyed his victory, rejoicing that he had once again defeated another opponent. He once again confirmed his superiority by defeating another fool, which caused admiration and at the same time indignation among his opponents. Watching their brothers being humiliated, the monks instantly went on the attack, resolutely demonstrating that Shaolin always defends its honor. Our hero realized that coming to Shaolin was the right step, because this was exactly what he had expected, feeling the power of his destiny and calling. After some time, many monks found themselves with swollen bumps on their bald heads, which became clear evidence of the fierceness of the battle. Some were able to decipher Deso's secret techniques, without understanding where he gained control of the illusory diamond foot that became his secret weapon. Moreover, he mastered this technique better than the monks themselves, which caused even greater surprise among all those present. The young men only laughed at the monks, considering them inexperienced and unable to match Deso's modern skill. This mocking taunt caused considerable anger among the elders, as the disregard for traditions outraged them to the core. They categorically refused to yield to him in battle, stubbornly defending the honor of Shaolin and their own dignity. Gathering all their strength, the monks united in a single attack, demonstrating unbreakable unity in the face of any threat. They hoped that a powerful blow from one of the brothers would bring victory, because each of them possessed incredible strength and faith in their abilities. Being a short distance from the young master's head, he barely felt the force of the blow, which testified to the skill of his opponent. At the gate, the monks carefully watched and learned how to block his turn, striving to maintain battle order and discipline. He performed a maneuver that revealed the true meaning of the illusory diamond leg, with a triple repetition, surpassing all expectations and setting a new standard for combat. His masterful technique literally made the monk spit out his last teeth, leaving him stunned and powerless. All observers were amazed. This boy had already faced his seventh opponent, and at this rate, the reputation of the third-generation disciples could come to an irreversible collapse. However, looking back at the strongest of the brothers, they were not worried, because they believed that his power was capable of maintaining balance in battle. Since the next opponent was to be a warrior who was said to have Deso's luck turn against him, everyone foresaw an imminent disaster for the latter. This Shaolin warrior was distinguished by his unparalleled strength, strong physique, and wise expression, which testified to his many years of experience and indomitable spirit. This man carefully watched everything that was happening and thought that such a technique existed only in legends, because the reality exceeded all his expectations. How can you not stare when you see with your own eyes a divine physique, an ideal body for mastering martial arts, like a living work of art, striking in its perfection? However, if Deso had not stood out among the main participants, his presence would have faded into the shadows of the others, leaving only a ghostly mark in this competition. It's too early for him to be fighting this child, and if he had come at least 2 years later, he could have enjoyed a spectacle that would have impressed even the most discerning of spectators. Then the master, sensing the growing tension, resolutely stopped all fighting for today, seeking to maintain harmony and order among the students. However, the boy, kneeling before the master, begged the third-generation disciple to deny his guilt and allow the duel to take place, believing in his justice. The master was surprised because this warrior had never asked for a chance before, which only increased the intrigue and added to the atmosphere of unpredictability. Did he really want to fight this child so badly? Because the battle promised to be a spectacle filled with excitement and incredible energy? Suddenly, Chechen appeared out of nowhere, wanting everything to happen at everyone's discretion, because every second of the fight could reveal unexpected talents. If divine power meets diamond invincibility, who will win? Chechen eagerly wanted to see this confrontation that challenged fate. Although the decision was difficult, the duel was the last for today, as there was enough time, but wisdom demanded a certain compromise to preserve traditions. Finally, the master agreed, allowing another duel to be held to test the strength of spirit and determine the true masters of the martial art. Jachin placed his bet on the young master, while the old man placed his bet on a child named Liquan, promising a dramatic showdown for honor. Liquan stared intently at his opponent, as if measuring his strength with his gaze, and his every movement radiated determination and confidence. Desu, without wasting time, asked, "Have you chosen the right position for the battle?" Zrenya wanting to make sure that the enemy was ready for a fierce battle, but the monk only grunted absently, silently demonstrating his indifference to the formalities, which only increased the tension between the participants. He felt that he was beginning to be perceived with hostility, because his opponent, having admitted that he was only 17, took this as a challenge and proof of his courage. Deso noticed that his opponent involuntarily began to retreat back, as if unaware of his own weakness in the face of inevitable defeat. He could not understand what the matter was, because the enemy was hiding from the battle, as if forced to avoid inevitable defeat. The monk, closely observing his opponent, said, "If you don't come up yourself, I will attack," challenging him, which stirred the atmosphere. So he decided, if the enemy did not dare to meet, then he himself would certainly approach and start the fight, leaving no room for doubt. The incredibly fast opponent for Deso was different from the previous ones. His agility and determination raised the degree of tension in every movement. Despite all his efforts, our hero accurately hit the target with his sword, demonstrating that his every blow was clear and decisive. He realized that it was much easier than he expected, because his every movement was carried out with amazing ease and precision. However, the monk, not wanting to let his attention weaken, delivered a sharp blow with his fist to remind his opponent of the need for constant vigilance. Instantly moving from one place to another, the monk struck a punch directly to the face, disrupting the rhythm of the battle and forcing his opponent to think. Our hero easily parried a light blow. His reaction was instantaneous, indicating incredible dexterity and experience in martial arts. But something went wrong. A powerful blow broke the opponent's sword, scattering fragments that stunned everyone with their unpredictable force. This spectacular destruction of the weapon incredibly impressed the master of Odessa, who managed to dodge the fragments, demonstrating lightning speed. The black bamboo sword broke easily under the powerful blow, like porcelain that could not withstand the elemental force of battle. As a sign of nobility, the young man asked Deso to give him a new sword, realizing that the updated weapon could be a decisive factor in battle. In his thoughts, the hero felt that this was his chance. But he decided not to attack immediately, but to wait, demonstrating wisdom and prudence. Then he decided to abandon the sword, throwing away his old one as a symbol of the end of the past competition and the beginning of a new stage of the struggle. If the boy hadn't asked for a new wooden sword, perhaps the hero would have left everything as it is, keeping the ancient weapon as a reminder of past victories. However, he decided to joke, sheathing his sword and, with a slightly silly manner, uttered words that reflected his unique style. He stated that new weapons were not needed, because true power lies in mastering hand-to-hand combat techniques, not in swords and steel blades. Demonstrating his skills in hand-to-hand combat, he impressed everyone with his drunken fist, which raised a real storm in the hearts of his opponents. The drunken fist technique turned out to be extraordinary. It forced opponents to be distracted by the illusion, opening up opportunities for the heroes to counterattack. Then Deso came closer to the monk, so close that his hands almost touched his opponent's face, calling for a decisive battle. He pretended to aim for the head, but unexpectedly struck a blow to the leg, causing his opponent to jump from surprise. After that, the opponent remained unmoved, feeling no pain, while our hero's leg instantly burned from the force of the blow. The leg that received the blow was swollen and red, emphasizing the force of the attack and reminding us of the relentless brutality of the battle. Her condition was getting worse with every second, as if competing with time for the right to be the most painful wound in this fierce confrontation. The hero decided that the next blow should be even more powerful. He struck at the iron abyss, hoping for an immediate victory. However, because of this, the warrior persistently called out, "Take your sword." Зрение, потому что каждая мелочь могла стать решающей в разворачивании событий. And yet, if the opponent was not going to listen and tried to engage in hand-to-hand combat, then the situation required decisive action on both sides.
"You, boy, swing your fist and help me finish this duel," the hero challenged, promising to finally put an end to the confrontation.
He didn't hesitate for long. Would our hero be able to intercept the powerful blow? Because if not, he would face serious punishment from the relentless force of his opponent. In that case, he decided to pull a trump card from his sleeve, preparing for an unexpected counterattack that could change the entire course of the battle. With his feet shoulder-width apart, he activated his inner strength, preparing for the decisive maneuver that would turn the battle around. Turning to his chakra, he summoned energy that was to awaken true power and take him to a whole new level of martial arts. If this boy is confident in his abilities, Deso intended to show him the true art of fist fighting, which carries the power of invincibility. They clashed their fists, and blow after blow created an incredible explosion of energy that tore the air and announced the beginning of a real confrontation. This explosion of power was a testament to the power of their combat, astonishing even experienced masters who could not believe the power of their blows. For true masters, this was incredibly impressive. Although the warrior was not a Shaolin disciple, he had mastered the art of the elders perfectly, commanding everyone's respect. As expected, the victory in this competition belonged to Likwon, who, during the clash, broke his opponent's arm, confirming his superiority. However, the head could not believe his eyes, watching how, even under the pressure of pain, our hero continued to fight, not giving up in the face of defeat. He applied the art of fist fighting, putting all the strength of his strong body into it, and our hero, although grimacing in pain, did not break and stood unwavering. Despite the sharp pain in his arm, he desperately begged his opponent not to strike any more blows, fighting to preserve his dignity. And perhaps, he became the first person who did not break even when faced with the power of Likwon, because his spirit remained invincible. Perhaps Shaolin can no longer give this child a chance. But the Namgung Clan ordered a doctor to be brought to Master Daiso to maintain the fighting spirit and strength of the community. The doctor carefully examined Deso's hand and was bitterly disappointed. A blow, even a little stronger, would certainly have caused a fracture, but the bones remained intact. Our hero felt an unbearable pain running through his entire body, like the agony of death after a hard workout with Murim. If the bones weren't broken, he was sure that Deso would recover very quickly, because his body was capable of amazing self-healing. Deso still didn't understand why this brat was constantly chasing him, but he explained it by saying he was worried, so the hero decided to chase him away. However, the boy insisted on his decision. He wanted to stay by his side to wait until the young master fully recovered and met again in battle. It is unclear whether he is like a psycho. His constant chatter caused surprise, because his bones were intact, which was the first miracle after the battle. Deso watched him and thought that this opponent was a real monster, because his eyes radiated dangerous power. At this level, an invisible but insurmountable wall stretched between them, which could not be overcome at any cost. However, during the battle he realized that this wall was the result of long, hard work, endurance, and the incredible strength of a diamond physique. It had taken him a long time to lay such a solid foundation, and now he felt a lack of that very level of strength. Seeing his strong, Muscovite-like body, the hero realized that he needed to achieve the same unwavering form. He wondered, what would happen if he didn't get a body like Uli Quan's, the symbol of absolute strength in martial arts? Having mastered such physical power, he will be able to control his body at will, moving with lightning speed and gaining new strength. If everything goes as planned, his capabilities will grow incredible, opening up new horizons for him. He would be able to bridge that invisible wall by literally jumping over it, which would make him indispensable on the battlefield. Perhaps his stay in Shaolin would last longer than he had expected. Uli Quan was pleased, for this could become his life's calling. One day, as the old man descended the steep slope of the Shaolin Mountains, he kept an eye on the events around him. The old man noticed a strange picture unfolding before his eyes, making him think about the unknown forces that control the fate of Shaolin. Deso, not sparing himself, dragged a huge stone on his back, demonstrating incredible willpower and endurance. The old man, looking around, thought that this stone resembled a huge turtle, a symbol of ancient wisdom and the inevitability of time. In fact, our hero trained hard, building muscle mass to become even stronger and invincible in battle. He used the horseman's stance to train his lower body, and the next step was the stepping technique, which perfected his movements. There is something special in the harmonious combination of the first and second level techniques. A real morning walk that radiates strength and confidence. When walking like this, the tension in your legs does not disappear for a moment, because every step is full of energy and determination. In addition, with such a duck gait, it is difficult to walk in a straight line. He climbs like an arrow to Mount Songshan, known for its steep cliff on the central plain. The old man, contemplating this, was sure that he would not encounter any real miracles here. Only ordinary training efforts that did not surpass nature. But suddenly he noticed that he was interrupted by monks who were also skillfully working with stone, adding new colors to the training process. They trained tirelessly and followed the hero's every move, because the dream of the Namgung Clan is to one day overcome all obstacles and reach the top. Hearing the words about the possible decline of his clan, the hero turned around, trying to understand who was carrying this news. He wondered why these brats were chasing him. But they soon realized that this was excellent training practice for their legs. They were now able to bypass him, moving forward at a rapid pace that left no one with a chance of catching up. If anyone lingers, severe punishment awaits him, warned one of the monks, emphasizing the ruthlessness of martial law. Unable to contain his rage at these brats, one of the monks angrily declared that Liquan would rise first to show his strength for him. But our hero wasn't going to give up. He challenged everyone, resolutely declaring that we'd see who among them could swallow the dust. They quickly broke forward, and even the ordinary Shaolin warriors noticed how these two were moving further and further away, setting an incredible pace. The monks carefully watched every movement, gathering impressions of such speed and determination. They couldn't even remember the last time they had seen such warriors. So energetic, ready to climb out of the swamp of any obstacles. The former chairman was interested in how the selection of 10 arrays was progressing. One of them was collecting 10 third-generation masters for new tests. At first, he wanted to know if the Liquans could handle this role, because the clan's skill depended on it. The chairman turned to the older brother. "Do you clean the yard in the morning? If not, hurry up, because there are so many guests that the territory is expanding," emphasizing the importance of order. The former chairman was angry, believing that this had to be done, because without it no one would take him seriously, as during his leadership. New voices reminded him that he was in charge now, and that he should return to his position as soon as he was asked to. The old headman was not going to give up. He quickly ran to find a broom to put things in order, like in the old days. After a while, Deso appeared, and without wasting time, threw a huge stone, demonstrating his determination in battle. He had been practicing this exercise for 3 months, improving his strength and agility every day. As is known, he built up a lot of muscle in his legs, and became so fast that even other bald heads couldn't keep up with him. But despite this, the distance between him and his opponents did not decrease, as if an invisible force was holding them in place. Moreover, even at maximum speed, Liquan manually adjusted to Deso to keep a close distance. It was a real strategy. He definitely wouldn't be able to catch up with this Liguan, because Deso controlled his speed like a true master. To change the situation, he decided to make an unexpected maneuver, waving his stick, which promised to be the turning point in the battle. He began to carefully hone his strikes, each of which promised impeccable accuracy and incredible power. As expected, the 3 basic sword techniques were wonderfully uplifting, filling his body with energy that pulsed through every cell. Suddenly, he noticed something unusual for a moment, which made him stop and think about the meaning of training. He wondered what the essence of martial arts practice was, which led him to seek a deeper meaning in each movement. He became curious about what would happen if he were able to apply the method of the 3 basic techniques in combination with the recovery technique. The result could exceed all expectations. This could have produced an incredible result, exactly what he was aiming for, and it was undoubtedly worth trying many new approaches. The 3 basic sword techniques are not as effective when the heavenly, earthly, and human are used separately. But when they merge into one, they resonate with the world's energy. They say that the human body, compared to the universe, does not necessarily have to become heaven if the heavenly, earthly, and human forces are correctly distributed. If a person is the universe, then the head turns into the sky, the chest into a person, and the feet into the earth, creating a harmonious union of forces. The sword becomes the mediator that unites all 3 elements, a symbol of boundless power and the unity of all things. This means that his main task is to find a way to unite the heavenly, earthly, and human even without a sword, achieving absolute harmony. The only question that remains is how to implement this, how to realize the unity of these 3 sections. Suddenly, an idea came to him, a breakthrough that could be the key to unlocking his true potential. He began to accumulate air in his lungs, preparing to release the energy hidden in the breath itself. It was as if for a moment he found himself in an infinite black space, where time stood still, opening up new dimensions of existence to him. And then he realized that the key to his success was breathing, which could unite all forces and open the way to invincible power. The elders were walking slowly along the perimeter when they suddenly felt that something was completely wrong. One of them, drawing attention to what his comrade was pointing out, was unable to solve the mystery of the phenomenon. Seeing the mystical connection with the sky, he remembered the ancient technique that granted wisdom. With every breath he took, he felt as if the universe was breathing with him, filling his soul with harmony. The child stood at an important intersection of energies. The return of the 5 key to their origins required union with heaven. Without achieving unity with heaven, no warrior can rise to a higher level. This is the key to strength. Suddenly, the elders, overcome with amazement, fell into a state of gilding, as if revived by ancient forces. They reached out to the hero, wanting to convey their support and energy to him. The elders began to nourish him, as if with an invisible force that paved the way to accomplishments. Deso was in a state of breakthrough, immersed in concentration, not reacting to the surrounding noise. Tariq understood that he could not allow distraction. This moment was perhaps his only chance. Suddenly, Cheshin appeared on the horizon. His screams shattered the silence, bringing catastrophic chaos. Voices erupted, "Join Shaolin!" Short lines inspiring everyone to a new life. Suddenly he saw what the young master was doing. His movements were incredibly unexpected. To neutralize Cheshin, a large stone rose into the air, gaining incredible power. The stone, with all its fury, hit him squarely in the head, shattering any hopes of victory. With a precise strike, he knocked out Cheshin, saving the situation from complete chaos. Fortunately, the evil Cheshin was unable to break the connection with the sky, which preserved the hero's strength. In Cheshin's confused thoughts, the elders spoke of a mysterious unity that was incomprehensible to him. He couldn't understand how breathing and the 3 basic sword techniques created a true union with the sky. Poor Jaichian was already tired of the accusations, and Daiso, irritated, decided to take him for training. The spectators scattered as soon as the warriors began training, seeking their own paths to perfection. From the beginning of the day, there were no breaks in Shaolin. The hard training continued, testing everyone. The hero was determined. Today he would shorten the distance without wasting a moment. He broke into a run like the wind, rushing forward with all his accumulated strength. Chechin remained last, watching as the monks relentlessly tried to catch up with Daiso and Li Quan. He couldn't understand why the speed was so amazing, because every step he took was extremely difficult. Every step seemed like a leap into death, and he had to climb even higher, struggling with the burden. To be honest, Deso criticized him relentlessly. If he didn't reach the top, problems were guaranteed. The pain in his soul made him wonder, why was he, the assistant counselor, being tortured so much that it almost made him cry? Did everyone around him laugh, calling him a little turtle who had fallen behind after taking only 3 steps? As the voices of mockery rang out, hatred gripped him. He promised to turn this cursed world upside down. Despite his fatigue, Deso finally reached his goal, feeling his strength return with each step. Reaching the edge of the mountain, he focused on controlling his breathing, each breath becoming the last drop of strength. Breathing was becoming a burden. But a few days ago, maintaining such a speed seemed impossible. A real test. Remembering yesterday's technique, he returned to breathing, which promised to restore inner balance. With each deep breath, he filled his body with energy that flowed like the liquid of life. Energy, like a stream, flowed into him, revitalizing every cell and giving him new strength. It penetrated every vessel, into the lungs and into the blood, giving a feeling of incredible power. Feeling a strange lightness, he realized how the tension in his body was dissipating, bringing relief. The only call in his mind was, "Thank you, Creator," and he soared like an arrow to infinity. Breathing in greedily, he accelerated, each step a burst of pure energy. The monk, looking down, saw that his young friend had improved significantly and gained rhythm. He was already catching up to him. It was truly impressive, a testament to strength and perseverance. Li Quan was not going to give up. In the world of competition, there is no room for concessions. Every step was a struggle. No one makes concessions, not even the young master. His will was as unwavering as a rock. Deso, enraged by the iron steel, could not bear to see this unshakable tower challenge his strength. This irritated him to the extreme, because someone was cunningly using the new gun against him. Li Quan was convinced that his friend was lagging behind and decided to make him angry by promising to reduce his speed. Deso was angry. The bastard was annoying him again, and he promised to kill the bald man if he even gave in. Hatred gave Deso the strength to run forward, while Li Quan laughed as if mocking a worm. Distracted for a moment, the hero forgot about his breathing technique, plunging into a whirlpool of combat emotions. His heart was beating wildly, as if it was about to explode, showing that he had reached the limit of his capabilities. Everything began to float before my eyes, a blurry flicker that indicated inevitable fatigue. It was as if his eyes had closed on their own, retreating from the brutal reality of battle. He saw a blinding white light shining before him, revealing a new dimension of existence. It was unknown where. His leg shone like a beacon, revealing the secrets of uncharted space. He wondered, what kind of space is this, where every ray of light opens up new horizons? A feeling was growing inside him. Something elusive, but extremely important, had awakened again. An immeasurable number of pulses rose from the ground, like a wave of energy animating space. Further, in the softened part, a huge stone silently testified to ancient times. He realized that the ground was hard here and incredibly soft elsewhere, changing the force of the impact. Understanding the properties of the earth, he found a way to reduce the load by stepping on a hard surface. Soon he caught up with the monk again, feeling his strength return with each step. The monk realized that this scoundrel had again hidden his trump card, preparing a new move for the battle. Despite all the obstacles, Deso set himself a single goal: to win this fierce battle. Our hero finally caught up with Li Quan, and they went one-on-one, radiating the tension of a fight. Competition pulsed in their eyes like an electric shock. Who would be the first to win? The rule of the fight was simple. The first one to touch the ground would be the winner. Deso, with a stone on his shoulder, jumped forward, rushing to take possession of a tiny patch of land. Using the spiritual practice of diamond fortitude, he instantly broke through. However, Li Quan warned him not to expect an easy victory. He unexpectedly pulled a trump card from his sleeve to join the fight together. Both warriors, walking side by side, sought to be the first on this sacred ground. They raced forward with incredible speed. Only one of them could be the winner. In each of them, the desire to be first flared up like lightning in a thunderstorm. Deso felt excited and full of strength after such an explosive run. They all put in incredible effort. The results of the training were indescribably valuable. Li Quan was happy for the young master, who had just attained true fortitude. Only the owner of resilience could master the diamond steps. Deso had heard of this for the first time. Li Quan doubted the incredible abilities of the young master, which sounded like an insult. He explained that stability is a fixed position that arises from the rider's stance. If you move in this position, your stability will be instantly broken, wisdom says. Lysi emphasized that stability and mobility complement each other. Without this, Deso will not achieve its goal. Deso followed the movements, remembering only 3 basic sword techniques, not knowing all the subtleties. Li Quan clearly understood what was bothering the young master, and this added strength to his words. One of the monks firmly declared that Deso was not mistaken. Even the world would bow before his efforts. All his efforts were not in vain. Li Quan was sure that Deso would become even stronger. Deso, motionless, listened to the monk's words, hoping that his sincerity would reach his heart. He continued to explain that to feel stability, you need to feel the ground with your whole body. But our hero couldn't just listen. His body was seized by severe convulsions, paralyzing his movements. Li Quan ignored the cramps and advised, "Learn to feel the breath of the earth, and its voice will tell you where to go. Having mastered the first step, you need to take a few more. and the earth itself will suggest the next movement. As a second piece of advice, Li Quan slapped Daiso on the back to return him to his original position. The blow forced him to the ground. He lay there for a long time, feeling the full force of the blow. He was immediately taken to a doctor who, in his 60 years of experience, had never seen such bruised muscles. Li Quan brought Daiso here to provide him with the care he needed at this hospital. Next to him was another patient with similar symptoms, indicating the ruthlessness of the battle. Li Quan also brought back Chaichin, who was lying on the road, forgotten by everyone. Daiso could smell sweat, and he already wanted to go to the well to freshen up. Suddenly, while moving, he felt an unbearable pain in his legs, which forced him to stop. He began to fall, not understanding why he was suddenly losing the strength to walk. Li Quan emphasized, "It's natural, just getting acquainted with the first step. It's difficult to keep balance." Li Quan's words seemed meaningless, but Daiso felt they would help him rise to the top. Filled with strength, he tried to take another step, fighting against his own pain, and he felt the difference. Each new step was easier than the previous one, giving him confidence. Suddenly an epiphany struck him. He began to see his every movement and breath with clarity. He carefully watched his steps, his breathing, and his muscles exploding with energy. Right now he could only use basic fencing techniques, but the future promised more. Li Quan wanted to teach him how to become so strong, but Daiso asked him to remain silent. The words about iron depths really helped. They gave him confidence in the right direction. He chose the right path and was sure that this was how he would become much stronger. An hour later, after training on the mountain, our hero continued to improve his techniques. Yesterday, Li Quan won 99 fights, 45 losses and 44 wins. The experience was invaluable. Today, Daiso wanted to win again to equal his strength with Li Quan. He dreamed of restoring balance, 45 wins and 45 losses, as a sign of justice. Looking at his opponent, Daiso was convinced that only he could come up with such a ridiculous way of fighting. He wasn't going to adapt to others. He learned that the strength of his step depends on the properties of the ground. He used all his strength, legs, arms, every muscle cell, for a powerful push. He pushed away from the tree, which bent under his force, shooting into the air like an arrow. All his efforts were aimed at defeating that unsuspecting bastard. When he stepped forward, his blow struck with precision, like an echo of a force of nature. His step hit his opponent on the head, causing him to bounce back from the force of the blow. Li Quan did not expect such a turn of events. His opponent was surprised and confused, and yet Daiso won. The time for his big breakthrough had finally come. The hero was sure that now he could leave Shaolin and embark on a new path. But before leaving, he wanted to challenge his old adversary. A final battle was inevitable. Quickly crossing his arms in a sign of respect, he issued a challenge, demonstrating his determination. He was looking forward to this day and promised the next fight would take place in full force. Everyone gathered for a large-scale event, and each warrior prepared for the epic duel with special attention. Today, it is allowed to use inner strength in combat, which adds mystical power to the battle. All forces were directed against our hero, awaiting his test in a fierce battle. Using internal strength carries risks, but their efforts surpass all competitors. The leader loudly called out, "Do not give in to fear. Fight until your last breath. Your strength is invincible." Even in defeat, they will gather all their energy into a fist and continue the battle. This is the way of Shaolin. The young master uttered a few words that instantly changed the mood of all participants in the battle. He claimed that this brave man was more suitable for the position of head of Shaolin than the old apostate. The participants in the duel took a step forward, plunging into the maelstrom of battle with unwavering determination. Our hero watched them as if they were pots. He knew he was no longer the person he once was. Suddenly, Li Quan rushed into the attack, launching a lightning-fast counterattack against the hero. Our hero responded with a powerful blow, delivering a delicious slap to his opponent. Not only he, but also Daiso felt their strength growing at an incredible rate with each blow. Then came the next stage. Number 2 entered the battle, challenging the situation. Suddenly, Li Quan received a well-deserved blow to the head, a powerful slap that dispelled his fear. Numbers 3 and 4 flew out like fools, under the influence of powerful blows that stirred up the arena. Li Quan, looking ahead, realized his strength had increased by 100%. Victory was near. He stepped forward, apologizing to his comrades, because he had to join the line of rivals. His exit became a loud statement for those who came later. A new era is beginning. Li Quan promised to fight at full strength from the first second, without compromise or fear. Our hero drew his sword, accepting the challenge, and the battle instantly gained a furious momentum. The opponent did not object. Everyone was ready for a fierce fight for every piece of land. Chaichin watched carefully. As he mastered the martial art, the fight became even more interesting. The battle was gaining momentum. How could you do without a strategy when every moment was crucial? He turned his gaze to the former head, finding in him his goal for a new battle. Summoning the old apostate, he asked if he wanted to engage in a verbal duel. The old man, of course, refused, but his categorical attitude spoke for itself. The bet was incredible. 600,000 on the young host's victory, which exceeded all expectations. If the renegade returns the 600,000, he will be able to restore his good name and prestige as a leader. Chechen asked for one large immortality pill, knowing that 3 large pills were the secret to wisdom. However, he did not understand how Chechen knew this information. Only the Shaolin masters possessed such secrets. If he doesn't agree, he'll ask someone else. The young con artist isn't afraid to challenge. The old man, even as the head, did not dare to dispose of the pill at his own will. The rate was changed to 5 small ones. Finally, Chechen agreed to the offer, and the deal was made on mutual terms. His goal is small pills of immortality. The large one is equal to 60 years, and each small one is equal to 10, with only 5 left in stock. The monk believed that Chechen was a real fool, because despite his talent, his master was confident in his victory. They shook hands as agreed, symbolizing the beginning of a new phase of the battle. Our hero looked ahead and realized that the enemies had once again planned something incredible. Soon the leader shouted, "Start the competition!" And the battle instantly exploded with energy. Deso quickly pushed off the ground. His movement was as precise as a flash of lightning. He delivered a test blow, testing his opponent's strength like a formidable challenge. Li Quan looked at him like he was a toy, arms crossed. Everything was under his control. He skillfully blocked his opponent's blow, demonstrating unbreakable technique. The monks were amazed. Li Quan could block the sword with his bare hands, like a true hero of legends. In all of Shaolin, only Li Quan mastered the martial art of the spiritual practice of the diamond body. His fame grew. Daiso knew that this was not enough, because he needed to learn how to defend himself from thousands of blows. He watched as his opponent skillfully parried the attacks, and the three's technique began with renewed vigor. The spiritual technique of the three fell upon him. His steps became more powerful and his strength more unbreakable. Every step he took was precise and powerful, a perfect trajectory that was striking in its mastery. He took the perfect position for the attack, standing on a surface that gave maximum force. Using a trajectory with minimal air resistance, he prepared to deliver a decisive blow. Everything was aimed at attacking, to break through Li Quan's defense and gain victory. Despite the force of the blow, Li Quan felt it, but to him it was just a trifle. He felt excitement and pleasure. Each blow gave him an incredible surge of energy. Our hero watched his opponent, not understanding what a monster he was in his power. Then he noticed a powerful fist radiating energy, like a source of incredible strength. Li Quan wanted to demonstrate how to strike correctly, a skill honed over the years. The boy felt he had to dodge to avoid the next explosive blow. Hearing the word evade, Li Quan emphasized that he was not evading. His position was unwavering. It was a real curse, a magical blow that was to be decisive for our hero. Shortly after the bald athlete's blow, Daiso flew to the side, as if under the influence of the elements. The monks held their breath. The heir of the Namgung Clan rose with incredible strength. When the fog cleared, everyone saw that he was fine. He was just standing there laughing. He wanted to show everyone. This is what true strength means. An indomitable spirit and power. Tearing his clothes apart from his incredible energy, he revealed his sculptural body, a symbol of strength. His energy was so impressive that his clothes flew apart, showing his service to true power. Holding the sword, he wanted to demonstrate the strength he had been invisibly accumulating for years. His sword radiated incredible chakra, which held within it the power of the spirit. The sword chakra made everyone's eyes and mouths open wide. No one in the Namgung clan knew such power. One of the elders asked another, "What kind of energy is this? This is the first time we have seen such a miracle." "Isn't energy formed from internal force?" he remarked aloud, comparing forces. The young master possessed numerous ways of accumulating energy, but rarely did it merge so harmoniously in one body. His unique ability to harmoniously mix different types of energy created the shape of a chi sword, surprising everyone. It was incredible, but Li Quan decided to spoil the young master's new reception. He rushed forward, waving his hand to rip the power from the sword. However, when his hand touched the sword, there was no burning effect. The force did not harm it. He pushed away with a scream, thinking that the sword's flame would cut him in two. The former chairman looked at Li Quan, who jumped back, not understanding what had just happened. Our hero was not going to give his opponent the opportunity to retreat. He was resolutely advancing. He stepped on solid ground, bypassing the enemy, planning to strike precisely. However, Li Quan was extremely fast and caught Deso off guard. He managed to take the place where Deso was preparing to take the next step. Li Quan carefully traced the trajectory of Daiso's movement. Her beauty could be compared to art. Then he delivered a crushing blow that unleashed a powerful wave of energy. But our hero instantly blocked the blow without changing his rhythm. For Deso, it was incredible. Even the bald monk felt a sense of admiration for his blocking. Although the young master was a close friend, Li Quan wanted to use all his strength to defeat him. He warned, "If you feel weak, be sure to dodge. The blows will be hard." The elders, watching the battle, could hardly believe their eyes. Such a technique seemed impossible. This was the third stage of spiritual eternal diamond technology, a true bronze statue of power. Only someone who is naturally endowed with incomparable talent can master such a technique. To master the eternal diamond technique, you must break your physical body and put it back together. The child possessed incredible sincerity and willpower, which made her a true star of Shaolin. In 100 years, she became the first saint in Shaolin to prevent its extinction. Everyone's enjoyment of the former head was interrupted by Sheshon, who began to laugh at the first saint. This greatly angered the old man. "What's so funny about this?" he raged in his thoughts. Sheshon emphasized that in rural communities, the level of skill is considered sacred, and Shaolin should not be belittled. Hearing his words, the closest monks did not believe it. Their surprise was inevitable. But everything Chechen said was a lie, and they immediately bought into his words. Others agreed with the words of the master, who, in their opinion, should have supported the young master. To be honest, he knew that Li Quan was among the top 5, or maybe even the top 3, strongest warriors. He continued to lie that his incredible insight would show him the right path. He claimed that the young master was friend number 2 among all the warriors of Murim. When they heard this, no one could believe his words. Such things seemed impossible. And he didn't tell anyone that Deso was the real god of war, which no one guessed. Our hero carefully studied the monk's technique and even wondered how to enter the zoom from this skill. If he hadn't trained in the 3 basic sword techniques, he wouldn't have achieved the perfection Li Quan had. Li Quan, like a magnet, attracted all things, absorbing the world's energy with his spirit. The spiritual practice of diamond resilience was incredible, impressive in every way. If Daiso didn't attack, Li Quan would strike first without hesitation. That much was obvious. Our hero only asked that the enemy act faster. He again skillfully blocked every blow, and when the diamond finger fell, it pierced the opponent's sword, leaving a trail of force. It burst past his head, shedding hair that flew like debris from ruins. Then Li Quan used a diamond leg kick, and our hero felt his strength begin to fade. However, his sword remained effective. His opponent was unable to break it again. But when Li Quan struck, the sword scattered like the fragments of a destroyed sword. Li Quan felt his technique incredibly. Every cell of his body pulsed with power. Our hero was frightened by such steadfastness, as if he had seen the unwavering position of the rider. Then Li Quan used the 100 steps fist art. A huge fiery fist approached. Our hero decided to step up his attack, increasing each punch with his fist. He responded by using the art of 100 steps to counter the opponent's powerful force. Suddenly, Li Quan maneuvered in the air, dodging blows like a bird in free flight. He was preparing to strike from above, hoping for maximum effectiveness of the attack. Li Quan's huge fist flew towards the hero, but Deso successfully blocked the attack. However, the swift monk instantly launched blows from all sides, like a storm that knows no mercy. His flawless maneuvers made his opponent think. Every move was calculated down to the smallest detail. Suddenly, the monk's bald head flew towards Deso instead of a fist, a distracting maneuver. When they collided, a powerful explosion of energy caused Shaolin to shudder from the force of their confrontation. He used all his strength to stop the bald master when the blow struck him, and his hands almost gave out, as if burning with strength. No one could believe how he was able to block the diamond blow. The young master's body began to crack, and his hands like cogs were unscrewing. No one knew if it was a bull or a human. Who could withstand such a weak grip that it almost crumbled from the force of the blow? Striking with incredible power, he left behind not only strength, but also the entire wet city, shattered from the unrestrained blow. At that moment, Deso felt his strength leaving him. He forcibly let go of his hand, unable to bear the strain. His hand flew to the side like a discarded force that could no longer hold its internal energy. Closer, his head rose forward, as if trying to break through the onslaught of his opponent's strength. Our hero understood. Now he would lose, because his will was inferior to the power of the opposing blow. Suddenly, he resigned himself to the inevitable. Fate forced him to accept defeat in this brutal battle. In his memories, he heard the voice of the young master calling for the abandonment of the Battle of the Four Kings. Suddenly, his lower abdomen began to open like a seal, revealing the primordial chaos of inner strength. It was real chaos, unfamiliar to anyone. It opened up, and the hero wondered what was happening. If his body is almost falling apart, then you need to use all your remaining strength without regret. Without hesitation, he decided to surrender to the force, to try everything in his power, holding on to nothing. Using the incredible energy that surged through him, he countered the bald bastard with all his might. The monks held their breath before the incredible chakra that was radiating and could not understand what had happened. Suddenly, one of the elders looked ahead and could hardly believe his eyes. A legendary force had appeared. It was the same power that granted victory with small but powerful blows, a true miracle. The four echoes raised 1,000 ringing sounds that countered Mistress Li, revealing the power of the blow. The elders understood that this was not just the power they dreamed of. It was something else entirely. Li Quan felt the incredible power of the young master from the Namgung Clan, but he could not lose even at any cost. He discovered the 8th degree of spiritual, eternal diamond technique that exceeded all limits of ordinary power. At this point, even our hero stood in shock at such opposition. He continued to grow, despite the defeats. Li Quan, his body at its limits, defended his pride, but every blow felt like the last. Our hero saw that the initiative was possible. Perhaps now he would be able to change the course of the battle in his favor. In his right hand he held the Sword of Wisdom, and in his left hand the Regional Sword, which shone with 2 incompatible powers. The yin energy of the Cloud Sword and the yang energy of the Wisdom Sword merged, creating a single form of power in one place. Those who watched the young master of the Namgung Clan could not understand where he had acquired such knowledge about the Cloud Sword. Li Quan sought to break through all barriers because he knew victory would definitely be his. But our hero, although on the verge, understood that continuing the fight could be the beginning of great trouble. He decided to discover the paths that would allow him to unleash all of his chakra. The key to new power. Li Quan watched the situation intently and realized that it couldn't go on like this anymore. It was time to act. He jumps up, activating the incredible power that boiled within him like a volcano. The disruption was so powerful that the shamans could barely hold on. The force dispersed the fog around them. When the mist of Gauss cleared, the young master was on his feet, while Li Quan lay on the ground, broken. Suddenly, the monks picked up the bald man and quickly took him to the doctor, saving his life. Our hero felt an incredible sense of relief. Now he would be able to challenge the 4 kings in battle, and everyone chanted his name. Jachen would take the stage. Why don't I let off steam? Preparing for his performance. The old man wanted to make this bastard regret his decision, but it was unexpected for the young master. They went to the tavern, but our hero turned to the elder, the monk's grandfather. He wanted to tell his grandfather that he had paid attention to him, because it was important for future battles. If you're worried about Li Quan, then go with him, he replied, reminding us that old men aren't forbidden to practice. Grandfather, like an old monk's house, promised to rest for a couple of days, grateful for the mercy. He thanked them for their concern, promising that he would definitely repay the help. Soon, the former head of the monks stopped the grandfather. The Shaolin brothers are taking care of Li Quan, and no foreign hand should interfere. The monk's grandfather understood. The Shaolin brothers themselves would take care of Li Quan. They didn't let strangers into their affairs. He stayed to watch, making sure that Li Quan was okay, and quietly left. Suddenly, this old man dealt the other old man an incredibly powerful, unexpected blow, like a bolt from the blue. Fucking bastard, he thought, furious at such betrayal. Yet this man, known as the Supreme Monk, continued to be respected in Shaolin, even after Namgung Hanshul cut off his hand. But the old woman wouldn't give him dinner. The old monk wouldn't let him forget who the real owner of power was. He abruptly threw all of Shaolin into the hands of fate, like a prophet warning of the consequences. They spent an incredible amount of energy to protect Shaolin, he said loudly. I don't want to be part of this family anymore. Don't let them get in trouble, or I'll finish them off, he declared angrily. The old man tensed up so much that, although he had no arm, he watched his student intently, as if he were a fool. If you want to show your strength, attack, he ordered, challenging all the monks. Then he ordered everyone to use formation 108 and attack this elder, because only in this way can the true dignity of Shaolin be restored. A huge number of monks surrounded this old man, creating an atmosphere of imminent battle. One of them didn't understand why the second group of Arhats was preparing to attack. What was the point? The third group was already preparing in advance for service in an emergency situation. And the fourth, fifth, and 6th for defense and offense. All this power was aimed at destroying this old man. Only the last 6th wave remained, which was to deliver the decisive blow. They reminded of the time when the heavenly demon was the only person to stand against the 6 Arhats. If they had more time, they would have destroyed the heavenly demon and overthrown not Namgung but Shaolin. Despite this, the monks asked the teacher to surrender, because he had done too much. He was under enormous pressure, from which he was forced to defend himself intensely. However, the old man felt an incredible excitement that ignited his fighting spirit. He used the Arhat layer to escape the harsh attack. The leader ordered, "Grab him, don't let him escape." But the old man wasn't going to leave the battlefield so easily. Let them watch from both sides and remember him. The mighty diamond palm was aimed directly at the army of monks. When he concentrated the energy in one hand, it condensed like a ball of power. As a patron, he threw this energy charge at one of the monks to introduce them to the essence of power. The group behind had to react cautiously, releasing internal strength to soften the shockwave, as a new attack was inevitable. One of the elders remarked that this was a flawless application of technique, which angered the former leader. He claimed that this technique for taming evil should look exactly like this, although his taming energy seems weak. But now is not the time to talk about it, the former leader noted. The old man looked at his students as if they were scoundrels, and they were fascinated by his power. The former chairman couldn't stand it, and they decided to finally take up studying. Although will they be able to atone for their guilt? Then the former leader ordered his brothers to attack without delay, and from that moment on, they had to forget about their pity for this old man. Finally, he saw that this scoundrel was mocking him. He needed to put an end to this fight. He wanted to finish the battle on his own, so the old man must have started to worry. The new level of strength made it possible to counteract against the old man. The incredible blows aimed at the one-armed old man struck him mercilessly. He could not understand how these masters appeared where they were not expected, although he stubbornly avoided many blows. But it was extremely difficult to catch all the opponents. Using his incredible arm, he pushed one of those bastards aside. The teacher noticed that his old friend Zhong had become very relaxed from training, having lost his form. In fact, after a small collision, something cracked in him, a signal that he could no longer keep up the pace. The former chairman stated that the coach had already begun to lose stamina because his body was aging rapidly. He agreed, because old age quickly takes away strength and the body becomes weaker. But enough congratulations. The former chairman urged not to lose the dignity of a person who once held the highest position in Shaolin, and everyone activated their inner strength for this powerful attack. One of the elders flicked the tail of the twin dragons and soared towards this old man. Another used the power of a white crane, spreading its wings to attack. The other two used the white snake technique, complete with screams and a golden leopard attack with a tiger kick. The master, observing their strength, noted that they had indeed become stronger. He saw that their path was full of numerous trials. This especially affected the fate of Chinho, who suffered many setbacks. He has made many mistakes without asking for forgiveness, and now he is giving everything he has to prove his strength. When the monks saw the strength of this old man, they were amazed to the point of tears. Before them was the first stand, strengthening muscles and tendons like a divine test. Then the rack changed, the stars in a constellation. The third rack pulled 9, and the fourth released claws and wings. Another strike cut through 9 spirits, exposing their sabers. The 6th pillar descended to the 3rd corner, and the 7th was a laser dragon that illuminated the energy around. The 8th stance, like a hungry tiger, pounced on its prey, and the 9th ended the movement with a bow. Only the 10th rack remained, which zooms with its tail amazed with its power. All the elders and high-ranking Shaolin warriors scattered like toys under the force of the blows. The muscle-strengthening method turned out to be simply incredible. A true work of martial art. A tear appeared in the old monk's eyes, evidence of deep emotions. He now possessed the morning wisdom of Shaolin and the muscle-strengthening method that grants salvation, and everyone stood before him like an unshakable wall. That was undeniable. Having tested this old monk, he offered him clear terms. Everyone expressed disappointment on behalf of Shaolin, not realizing how many sacrifices and hardships the old man had to endure. The old man thanked everyone for this incredible gift, his words full of gratitude. And together with the young master they returned like true warriors. Li Quan looked into Daiso's eyes and was sure that he would definitely become even stronger. He hoped that Daiso would not let him down, and they would definitely meet in the next battle. But our hero saw only one next goal, the Battle of the Four Kings, and everyone chanted in a victorious manner. Among the southern barbarians, this brown-haired man, who aroused doubts by his appearance, introduced himself by name, and in order to quickly continue their journey, They rented a wagon that provided comfort and ease of movement. Chechen, who had been waiting for this day for so long, finally received the battle pills from the lava, which gave him unexpected excitement and hope for new victories. When everyone, covered in a deep, merciless sleep, found themselves under a bandage, Chechen decided to take advantage of the situation to carry out his cunning plan. Without hesitation, he chose to try one of these mysterious pills, eager to experience its effects for himself. But suddenly, he was ambushed by colleagues who resolutely began to take away the precious pills, disrupting his carefully planned intentions. Not realizing the essence of the means, his colleagues initially believed that these were tonic potions, but when one realized that it was a combat pill, tears welled up in Chechen's eyes from shock. At this moment, one of the companions boldly took the last pill, depriving Chechen of his only hope of using them. Suddenly, without thinking, they threw away the box belonging to Chechen, leaving him in a state of overwhelming shock and indescribable confusion. He realized that his precious treasury had been irretrievably destroyed, and a cold fear gripped his heart. With bitter disappointment, he told everyone that his treasure had been taken, and the faces of those who carried the wagon were filled with malice, like cursed pigs. However, despite his weakness, the stronger ones instantly pounced on him, whether it was a pity or not, because no one knows how this ruthless struggle will end. This brutal attack brought tears to Chechen's eyes, and even the robbers who considered themselves his friends began to express sympathy. Deso apologized, explaining that his strange habit is that when he sees a pill, he immediately puts it in his mouth without thinking about the consequences. Despite the silly excuse, the pills actually turned out to be delicious, which made his companions wonder if there were more, even though deep down, Chechen cursed them and promised imminent revenge. Soon the events moved to the province, where new adventures awaited our hero at every turn. Arriving in the crowded city, they immediately noticed a huge number of people who did not allow them to take a single step, as everyone had gathered to watch the upcoming Battle of the Four Kings. One of the participants was rushing through the crowd, trying to get ahead in a narrow passage where everyone was fighting to be first. The crowd pressed against each other like wild animals. Some stepped on someone else's foot, while others spat contemptuously, creating an atmosphere of real chaos. Being in such a crowded and unruly environment was extremely uncomfortable, causing a wave of anxiety among everyone present. Suddenly, the hero's attention was drawn to a modern man who silently signaled, warning, "Everything happens in life, and there is no room for predictability." Deso, upon seeing him, instantly realized that this boy from Murom bore the imprint of fate, as evidenced by his impressive sword. It turned out that he had arrived here early to participate in the Battle of the Four Kings. But the crowd today was extremely large. The guy introduced himself as Jin Hui, saying that he belonged to a family of southern barbarians, which added a special wildness and attractiveness to his image. Our hero's idea of this city took on special significance, as he considered it one of the most interesting places to which he would definitely return in the future. Deso explained that he himself had come here to participate in the battle, as this path lay on his path to great achievements, and both of them had come a long way for this goal. Then the barbarian noticed that the boy standing nearby was also probably preparing to participate in the battle, arousing curiosity among everyone present. However, Chechen stated that he was acting in an advisory role and was responsible for small-scale clashes, although it is unclear who specifically appointed him to this position. Soon the barbarian suggested that these two elders might be the young master's bodyguards, although they were unwilling to speak openly about it, leaving a veil of secrecy. Despite everything, Jin Hui watched in amazement the people surrounding the young master with high skill, and hoped to meet Deso in battle soon. The elder, using the vibration technique, turned his attention to our hero, as if asking if the young master saw what he himself was carefully observing. They are closely watched by 5 mysterious rats, who invisibly watch their every step from the height of the roof, like shadows from the past. In addition, 3 more Chris who appeared from the right side meticulously follow the movement, as if the eyes of an invisible spirit are observing the events. About 10 guards accompany this guy, creating a tight protective circle, because he turns out to be much more interesting and mysterious than he seems at first glance. Perhaps these people belong to the wild beast palace of the southern barbarians, members of the mysterious four-door brotherhood beyond the Great Wall, equal in power to all 9 eternal schools. Suddenly, an uncontrollable and powerful energy began to unfold around them, engulfing the space, like a premonition of a great battle. The old man, feeling a powerful surge of energy, held his breath, realizing the full grandeur and power of this unusual phenomenon. Our hero felt the aura of the martial arts of these warriors, who shone with their skill even in the smallest details of the fight. Suddenly, The warriors approached the young master, sincerely greeting him, as if recognizing his right to power in the decisive battle. By order of the patriarch, they arrived to accompany him on this journey, demonstrating unquestioning devotion and strength. Jinhui watches as the boy he met is joined by the Scarlet Bloods, proudly carrying out their mission at this crucial moment. Desault sought to remain incognito, but realized that the situation was getting out of control, which caused unexpected confusion and uncertainty. People started to point fingers, calling him Lord Viyun, as if that title embodied all his greatness, when in reality it was Deso who was in the spotlight. The image of the mysterious owner still lingers in people's minds, as he disappeared like a shadow, leaving behind an indelible memory that stirred the imagination. Our hero, angered by this unusual nickname, began to mock and laugh at him, because such a name perfectly suited the situation in which he found himself. However, he soon had to pay for this. Sheshon instantly responded with a powerful blow, reminding him that mockery was unacceptable in such a harsh world. Despite the argument, he said goodbye to Jinhui, acknowledging the usefulness of the acquaintance, but feeling that it was time to move on in his journey. He left him, creating an atmosphere of tension and indescribable mutual understanding that lingered in the air between them for a long time. The master watched his movements closely and turned to Master Yen, seeking an assessment of the situation, which was inevitably gaining momentum. Quite unexpectedly, Master Heir appeared, joining the conversation to express his opinion on the events unfolding around them. He immediately noticed the presence of two experienced elders, whose strength and skill clearly exceeded the usual limits, giving new meaning to events. Both elders felt his presence and made him understand that he should not commit senseless acts, because every mistake could be fatal at this crucial moment. Young Stranik warned, if he were to get distracted even for a moment, he could be left without teeth, because here every mistake costs irreparable loss. Another elder noted his exceptional dexterity, which stood out brightly among the usual techniques inherent in ordinary warriors of average skill. Their level was beyond doubt. One of the elders turned out to be even stronger than the representatives of the Wild Beast Palace, which testified to his extraordinary power. Instead, the young Master Vyun proved to be quite capable, displaying impressive skills that left no doubt about his strength and determination. We regret that we were unable to meet the first candidate for victory, who was nicknamed Mr. Vyun, because his talent and charisma impressed everyone who saw him. Powerful blood flowed in his veins, which inevitably attracted attention, because cooperation with such a warrior could become a decisive factor in future battles. Jinhui remembered that he had only seen him briefly, but now standing before him was a powerful warrior from Murom who had gone through numerous rigorous trainings. However, according to the wisdom that radiated from the nature of the garden, nothing could overcome the savagery that burns in the hearts of warriors during a fierce battle. Perhaps it was because he grew up in affluence, but Jinhui felt no trace of envy or rivalry, acknowledging his calmness and confidence. It turned out that he was unaware of the crowd of warriors from Murom occupying the area, and hoped that this border would be his only test in battle. If they unexpectedly clash in battle, the tension will reach its peak, and everyone's fate will be decided in a fierce and relentless battle. Will the young master be able to show his strength and defeat his opponent? Will be the question that stirs all hearts, waiting for the unfolding of events. Suddenly, an incredible energy rises over the cities, enveloping everything around in a bright glow and making people hold their breath in admiration. People turn their heads and are amazed to see a bright red explosion of energy unfolding above them, seemingly dispelling the darkness and giving hope. The boy sought to prove to his Master Yen that he was capable of concentrating incredible power, demonstrating determination and devotion at this crucial moment. He was convinced that he could not lose even to such an, in his opinion, insignificant opponent, because self-confidence was his strongest weapon. The patriarch was already impatiently waiting for them in the huge hall, ordering, "Come in immediately, without further delay." His stern gaze and voice created an atmosphere of inevitable decision. The figure of the patriarch was impressive and formidable. His appearance inspired fear, and even the bravest found it difficult to approach him due to the impenetrable aura of power. None of our hero's comrades wanted to walk alongside the patriarch, seeking to avoid danger and stay outside his threatening sphere of influence. Deso sharply called them cowards, noting that if they did not have the courage to follow him, then let them remain in the shadows, because real men always go ahead. When Deso entered the room, the patriarch was already waiting impatiently, his eyes speaking of the inevitable trials and strict routine. The patriarch spoke first, expressing the hope that this boy had brought with him a good drink from the Namgung Clan, capable of satisfying the most demanding taste. Deso confessed that the patriarch had ordered excellent alcohol to be brought last time, but, unfortunately, he had forgotten about this order, which caused immediate indignation. Fear gripped him, as the situation had become a real test, where he needed to quickly find a way out of the critical situation that was clouding his mind. He tried to act foolish, exaggerating his own emotions to appear less threatening to the stern patriarch, trying to hide his vulnerability. Laughing in his hopeless situation, he tried to hide his weakness, because, as they say, laughter is the best protection against life's adversities. The patriarch, as always foreseeing the development of events in advance, coldly ordered his servant to prepare tea, demonstrating his absolute power. The servants turned out to be unusual, real ninjas, moving with incredible grace. And the boy, watching them, opened his eyes wide in surprise. The patriarch finally realized that his companions were not ordinary people, but a true force, striking with their unpredictable power and experience. Thanks to his keen sense, he recognized the Shadow Guardian's concealment technique, because his training in Shaolin was not in vain, giving him irreplaceable wisdom. He asked the boy to tell him everything he had heard and learned in Shaolin, seeking to delve into the depths of ancient knowledge and traditions. A little embarrassed, the boy said that in Shaolin he met a white tiger, a symbol of power and greatness that accompanies chosen warriors. The white tiger, which has guarded the mountains since ancient times, tirelessly watches over the growth of a new personality, carrying within itself the spirit of ancient wisdom and the power of nature. When this powerful creature guarded the mountain, the boy met a sage who revealed to him the secrets of ancient knowledge and martial arts. He also met a person whose body, from head to toe, was covered in golden markings, a testament to her youth and incredible potential to reach new heights. The emperor asked with interest how he thought the achievements compared to the Namgung Clan, trying to determine the level of power and influence of each side. The guy explained that if you send only one detachment of armed warriors from Namgung, it will end in useless bloodshed, while 2 detachments will be able to completely suppress Shaolin. Deep down, the emperor was pleased, because the boy had accurately assessed the situation, demonstrating extraordinary insight and strategic thinking. The emperor suggested continuing the conversation over warm tea, creating an atmosphere of calm and exchange of wise advice between experienced warriors. The exquisite pu'er was poured into the cups with exquisite craftsmanship, adding even more charm to this elegant ceremony, creating an unforgettable ritual. The boy, taking the cup in his hands, felt an unexpected hot burn that instantly reminded him of the burning power of the burning drink, making him sigh. The emperor asked why the boy didn't drink tea, after which he instantly drank it in one gulp, despite the danger of getting burned by the hot drink. Holding the cup, the emperor felt the burning heat of the drink and decided not to drink like that foolish young man, maintaining his restraint and calm. The emperor then turned to Deso with curiosity, asking if he intended to participate in the upcoming Battle of the Four Kings, as this could change the course of events. After all, at this rate, his chances of defeating the third brother were significantly reduced, which raised new doubts about his strength calculations and strategic planning. Others believed that the third brother, having undergone closed training, had acquired extraordinary skills to achieve victory in the Battle of the Four Kings, which boosted their fighting spirit. The emperor, consumed by a desire to restore justice, wanted to expose the true cause of the conflict that separated him and his brother, leaving everyone in tension and a sense of change. He was talking about his brother, whose goal is to ruthlessly destroy everything in his path, leaving no chance of salvation for anyone but himself. Desao assumed that it was because of him that these events began, because from that day on, he had not taken his eyes off his brother, watching his every move with vigilance and distrust. However, this did not mean at all that Deso was going to ruthlessly defeat him. He was confident that his skill would allow him to avoid defeat, even in the most brutal battle. The upcoming battle for Deso was a challenge of fate. He was convinced that he would certainly defeat his third brother, because his determination and training surpassed all other forces. The emperor, seeing in Deso's eyes the unwavering enthusiasm and traces of persistent training in Shaolin, felt his own ambitions overflow with the certainty of victory. "Prove that you are worthy," the emperor challenged, demanding that the boy, like a formidable warrior, prove his strength and dignity in this harsh confrontation. The boy took the sword in his hand, decided to test his own strength, seeking to find out why people trembled at the sight of the emperor, his father, who possessed incredible power and authority. Amidst the noise and commotion, the emperor ordered, "Let them attack, but without idle chatter," like a storm that disperses the chaos and forces everyone to act decisively. Drawing his sword, the boy rushed towards the Emperor, activating all his strength, like lightning cutting through the darkness in the face of fate. He sought to take the first decisive step, declaring the beginning of a battle, where every blow was to be a testament to his indomitable spirit and will to win. With each swing, the sword unleashed a powerful wave of energy that shattered the enemy's defenses, breaking through walls and causing awe in all who witnessed the battle. It was clear that he was aiming precisely at a weak point in the defense, as his sword pierced even diamond hardness, revealing a vulnerability that could be exploited. Deso believed that if there were no natural vulnerabilities, one had to create them himself. Even his father would not have been able to contain the instability that was growing in the enemy's defenses. The boy immediately rammed the other side, trying to restore the balance of power, like an architect quickly correcting flaws in a perfect battle plan. He uttered only one phrase, 20 silver, which, like a magic spell, turned against him, leaving a mystical note in the tense atmosphere of the battle. Announcing that repairs for the damage caused would cost 20 silver coins, he declared, as if swearing that every action had its price in this bloody confrontation. Suddenly, throwing his hand forward, he attacked his opponent, like a terrifying bolt of lightning tearing through the air and leaving a trail of pain and surprise in its wake. With a light movement of his little finger, he managed to lift his opponent's sword, depriving him of his strength, and he, as if unconscious, began to fly through the air from the unexpected attack. The sword rose to the ceiling, and his father added another plus 10 silver, emphasizing that even the slightest touch could radically change the course of the battle and the fate of a warrior. The father, a flawless warrior, demonstrated his skill, inspiring the boy's confidence with just one light movement, like a magical gesture that changes everything. His sword, under the influence of a deft maneuver, got stuck in the ceiling, leaving everyone in silent amazement, a sign that the opponent had received an unexpected blow of fate. And when an ancient vase fell from the ceiling, breaking into many fragments, the father added another fine, reminding him that every mistake has its own irreversible price. A broken vase, valued at 500 silver coins, became a symbol of bad luck, proof that even a small inaccuracy can be extremely costly in this cruel world. The guy realized that it was time to immediately leave the Namgung Clan, because a chain of failures had been haunting him for a long time, and each step was becoming more and more fatal. His father approached with lightning speed, delivering a blow that instantly turned the boy's fate upside down, like an unexpected squall that sweeps away everything in its path. The small but powerful blow struck him so hard that the boy, as if powerless, threw himself into space, feeling broken and hopeless, as if after a failed attack. Even the air surrounding him seemed cold and transparent, reminding him that every defeat was a step towards a new challenge, where there was no room for regret. Despite everything, his father decided to praise him for his courage, recognizing that even a blow capable of knocking out an opponent makes him stronger and more resilient with every passing minute. Our hero flew, without control of his own body, like an arrow shot without a target, a force of nature that indicated its unusual but destructive power. Seeing the broken vase, he realized that every detail of this battle had its price, and each lost item could become a symbol of a fatal mistake. After all, this vase, valued at approximately 1,000 silver coins, became a reminder of the ruthless value of things that one has to pay for every unsuccessful attempt in battle. The boy, with his fate at stake, resolutely decided to counteract the inevitable, summoning all his strength to stop the relentless fall and change the course of the battle. With his parasitic strength of spirit, he managed to delay his fall, as if stopping time, giving himself a chance to regain control of his own destiny at this crucial moment. Like a skilled acrobat, he managed to dodge the fatal blow, maintaining his balance, although he was aware that the situation was becoming increasingly critical. But let him know that it was just a trap, a fake, deliberately directed at him, because of which he wasted his energy and hopes for victory. In the end, the boy had to pay another 40 pieces of silver for the destroyed floor, and the total cost of his fight reached 570 pieces of silver, an amount that his father insisted on demanding in order to teach him responsibility. The old men, enjoying the evening's entertainment, unexpectedly turned on the moment when one of them carefully opened an extremely valuable bottle, obtained with hard work after a secret abduction from Shaolin. However, to surprise his beautiful maid, he offered her a glass of wine, confident that she would quickly bring delicious snacks from the kitchen to make the evening even more festive. Suddenly, their peaceful dinner was interrupted by the arrival of the Emperor, who entered with the body of his young master in his arms, plunging everyone into an atmosphere of unexpected anxiety. He felt that even the god of war was busy with his own affairs, which only increased the tension in the room and added even more drama to the events. Looking closely at the table, the emperor became convinced that this alcohol, like a promised gift, possessed an extraordinary power that deserved special attention. The old man, understanding his fate, decided that it was better to give up his life than to abandon his own pride and give up the bottle, although there was simply no alternative. Ruthlessly and brazenly, the emperor took the bottle, demonstrating his unbreakable power, from which no one could resist or argue. He noted that this alcohol is a truly wonderful drink that exceeds all expectations with its strength, taste, and mystical aroma. Then he threw the body of the young master to the ground, ordering that it be taken immediately to a doctor to repair the damage a little and preserve the dignity of the ceremony. His maid instantly understood all the subtleties of the situation, because her keen instinct allowed her to quickly catch every little thing that was happening around. Only by politely wishing the patriarch a safe journey did she remain respectful and calm, even in this tense and dramatic atmosphere. The old men, with tears in their eyes, realized that nothing awaited them anymore, and were forced to accept the inevitable fate that was approaching. The young master lay all this time, immersed in a trance, as if silently struggling with his inner demons, unable to move. Over the past year, he had changed so much that the maid, despite her past memories, did not recognize him. Now he seemed very small to her, as if he were taking his first steps in life. It seems that the patriarch is extremely caring towards his charges, investing in them his wisdom and vigilance, which is rarely found in a cruel world. Every time he was worried about them, the patriarch diligently trained them, investing his experience and invaluable knowledge, which helped them grow into true warriors. Soon, the Namgung Clan received an official letter from the Tang clan about the Battle of the Four Kings, promising a shift in the established order and new challenges for everyone. One of the representatives of the Tang clan, Patriarch Mandok, carefully reread the letter, trying to understand all the details of this unusual message. The first item in the letter was the announcement that the Battle of the Four Kings would take place in the Namgung Clan, causing mixed emotions among all participants. It was further noted that the date of the event coincides with the usual schedule, and there are no restrictions on the number of participants in age up to 20 years. Only the selected category will advance to the final selection. By the way, this time only 2 members from the Namgung clan are participating, Namgung Seo and Namgung Daeso, as well as the god of war Namgung Hancheol, which creates an intriguing scenario. The personal message from the head of the Namgung clan sounded quite rude. If something doesn't suit him, let him come and say it face to face, without hiding the truth. This message so upset the emperor of the Tang clan that he began to tremble nervously, feeling every word as a threat to his own power. Unable to bear the strain, he instantly burned this amazing message so that no one else could learn its contents and intentions. The spectators watching the events could not understand the emperor's true intentions, but they saw this as a unique chance for radical change. So far, Namhoon has fielded 50 participants from one school and 100 students from each of the others, creating a large-scale competition to identify future champions. However, if the letter is to be believed, only 2 participants will enter the arena, capable of mobilizing all their strength to easily defeat any opponent. In this case, they will have a chance not only to take the title of Junior King, but also to receive the title of the strongest, brightest rising star in this confrontation. However, there was one unusual detail that made the whole situation even more intriguing and unpredictable, leaving everyone in constant tension. No one knew if the god of war ever intervened in the Battle of the Four Kings, which added to the event a sense of mystery, like a sign of fate. The vaunted god of war, full of burning determination, yearns for this battle relentlessly, for his every glance promises a ruthless defeat of his enemies. The god of war could not bear to see the face of his enemy when his descendants fell into a puddle of mud that would diminish their dignity. Before his mighty eyes, these 2 enemies will be ingloriously subdued and humiliated, losing the last drops of pride. This is an incredible idea that surpasses all expectations, radically changing the course of events and filling the battle with new energy. The god of war will personally enter the Battle of the Four Kings, and has ordered all participants to prepare for a ruthless battle where every blow decides fate. This message permeated every corner of Murim, clearly stating that only 2 participants, despite all the contradictions, would enter the arena. Promises to form an alliance against the Namgung clan came from all sides, sparking a wave of determination and discord among the warriors. Training was already in full swing in one corner, because everyone understood who they would have to fight in a fierce battle for power. One of the messages suddenly left the young master in horror, awakening in him a premonition of inevitable fate and trials. This message made Namgung Seo and Namgung Dae so mutual enemies in the Battle of the Four Kings, forcing the hero to remember his father's instructions every night. He realized that he and his brother were facing a tough test, so he eagerly awaited Cheshan's advice to learn how to proceed. To which his brother laconically replied that it was all quite fun, which emphasized his fighting spirit and dedication to the cause. Now he had no time to waste, because every second could be decisive in the upcoming competitions. He ordered all the leaders to gather to immediately begin preparations for the fierce trials that were approaching very soon. From now on, he will personally lead the training, which will last 5 months, and each participant must give their all until their skill reaches perfection. 5 months passed unnoticed, leaving a trail of incredible tension and changes in the hearts of the participants. One of the elders of the Dansan sect remarked that the preparations for the Namgung Clan seemed too long, and asked how long they would wait for the decisive moment. Soon, one of them announced that the test was complete, and escorted the participants to the room where they were waiting for the next stage of testing. The sergeant became angry at these words, demanding that the stranger who had kept him waiting at least introduce himself by revealing his name. Suddenly, a man appeared next to the foreman, whose unexpected appearance caused him fierce anxiety and doubt about the intentions of this guest. This was a representative of the imperial family, whose majestic appearance made the foreman feel small next to the power of the imperial throne. He noticed that the empire had honored the important guests by sending them forward, despite the disorder in the Namgung Clan's security arrangements. Embarrassed, the foreman, unable to bear the tension, nevertheless asked the name of this stranger, wanting to understand who was standing next to him. It seemed that almost no one talked about him, and his appearance was completely unexpected, as if a secret was hidden in the very heart of the clan. Soon the foreman, feeling the fear in his own eyes, realized that before him stood the culprit of an ancient disgrace. It was the very culprit of the 5-year scandal, the mad sword Nam Gundu, whose unexpected return called into question the authority of the clan chief. The question arose, were all the other participants really involved in this chaos? Or did only some of them have a role in the terrible events? When some warriors considered this boy to be just a servant, accusing him of being cruel, they thought he was just an ordinary guard of no particular importance. However, he instantly drove them crazy with his impressive power, decisively asking who he was, perhaps a celestial demon or even an emperor worthy of respect. Suddenly, one of the elders of the Namgung Clan broke the established order, loudly declaring his importance, which emphasized his unwavering authority. Thus, the Namgung Clan decided to place high-ranking individuals on guard to ensure strict order and discipline during the battle. Only one question remains. What really happens in this battle of 4 kings, where fates intertwine in a fierce struggle for power and glory? After the old men were scattered with cones on their heads, peace and rest finally came. They meditated, accumulating strength for the coming trials. The maid turned to the young master. The time for the qualifying round of the Battle of the 4 Kings had come. He instantly understood that he needed to act. Coming out of meditation, he scattered his energy around. He trained tirelessly throughout. The preparation is finally complete. He decided to move on, and she would wait for him. He ordered the dismissal of those who were unnecessary and sent them on leave. I said goodbye to her, mentioning the money, and was in a great mood. Today he was going to win a big jackpot. Soon, numerous participants arrived for the competition. Everyone looked indifferently at the young man they were going to fight. The hero hoped that after the battle he would get a cool new nickname, not Cole. Suddenly a crushing scream rang out, stopping everyone. No one understood what was happening, but someone was shouting about the warriors. He scattered his opponents to approach the young master. The hero saw how the foxes held the lion, preventing it from attacking. One warrior was amazed. The young lord had taken Shaolin for a grand coup. "Look, the security behind me is complete nonsense," he declared. Daeso remembered Chechan, thinking, "The white-faced psycho is lying and I'm the real asshole." Li Quan suggested that first they crush the one who talks the most. Then he ordered everyone to calm down and close their mouths. The qualifying round begins today. Time to get ready. 2 arenas have been prepared on the training ground, where 50 Eastern stars will fight. If 20 winners gather among them, they will compete, and only 2 will advance to the finals. The reactions of the participants showed that everyone was very nervous. The leader called out the names of those who were to enter the arena. The first one should be Daeso from the Namgung Clan. He instantly jumped into the arena. His incredible reflexes allowed him to jump as soon as his name was called. He knew the order in advance thanks to the advice of the advisor. Daeso was aware. However, once he finds him, he will beat him mercilessly. During a duel, everything is allowed except murder and intentional harm. The first stage of the qualifying round begins. Now the warriors stand before the hero, ready for a fierce battle. They agreed to throw out Deso first to weaken their opponent. One warrior looked at a boy who was stronger than the Chamcheon representatives. When it came to words, one of the family shouted an order. It was clear that they had united to destroy our hero. He begins to understand why the Namgung Clan is so determined to bring everyone down. Suddenly, the hero found himself behind a girl. The girl didn't even have time to follow him with her eyes. As soon as the opportunity arose, she used the shining sword technique. The hero easily jumped to the side from her technique. He saw that she had used the technique, although it wasn't quite like that. He advised her, "Raise your hand higher," and hit her hand. Then he ordered, "Bend a little lower to build up the strength in your shoulder." After following the advice, she finally achieved the desired result. She was amazed. Her technique had never worked before. When Deso called her, she listened intently to his every word. He called her Tadpole Number 1, but she didn't get the joke. Then she saw the young master's fist, which mentioned foxes. The simplicity of his fist radiated the aura of a shining sword. Suddenly, the blow destroyed her. For the hero, it was Tadpole Number 1. The warriors looked at this crazy man because he hit the first beauty on the head. Her consciousness faded, and the lump on her head indicated a powerful blow. She was fulfilling her father's words about participating in the Battle of the Four Kings. She begged her uncle, "I want to prove not only my literary skills, but also my fighting skills. If she insists, father will allow it. But never contact the Namgung Clan. Otherwise, everything would be over." She realized this when she woke up in her master's arms. Realizing the consequences of her words, she apologized to her uncle. Now all that remains is to listen to parental advice and not get involved with the disgusting Namgung Clan. The girl was unconscious for a long time from the blow to the head. The boy ordered her to be taken to the infirmary with the message, "Tadpole Number 1." The warriors looked at the young lord with disgust. This bastard from the Namgung Clan is nothing impressive. He was surprised by the weakness of his enemies, admitting that Tadpole Number 1 had a cute face. Her intimidating strategy is more like a tactic than her teacher's martial art. She became a major problem in the battle. The advisor ordered her to be disposed of immediately. Now nothing bothers him. Now the real fun will begin. Pushing off the ground, the hero flew like an arrow. He scattered enemies in his path. One enemy thought that, although they were fast, they would not be able to handle him. Deso laughed, confident that he would win. Even though he didn't use his sword, Deso still jumped up and attacked. By kicking him, Deso showed that for a weakling, that was enough. He dropped it and it fell off the road. The hero wanted them to escape properly. But the Murim warriors, preserving their dignity, did not want to flee. They lay on the ground. They attacked from behind, aiming for his back. However, their attempts were in vain. His powerful blows destroyed his enemies. Their attacks were ineffective. They tried to strike him with a sword or a blow, but in vain. One called him a char, a title that indicated his skill at evasion. The hero was furious. He shouted, "I'm not a char, you're assholes," and wanted to destroy everyone. After his words, the enemies scattered from the court like flies. Soon, it seems, he dealt with everyone. He wanted to see what the first two participants were capable of. One of them gritted his teeth and begged, "Don't judge. I won't give up, even at the cost of all my strength. Let him attack. He is ready for battle." Using the techniques of Black Cloud's sword and Ultimate Dawn, he brought down a force on him. The attack was incredibly fast. However, he successfully dodged. The technique seemed invincible, but not for him. He had no intention of holding back. He attacked unexpectedly, demonstrating incredible movements that amazed everyone. His movements looked chaotic, as if he were drunk. He seemed invulnerable, like a worm or a drunkard. The drunken master's double swords are an amazing technique. But that's not enough to bring down our hero. One tried to help his comrade by passing his sword past the hero's head. They met eyes and realized something important. We realized that we needed the drunken master's paired swords and the Black Cloud sword of the Red Dawn. The audience was amazed by this spectacle. It's incredible how perfectly these two techniques combine. They merge into a single technique. At sunset, the Red Dawn of the drunken master raises dust from the ground. The warriors watched, believing in victory. The hero didn't believe them. He knew they were just the heads of a demonic sect. He let them go mercilessly because he was having fun. He quickly ordered them with his racing gun. He made them hit the ground. He hit one like a sandbag, and the other, alive, ran, thinking it was all over. Deso believed that he too would succeed. Using all his strength, he threw it away like a light petal. He hit it and fell like a stone. The hero thought, "These young people don't know what they're doing," because he had gone through 7 circles of hell to end up here. Nothing is given in this world for nothing. Only hard work protects one's head. Their hard work is not enough. They are just raw, not comparable to him. Outraged by his words, little rascals, they attacked from all sides. Hearing these words, the hero lost control of his breathing. Calling him lucky, they got angry, but he scattered them and made it through the first round. Finally they met. Li Quan, tall and strong as a rock, radiated strength and pleasure from the meeting. He was happy to meet the young master, who unexpectedly had to compete with him in the next qualifying round. Despite the large number of contenders, Li Quan focused on this opponent, as if choosing his only goal. He was burning with the desire to smash Daeso's face and blow him to smithereens, demonstrating incredible confidence in his victory. In the final stage of the second qualifying round, only 2 out of 12 participants will reach the end, adhering to the strict rules of the first stage. The second qualifying round begins immediately, and the warriors prepare for a fierce battle that will decide their fate. Li Quan, wasting no time on ceremony, rushed forward like an unbreakable rock, determined to fight the hero. His only goal was to destroy his opponent, and he moved forward, full of hatred and the desire to win. His powerful fist was impressive. Every blow he struck, even when Daeso tried to dodge, relentlessly deprived his enemies of any chance. Li Quan did not believe that Daeso would be able to escape. He clearly saw his every step and anticipated powerful blows that would bring destruction. He carefully watched where his opponent's fucking foot was stepping, and each of his blows was so powerful that dodging became useless. The contenders watching the fight understood. As soon as Li Quan started fighting and choosing a target, the enemies would only fall into the trap of his ruthless attack. He didn't care. His goal was to destroy the hero at any cost, smashing everything around him in this tournament. Li Quan's 5 months of training were not in vain. He used every minute to improve his technique and strength. His technique, as strong as a diamond, almost merged with his body, granting him incredible invincibility in fierce combat. Li Quan persistently asked Daeso to finally enter the arena to determine which of them truly possessed invincible power. Our hero noticed a huge fist that appeared near his face, marking the beginning of a new, fierce fight. However, like a skilled acrobat, Daeso dodged, and Li Quan's powerful blow hit another warrior, throwing him into the air. The enemy, like a toy, flew through the air, which testified to Li Quan's incredible strength on the battlefield. The pace of the battle was frantic. Warriors scattered to the sides as Li Quan mercilessly attacked anyone who approached. The enemy sought to destroy the young lord, but instead scattered everyone who stood in his way. No one could understand how Li Quan managed to catch everyone, but Daeso always remained elusive in the fight. Daeso laughed at his opponent, confident in his technique and speed, as if his blows were the unchanging rhythm of the battle. Far away on the horizon, Jin Hui watched a fierce battle, where warriors fought like shadows merging with the night. One of the warriors tried to escape, while the other tried to strike with all his might, hoping to change the course of the battle. After such chaos, both enemies quickly tired, and only one winner will be able to overcome their rivals in the arena. Our hero, on the contrary, was conserving his strength, carefully watching the fight, planning his next powerful blow. Only 3 participants remain until the finals. To move on, you need to defeat at least one, which will be a decisive test. The young lord was irritated. Li Quan's opponent, whom he had been avoiding, still threatened his safety. Finally, he decided to act. Accumulating energy, he prepared to deliver a devastating blow that would destroy the enemy. The young lord understood that this time he would not be able to dodge, because the opponent was determined and full of strength for the final blow. Suddenly, he felt Jin Hui scream and fly towards him with his sword, as if warning of an imminent clash. Realizing that Li Quan had not attacked the wrong person, he instantly knew that the time had come to act without delay. Drawing his sword, Li Quan made it clear that he was not going to retreat. The enemy must stop immediately. He knew that once he engaged in battle, Daeso would be shattered to pieces by the enemy's destructive power. Drawing his swords, Li Quan made a powerful swing, and Jin Hui flew aside, forced to retreat. However, he was not going to give up. It seemed that Daeso had not yet attacked seriously, which added confidence to his opponent. Using the deadly art of shadow shrinkage, Daeso disappeared instantly, surprising everyone with his speed. The warriors watching the battle could not believe how Daeso was able to disappear, leaving his opponents without an answer. He believed that his technique allowed him to not only use force, but also conceal his energy, making him elusive. Suddenly, he appeared above the young master, demonstrating his impudence and readiness for a decisive attack. When the young lord thought he couldn't hear, Daeso suddenly approached, waiting for his moment to strike. In reality, he was simply patiently waiting for a decisive blow without revealing his intentions. After blocking Jin Hui's blow, Daeso was scared. How could he know where the opponent would attack? It surprised everyone. After parrying the blow, he watched as the enemy peered through his defenses, as if trying to break through his defenses. Deso hoped that his opponent was a weakling, because no one expected someone to possess the deadly art of shadow concealment. Our hero ordered him to retreat and, using the Sword of Fresh Wind technique, broke through the enemy's defenses. This incredible attack stunned Jinhui, who found himself confused, not knowing where to go. He felt that his opponent had reached the end. Deso's strength was so powerful that it left no chance. Deso thought and racked his brains for a long time, learning new arts to defeat the third brother, mastering many new techniques. Jinhui knew exactly what to focus on, but that didn't worry him at all. The main thing was to achieve victory. He used the fertile tiger technique, focusing all his energy, and his blows became incredibly accurate and devastating. Our hero, looking at his sword, wondered what to do next to prevent his opponent from launching a surprise attack. Using the fresh wind of the fifth style technique, he unleashed his power on Jinhui, causing him to stagger from the powerful blow. The power that Deso radiated was so incredible that Jinhui felt a real threat and began to be afraid. He screamed, trying to dodge this force, which was striking in its speed and destructive energy. The hurricane created by Deso was incredibly strong. Its power seemed insurmountable to all enemies on the battlefield. Our hero made his overconfident opponent feel the incredible sting of defeat by delivering decisive blows. Jinhui of the Southern Barbarian Palace was knocked out of the battle, allowing Deso and Li Quan to advance. This moment became decisive. Deso got the opportunity to continue the fight, even if the opponents did not fully engage. The boy gazed thoughtfully at his sword, hoping that his weapon would give him strength for the trials ahead. He believed that his equipment and weapons would help him withstand all the challenges that lay ahead. Soon the competition was over, and each participant felt relieved after the brutal and exhausting battles. On the other side of the training battle, only Jinhui of the Namgung Clan made it to the finals, leaving everyone else behind. Deso constantly thought about Jinhui, whether Li Quan would be able to gather the strength to confront his brother and win. After some time at the pharmacy, young Spoya was awakened by a strong shaking. In terrible dreams, she again saw the monster that had struck her. Even the thought of him hurt her. She woke up in a panic, exclaiming that she was a tadpole. What the hell, she thought. It was a dream. I don't even want to remember it. Suddenly, a strange person appears before her and says, "You are the same woman our master chose." He often brought various strange things, but this was the first time this had happened. To begin with, she asked Spoya to undress, which seemed too sudden to her. But the doctor just wanted to examine the wound, because the girl came here injured. The doctor was supposed to check her out. Is she a spy? If she's hiding weapons or poison, that's it. And if she decided to use her master for money and fame, she won't survive either. It was scary. The girl already regretted coming here, remembering her uncle's words forbidding her from interfering in the affairs of the Manchus. But through the door she heard a girl's voice asking who she was. Suddenly, the door was knocked on, and several girls demanded an answer. Who was this cunning fox who had bewitched their lovely master? She stood there, not knowing what to do. The interrogation was unbearable. Hundreds of stupid questions were thrown at me from all sides. But after all this chaos, they still accepted her. And they decided to leave her alone. However, she was asked to go to the hall in Namgun's house. But why there? The girls announced that from now on she was part of their family. The owner called her the first head. She didn't pay any attention to it, but it was very important to them. This became a good enough reason for them to recognize her as their own. And now, if she tries not to leave, they will destroy her right away. She understood. If she stayed here, she would never return to her homeland in Hebei. Maybe she should learn martial arts? But my uncle's voice was ringing in my head. What the hell are martial arts? He wanted only one thing, for her to marry successfully. That was her only task. But she dreamed of something else. But she had to suppress these thoughts. The girls assured her that she shouldn't worry about it. Their young master is a good person. If she has a goal, she will achieve it. Realizing the new possibilities, the girl mentally apologized to her uncle. But now she had a good reason to stay at Namgung's house longer. Our hero was hungry. He needed to eat something. These damned herbal dishes don't even fill his stomach. But suddenly he was stopped by a certain hostess. He looked at her and didn't understand what was happening. As far as he remembered, her name was Juhan, and she had also participated in the Battle of the Four Powers. The girl only said that it happened that way. Yuhan is a senior student at Huanshan School, the only person from the past he can call a friend. Her mother prayed for her birth in a Taoist monastery, and this event seems to have sealed her fate forever. When he lived in the orphanage, Juhan would come there from time to time with her master. He had once been a cheerful and energetic boy, and she always wanted to play with him. But following his mentor, he was to become a Taoist. His master became the head of the Wuhan school, and he became his disciple, which caused discontent among Huanshan's senior disciples. However, his talent in fencing was so impressive that it silenced everyone. However, a terrible tragedy soon occurred. One of the craftsmen was seriously injured. Johann accidentally injured an opponent during a sparring match, and from that moment on he was banished from the martial arts world. He chose a life of seclusion. Now, as he passed the girl, he asked her if she had participated in the qualifying fights and how it had gone. She only said that she had been lucky. All this time she trained alone. And suddenly, Taoist warriors appeared on the horizon, recognizing a familiar face. They immediately remarked, "That exile from the village must be here again." They began to mock him contemptuously, calling him trash who couldn't even swing a sword, and mocked him for finding a friend. But the girl asked to stop, still within normal limits. After all, these are her younger students. Hearing the word junior, they laughed and began to mock that she would soon be kicked out of Huangshan, and she was still trying to make herself the main one. Our hero heard these words, became indignant, and his stifling energy burst out. The girl couldn't believe it. Why was she being kicked out? The warriors continued to taunt her. If she did not perform well in the tournament, her mentor would lose his position. The elders had already decided that another would take his place. She understood how painful it was. If her mentor lost his post as head of school, it would be a blow to him. But when he said that she had better not meet him at the tournament at all, because she was Huanshan's former head disciple, if she loses in front of everyone, it will not only be her shame, but also the school's. These words struck her like a sharp sword. Our hero already knew what would happen next. Johann will lose the main tournament. He knew it because he had seen it before. And her mentor will resign as head of the school. After this, the mentor will fall ill and soon die. This loss will be a turning point for Johann, one that will completely change him. He will be given the nickname Huangshan Sword Demon, and this good man will become completely different. A man who draws his sword will surely shed blood. He will become a true monster. Our hero could just watch this from the sidelines, but now he has a chance to change everything. This time he won't let things go the way they were, no matter what it costs him. After all, such a good girl doesn't deserve such a future. Then the boy asked where the Taoist grandfather was now. She said that his mentor was probably in the pavilion. Huangshan School has stopped there, and she herself lives separately, so she doesn't know exactly what's going on. Our hero was about to go about his business, but the girl stopped him, turning to him. She asked to find out how her mentor was feeling and to convey her best wishes to him. Taos was just about to do this, saying goodbye to her, but he thought, if she was so worried, she might as well visit him herself. He hadn't spoken to his Taoist grandfather in a long time, so he decided to take the opportunity. However, after searching everywhere, he could not find it. What a huge possession Namgung has! Just searching for a person takes up a whole day, he thought irritably. Soon he found himself in the pavilion of the Huanshan School, where there was a real commotion. Finally he found the master. He looked at him in surprise, but seemed to have forgotten who was in front of him. Our hero pointed at himself and said, "I'm Namgung Deso. We saw each other a year ago, every year while I was at the orphanage." The old man laughed. It was unexpected for him. "Only yesterday you were a skinny boy, and now you are so healthy." But still, the Taoist grandfather wondered why the boy was here. He must have a lot of business. In response, the hero pulled a roasted duck out of his pocket and handed it to his grandfather. He accepted the food, but immediately noted that the boy had forgotten an important detail. "If you bring meat, you should definitely bring a drink too. Although the Huanshan School is close to worldly life, the main thing is not to get too carried away with alcohol," he grumbled. And then he called the guy a fool and began to drink greedily, adding that the path of a Taoist begins from the darkest depths, and to become one, you need to drink a lot. In addition, Grandpa believed that a true Taoist should be able to not only drink, but also hug women and touch money. He was sitting there without a snack at all, so he ordered the boy to quickly unwrap the food. Our hero watched this with disgust. The Grand Master from the Central Plains? But he is a real charlatan. Soon the master devoured the duck like a hungry dog, leaving only the bare bones. They got drunk together, and the boy fell asleep to the monk's endless stories. The Taoist grandfather, noticing that the boy had passed out from his words, got angry. "If you want to sleep, go to the pavilion and sleep." But suddenly, grandfather felt a strong heartache. He turned pale. He felt unbearably sick. This was a sign for our hero. This is what the Taoist grandfather would die from. This very reason will be fatal for him. Soon the old man returned to his residence. His people had been waiting for him there for a long time, wondering where he had wandered at such an important moment. He replied that he had met a friend and was talking so much that he had lost track of time. But what were these boys doing in his room? The masters demanded a clear answer. If Yuhan performs poorly, will the old man agree to strip him of his title as senior student and appoint Eugene in his place? He understood everything perfectly and in general agreed. The masters wanted him to make a wise decision. Standing before the majestic mountain landscape, the old man felt his heart ache. Every time he worried, the pain in his chest got worse, but he didn't want to be exposed. Once the elders learn of his illness, they won't just leave it at that. If he steps down his head, he will no longer be able to protect Yuhan. He wanted to hide everything, close the door so that no one would notice his weakness. But suddenly one of the owners came to him. The old man understood that he would be exposed now. One of his acquaintances approached him, and he thought it was some kind of absurd request. But as soon as he saw this man, he fell down dead, not even realizing who had come to him. The man managed to catch him, not understanding how his grandfather could have brought himself to such a state. It was obvious that the situation was serious, and someone from the Huangshan school would have to be brought in for treatment. Our hero stood behind this man and begged him to save the old man. He replied that there is no person in the world who cannot be saved, because he saves everyone. Deso sighed with relief. At least this problem was solved. But suddenly, Chechen appeared on the horizon. When asked how he found him, he replied, "I've been looking for you for 100 years, and finally I found you." But what was he doing in the pavilion of the Huangshan school? Could it be that Nika had assumed that Chechen wanted to capture her? It was a foolish assumption. But why was he looking for him? He brought a letter, a message from the next opponent in the main stage. Unfolding it, the boy began to read, and when I finished reading it, I was stunned. So much so that I couldn't believe it was serious. Nika asked why he reacted that way. Maybe he was just afraid of his opponent, but that wasn't the point at all. His opponent was Yuhan, and he didn't want to fight her at all. If he wins, Yuhan will be banished and she will become the sword demon. It will be a disaster. But if he loses, he will lose his chance to escape from Namgung's house. This decision was tearing his head apart. "What the hell are we supposed to do now?" he shouted to the entire yard. We moved to the doctor's office where one of the soldiers was dying. His wounds were bleeding profusely. Mrs. Sua was asked to bring ointment and more bandages. The warrior felt so much pain that he could barely contain what was bursting out from within. But it happened quickly. It was good that the girl put the bowl down in time. The doctors didn't understand why such a respectable lady was doing this personally, but she believed that where human life is at stake, there is no high or low origin. The main duty of a doctor is to understand what patients need and act without hesitation. It was necessary to urgently bandage the wound and apply ointment before bandaging. Another lady stood behind, watching everything. Now she understood why Lebed, Ilhan's sister, respected and even idolized her so much. If there is a celestial fairy in the world, it is undoubtedly her. But when the girl first woke up, Yuhan was completely different. And now Yuhan turned to Sua, saying that she could go to Ilhan. Soon everyone was to focus on one person. Only a few days remained before the final battle of the four powers began. All of Murim was closely watching the tournament, as each warrior had to prove himself flawlessly. Security carefully checked everything in the arena, making sure that the participants' weapons complied with the tournament rules. All matches must be conducted fairly and transparently. If any controversial or unfair decisions arise, they must be reported to her immediately. The girl watched her behavior and was fascinated by her grandeur. Like an older sister, Lihan has made hundreds of people follow her forward. If there is a peak to strive for, it is to become a woman like Lihan. Soon Sua came closer, and she noticed it. She remembered that she had already mentioned this and decided to keep the book for her. If she didn't understand how to use it, she should ask the elder. This was the secret technique of the Chigali family. But how did she even get it? However, the girl joked that if she didn't need it, she could return it. But of course she needs it. Let her give it back. She can't even find the words to explain how much. The girl was delighted. She thought, she needs to go and start training as soon as possible. But she was stopped, asked where she was going. After all, Sister Sam Hyun is just returning to the Jian tournament arena. They say the finals are about to begin, so let them go together. She was just about to go there. But why did they need to leave right now? Madame Sua hinted that there was something interesting here. She will see huge amounts of money changing hands. This is her chance. Something like this may never happen again in her life. Everyone in the arena held their breath in anticipation of the fight. One of the soldiers noticed that there were too many people gathered this time. The Battle of Powers had clearly attracted unprecedented attention. The heads of 9 schools, 5 clans of elders, and the strongest leaders competed in the finals. And also small clans that, miraculously making it to the finals, were able to prove their strength. Even Grandmaster Namgung himself, who once saved Murim from the demon sect, arrived here. Moreover, the head of the Namgung family, who had never attended tournaments, came in person. It was a real shock. But why exactly did so many people gather around the girl? She shouted loudly in the stands, "This is your chance to change your destiny!" After all, it is the safest bet in the world, created by the Namgung family and the Merchant Guild. The bets for the first round of the sword tournament are open. Blue or white. Make your choice. And gold, silver. Everything flew into the pawns, like a river that broke through a dam. Soon there was so much money that the girl didn't know what to do with it. Don't give up. Hold on until the end, she thought. This was their last chance to get rich. They shouldn't miss it. And suddenly an old man was making his way through the crowd, having heard her words. He loudly announced that he was betting 10 million silver on the white side. This was Golden Tamlon himself, a man of incredible wealth. They say you can buy an entire city with a coupon like that. Only emperors have them. How did this old man get it? The girl asked in surprise what this old man was doing here. He explained that he had made a deal. He was ordered to place a bet and then pay back a tenth. The mistress understood. If the young master decided to do this, then he had good reasons for it. The total betting pot has grown hundreds of times. Are they just going to stand by and watch, losing their chance at life? Now they have the opportunity to earn a fortune and change their destiny. Meanwhile, our hero entered the arena and noticed that the lady was busy with something. He became curious. What exactly? Before him stood his opponent, visibly trembling. The girl was disappointed. Everything turned out to be even worse than she thought. She would have to fight her friend. But she must win, because only then can she remain the master of the Huangshan school. But can she strike him? The soldiers looked at her in confusion. Why was she doubting? They had invested their money in her, and were now worried and angry. There was a buzz in her head. Screams and rumors that she was a disgrace to the school. People were screaming, demanding their money back, calling her a traitor. Her head felt like it was bursting from the pressure. But suddenly she heard a familiar voice. This was her mentor. She raised her head and saw him. He told her to listen to her heart and act as her inner voice told her. Whatever you choose, I will always be there for you. You are my family, he said. These words almost brought tears to her eyes. Our hero noticed that the mentor looked better. It seemed that the elder's treatment had really helped him. The girl turned to her opponent and said that she was sorry, but now she had to defeat him, even if it hurts him. She must fight for her mentor in the honor of the Huangshan school. Soon, the final round of the Battle of the Four Powers was officially opened. Mrs. Juha, who had recently received a beating from the young master, was now chanting for his victory. It looked rather strange. Our hero noticed that the atmosphere was not at all the same as it was at the beginning. She decided to take matters seriously, and he also realized that the moment had come to take full action. He attacks sharply, starting with simple strikes. His sword flies forward with lightning speed, but his opponent deftly dodges. However, when the blade was very close to the young master, he sharply pointed it in her direction. The blade almost touched her leg, but she pushed back in time, and then she performed a perfect backflip, landing gracefully. Her dodges were so skillful that it seemed as if she was reading his movements in advance. All this time she was looking for a weak spot in his defense, but at some point she heard a sharp whistle. His sword was piercing the air with incredible speed. She froze. Something about this movement shocked her. Suddenly she screamed. Her head felt like it was exploding from the tension. It seemed that she was almost blown away by the young master's powerful blow. Even after blocking his attack, she felt how difficult this battle was for her. She couldn't quite believe it. Was this really the same Daeso she knew? How had he become so strong? After all, before he was more worried about money than about training. She couldn't figure out when exactly he had become so strong. But our hero noted that she was excellent at dodging and counterattacking. But what will he do when she finally goes on the offensive and attacks in full force? But the boy had a trump card up his sleeve for this blow. His body began to fill with incredible energy. He put all his strength into the attack. She watched this in shock. Where did he get the thunder energy from? But how can she repel this blow that our hero has prepared for her? The young master attacked, smiling, as if he already knew the outcome of the battle. His great heavenly sword technique hit her like a real storm. She understood that if she didn't defend herself, she would lose. But a lightning-fast, powerful blow threw her aside. She did a somersault and got to her feet, barely keeping her balance. A little more, and she would have flown out of the training ground, automatically losing. Daeso decided to make her angry and declared that Huangshan School was worthless. The stands were filled with shock. School head Junan couldn't believe that this boy had mastered their legendary Great Heavenly Sword technique. He not only used it, but also filled it with energy that undoubtedly belonged to the Heavenly Thunder technique. He combined the unstable power of thunder with the flawless technique of the Great Heavenly Sword. Everyone knew that the youngest son had mastered many techniques, but who would have thought that he had perfected this one? A real monster appeared before them, and they saw it clearly. Deso was getting incredible pleasure from the fight. He shouted to the entire arena that he would destroy anyone who stood in his way. It was obvious that his mind was clouded. One of the senior instructors at the Huangshan school was amazed by his strength. How did a boy who had only read books his whole life suddenly become a real warrior? But now his weaknesses were visible. His skills were not yet ideal for the title of apprentice mentor. Then the elder looked at his student and thought, if Zhang Zhong had entered the arena, the fight would have been much more interesting. But unfortunately, that did not happen. He was sorry that he had never been able to avenge his hand when it was mutilated. However, if he defeats the young master who defeated Yuhan, he will prove that he is more worthy of the title of disciple mentor than this girl from Huangshan, and he will take back what rightfully belongs to him. Grandpa Huangshan looked closely at his student and was sincerely worried about her. Daiso, full of strength and energy, rushed forward asking, "How long are you going to defend yourself? If you're not going to fight, then just put your head down, I'll break it, and you can rest in peace." But the girl did not retreat. She continued the attack. The warriors were impressed by her form. By parrying the blow, she proved that she could not only defend herself, but also counterattack. She apologized to her friend, but she couldn't back down. She had no right to lose. "Then stop defending yourself," Daiso declared. "Try to put me down with one blow." And at that moment, the real hell began. The warriors were furious. They had bet all their money on her, but the youngest son, Namgun, was to win. And then suddenly the girl rushed forward. She repelled our hero's attack and penetrated right through his defenses. This bastard took my place, Deso realized. And now she's trying to prove she's better than me? But he had 20 years of experience before he was born, and 15 after. A total of 35 years of skills. Let him try to withstand his blow. Before she could exert herself to the fullest, he had already taken the perfect position. "Okay, let him show me the masterclass. But excuse me, I can see through you and I know where you're aiming." His blows flew rapidly towards the girl. She couldn't do anything, she could only watch. An incredible silhouette suddenly appeared before her. This moment seemed beyond reality. It seemed that she was looking through the water, and saw a vague, blurred image in front of her. And yet she was able to dodge this fatal blow. Even when she retreated, her counterattack stunned our hero. She regrouped in a flash and delivered a powerful blow. In that brief moment, she did something incredible. Our hero felt her sword approach. The blade grazed his face. Although he tried to dodge, the wound began to bleed. He understood. This girl, this caterpillar, who seemed weak, was now turning into something completely different, squeezing the sword in his hands. But the Desa rushes into battle, because everything is just beginning. The wedding only unfolds its events. As he approaches his rival, he starts to tremble with horror, and he feels immediately, there is clearly something wrong. Her face suddenly faded, and a confusion appeared in her gaze, the cause of which was difficult to understand. However, suddenly his gaze stops at the scratch on the cheek. It is blood. It was she who made her respond. At that moment, he suddenly froze, and surprised in the stands. The audience could not understand what happened. Why did his enemy tremble out of fear, and the young master does not go on the offensive? People sounded crazy to the judge, demanding that you immediately continue the match. "The judge you are doing? Play." Despite the fact that the girl was barely on her feet, she was ruthlessly showered with abusive exclamations. They said that she was not standing like a stump, called foolish, drove away if he did not want to fight. It got worse from that, but it was not added to fight. The sensei that trained it was well understood by the reasons for everything that happened, so only silently clapped his teeth. He was engulfed, and suddenly this desire to dominate him took the mountain just then. He remembered the moment when it happened in her life, and the girl tried to explain that she didn't want to say it. The teacher stressed that he did not want to listen to these senseless chats. He called her extremely unworthy and meaningless, though she did not deserve it at all. He realizes that at that moment he was completely covered by anger. If he appreciated the situation, everything could have happened completely differently, perhaps from the beginning. He thinks, was there a mistake to trust her sword? Now he is not sure whether he understood everything right then. People are mocking from her, shouting that she goes away and does not shake herself in front of everyone. She trembles in response, that after she tried, nothing has happened. She has no more strength to continue. The hero exclaims to the stands with indignation demanding silence. What are you inadvertent? It is not possible to vote. Stop screaming and covering your mouth. And it was at this moment that everyone in the magic wand was silent. The hero annoyed that because of the endless chat, even the crumb of this nonsense could not be understood. When everything subsided, the young lord sent his sword towards Yunhan and called it to the duel. However, it seemed to hesitate. To ignite her anger, he promised, if she refuses to accept the challenge, then each of the members of the Huanchans who dare to resist him will be mercilessly destroyed. Especially the guy she faced last time. He will be so cruel that he will never be able to hold the sword in his hands again. At that moment, her hands, which were still trembling, finally calmed down. She just asked why he said so. However, he, a real hero, noticing her annoyance, did not quench, but on the contrary, continued to incite it even more. He laughed in response, saying, "What a difference if you still run away, as if a homeless dog. Isn't she ashamed of an old master who took her under her roof in the most difficult moment? And he, exhausted and wounded, still finds the strength to fight for his salvation without losing hope. And she just does that, she complains. Is it good to surrender through some slight drop of blood? Isn't that funny? The sword is only a tool." And then she injured her teacher. But this time, if she dares and takes a sword, she will be able to become a real protection for him. The Waters of the Lord noted that if he was in her place, the student of the chief master, it would certainly become an elder, and the overlapping would be at his own discretion. And suddenly the girl, like a crazy, suddenly rushes to him. This superfluous explosion of energy did not doubt anyone. It was not like a newcomer with such force. Even ordinary people felt it on themselves. The hero emphasized that power is the law of this world, and it is with her that she will have to fight. However, the girl just smiled gently and said, if he really is convinced, she understands that he is strong, but not so much as to teach her as to live. Noticing the determination that flashed in her eyes, he finally smiled. She seems to have finally decided. Now, he confidently stated, as the younger son of this respectable family, he has no right to lose some student from the Huanshine there. This brought her into a real rage, it seemed. About the forehead would protrude a vein, and the heart crazy in her chest. She understands that Huanchan is not good to speak with such ease, and therefore her inner tension suddenly erupts outwardly in the eyes of everyone. Everyone jumped on their feet, and without giving it from where such an incredible force came from, this audience could not grasp. Even the protagonist could not look, watching how the petals of the Huanshan slightly lowered down. He notices the striking transformation of her strength and feels her energy, majestic and powerful, like a real dragon. It comes from a powerful stream of frantic energy and unbreakable power that burns around. The dragon's fire sword fell lightly at the young ruler. She rushed forward at frantic speed. He barely managed to evade an extremely powerful blow. He was clearly aware that if it were not for a sight bias, the blade would certainly cut him. With this feeling, it is difficult to remain calm, even if you are an experienced fighter, not to mention the elderly person. Our hero begins movement, cleverly twisting his body into a complex maneuver. However, the heir is still captured in the air. He rushes to her with an attack, but she skillfully gives him repent. On its part, a true hail of devastating blows is collapsed. The young owner strained his jaw, and suddenly felt a strange smell in the air. The technique of triple steel sword, 5 elements, typhoon. He did not stop and continuously developed it, as if anticipating, if he drops his hands now, everything will be in vain. However, the girl did not think to retreat. After all, the sword of the dragon does not recognize the boundaries, and the aroma of plum is only a skillful illusion. Hearing these words, the young owner was noticeably removed and tensed. Lifting his eyes up, he is amazed. When did she manage to do it? But suddenly it collapses a whole rain of 24 doses of the plum ball. The crowd has not yet encountered a similar spectacle. Everyone was frozen, holding their breath from admiration. All present were incredibly stunned. Even the head of the clan of Ashun frozen with compressed jaws. Over time, she may still be able to leave at least some mark on the claws of the clan on the Mugun. And so, when this technique caught a young owner by surprise, she can say loudly that everything has come to an end. Like the second volume of Odes, the ruthless loss of Plum Bloom leaves no one indifferent. The Deso was stunned by an unexpected attack. He could not think that he would be able to inspire this girl. The dazzling outbreak blinded the audience, and everyone froze, holding their breath. Incredible. Is this really a dragon victory? One of the girls in the podium is captured by a bitter lips, plunging out of the dream of Confucius. And suddenly one of the people noticed, look, he shines brightly there. All attacks this young gentleman easily reflects. The elusive glass of flowering plums crumbles into pursuits under its protection. Although our hero's face was scattered, she really thought that he would retreat to such a trifle? However, his rival just smiled, and this bold smile annoyed him. The dragons of the sword are not amenable to my assumptions. His appetites are unpredictable. Did she have any other hidden opportunities? Suddenly, the cloud of plums gently resembled the dragon's energy and sprouted around our hero, enveloping him with incredible force. The frantic energy of the dragon claws rapidly rushed to the young man, revealing his ominous mouth before him. It was a real, unexpected situation in which our hero only clenched his teeth. The incredibly powerful aura wraps the arena, spreading a thin plum aroma, and the crazy vortex of the petals was just a tricky trap. Only one, the most powerful attack which the enemy saved to the finals, remained in front of him. The real curse caught our hero by surprise. Here are the abilities of those who are considered to be geniuses. At first, this style arose as a response to the boundless aggression of the heavenly warriors, capable of destroying everything in their path with spears. But now it is for her. He will open something absolutely incredible. When the hawks of the Huanzhen drew a formidable, all-encompassing whirlwind of heavenly energy, their faces were surprised on their faces, and the head of the clan Nagan was really interested, especially when his younger son became more and more surprised by his actions. If the endless copy of heaven comes across a hindrance in the form of the sky itself, it can simply be crossed in half. It was discussed earlier, and even if the girl thought that our hero would end on this trip, she was deeply mistaken. He used this technique. A dazzling ray of light escaped from his sword. The mysterious technique of the first style instantly struck the dragon, easily cutting through even his heavenly spear. And for a moment the whole world has frozen, and the dragon seemed to be frozen, like a statue, is not able to take a step. It was broken into pieces by a shockwave that this sword released. Everyone with anxiety made his eyes up. The heavenly space suddenly broke, as if the clouds themselves split in half. Clouds of plum petals that rose into the sky were scattered in the air, and the mighty dragon, unbreakable, gave way to the power of this technique and melted in a moment. The girl was aware that this simply cannot happen, because it contradicts everything and goes beyond the possible. It is like absolute counteraction. However, the young ruler went on the offensive, ignoring all the obstacles on his way. She sincerely wanted to stop him, but he only quietly asked her to remain silent. Grabbing the sword by the hand, he is dangerous, but skillfully hit her flat side with a blade just on the head, and leaves a noticeable ghoul on her face, forcing the girl to be defeated. Making it from it, they are advised to squeeze your teeth, because it all starts. He did not stop. Tightly thrust the sword in the vagina. He beat her with such force that it was even difficult to call it just pain. 50 strokes on the head. That's what she had to endure. The audience watched this sight, and she felt anxious excitement. After 5 powerful blows, the girl fainted and a lot of buzz grew on her head. Now that the victory went to our hero, he felt true relief. But when you looked around her, you will be wrapped in unspeakable silence. One that is difficult to understand. Suddenly he understands. He seems to be a little bent. He struck at least 30. Suddenly, the master appears, and not hiding the delight, announces that the young master has just been in the eyes of everyone exposed the vulnerable place of the infinite heavenly soot. And it was an incredible sight. He again burned fire in the heart of this old man, and he seemed to see the light for the first time with other eyes, as soon as he demonstrated the technique of destruction of endless copying, thus proving that even the gun is far from perfection. Turning to the young warrior, the mentor said, giving the example to the students, "It is blind confidence and self-confidence that can lead to a similar result. All who watch this duel share the same opinion." He suddenly and boldly challenged them, so openly that they had no idea what to expect from him. However, that's how they answered him. While this monologue was heard, the young host could not hurt what they hinted at. If everything goes in further, he was definitely not destined to fall asleep this night. But suddenly, a sinister whisper came to his ears. It was ordered to wait that night when the Wanchon clan will come for his retaliation. The master solemnly lifts up the winner of the first round of the main tournament of the 4 kings. The name of our Gundes is loudly to be heard. Everyone exclaims, "We were lucky." It was incredibly fierce battle. The young master, realizing what had happened, was confused, and could not decide whether he should be glad or upset. At this time, Johann, shaky and with gulus on his head, uncertainly retreats. She misses, aware of her defeat. Now she is aware of her even look into the eyes of the teacher, ashamed to be a senior student of the clan. When she approached the master, she strongly announced her departure. But the master firmly stated if she leaves, he will leave with her. When she looked at the teacher, her eyes were almost filled with tears. He sincerely apologized because he forced her to share his burden. "And what happens then, Boeing?" she asked. However, she was most amazed by the fact that he was behind. She did not expect it at all. Suddenly, the elders of the Venshan sect were worried. Did he really suspect something? They seemed to be suspected, though the girl still cannot understand what happened. The master, throwing her bags in her hands, said that he had taken one assignment to the Wanshans. This sacred pill belonged to Sudan, and not everyone dares to take it. The elders rushed to the road, sounding loudly, "Stop! Wait!" They sought to prevent the absorption of this pill. The elders shouted him after, ordered to stop and return everything to them. The girl immediately apologized and tried to fix everything immediately. But why did Jasodan find themselves here? As it turned out, the elders visited precisely because of Jasodan. They turned to the head of the sect, looking for an explanation of his act. The girl cannot understand. If the mentor is angry, then only she is guilty of it. So if someone deserves punishment, let it be herself. The elders bowed their heads respectfully and asked the head of the sect to head again. If he did not do it, then one of the elders, despite the fact that he did not belong to the Wanshans, would also intervene, which surprised his associates. However, his grandfather assured that their humility was not addressed not to the person, and they came here not for the sake of him, but for the sake of Juhan. At the request, whether he really intends to give his inheritance to his student, the girl gets lost. She cannot understand how the mentor is able to entrust her such a significant mission and put responsibility on her shoulders for such an important decision. But he should not be surprised so much, because at one time he was in a similar position. She will understand everything herself. Once he, guided by his own insatiable greed, gave her a sword. Will she take him again, or let him go forever? It only belongs to her. Let her decide what she really wants, whether she will be satisfied with the present or will have the courage to want more. Even if this choice has failed, let it not be upset. Her faithful mentor will remain near her forever. This time the bell was brought here, and the girls immediately appeared, tears in their eyes. And not only the girl in the eyes of tears shone, even the master of the elders came. She sincerely confessed that Huanshani loves all her heart. Let this awkward flower now have not yet opened, but then it blossoms like a fragrant plum. You are like an unquenchable plum. It will always keep your destiny, not for a moment, not lost by the glow. Did they exclaim, "Hooray! It's incredible! That's the way, a wonderful solution!" I know that time for such questions is now far from perfect, but maybe he can still share it before leaving. They looked at the young man with great admiration. The young master went with relief, realizing that I was happy to complete the whole story. Even if Juhan is defeated, he will still manifest himself as an extremely promising and talented fighter, will attract a general attention to the arena, and no doubt will gain recognition among his like-minded people. Now he will probably not repeat the fate of the sword ghost from his past life. Suddenly on the horizon he notices a stranger who suddenly appears in his field of view. She was waiting for him with her eyes shining. The hero nods his finger, astonishing in surprise. "Did you really expect me?" "Why suddenly?" Turning into her own thoughts, the girl did not notice how she hung a shadow of madness in the air, which without these people would never be manifested. However, in the look of the young owner, she clearly read, having created a special atmosphere for her, he will no longer behave in the same way as before. And the girls advised, if he is only a friend and the situation becomes uncomfortable, just show him your head. After all, Lord loves to punish her head. So she listened to this advice from his supporters. Feeling that there was no other path, she clasped her teeth and resigned to the inevitable. She leaned before him and opened her head for the first time today. Only today will it allow him to repeat it again. From such an act, the young master was simply impressed, because he does not understand who this girl is and why she appeared here. Or maybe she really thinks too much. He extends his hand to touch her head, gently puts her palm on her head and helps her get up. She thinks that this feeling is a real love, although at the same time she suspects that he may just be pity. The hero, barely holding back tears, he thinks, this poor, it seems, completely lost a sense of reality. Her face is beautiful, but with reason clearly something is wrong. Soon the youth joined the family of the clan of Gun. They wondered how her romantic date had passed, whether she had already made her choice and had a glass of wine. Will she ever come back to the clan or Gal? However, the girl only sighed deeply and looked up. She looked, and a clear image of the young owner broke out before her eyes. Deciding to stay here for a while, she stopped, allowing herself to hold this moment. The participants of the next 64th finals are released on the arena. The audience kept breathing in anticipation of the spectacle. The stage is a real giant, Pen from the noble clan of Hebe, which strikes with its dimensions. His incredible body, like a bull, remembered the audience at once. It seems that it hides superhuman power. To meet him, Gunso comes out of the Hun clan. The Glass of the Glass clan laughs at the Pen. Is this boy a major favorite in the tournament of 4 kings? It is difficult for him to believe it. Calling him to a duel and even deciding to take part in the king's tournament is a true madness. His self-confidence simply does not know the limits. This guy gets his huge sword, where the scope hits him on the ground, and the surface begins to cover with deep cracks. He will prove that the art of the Pen clan is unattainable for any master in the Central Plains. However, the young owner did not even look in his direction, and it hurt him. This freak from the clan to Amgun perceived him for easy prey. The elder carefully monitors the course of events, although he does not think that the third young master loses. However, the CB and PEN clan is not so simple opponents. How can this guy radiate sacred energy, which is transmitted only on the bloodline of the Hebei clan? And even with such unusual power, as if it really came from one of the 3 most powerful clans. If he considers this guy weak, then he clearly underestimates his skill in battle. Otherwise, why did the princess get such a sword? He began to make fun of him. And you with such an infirm body to fight came out? Ha ha ha. Here the strength erupts from a strong body, proudly straining the muscles and demonstrating its power. The young lord from the clan of us Hun is surprised to listen to a boastful story of a guy who, without a shadow of doubt, states that his sword weighs 200 kilograms. You should never despise his sword. So when the young heir of the clan Pen cast his gaze on the toothpick in the hand of the young head of the clan of Gun, did not tolerate and laughed. However, the guy was not one who could be underestimated. He had to put a sword into the ground, as the soil instantly split in half. It was a lot of impressed. The young host from the clan Hun emphasized that his sword weighs half a ton, a whole 500 kilograms. The eldest son understood that he had only a regular sword, but for a mysterious reason a strong blue stone was covered with a deep crack. Did he have already reached internal perfection at such a young age? This was the reaction of the head of the Pen family when he saw it. He realized that he was a real monster before him. The external force is divided into 2 varieties. The first is aimed at increasing the size of the muscles, and the second to external improvement. The growth of their inner strength and perfection also causes an improvement in the external form. This is achieved by combining grueling training with recreation periods that allow the muscles to recover and grow. Instead, there is no need to recover from recovery during internal improvement. Damaged fabrics undergo huge loads, and in the end the muscles are not able to withstand. They are broken, as if exploding outside. Many people, trying to go through this test, lost their health and have become crippled. But it is only necessary to gain courage and set this seemingly insignificant step. There was a real miracle, and not as much as I imagined. Thin, invisible inner bodies and meridians will awaken. And when the torn muscles grow again, new, even stronger fibers will be formed. Meridians, filled with energy, will be twice as powerful than before. Education of internal improvement begins with a subtle sense of their own energy. The slightest error in the destruction and restoration of muscles can lead to irreversible damage to the body. Due to the incredible danger and minimal chance of success, this method has finally forgotten the martial arts world 300 years ago. But if he really notices something, it is definitely an internal improvement. The world of martial arts of the new superhuman will be stunned. At the moment when a young gentleman from the Pen clan struck the boy with a powerful stroke on his nose, slightly touching the edge of his sword, he left a crack on the blade of this bold giant. He was afraid of fear, and he began to tremble. He calmly withstood the blows without leaving. He did not care. Indifference and boredom covered him. What is the unspeakably indifferent expression on the face of this young man, O Lord? It seems that a pathetic beetle was stuck on his sword. It has already annoyed the giant. Where did he get tired? However, his gaze was attracted to his younger brother. Surprised, he noticed that they were watching closely, but nevertheless he invited him to the show. The chunky man squeezes his jaws. This scoundrel does not leave attempts to cheat. He swears to break his sword in his eyes with his father. No matter how he tried to keep peace, he will not be enough for a long time. At that moment, the young owner of the clan of Gun causes a lightning blow to us, which easily reflects the enemy attack from the shotgun. He suddenly realizes that he loses balance, and there is already an attack ahead of him which must be repelled. He is barely refracted, but still has time to repel her attack. He rejoices because he was able to protect it and did not allow it to be taken away. Surprisingly, it was not difficult. He has already learned to predict his blows and fully focused on defense. He was able to calm down and look carefully at the circumstances that appeared before him. Although the situation is still unfavorable for him, if he is gradually gaining strength, he will have a chance to change something. However, there is no point in waiting for the right moment when he will at least weaken his defense. Suddenly, he glowed with the idea. A clever plan that will allow once and for all to end with this scum. In this way, he will have a crumb of chances. The protagonist's friend noted that in the finals, the level of rivals increased significantly. Although they gradually get used to the attacks of the third prince, adaptation is not easy for them. However, the young gentleman sincerely sympathizes with the young man from the clan of FEC, because his brother is only brutally entertained with him. It seems that the older brother passed this guy not only his experience, but also a ghostly faith in a quick success, inspiring him with the hope that everything would happen soon. However, his brother is only a little warming up. It is just a light workout for him. No matter how much this giant has tried to press with all his power, exhaling heavy air that burden the breasts. And it is at the moment when this scoundrel imagines that he will succeed. He uses the third style of legendary Tiger Edge. The three-headed strike of the tiger mercilessly flies towards the young owner of the clan of Hun, hanging over it like a predatory shadow. For this guy teacher, the situation was just perfect. He waited patiently until his breathing recovers. It is only necessary to fight, as well as the technique becomes shaky and uncertain. It seemed that everything unfolded exactly as he planned. However, the protagonist drew attention to his brother. She sincerely impressed him. It was this technique in his last life that brother was called the Iron Dragon. In a moment, when the giant was already confidently celebrating his victory, we managed to surprise him with a cunning course. Everything turned in an instant. The moment as his three lions melted in the air, cut in half with an extremely sharp sword blade. The blow confidently involved in a giant's simple and devastating force. He did not have time to blink, as he did not realize what had happened, and did not even manage to approach his father's role for a moment. Seeing his son fell, the leader of the clan exclaims, "Get up immediately!" However, all the efforts were in vain. It lies immobile without giving any signs of life. Gunso solemnly lifts the sword up. It is his triumph, an undeniable victory in this duel. And with this sword he points to his brother, as if calling for his example and reaching the same peaks he reached himself. Since he will wait for him on the top, this battle promises to become legendary. My gentleman is already agitated so that he almost began to cough. Without doubt, in this state, the winners are undoubtedly Gunso and Ware. The young man is aware that this extraordinary power causes him true anxiety. The mind refuses to believe. He almost wants to get crazy from such frenzy. For a moment, there was a desire to succumb to this disease with him. But next to this horrible monster, which he now turned, it is too dangerous. At the moment when the dent was folded by fear, he suddenly interrupted his friend, asking why he smiles. Livin asked if it was ridiculous to him from the beginning, as if something fun was hiding behind his smile. And he is indifferent, laughs someone, or cries. He can still stick a slap on his head to stuff the hum. And yet, it seemed to the other as if he were quite satisfied with himself. A new participant comes to the arena, and this figure seems surprisingly familiar. This is really the same Hill, and it is clear from his face. He is determined. The guy burns with the determination to fight. If earlier in the duel he seemed much weaker than his opponent, then this time he proved himself in full. It was then, during the first duel, that a spark began to awaken in me. During the battle, a real flame broke out, as if someone put a pure oil on it. There was only one goal before his eyes: to destroy. Why there are so many things that incite everything to destroy everything? This is what the bald notes wrote. Now his patience is completely exhausted. Let someone finally take this place. The real power of Shaolin's martial art is the harmony of soul and peace of mind. If it retains cold-bloodedness and is able to fully reveal its technique, it will become much stronger. Bald sneezes himself on the chest, trying to master the excitement and make herself calm. The main task is to keep calm and in no way allow anger to take a mountain over yourself. The rival looked at the bald, like a true crazy, though he seemed to be an unmanageable frantic. Now he stood a calm, like a bronze, a balanced man. But at that moment, the bald thought, whether he must be in the rank every time to destroy or break something? He was suddenly interested in this question. Suddenly the legs themselves became parallel, just at the width of the shoulders. At the moment when the bald lifted a huge fist, a dazzling bright light flashed around. With a cold-blooded expression, he stated that now everything here would be destroyed here. From it, a powerful aura struck, as if the Chernobyl station's radiation is invisible. Judging by the combat posture, he is set to solve everything in one and only blow. His opponent hesitates, not even knowing whether it is necessary to move first to the attack, because such a technique takes much more time to prepare. He himself was not sure whether it was worth the risk and move on, but was only a suspicious target for Bald. In addition, a strange golden beam was flowing near him. In this case, he will also give all his strength to resist the enemy with this blow. His palm flares up the fire generated by his own chi, and here they converge in a decisive duel, face to face. The opponent of the bald person does not even suspect which mess he had just stopped. At a moment when his fist with swing meets with unwavering armor, his hand crunches from the stroke on the steel that you deliberately strengthened. He looks at his own hand. Hard to believe, but it is broken. But why did he really seek from the 8th level golden beginner? Still, Diamond Unity is not just some unknown for anyone. Bald strongly grabs him by the hand and waves, putting all his power into this movement. And now his face blossoms with a bright smile, because everything turned out exactly as it should. He has all the advantage now, and let anyone dare to challenge him. Even before his fist touched his face, he already despaired. Bald has not even managed to use his destructive equipment, as the fighter already surrendered and began to make a loud defeat loudly without falling on his knees. Although the judge was clearly in no hurry to stand on their side, did this Bovdur bring him to the rabies with his constant interrogation? How many times to repeat does not come. He seems to break. Cancer, with anger on his face, realized that he failed to completely break his opponent, and the judge declared the winner of the Shaolin monk. In fact, it was a devastating destruction. Is it possible to strike such a blow with bare hands? The hero is surprised to ask himself this question. At the same moment, his friend noticed a man who from the very beginning watched him. Squeezing his swords in his desire to win the title of a younger sword, he will certainly overcome the dent. Deo's furnishings are surprised. He cannot understand what is happening here with a confused expression. Who is going on? Who is this guy? And why all the views are chained to him? Soon a new fighter appears on the arena, who says with a smile, "I am glad." He introduced himself as Ginger Holen. "The endless freedom," the young man said, and sadly bowing his head, silent. Gin was angry. He did not yet know that his rival belonged to this clan, but as a person with a higher reputation and status, he decided to introduce himself to the first. Now let it should name its real name, but the guy does not pay attention to it. Instead of the answer, he claims that it is just an endless life. At the same moment, his opponent finally lost his self-control. He still stubbornly stands on his own and expresses his own dissatisfaction with anger. The guy is boiling with anger and in vain tries to understand why he was called Goji. This name wounds his pride. He does not even want to pronounce him. And at the same moment, as soon as the battle broke out, I grabbed my sword lightly. The enemy struck a powerful blow. In response, I rushed forward and struck my sword blocker. Snake energy was escaped from this sword, torturing the space around. I am so angry. What is the name of the name during the battle? And at a moment when the enemy notices that an unknown force turns him into a reckon, the berries again asks, "Why do you know my name?" And if he's still interesting to hear it, let him open his ears and listen carefully. He exclaims his own name with a fierce cry. Gogja hours, the crazy force erupts from his sword, cutting through the air. The victory is triumphantly rising, and the victory is deposited on the ground. The judge announces the victory of Gojik Root, recognizing him as the strongest fighter of the sect. Even the Chechon Nagogon could not help but notice that something was not folding with his GI. He is far from a sample of normal. However, this person's strength is truly impressive. This is not some kind of fictional power, but a real power, confidently confirmed the young owner. One of Udan's elders exclaims, "It was truly wonderful." That's right. If he goes into a fight, he must truly carry the name of our Blow sect and meet its principles. The elder of the clan no longer finds a place of impatience when finally his student will meet in a duel with the Deso, because he believes that his student will certainly succeed, because he gave him everything he learned. And in general, the title of the younger sword should not reach him. In this sect, the advantage of clearly on the side of that confident old man. It was obvious that this guy had truly impressive abilities. And the other young man directed his gaze in the same direction where the rest were looked. They looked carefully at the podium, looking for Namahun Desa, and suddenly one of them sharply pointed his sword in his direction. He does not stop while everyone looks at him as if they are about to pour out and eat, and suddenly, unexpectedly for himself, he catches this opinion in his head. She remembered how he talked to a young lady, and she shared with a smile that he was considered extremely sweet, which is why everyone was so close to him. Although he felt pleasant flattery, the thought was still in his head. These stupid, annoying courtship was annoying. Since the duel is about to end, it's time to return to Sulin's pavilion. Nagondeso thinks that his companion will go ahead, and he decides to walk a little more and freshen up in the open air. From the very beginning, the heart is crazy, without giving a moment of rest. Ever since he has the desire to be drawn to his older brother, his heart is dying, then he banes surprisingly easy. He will make himself in his chest with all his strength, crying that he is frantic. Hell will take away. If he decides to oppose his brother, he understands perfectly. This is his end. The awareness of this does not give him rest, but at the same time strangely arouses. He may have really lost his mind. His friend even noted, a Desonagan actually behaves like a real crazy if he likes such madness. When they approached the gates were slowly dissolving, and the teacher said, "You can go." It was a beautiful woman who recorded the child's age and calculated how many years it went from their last meeting. She was wondering how they lived all these years. We were visited by long-standing acquaintances from the mountain of Zhuanchans, a master and his student. For a long time, their paths did not intersect. But after such a long journey, they simply could not bypass the dwelling of an old friend. For the master, meeting with a friend is a matter of honor. Perhaps as they crossed, he immediately invited her to a glass. The woman did not deny, why not? She had already begun to miss her friend, because without him, there was no one to lift with anyone. And this fact was quite pleased with the master. "That's what a real householder means," he said with a smile. He gently takes her hand, gently holds her palm. There was always a special understanding between them, which no one else has achieved. Suddenly the old man appears and, holding his breath, watches something really incredible. With one hand he shows this guy asking, "Who is it at all?" The woman said that it was at this moment that the old man suddenly came to them. This is their long-standing acquaintance, and together they plunged into a friendly conversation. Master Huanshan immediately caught the mood of this old man. His fierce jealousy to that maid was too noticeable. He also paid attention to the old man who murmured something, and seemed to be no reason. It was evident that this old man did not remain indifferent to her magic. He feels the old wounds that did not give him rest, finally began to heal. Everything is due to this vision. Meanwhile, the old man ran up to the master, shouting loudly and clearly dissatisfied. He noted that the Lord had already called them friends, but would prefer to hear it personally from the master. He wondered if only friendship was really between them, and the master confirmed it. Then he turned to the old smile with a mocking smile and asked if he had no feelings for that person. And at that moment, the old man pierced the icy breath of anxiety, as if something cold touched his soul. An unexpectedly powerful flow of energy exploded from his body. Judging by his expression, he is immediately apparent. He is completely sure. Grandpa suddenly grabbed the master's hand, and with a different expression, he stated that he wanted to treat him with a fresh drink, and wondered if he would agree to such a proposal. But the master will never give up such an invitation. The maid also announced to join, and confidently noticed that Jung would probably not want to stay away, and would take part in this adventure. For a long time, she has been dreaming of a legendary vegetable bimba, with 70 ingredients prepared by the hostess herself. The maid was genuinely surprised. Usually the young owner from her needed only meat, and her culinary experience, as if he had long lost value. However, this time everything was different. She felt that her efforts were needed, and it was quite comforted. Now she will take special care, and the girl is looking forward to the result. The artists were comfortable with and went to love the drinks. Master Wanshan noted that girls are attracted to men who skillfully perform their business, and especially attracts a bright contrast between the day and night faces of the male essence. Hearing these words, the warriors did not refrain from curiosity, and immediately wondered what he had in mind, talking about this strange contrast between day and night. Drinking, the master was so drunk that he began to call all those present with savages, they say. They live somewhere in the mountains and do not understand in this world at all. And let them listen carefully. They will explain everything. Jung also has to watch and take experience. This is how you need to grow. Suddenly the door dissolved, and the warriors exclaimed, "They are here!" Yuho carefully examines the audience and notices several strangers among the guests. He does not rest the question. For what reason did they find themselves here? These were extremely powerful fighters. Great Elder, a master of a sword from Gumbuk, a master of martial arts, a master of an iron sword, as well as a thunderer from Gun. All of them are the legendary 5 of the elders of the MSU clan. She was well aware that each of them has long crossed the boundary of human opportunities. If troubled times were dominated, they would be called the most powerful in the world without hesitation. In response to the question who exactly they search, One of the present emphasized that they are looking for a young owner. Suddenly a Desout Deso appears and asks what is happening here. One part of the hall made a loud party and the other came a whole crowd. Do they imagine that this place is created for friendly sitting and fun conversations? The young master is indignant. One of the masters emphasized that this day is a real gift of fate, because today the Deso Nagan has demonstrated his special style. He wondered what name he called his technique, because he heard that he was the art of the sword of an infinite sky. They are hotly pleasing to the young master once again to demonstrate their amazing skill, but he does not understand why it is so important to them. The art of the sword of the infinite sky is considered to be the largest treasure of the clan to us Hun. Thanks to him, everyone was able to see his vulnerable places. How to leave him unattended now? Surrounding the guy, they watch their every movement. They emerge to solve the secret of destroying the art of the sword of an infinite sky, and on this basis to create the perfect, updated version of their own style of possession of the sword. So let him not delay and quickly demonstrate us all. The hero was confused and doubted, because this is what he was most careful, that the events would go so far. Watching Junhan, he realizes that he kept holding himself in vain, although the masters constantly insisted stubbornly to resist. But it is better to get a kick immediately than to wait for the start of a fight, isn't it? Laughed one of the guys. The Gun Clan was much more interesting to him than he could imagine. And this has the arrogance to ask the head of the clan itself. It is interesting, isn't it? However, there is one important detail here. Okay, let him Greek with this art of an infinite sky. Everyone just mocks our hero, they say. This is a very useless thing. Some of them even allowed themselves to make fun of our hero, emphasizing that the destruction of the art of the infinite sky was complete nonsense. The lord who stood nearby looked surprisingly shrewd. The owner ordered urgently to call all 5 elders and impatiently asked what had happened. The master, pouring himself a glass of strong, sighed and said it all a joyful tone. He became interesting. Or did everyone here have been as fun as it seems? When the leader of the Gun Clan gathered us all 5 together, they stood next to him, sniffed and depressed, with disappointment on his faces. The leader looked at them as if doomed. Everyone was surprised by the sudden behavior of the head of the family and thought whether they had touched him something important. Perhaps this is a manifestation of demonic force. Such an explanation is quite suitable. It was at this moment that the head suddenly raised his hand up. From heaven, his sword flew rapidly to his palm. Just as he grabbed the sword, a powerful wave of energy spilled into the hall, piercing everything around. He ordered all Peter's masters to attack him at the same time, and without any hesitation, without asking unnecessary questions. Hearing these words, 5 masters at first did not rush, but they were immediately alarming fear. However, with anger to the extremes of the face, the bishop relentlessly ordered them to fulfill the order. He did not waste time watching their attack, just saw the threat, immediately attacked and dumped one of them from his feet. He did not have time to blink his eye, as Vlad lightly neutralized his attacking maneuver. For 10 years he had no idea that during this time he was a little approached by his skill, but in fact, he was deeply mistaken. Bishop looked at them with a strict and balanced expression, after which he said in power, "Let them try to do it." One of them could not hold back tears. "You still do not understand what is happening, but clear one thing. They are very bad." They asked why the bishop did so cruelly and could not fully understand his motives. And yet, when there is no choice, they left only one thing: at least try to accomplish this task. So they think about how best to organize a common attack in 5. At least a few people are lucky to get closer, or at least break free from this place. Suddenly the bishop appears from nowhere and begins to scatter them on the sides. His voice is heard. "Have you already finished your chat? If you have completed, let them try to do what he had just ordered them." He effortlessly squeezed these fools from side to side, thrusting furniture and arranging around a real harmader. At that moment, the young lord emphasizes, the old people were completely wild, so they would try the same on themselves, not to make fun of it. But next to him was Yuko, who immediately realized he himself recently survived the same. In a day or two everything will go and again as it was. But then why is this guy so cheerful? The young owner did not resist and asked, "Yet, throw these thoughts away. It doesn't matter what really happened. The main thing, what does he mean?" Some of the audience notes that he spent a lot of efforts to restrain one of them. And then the old man's old sect appeared. He is surprised. Did this old man have to appear here? Then Yuk said with a smile that he had no doubt. He immediately guessed that it was his trick. But I can't get rid of one thing. Don't friends support each other? Still, Yuk remained in Kwanshan and retained the title of a senior student. and this is undoubtedly the wonderful news. However, the teacher left the position of director of the school, which became a real shock for a young student. It was a real test for him, because the idea that the events of past life could become a reality again, destroyed from the inside. Instead, he was released a new position, the Supreme Elder, and he remained in Huanshan. Here, our hero is finally aware of the true reason that Yuko was kept secret, and did not explain anything at once. In addition, he sought to present something as a gift to the young owner. However, it is unlikely that any gratitude should be between them. But it was worth it to squeeze his hand, as he saw a seductive pill, and immediately turned to the deso of the cheerful to take it. He realizes that the smell of plums comes from sacred powder. Let him take himself. Back he will not return and will not demand. Our hero immediately discovered his feelings and directly called Yuhan a real scum. Yuho and no idea had that the young master would be happy about this news with such a genuine joy. And now we carry the next day, when fierce matches in the arena continue with renewed force. The sighs echoes in the bells, and the battle is still ongoing. One of the fighters wins the opponent, and everything happens exactly as it was intended. The so-called winner Gunso again leaves the rivals far behind, and the next clash promises a real spectacle. And the Yunzhen from the Mayan clan will come together in a duel with Zichiguna from the school. The whole room kept breathing in anticipation of intense confrontation. But only one of the participants does not seem to be burning at all the desire to enjoy the battle. The next fighter was the head of the style of the prince, so he was quenched on his head, probably from 50 times. The spectacle was, I will tell you, yet. Then he arranged a fairly striking sight, and now everyone is looking forward to repeating this scene. Another match was completed soon. This time the victory was won. The crowd prevailed in tense expectations. Everyone was eagerly watching when a Deso Nagan came out of the Nagan family. He was new under the loud nickname Head, and, barely approaching, the crowd exploded. Hearing these funny nicknames, our hero could not understand, for which he is so strange. He would soon be a great obstacle. The Yu Jin and the followers of the Huanshan sect. He stepped on the arena with an unmoved face, and immediately became clear. This time he was determined and truly serious. As soon as he stepped on the arena, he immediately decided to apologize to the Deso with a furnish on what had happened earlier. The young owner himself remarked, "Oh, this fraudster spoke so, apparently his insults, and there is no trace left." It was then that he remembered the words of Yuho. When it came to that young man, the teacher noted that he was not too happy in his life and asked to be more condescending to him. However, it is difficult to imagine that this type can be unhappy. In his opinion, it is necessary to speak fists in order to teach their courtesy and order. However, Yuk did not want to listen to this. Instead of words of support, he only stretched him a pill, saying, "Receive her and drive all the stupid thoughts." And when he asked this pill, he decided to accomplish this task. Our hero is well aware that the reservoir must receive the retribution in full. And at that moment, the rival from Huanshan understands. Dea Nagan uses all his power from the beginning. In his thoughts, he clearly understands that the master allowed him to apply the art of 7 flowers of plum and sword. If he manages to make the last 7th flower to blossom truly, then he will have a real chance of winning. The young master asked him whether he was an opponent of the highest rank. The boy shared that this is a legendary level, which rumors will be spread throughout the Wanhans. He himself does not know where this information came from. Swinging his sword, the hero says, "Let his eyes open even wider." And so, when his gaze opens, a whole mountain of ripe plums appears in front of him. In his eyes, these petals of purple light lightly flash, and suddenly it is illuminated by the thought, where did the plums come from? The young owner performs a combination of blows that resembles a fabulous flowering of thousands of cherry trees. Incredibly graceful and exciting. However, fear squeezes his soul, because he could not put up with the fact that the younger one in his family mastered this technique. The guy with passion says that he mastered this technique thanks to the same senior student whom he once underestimated. Smiling, he launches a sword that flies straight to the enemy, recalling the moment when the Dent Nagan asked Yuk to find out about the technique of sliding wind. After today, he suddenly felt curiosity. If she agreed to share with him the secrets of this technique, he promised to be more condescending to her student. She hesitated only a moment, and then she got into a condition, and promised to tell everything she knew. In fact, many years ago, he was already captured by the expression sliding wind. Only through the majestic technique of the unbreakable diamond. Although both words contain Buden, the difference in the meaning between them is enormous. In the divine technique, Buden symbolizes absolute real estate. Meanwhile, Budong, in the volatile wind, means the spreading motion, though its essence has the opposite meaning. In his view, these two things have the same meaning. And the breeze in question is about, at the same time there is everywhere and nowhere is unnoticed. It spreads space, remaining invisible, as a mysterious flower that blooms in the darkness. But our hero sees only empty words in this, and considers it all this complete nonsense. It was on the battlefield, when he applied this extraordinary technique, Ms. Yuko's student was genuinely surprised, and his eyes opened wide. Feeling the gentle aroma of the plum near the nose, he immediately realized everything. Although now it should spill around the incense of flowering plums, it has not felt any aroma. As expected, it is only an empty shell that does not hide anything. Even if he is able to reproduce the technique of the sword itself, the true essence of the teaching to grasp it is not possible. And because he dared boldly to make fun of Kisan, the student caused him a devastating blow. Right in the eyes of all, he is not going to show any indulgence to him. It was at the moment when the sword of the boy was near our hero. Dihun skillfully parts the attack, causing a real explosion of energy. At the moment he came closer, he was instantly surrounded by an extremely rich plum aroma. And when he looks at a young boy, he clearly realizes a completely different person is in front of him. This is definitely not the smell of plum. So what really is it? The art of owning a sword is like a grain, from which a beautiful flower blooms later. And internal knowledge is nutrients that ensure its development. As the guy predicted, he did not let the internal energy into the tail, so it did not work out. But our flower's only capable of blossoming on the left. He decided to grow in his heart the flower that lived in it for a long time. In your palm, you focus the power of this rose, gradually filling it with its energy. It captures everyone around, and most striking the main leader, a family that closely monitors everything that happens. He was convinced that he could only see this in the finals. And the flower has already started to blossom, and this is a real miracle. In his memory, an image of some unknown flower on the road has fallen. She reminded him of herself. He turned to the chief maid and wondered if she feels affection. She also says that these flowers are so charming and tiny. How can they not be loved? Moreover, even under the pressure of rain and wind, field flowers always find the way to flourish. She feels genuine commitment to them, despite all obstacles and circumstances. The Dea Nagan promised that he soon visited Narva and collect as many plants for the senior maid as he could. She sincerely thanked him for his care and attention. Yes, this is the dried bouquet given to her, and now he watches her carefully, and the sewing illuminates him with a radiant smile. Deko Nagan is convinced that this is his first gift for her. It will sit down the sky of stormy sword blows, directing all the power forward. Communicating with each other, the elders jokingly sweep each other because of low level of combat skill. Like, that is why he copies it so easily. Haha. The message was about the vitality trampled into the earth itself. Suddenly, bright flashes of energy that take amazing, incomprehensible shapes break through. The old man, looking carefully at them, suddenly realizes and unexpectedly notices for himself. This young man not only stole, but also mastered the art of transforming muscles, bringing himself to perfection in this technique. And this art is far superior to the creation of a gray-haired master. An incredible, bright sight unfolds on the battlefield. Powerful energy flows are growing rapidly, weaved in an unforgettable extravaganza. Our hero feels a single bud break through him, slowly reaching up. They lack the strength to bloom completely, and the pupil of the young gentleman is noticeably expanding. It is at that moment that an inexhaustible energy flow of energy with double power breaks out of his sword. And here one wise old man realizes that it cannot be. He even dared to repeat the forbidden spell again, which had an inexhaustible force. And looking at this picture, our hero finally opens the gates of his energy, feeling it has come time. The enemy was surprised to follow the incredible vital energy of our hero. Recognizing that a difficult test was waiting for him, he did not allow himself to admire his opponent's skill. It will release its own power of plum and apply the technique of a seven-headed sword of flowering plum. Applying the seventh style of the Color Clan, it rapidly collapses with our main character. Which of the swords is the first to release its true strength in the technique of small sword of flowers, flowering 10,000 petals? And so, as soon as the rival heard about the legendary power of the field, he froze in place. The radiant flash of energy breaks into heaven like an arrow, and from his core a young bishop rushes to the enemy with his sword, filled with restless determination. Applying the second style of the small flower sword, its power instantly swept the whole field, spreading around, like a spring wind carrying waves of floral pollen. But it causes the opponent to 10,000 lightning blows on the head, grabbing it quite suddenly. Undoubtedly, it was a sophisticated martial art, and the opponent will not even dare to doubt his strength. All the attacks of the deeds are directed exclusively to the head. At that moment, bright energy exploded throughout the stadium, covering the audience in the stands. The petal of the newly blooming flower rises lightly into the air and began to circle with the wind. He quickly moved just where he belonged to him, just in the palm of the maid. Feeling him near, she could not keep her tears. She was too deeply moved by her idea of how perfectly she pleased the young master. Without any objections, the victory was gained by a reconciliation. He immersed himself in his own equipment that he did not even notice when the fight ended. Experienced warriors who watched the duel could not believe their eyes. Does this young man have such an incredible amount of martial arts? What is this young man? Are other genes hiding in him, or maybe he is just a frenzy? The doubts, of course, occurred, but as many as 998 matches ahead. At that moment, the Lord was comfortable on his throne and knocked on the floor with force. He felt awesome, as if inside him was a strange, unknown energy that slowly burst out. When he turned his head to the right, other warriors hurried to look sideways, avoiding a direct counter view with him. It seemed rather strange, so one of the monks met with him and shook his head sympathetically. Since the head of the family immediately, without any explanation, asked only one short question. Obviously, he already guesses the cause. The monk is aware that he was trapped, and with annoyance reflects on it, because the whole situation is not at all liked. Then the ruler wondered what exactly was meant, and it was quite annoyed by the monk, although he himself was confused and does not know how to proceed. Will the owner start asking the question again? Once he did not go out of his tongue was a real chatter. Did the younger lord really speak the truth? Without thinking for a long time, the monk assumed that it could be a climax and immediately mentioned wonderful tea, which helps to cope with this condition. He suggested sharing his proven advice if the interlocutor did not mind to hear her from him. It was a real shock. The lord exploded with such a fierce anger that it seemed to thicken the unrestrained, destructive energy. The monk was confused and did not understand how to proceed. The lord hit the table sharply. On his hand, the veins came out, and a powerful, brilliant energy splashed from the body. His voice was in the air. Who dare to say it? The advisors were begged to stop, not understanding what to do. And despite their efforts, they had to change something. At that moment, all his thoughts were focused only on the boy of Desu, who has been behaving lately, as if he were experiencing a real emotional storm. In the eyes of the ruler, the rage flashed that it was no longer possible to hide her. You smiled through compressed teeth, just as he imagined. It was really you. He thought that the guy would not reach this moment, but he, as if contrary to everything, stubbornly lasting for life, struggling with his last breath. In the boundless spaces, it plant the seeds and contemplates how sprouts sprout. Thus he even brighter demonstrates his skill and uniqueness. When the eyes of the patriarch of the family stop on him, his memory emerges the images of those two who died before. He, of course, agrees, gets out of the throne and realizes that no matter how it is, let the guy be stronger. It would be good if he had achieved the highest level skills. Then he could do it without any restrictions. At that moment, the young Lord Deo Fregur suddenly pushed the icy anxiety, as if somewhere far away someone thought of him. When the night sank to the ground, everything around was immersed in sleep. But this young hero did not go to the dream. The eyelids did not close the eyelids. He felt that his soul had never been rest, so he would have to take his sword again before bed. He steps on the training ground and notices that someone is already enjoying a snack. It was the same girl whom he gave the nickname Great Number One, and she persistently honed her skills at night. She tirelessly honed her skills, and her movements looked truly impressive. She not has the skill of possession of a small sword, but uses techniques of art of the big sword. Although she is constantly training, a lot of fear is still reading in her look. She has already removed all the restrictions and led him forward with incredible determination. Perhaps it is the only trail for her, similar to the one that the youth tremble. If she manages to overcome this stage and achieve at least a little success, she feels true happiness. Suddenly, an unknown force sharply involves her in the temple. Her hands tremble, and she releases swords from her palms. Her hands tremble. Thoughts are confused in her head. It seems that her uncle with those big heads clearly explained what to do. So why does she have nothing? She was already going to try again, and suddenly noticed the blood that appeared on her palms. Daehun noticed her actions, came closer, and unpaid that all her efforts were in vain. No matter how much she tried, it would not change anything. For her, this technique is a real challenge in bed, said the young man seriously, not having a single smile. The girl, without holding back tears, was deeply upset. She exploded with a cry, angrily stating that she herself perfectly. In her thoughts, she worried again and again as she was mocked and caught only for the fact that she dared to go beyond the usual. Daehun, without drawing her eyes, calmly suggested that she come if she came with that intention. Gradually approaching, he carefully asked if she was tired, and his hand flew up sharply, threateningly hanging over her head. The girl with anxiety thought that he could get kicks on her head again. However, the Deso reconstruct the sword immediately, and the girl did not even have time to understand what had happened. But he just sought to demonstrate her. Let him look more closely. He grabbed the sword and swung skillfully, preparing for a decisive blow. He so skillfully and gracefully demonstrated to her these movements that she simply could not look at her. Enthusiastically and enchanting, she was watching his every gesture. Although she only imagined what he could be, this guy embodied her thoughts in perfection. The third style, which she has not yet been overcome, stood just in front of her. Deko Nagan sought to show her how to secure the sword on his belt. And then, having made a rapid way forward, he pierces the space around him. The incredible aura breaks out of it, literally filling everything around. Finally, the girl looked at this exciting picture. He wondered if the will realized his mistake. However, everything remained unclear for the girl. But if she did not realize it, then it is no longer his concern. It was overwhelmed by the memories of the terrible moments of her childhood. Even if he would give her unique abilities and incredible power, she still doubted that she would handle. Martial arts are not for everyone. Let anyone else answer all this. But the young man instantly destroyed her illusions, and it was at that moment that she had to concentrate all the inner forces. And then she felt the energy in the tips of her fingers. It was at that moment that it began to reach what was happening. Only when she learns to reveal all her power to the last drop will she open a real understanding. He reached out to her carefully, asking her to take her palm. It was unclear why it was necessary. However, he insisted that she would trust him and touched her hand, began to determine the level of her internal energy, feeling a powerful flow of her energy. The guy confidently determined, she can be given about 8 years. The girl thought that the Deso Nagan aimed at a completely different, but in fact he sincerely sought to teach her. The servants of the young gentleman were closely monitored for everything that happened. They were quietly squeezed, thinking that the Dent fell in love with this girl, and joked that Spring probably visited their lands earlier than usual. Deko Nagan was aware that if it stored the strength accumulated in about 8 years, it testifies to more than a 10-year persistent practice of internal art, even if it has not fully mastered the appropriate equipment. Then he wondered what technique she studied. The girl, noticeably embarrassing, began to stutter in a confusion, looking for words. It was a great deal of devote to the furnishings. I did not ask her to speak faster or torture his soul with waiting. It was an elementary technique for accumulating energy from the market, as well as one of the basic practices from the textbooks of their family clan. In the Dent market, the Nagan explained that by mastering this skill, you can reach any peaks in the world of martial arts. Deko Nagogan turned to her with irony, whether she was crazy. Because who, with common sense, will spend decades on mastering a technique that has almost no growth of inner strength? The girl realized that it was senseless, but hope did not leave her. She simply did not have other ways. At the moment when the guy took her hand, incomprehensible chemistry suddenly broke out between them. Feeling her power, the hero with delight noted that she had coped perfectly. Since she has been collecting energy for 8 years, it means that not a day without hard workouts. She practiced daily, not allowing herself to be the slightest break. She made a lot of effort, so these words for the girl have become a real miracle. It was such a surprise for her that, having heard praise in her address, she burst into tears. They poured down like light rain. The boy's words deeply moved the girl. Deko Nagan confidently stated that he could well cope on his own. For him, it was a very ordinary task. He understood that she may be unpleasant that he had intervened in the case, and was well aware that he would have reacted in the same way. But if this does not interfere, he will gladly extend her help. She carefully wipes tears that roll on her cheeks. She thanked him sincerely without hiding her gratitude, and as a sign of respect, he bows his head in front of him. However, the Dea Nagan emphasizes, he is ready to come to the rescue only once. In response to gratitude, the girl allows her to knock herself on her head. The Devung was deeply moved by her words. Well, he reaches out his hand and she trembles with him, unable to curb the excitement. He squeezes his fist rapidly and sharply beats the girl on her head. At that moment there was a real shock. The woman calmly but persistently beats the crown. "And who is holding it here so that it should not be given?" said our hero cheerfully. It was a real vocation of the male. The young master frankly felt the rush of excitement and pleasure from the committed. He tried so hard that now, looking at the girl, he sees a huge hum on her head. He asks whether he was bent with his left blow, but in response to her silence. In the end, he stopped and calmed down. If you think about, such help is really nothing special. This help was truly indispensable. It immediately swallows the pill. During a walk, only one look is able to become a powerful driving force. But at the same time it carries with it a heavy yoke, which is not easy to lose alone. He lifts the girl in her arms, and she has not yet come to her senses after his head. Everything he is capable of for her is just a little weaken the iron chains that clenched her hands. She was really lucky that he will come to her help now. Although the internal energy has not accumulated all these 10 years, persistent training has created a reliable basis. Now he needs to replenish the lack of energy, and he must do it with his own hand. I remember Garden gave me some pill for help. Inside her body, this tablet dissolves slowly, releasing waves of extraordinary energy. Where this energy only penetrates, everything around is flashing with a new, powerful force. Just as grain is sown in the ground, this pill forced a wonderful fruit in its body to sprout in its body. Soon, the head number 1 wakes up and is lost in guessing. Where did she find herself? The senior servant looks at her carefully and says, "She finally came to her senses. Is it really her room? But how did she manage to get here?" She shared that the young lord had brought her here as she slept deeply. The maid with a wicked expression on the face asked, "It turns out that there was something between you?" At some point that evening, the girl suddenly blushed and ashamed. She with a smile assured that there was only that they were holding hands. The maid laughed. Of course, only the hands kept their hands. And only at this moment the girl realized, this is Mr. Deso Nagan kicked her on her head. She had no idea about something like that. She just asked herself. So there is nothing to worry about. She quickly realized that the girl was a little weird, so she decided not to interfere with her rest and wait for their next meeting. The girl is surprised that she slept extremely well. Her body is full of lightness, as if all the worries have disappeared. She suddenly felt the incredible lightness in her legs and rushed to running with a passionate desire. But as soon as she pushed away from the ground, felt instantly, something was wrong. How does she manage to work in the air, as if she are out of gravity? But suddenly, looking at her own palms, she notices a little strange. The real changes with her occurred after the young gentleman struck her head. She immediately realized what to what. She dropped on her knees and exclaimed, "This is the head, the real grandeur." The elder watching the girl falls on his knees and begins to shout, "Bashka, bashka, bashka, bashka!" It looks rather strange. The girl stepped on the training ground, and the feeling of impatience, like itching, spilled her body, not giving her rest. She is not eager to embody this fascinating experiment. It moves forward, skillfully reflecting the strokes with a sword, maneuvering easily and gracefully, like a butterfly in the air. She feels that she has changed unrecognizable. Now it is a completely different person. Now she is able to master this technique in full. A powerful energy flow is raging around her sword. She deliberately seeks to blossom like a flower, and now this fragile plant breaks through the ground. Looking directly in front of her, without looking back, the girl feels, right now she will succeed. As soon as we emerge, this flower gradually blooms, filling everything around our energy. Like an experienced crane, she skillfully demonstrates the technique of cranes. Her skill is simply astounding. She realized that she really succeeded, and it was sincerely impressed. Deco, a reconciliation, watched her from below, shouting loudly so that she did not stop and moved on. He even learned her name, Jigal Sualeda, that so loudly turned to her. The girl, trying to withstand this attack and unfamiliar technique, felt incredible power and immediately flew into the air. It rises higher. Her gaze is directed only forward and up. Her body envelops extraordinary power. She seems to be a crane in the brutal world that had been full of evil before her. But the Lord D launched a new, unknown reality before her. The girl broke into heights. She managed to master the 4th uniform. She could barely believe in her own strength. The Desonagan shouted in the meantime that she did not stop, but went on without hesitation. It is able to rise much higher. So why did she stop so low and try to climb up again? However, the youth was convinced that such a rule was enough. Even among the brothers of this kind, only a few managed to master the 4th form. The only one who managed to master the heal element was her older brother. His achievements were always a reason for her for pride. Her brother at one time laughing at her, throwing in the trace that for happiness, she just had enough to get married. These brothers' words struck the girl so much that she trembled from excitement. Because he claimed that he would rule heaven. She has already overcome herself. For her, it is a great achievement. But Deso sharply ordered her to lift her swollen head and immediately fly up. Let him open his eyes, look into the sky, and happiness will inevitably smile. Since there are no obstacles to her, The only limit is her own view. So let her dreams rise into heaven, light and free, like a butterfly in flight. And it will undoubtedly rise even higher. This thought fills it with impressive passion. After all, no one spoke such words before, and never believed in her. And now he supports her with such confidence and inspiration that she is experiencing an incredible surge of strength. She decides to believe the young master on the word. For the first time in a long time, she has the feeling that someone really trusts her. It inspires her to believe in her own strength. And the technique of great. The celestial star sword is right now. The miracle of the world pulsates in the middle Bessie, illuminating the space with flashes of bright orange energy, which twists in a bizarre dance around. But the obstacle in her mind is her brother, who stands right in front of her. It must give up all these doubts. But suddenly she was engulfed by a sudden fear, and it seemed that she lost her balance. However, the technique she mastered suddenly pushed her forward, and after all she still managed to achieve a certain result. With a sense of pride, the young master contemplates her. She plunged into a state of absolute focus and rest, without letting the sword out of her hands until the sun set. But he is sure it should be. After all, how much effort, how much energy has invested in it during these years of life. He understands. When she decided to stay in the third form, each further step depends only on her. From now on, her road is in her hands, and she chooses her own path. The servants of the young owner wandered nearby, and they attracted his attention. He asks why they did not follow him in the morning, but friends immediately assure that everyone was worried about whether their wise man would handle. Now they only have to watch the young master and the girl from here, and they ask for their permission for it. Head 28, or Hansen, expresses his sincere thanks to the deed of the cheerful for him. The old man, looking intently at the lady, notes that he has already left his family for over 5 or even 10 years. He thinks, could this woman know? It turns out that he is her great-grandfather. But then why does he intend to send her to the world? If he overcomes her, what is the purpose of his visit here? However, he acts as an opponent of the young owner, and notices that the girl finally climbed to a new level. From now on, she will become a serious rival for that guy. It looks like it has disappeared. Nothing has changed here. It would be good if he finally got some sleep. Maybe then his thoughts would return to the right direction. In general, it is a simple task, and the owner will handle him without difficulty. However, the young owner warned him, emphasizing, in their case, nothing happens for no reason. No event happens just like that. Grandfather squeezed his teeth. Does the world be brought to the light of ungrateful children? Who is to blame for the fact that they grew up in such a way, not different? The hero looks into the bag and turns to a man with his head as a froggen uncle, who is called number 28. However, his words are broken by an explosive wave of rage. A true hatred breaks in his gaze, and he will exclaim that this is not enough. After all, in front of him, a real damn demon. But as soon as he turns to the great-grandfather, he immediately thanks the Virgin and believes that it will be enough. There was a strange, almost unclear conversation between them. The young owner stressed that there were exactly 850 silver. But his grandfather knows well, this guy is a real roar. He ate all his wealth and now he grows up like an insatiable pig, is indignant and leaving. However, the Deso Nagon is convinced that everything should be the way he says. He does not believe that she could suddenly become such a strong alone and blames someone else. At that moment, his grandfather finally realizes that the guy tries to explain that it was thanks to a dude that the girl gained such an incredible strength. The hero shared that she gave her an extremely rare potion called Taimadan. It was at this moment that his grandfather became clear. From the very beginning, he was preparing a soil type. If so, does he have any guarantor? The young man emphasizes that it is undoubtedly yes. In the second duel of the final tournament, the little king of Mochev won. Solemnly announces the commentator from the stand, and the crowd explodes with loud exclamations and applause. Now they will announce the names of the participants of the last, decisive match of the finals. At that moment, someone with extremely gorgeous hair appears on the arena. The girls, without hiding the delight, looked at the beautiful young man and barely held back a wave of emotions. In front of them sat a descendant of the famous kind of Jugal Son Liang. It was a pretty and confident new moon, whose look did not have the shadows of fear. Threats were heard from the stands. The crowd was delighted with a delight that it would crush his head into piles, and was probably predicted that the clan or gal was doomed to death. They shouted loudly, "Bashka! Bashka!" giving the young master this nickname, believing that the Chigal will be completely destroyed. Even when Gal was a boy, he had already heard about the Devourer, the one to whom his sister Sula was obliged. However, in the end, sincere laughter broke out of his mouth. It is said that the apple from the apple is far from rolling. So if that's the case, then, apparently, he and her sister are perfect for each other. You laugh and tell him with a smile that I am very happy to see a master who is even more important than his head. However, the Deso was not restrained and turned to Jugal Sam Lion. He was angry. He should be communicated with respect. But still, exactly like that Nidothopus on the nickname Dubai from the clan of Us-Hun, even elementary things he does not understand. Our hero grabbed the sword in a moment. He is struck as soon as possible to demonstrate his skill in battle. I wonder if this fool will continue its brazen tone when the young owner of the Deso will break the skull. At that moment, in the eyes of his opponent from Jugal, the thirst for hatred flashes, lighting in it even more enmity. He snatches both swords with a dagger and rapidly rushes to a young owner. However, the guy does not think to snatch his sword. He is quietly standing still. Jugal is surprised to wonder why the hero still did not remove his weapon from his belt and did not prepare for battle. However, our hero will go into battle without disguising a moment of his own weakness. And this is a real insult for that young man. In his gaze, an all-consuming fire of hatred, and it seems that the energy itself erupts outside with every breath. He lifts his sharp sword, and it becomes a signal. The match begins. This fight promises to be exciting, but we will see it in the next section. A lightning-fast sword swing cut through the very air. The blade passed through the enemies as if through paper. This is not just the technique of the little star. It is perfection. They froze, eye to eye until the last breath. The dark-haired warrior brazenly enjoyed the attention of the crowd. His smile made the girls hold their breath. He landed and looked at the opponent with pure contempt. Do you really consider yourself worthy of this arena trash? Among losers, it is easy to imagine oneself a genius, forgetting about the real abyss. He recalled Sua's words about the desire to break the chains of the past. Her audacity then simply left him speechless. The weak always comfort themselves with illusions about the impossible. I will take her as a trophy immediately after your death. He pressed psychologically. She is just a pawn in my game. Her fate is a profitable marriage, not power. The swords clashed again, sparking and thirsting for blood. The hero admitted, there is a grain of truth in these harsh words, but there is nothing more pathetic than a worthless person who has seized power. The opponent finally realized. A stone was thrown into his garden. Have you heard the saying about the village where there is no tiger? The hero asked calmly. There an ordinary raccoon imagines himself a great predator. This story is a perfect description of your worthless life. It's time to bring the cheeky raccoon back to reality. The words of Namgung Clan struck more painfully than steel. The enemy went mad and launched a suicidal attack. At that moment, the girl finally recovered from a deep sleep. She ran down the corridor, hoping to make it to the finale. The dazzling light of the arena and thousands of raised hands greeted her. The crowd went wild from the brutal beauty of this fight. This triumph will forever be etched in everyone's memory. The stands exploded. For them, he became the ideal of mastery. She realized. Once her brother seemed to her an unattainable god. Now the veil had lifted. She saw every one of his wrong moves, but anxiety gripped her heart. Would the master overcome such an enemy? The young man's gaze changed. Now he was a true enraged tiger. The arena shook. The enemy struck with the third style. Paired birds. This is no longer a dove, but a deadly threat. Before her was a predatory hawk, the lord of the skies. But the girl had seen worse. Her heart remained cold. The enemy's pathos did not impress. True strength does not need displays. The hero dodged with feline grace, leaving the enemy to slash the void. The enraged hawk flew past and swiftly soared upward. The young man only smiled. To him this was not a warrior, but tasty game. She watched every breath of the fighters in fascination. The fool flew to the zenith, preparing a treacherous strike from above. He made the technology do the impossible, conquer the sky. A dazzling and dangerous star flashed above the spectators' heads. The opponent reveled in his own false grandeur. Even the hero could not hold back. Wow, impressive. But in his eyes it was just a boiled bird that somehow flies. Focus! The girl begged silently, seeing his relaxation. This is the great heavenly sword, a technique that incinerates instantly. First chapter! The enemy shouted and threw himself down like a stone. This meteor-like fall was supposed to be the beginning of his legend. He was already celebrating victory, preparing to finish off the hero. The young man was just waiting. This was the hawk's only and last chance. The enemy would have no other opportunity in this life. The finale came earlier than the opponent could get scared. Namgung intercepted him in the air, a somersault, and a heel to the jaw. Too tough meat. The hero thought about the beaten carcass. Namgung advised not to worry. The end would be quick. He decided to turn the proud hawk into a juicy cutlet. The secret is simple. Until the meat softens, it must be beaten with steel. The fool flew down with the whistle of broken illusions. He crashed into the mud, finally losing touch with reality. But the fun was just beginning. The training was going according to plan. Meet! Meet! Deso pounded on the head, turning the fight into absurdity. I'll tie you to the ground so you won't fly anymore. Twisted in pain, the warrior desperately reached for his sword. Stop right there, you can't! And a new blow drove the enemy into the dirt. Deso methodically destroyed the remnants of his arrogant dignity. Become tasty at last! Each blow was accompanied by this command. The spectators fell silent. The majestic lord lay in the dust like a clown. The aristocratic mind of Zhugal could not comprehend such disgrace. He, the future head of the house, always held his chin too high. The genius, who had been exalted to the skies since childhood, had now become nothing. For the sake of saving honor, he dared to take a forbidden step. His hand twitched toward the secret weapon. The elders sensed trouble. It was the legendary sound dagger, a vile and bloody technique. Blinded by rage, he used it in front of the entire audience. With a cry of despair, he hurled death straight into the hero's face. The high-frequency sound of the dagger was supposed to paralyze Deso's nerves. Many great masters of the past perished from this vile attack. The head of the Zhugal house turned pale. The clan's reputation was destroyed with one throw. The sister screamed, trying to warn about the danger. But the attacker froze. His invincible attack simply dissolved. Namgung caught the deadly dagger with his bare hands. The crowd went silent. The legendary steel broke like a cheap toy. The aristocrat could not believe his eyes. Eternal steel cannot be broken by hand. But the secret was in the threads of Chonchansa, the heavenly silk on Deso's fingers. 5 li of the strongest thread became an invisible trap. Only such a reaction could stop this treacherous strike. The hero lassoed the hawk, depriving him of his last chance. Clench your teeth tighter, Deso said in an icy tone. It was a fair price for empty talk and arrogance. Even before the fist, the idiot continued to shout about his greatness. A devastating blow shut his mouth once and for all. The girl was delighted. The master turned out to be stronger than her brother. No illusions remained. The former favorite lay motionless. Namgung raised his hand amid a wild roar of recognition. The head of the family did not believe that they had survived and preserved their honor. But what honor is there in defeat, even with forbidden weapons? In the elder's lodge, someone watched with a thirst for blood. The clan leader was already preparing to punish his son for violating the code. Suddenly, a man stood up, causing the crowd to freeze in alarm. This dagger pierced any defense, a true crime in the arena. Another master said dryly, "The fight is over, disperse." He added that the fighters looked suspiciously calm. A chill ran through the audience from his icy tone. Could this really be the limit of the famous Zhugals? He asked sarcastically. The masters understood. With the victor, jokes would end in death. A heavy silence fell in the residence of the Manhwa clan. The young man meditated, restraining the burning energy inside. The father asked, "Who are you fighting in your thoughts?" "My next opponent is Namgung Deso. I am studying him." The father was proud. The son conducted hundreds of imaginary duels every day. The styles of mercenaries and great schools were etched into his memory. He fought with everyone, from street thugs to legends. Thousands of battles pushed him beyond human limits. Now he destroyed invisible enemies in the depths of the mind. Father warned, "The Deso is different." The son only nodded accordingly. It's like fighting several masters at once. In the mental battle, he used 153 techniques. The father was stunned. "Don't worry," the young genius replied calmly. "Knowing the techniques does not mean mastering them. I will crush him. Victory will be mine, without any doubt." This was supposed to be the most important exam in his life. The father did not believe. No person is capable of such progress. Where does such skills come from at 15 years old? It's impossible. Meanwhile, someone was already persistently calling the hero through the ringing of steel. The voice begged the boy to stop and give the body at least a minute of rest. Rest? I've only done it 459 times. This is just a warm-up. Until there are 600, no one will drink or stop. The partners barely stood on their feet, cursing the day they fell into this hell. Before he seemed like a child, but now a real tyrant stood before them. Who nurtured this monster? They realized their weakness gave him strength. Meanwhile, yesterday's king lay helplessly in bed, swallowing the bitterness of defeat. Thoughts of the shameful loss gnawed at his ego more than the wounds. The door opened. The sister entered, which only poured oil on the fire of his rage. "Pack your things, immediately!" he barked, not looking at her. He wanted to escape home as soon as possible to hide his shame within the clan walls. "I will not return with you," she cut in calmly. The brother was stunned, not believing that the sister dared to defy his authority. "I have business here. I will not leave until I finish it. I feel with my heart. What I was looking for is right here." For him, these words were only delusions and pitiful foolishness. He began to shout, reminding her of her place and the strict laws of the clan. Rage distorted his face, turning the aristocrat into a demon of coercion. He tried to crush her will with his inflated ego. The girl silently endured the stream of contempt. But inside, a fire was already boiling. Suddenly, the order of Namgung Deso echoed in her head. Fly! He believed in her. She clenched the sword, feeling a surge of unknown power. The enraged brother drew his blade, ready to force her into submission by force. And at that moment, the heavenly bird spread its wings, breaking the chains of fear. He went numb. His sister mastered the fifth style in an instant. Double wing. Steel froze near his throat. The proud brother felt the breath of death. Sorry for the rudeness, brother, but I will allow myself one more thing. I am staying here. I will reach the heights you have not even dreamed of. I will explain everything to father myself. All right, he croaked helplessly. She was no longer his shadow. Deso changed her fate forever. A new day came, promising the spectators decisive battles. Grandfather nodded towards the arena. Your next enemy is there. Study every move of his, look for a weak spot. Even the monk admitted, the boy is becoming stronger with every fight. Could you defeat him? The old man asked the monk. No one can break my fighting spirit, he replied. The atmosphere was heated. The younger master entered the arena. The elders watched anxiously. It was still too early for him to match the third. Talent is indisputable, but the real tests are still ahead. So far he has only been playing, not taking the warrior's path seriously. I wonder what he is capable of when he puts aside the games. The warrior clenched his fist. It's time to reveal this hidden talent. A new enemy appeared, Moyon Chon. The crowd erupted. He radiated dignity. The honor of the clan was at stake. Deso felt his gaze. This fighter will not retreat. They named the names. The fight will not be an easy walk. Chon recalled the greatness of his lineage, once erased by enemies. We will reclaim the title of the strongest. Their rightful name was taken away, leaving only a thirst for revenge. I will crush you to revive the glory of Moyon. He applied the technique of heaven and earth. The air trembled. Deso was laconic. He came only for victory. The fight began under the frantic roar of the stands. Chon attacked from above. Deso took the blow on the blade. The youth's speed against the tempered experience of the master. Chon's step was deadly and precise, full control over the body. The strategist had already calculated the trajectory for the decisive strike. Namgun's sword passed a millimeter from the enemy's face. Chon froze. He noticed something strange in the youth's technique. Dance of steel. Deso presses with speed. Chon skillfully evades. Chon realized the youth strikes half a step faster, reading every move. Others would have panicked, but he maintained icy calm. Crossed steel and sparks, the forces at this moment are absolutely equal. Deso is in shock. The opponent keeps up with his superhuman speed. Having deciphered the tactic, Chon smiled boldly. Victory is near. Flight over the arena, fierce exchange of blows right in the air. Deso breaks his own limits, forcing his body to move even faster. You are used to fighting weaklings. Chon easily dodged the attacks. The master recalled his own defeats in years of hard trials. A strike from above. Losing on the warrior's path is not a disgrace. Acrobatic pirouette. Chon attacked with the inertia of his whole body. Deso's surge. He accelerated again, shocking the master. Chon acknowledged this boy's genius, but was surprised by his tactic. In Chon's eyes, anxiety. The youth was ahead of him by a whole strike. Hard landing. Chon was preparing a devastating response. A harsh kick to the face, aggressive and accurate. A fist, tempered by decades, flew next. Deso flew back. Chon froze. Now everything is clear. A predatory smile. He finally found a kindred fighting soul. Chon had long replaced ordinary training with deep meditation. For years, he defeated imaginary masters in his own head. Among living warriors, he had long been unmatched. The world had become too cramped and boring for him. But this dust-splattered boy is a completely different league. They met again on the ruins of the ravaged arena. Even lying down, Deso threw dust in the eyes. There are no rules in a fight. A brazen wink, and the cloud concealed a new trap. The crowd went mad with outrage at such a dirty trick. Blind Chon fiercely raised his defense, awaiting an invisible threat. A strike to the ground! Deso shattered the platform into thousands of sharp splinters. The sword turned the fragments into a downpour of deadly projectiles. Chon was horrified. Pieces of blue granite were flying at him. The master dodged blindly, demonstrating wonders of agility. Beastly instinct. He mentally praised the ingenious youth. Chon soared for the final strike. It was time to put a full stop. The steel shield of the blade deflected everything in its path. Deso froze. Could it be that his plan had failed? Chon fell like a stone downwards with the destructive power of a hawk. You won't escape! He prepared a devastating kick. The strike broke through the block. Deso lost his balance. Blood on the young man's face testified to severe wounds. He covered his head, trying to survive under the enemy's pressure. Cloud sword. A downpour of strikes covered the arena. Deso rolled, avoiding the blade by millimeters. Splinters flew in all directions. The arena could not withstand the energy. You are strong, Chon admitted, looking at the panting young man. Talent is not enough. Years of bloody experience are needed. Next time you might get lucky. The master smiled. Chon knew the boy had already understood his weakness. Deso's gaze became wild. Defeat was not in the plans. You are right, he whispered with dark determination. Chan was confused. Where did this sudden submission come from? Are you really ready for the finale? Deso asked from his knees. Chan felt a cold anxiety. What was he planning? Your mistake is that you didn't finish me off, the hero shouted. He rushed into battle. The enemy's chance for victory was lost. Until now, it had only been a game. The time for a real slaughter had come. He remembered how he survived with a torn stomach. A ban on killings? What nonsense, Namgung thought. He won't kill, but he will do something worse to the enemy. Crazy, the old master whispered from the stands. The spectators fell silent. Chan would not get out of here alive. Fight to the fullest so you won't whine later. 10 forms of the Iron Sword. Devastating attack from the air. Chan recognized Namgung's style. It did not scare him. The blow was too heavy. The energy explosion disoriented the master. In his left hand, Deso gripped the scabbards. A treacherous second weapon. Your experience is only part of my calculation. A strike at a wild angle. The trap for the fox snapped shut. Chan dodged. I'm too old for such tricks. The scabbards shattered the platform where the master's head had just been. Chan was stunned. Death passed a millimeter from him. He jumped back, spitting blood. How did the young man put such power into an instant strike? The master admitted. He simply couldn't keep up with this insane speed. Deso struck with the Amitabha technique, similar to the Dragon Claw. Are you a monk? Think less, fight more, Deso retorted. The claw bent at an impossible angle, breaking all the rules. The treacherous strike made Chan spit blood again. What the hell is this? Did you believe it? This is not Shaolin, the young man mocked, hiding behind his sleeve. Deso swiftly changed his sword grip mid-move. A pure imitation. He used the Sanyangsho secret of the Tang clan. Chan was lost in guesses. The style resembled one school, then another. The master believed he knew the answers to all the world's techniques. The fake won't work, talk less, Chan barked. Missed strikes fatally exhausted the experienced warrior's strength. Deso soared, unleashing the scatter angle on the enemy. Chan awaited the strike from above, preparing a fierce counterattack. Deception! The direct strike knocked the master off his feet with a wave of force. Chan went mad. He could not foresee such a simple move. Deso prepares the finale. Heavenly Lightning Imperial Technique. The energy of true lightning made the air around vibrate. Technique of heaven and earth. Chan raised his strongest block. He grounded the heavenly energy through the power of the earth itself. The streams collided. Come here if you are brave, Chan shouted. Deso's response, 13 lightning strikes, dazzling glow. Chan on the edge. A storm of attacks pours from all sides. He recognized the rhythm of the 10 forms and believed in his control. The sword stopped. This is only the beginning, Deso whispered. This is not a fist. This is a devastating spinning kick. Deso is in a trance. The terrifying light in his eyes foretells retribution. Divine kick. Chan was thrown to the edge of the arena. Chan is in shock. Where does such wild, perfect power come from? Pen School or Arhat's Path? Neither name suited this power. For the first time, Chan felt despair. These moves are impossible to read. Deso was driving the enemy into the ground with every precise strike. Total domination. The young man absorbed the experience of dozens of schools. The elders taught him 10 techniques, and he surpassed them all. He rewrote the rules, creating his own martial science. Method of total extermination. A style that leaves no chance. One warrior against an army. This is his true path. Steel against steel. Dazzling sparks. The roar of the crowd tears through the arena. Morion Chan barely manages to defend himself. The young man's pressure has become simply unbearable. But on the broken face of the master appeared a predatory snarl. He found the weakness. Namgung strikes only the head. All attacks, every lunge, even the mad laughter. All aimed only at the opponent's face. Chan gripped his sword tighter. Now he would turn this fight around. Head! Namgung shouted again, preparing a lunge. The elder in the stands only sighed with satisfaction. Too predictable. Sorry, master, thought Deso. I should have warned you that I'm quite the scoundrel. While Chan blindly trusted the opponent's honest word, the young man was preparing a dirty finish. Deso soared into the air, again shouting about a strike to the head. The master raised a block, but noticed a sinister smile on the boy's lips. Got you, old man! Deso no longer pretended to be a fool. Instead of the head, a heavy kick to the torso. That's unfair, you promised the head, croaked the shocked Chan. Where I want, there I strike! Deso was already aiming to the side. Chan realized he was professionally made a fool of. Head! The arena shook from Deso's next scream. Chan instinctively flinched and slipped on the broken pieces of boards. He clenched his teeth. I will not fall. I will endure this chaos. Namgung was again above him, the sword raised. Again the shout. Head! Calm down, Chan ordered himself. Don't panic. The golden rule. Don't listen to his throat. Watch his hands and feet. The trajectory of this blade was clear. This time the strike was really aimed at the head. Deception! A kick to the shattered ribs. Agony. Chan arched like a bow from unbearable pain. Deso towered over the enemy, who was choking on dust and his own blood. The hero's face twisted with battle madness. It was time to put a full stop. The final blow! The master's body was literally driven into the wooden platform. Silence. Morian Chan motionless. The victor froze in a proud stance. The elder was stunned. The boy's feigned weakness turned out to be a perfect trap. Dizo's victorious fist rose upward, showing everyone how vulnerability becomes a devastating force. The stands erupted with curses and whistles, throwing trash into the arena over the dirty fighting style. Enraged Namgung points a finger at the crowd, calling the fight a game of minds and threatening to break the heads of every critic. Despite the chaos, the judge calmly announces the official results of the tournament in the Soto category. Namgung's hand rises amid a hail of insults from spectators who dubbed him a head-shaped scoundrel. The scene changes. The category of the Sword of Darkness is led by the grim Than Chol with an icy aura of death. The giant Yi Guan becomes the triumphant among fistfighters, dramatically shaking the arena with his jump. Finally, the space is pierced by the announcement of the final battle for the coveted title of Swordmaster. In the arena, the explosive Namgung Deso against the genius of the Mudang school, the restrained Kukija. The old teacher held his breath, knowing that the price of the slightest mistake today is death. Behind Kukija unfolds a magnificent aura worthy of a direct descendant of the war god. The sword whistles out of its sheath. The great demonstration of skill begins. The flawless Mudang stance. With every movement, Kukija demonstrates nobility and strength. A restrained greeting and a calm gesture. He allows Namgung to attack first. Dizo is covered with cold sweat, cursing fate for meeting this viscous and soft sword style. Flash! The attack from above breaks against the opponent's perfect iron defense. In the enemy's eyes, the young man sees the shadow of his grandfather. This warrior went through true hell of training. Step forward. Namgung understands that any retreat now will mean collapse. Casting aside doubts, he throws himself into a suicidal frontal attack. The clinking of steel hurts the ears, but Mudang's defense does not give a single crack under this fierce hail of blows. Deso circles around like a frenzied whirlwind, but each of his strikes is parried with graceful ease. Panic sneaks up unnoticed. Namgung feels himself sinking in a foreign, viscous tempo. He is a drowning man in a deadly current, where every move against the water only brings the end closer. A swift back somersault, Deso desperately tries to break this deadly distance. The young man irritably asks his opponent if he intends to spend the whole fight just hiding behind his shield. Kukija calmly replies that the philosophy of his school is defense, so he will simply wait for the next attack. Before Namgung's eyes is the image of a poisonous snake. He despises Mudang's followers for their slippery tactics. This is not just an enemy. This is a stone wall that cannot be taken by a normal assault. Suddenly a spark of excitement flashes in Deso's gaze. He will find a gap in this armor and snatch his victory. Even the impassive Kukija raised his eyebrows in surprise. The opponent had become too unpredictable. Bluff. Namgung boldly declared that the secrets of Taiji Hagom were just a trivial amusement for him. The provocation failed. The enemy remained polite and cold, causing the young man to sigh in disappointment. The stakes soared. The boy announced that he had created his own, much more perfect version of the ancient style. He called the traditional art junk, which drove the Mudang elder in the stands into a frenzy. Kukija silently observed this psychological performance. Broken technique. The master was surprised by the unnatural movements demonstrated by the audacious youth. Namgung grimaced with disgust, comparing the opponent's fighting style to the smell of rotten water. Stagnation. The young man hinted at the school's degradation, calling their defense layers of dead ice. The Taiji of MANHUA stinks of the filth of Arctic glaciers. This is how he publicly humiliated the enemy. Strike! Dazzling flashes of combat energy illuminated the entire arena for a moment. The enemy realized. Namgung's instincts allow him to anticipate every move. One last step to victory. The youth gracefully dodged powerful attacks, slicing the empty air with a smile. The plan is simple. Press harder and harder until the enemy's resistance finally breaks. The mind is like a still lake. This was the foundation of the perfect defense of MANHUA. Emotion is death. Mentors taught that any outburst of anger turns a warrior into a target. The slightest mental ripple creates a fatal vulnerability for the swordsman's precise strike. The opponent admitted that he restrained his power only due to the strict order of his teacher. Enough patience. The honor of the school demanded immediate retribution against the insolent upstart. Namgung only added fuel to the fire, waiting for the opponent's rage to reveal weak spots. He slyly asked whether the enemy's pride had blinded him so much that he stopped seeing reality. Ironic calm against uncontrolled fury. The opponent put all his inner strength into the strike, promising Namgung only a painful death in the finale. Aggression instead of defense. The young man interpreted it as a sure sign of despair and a swift end. A rapid charge with a frantic scream. 10-step paired silk. The forbidden secret technique echoed over the arena. Whirlwind. Colossal energy filled the entire space, forcing the crowd to close their eyes. Epicenter of the eruption. The warrior's inner energy burst free like a compressed spring. A pillar of dazzling light crashed into the platform, smashing the wood and raising clouds of dust. Control lost. The forbidden power will not stop until it incinerates the target. Panic. The stands beg to stop the fight to save the young master. The opponent is horrified by his own destructive power. He admits defeat to avoid death. The old master is silent. He believes Namgung will survive any hell. Intervention of the masters. Both must be saved from the fatal energy explosion. Deso is only irritated. Another absurdity forces him to tense up where everything was supposed to end. The elder instantly tames the chaos of energy right in the center of the arena. Advice to the opponent. Finally realize the real chasm between their levels. A moment of silence. Even Deso is impressed by the sudden intervention and change of circumstances. The opponent froze. His most powerful secret technique was shattered like fragile glass. A whisper in the crowd. Could this be the legendary Hagium, available only to the chosen? The ocean of chaos yielded to the iron will and control of the hero. The spectators are stunned. No one understands how the young man tamed this wild storm. Namgung is too soft. With such power, he could simply reduce the enemy to ashes. The essence of Hagium is not in a crude strike, but in endless flexibility and transformation. A thin stream of one's own chi gradually absorbs the furious wave of the enemy. The secret is revealed. The technique multiplies by means of energy directed against it. The witness admitted. This is the purest essence of martial arts performed by the son of the Namgung Clan. Game of Go. Every move Deso led to complete and inevitable domination. The elder inquired whether the enemy was blinded by his defeat in this duel. Energy is not swallowed. It is gently and cunningly lured into a cage with no exit. The red chi helplessly circles, losing its deadly impulse and power. Conflict inside the vortex. Lightning-fast self-destruction of the remnants of strength. Why waste your own when the enraged energy of the enemy works against him? Epicenter of the firestorm. Deso calmly repels chaotic flows of residual power. Unique talent. No one in the clan can lure power into a trap so masterfully. The storm has subsided. Namgung stands at a height unreachable for ordinary warriors. A barely noticeable smile. The risky strategy finally brought peace. The fight is over. Muscles relaxed, weapon lowered, breathing even. He left the arena disappointed. For him, a less than perfect result is a loss. The judge grabbed Namgung by the hand, right near the exit. The young man's hand shot up. The official verdict of the fierce duel. The arena trembled at the name of the winner, Namgung Deso. The mention of the four kings threw the hero into complete stupor. The crowd went wild, acknowledging his strength despite old labels of insignificance. The triumph faded under the chorus of insults about the big-headed lord. The elders dryly ordered him to get lost, ignoring all questions. Deso exploded with anger. He never got the chance to properly smash the enemy's bowl. The teacher advised the Taoist not to take this strange victory to heart. Even the legends of Murim fell into similar mental traps. Deso left. Empty words could not quench his thirst for a real fight. The majestic hall. The leaders of Murim gathered for an urgent council. The clan leader prepared a radical proposal before the main tournament. The masters searched for a double meaning and secret goals in his words. Tense silence. The elite awaited the announcement of the new initiative. Traditions aside, the next tournament is to become a real bloody battle. The lifting of the ban on lethal techniques sowed anxiety among those present. Protests. The masters feared for the lives of the child participants. The clan leader coldly reminded of the true essence of the Tournament of Kings. Its goal is to harden the warriors to prevent the collapse of the entire world. The leaders pondered. Old views began to crack. Compromise. 9 powerful elders will guard the perimeter. The masters are on alert. Any threat to life will be instantly stopped. The iron argument worked. Control guaranteed the safety of the youth. The Tan representative asked slyly about permission to use their poisons. The hall fell silent. The shadow of the Tan clan always evoked primal terror. Their strength lies in cunning and invisible weapons from which there is no salvation. One sip of poison kills even those whom the sword could not. Only a few have immunity. For others, Tan is a death sentence. The Tan clan awaited the answer. Would their methods become legal? The clan leader calmly confirmed. From now on, everything is allowed, even formless poisons that the elders won't notice in time. The masters paled, for the next opponent of the Tan representative was the young Namgung himself. This decision seemed pure madness to them. A deadly warning. The Tan representative coldly promised to turn Prince Namgung into a pile of poisonous dust in an instant. Unpredictability is the real interest, the leader cut in calmly. A sinister purple aura filled the hall. The Tan clan promised that the organizers would bitterly regret their audacity. The leader only smiled in response to the threat. The bloody rules were officially accepted. Shaolin and Wudang schools silently bowed their heads in agreement, making the upcoming fight even more dangerous. The old monk anticipated a great spectacle, a true battle of titans. The hall gradually emptied. The clan leader remained on the throne alone with his thoughts. The assistant quietly asked if the master was confident in the safety of this plan. The leader only laughed. Even the legendary god of war can fatally err in people. The real goal was simple: finally bring to light all the secrets of this bastard Deso. The evening Murim froze in anticipation of the next day, which was to change everything. Namgung Deso, unaware of the conspiracy, was only glad to hear about the ready lunch. The maid suddenly remembered the side dish and stopped in the middle of the yard to return to the kitchen. Terrace, a lonely set table, emptiness before the storm, a shadow on the roof. The assassin with a bottle of poison watched every movement below intently. No witnesses. He silently jumped into the yard like the darkness itself. The killer found himself near the table, hurrying to carry out his insidious plan. A few drops of murky purple liquid dissolved in the fragrant soup. Instant escape. A quick glance back, no pursuit. Namgung appeared on the terrace, cheerfully humming a song about his favorite meat dish. He sat at the table in anticipation of the feast, already dreaming of a double serving. The first spoonful. The boy greedily enjoyed the taste, unaware of the death in the bowl. Suddenly he froze. A gloomy shadow fell on his face, and a strange sound burst from his chest. The young man's body shuddered. The frightened maid froze, fearing that the dish was not to his liking. With tears in his eyes, Namgung exclaimed that the soup was simply incredibly delicious. He joyfully embraced the old woman, wishing her many years of life for such culinary skill. The plates were emptied in a matter of minutes. The victor's appetite was relentless. Suddenly, Deso sharply cast a keen glance aside. He sensed something. Shock. The killer in the shadows froze. Deso is not just alive, he radiates health and strength. 7 drops of soul extraction left no noticeable trace on the young man. Immunity was forged through years of conscious agony, when he writhed on the floor, getting used to the world's most terrible toxins. Namgung calmly extended a bun into the darkness, offering the killer to share the remains of the meal. Complete stagnation of thoughts. The culprit did not understand how he was exposed and why he was being treated so strangely. Deso harshly ordered him to eat everything immediately, promising instant death in case of refusal. The poisoner trembled before the fatal choice: his own potion or the merciless blade of the young master. Namgung's icy aura left no room for maneuver. The decision had to be made now. The killer chewed and cried, senselessly justifying his crime by the incredible taste of the poisoned soup. While the loser was vomiting in the bushes, Namgung and the elders advised the killers to take shapeless poison next time. Day of truth. The crowd buzzes, participants are tense, and the air is saturated with excitement and thirst for bloody spectacle. People in the crowd recognized legendary warriors, respectfully pointing to each majestic figure. The stern gaze of the elder from the central tribune controlled every detail before the event began. The finalists in the arena. Deso felt the weight of hundreds of judging and very dangerous looks upon him. The stands passionately argued about the new rules that officially legalized death and secret techniques. The host's voice cut through the silence. The True Dragon tournament was declared open. It was time for the young kings to step into the center and prove their right to the title in a brutal duel. The first fighter, Tan Chol, master of deadly mixtures from the most insidious poison clan. His dark robes fluttered in the wind, emphasizing the gloomy and dangerous grace of the master. Namgung Deso's entrance was accompanied by a strange and disturbing chime that sounded with every step of the opponent. The young man directly asked about the contents of the pouches on the enemy's belt and received a brief confirmation. There was poison. Stupor. He learned about the official permission to use toxins only now, moments before the fight. The clan leader's decision was final, so any complaints now had no meaning or power. Tan Chol calmly assured that he bore no personal grudge but would fight by his own methods. Namgung spat out the curse through his teeth, calling such sudden changes in the rules true meanness. If he had known earlier, he would have brought an entire arsenal of the dirtiest weapons and toxins to the arena. Tan Chol, with noticeable arrogance, called the opponent's recklessness incredible bravery. Going against the Tan family unprepared is either the highest courage or complete lack of sense. The poison master generously offered the boy to surrender immediately, before the invisible death took his life. Just 1 drop of the potion from these pouches, and the hero's path will end right here, in the dust of the arena. A sinister advice. Tan noted that the young man does not yet know the taste of true death and urged not to neglect his mercy. Namgung sharply interrupted this confident monologue with a loud shout. The opponent was stunned by the audacity, and Deso only mocked him. young in appearance, but grumbling like an old man. Steel came out of the sheath. Namgung got angry. The enemy's insolence became a personal insult to him. The young man issued an ultimatum. Either Tan gets hit on the head and leaves alone, or he is carried out unconscious. A crazy smile in response. Tan understood. Negotiating was pointless. The attack began. Cloud of death. Purple dust instantly filled the arena, rushing straight at the hero. Diso reacted lightning fast, covering his face with the sleeve of his robe to avoid toxic contact. The fabric began to smolder before his eyes. The young man looked with surprise at the charred holes in his clothes. Panic in the stands. Poisonous smoke began to slowly spread toward the spectators. One of the masters calmed the crowd. A magical barrier securely held death inside the field. The elders activated an energy field, protecting the guests from the purple fog. Tanchol proudly explained the essence of Danhunsi. It penetrates through the skin directly into the blood and organs. Agony? Namgung grabbed his head while the enemy savored the description of how the toxin destroys the body from within. People recognized the legendary mixture of the Tan clan, a deadly cocktail of the rarest poisons in the world. Tan openly mocked, pointing to the chasm between childish games and the true power of his lineage. Visualization of death. What seemed like just a liquid was a masterpiece for the perfect killing. Namgung covered his mouth with a trembling hand. Tan believed in his torment, not knowing the boy was just holding back laughter. Energetic recharge. Diso widely spread his arms. The poison only added new strength and vigor to him. Images of nature around. His hardened body came alive, absorbing a portion of rare toxins. Tan, in shock, demanded that Namgung immediately take the antidote, otherwise death would be inevitable. Deso confidently wiped his lips. The legendary weapon of the Tan family turned out to be not nearly as terrible as they lie about it. Tan's eye twitched nervously. He could not understand how the man was still standing after such a dose. Rage flared with a heavy, dark aura. The young man touched the one thing the master was proud of above all else. Another pouch, an even more concentrated death. Tan promised Namgung a swift reckoning. A new portion of toxin flew to the target, but Diso himself rushed into the epicenter with a cry of readiness to take the blow. Wild delight. Namgung took the poisonous cloud right in the face, spreading into a sincere smile. He stood amid the purple smoke, deeply inhaling it as if it were the sweetest nectar. Tan Chol was covered in cold sweat. He could not believe his own eyes. His strongest weapon was not working. The collapse of illusions. The master realized. All his deadly techniques were nothing against this insane opponent. Diso chuckled. He squeezed the poison into a single obedient stream. Tan feverishly counts. A master of the Sechun level should have died within 2 minutes. Even the strongest do not endure more than 3 doses. He is intact. He inquired whether the enemy's supplies had run out. Panic. The youth's energy does not fit into any framework. Tan's trembling hand reaches for the last bag. Before him, a monster. Critical threshold. No creature should have survived such concentration. The elder shouts to stop the fight to save the boy. Tan's eyes flashed red. He will go to the end. Dark energy distorted his face. An icy warning sounded over the arena. Forbidden technique. The space around the fighter began to warp. The elders felt a hidden power that no one had noticed before. In the imagination of those present, the image of a young man on a dark throne appeared. The elder fell powerless to his seat, anticipating a bloody finale. Tan is exhausted. Control over the battle has finally slipped from his hands. Deso breaks through the fog, slicing the poison with precise movements. The last reserves are in action. There is no way back. The belt is empty. This is the last desperate attack. The deadly seal of the earth. The world was filled with terrible hallucinations. The arena turned into a zone of absolute death. The elder is outraged. Such a weapon cannot be used against a child. He jumped up again, reminding of his futile warnings. The clan leader is cold. For him, this is only the beginning of the spectacle. The elder of the Tan clan could no longer contain his anger. Namgung exhaled purple smoke and simply laughed. The head of the Tan family froze. His mind refused to believe what he saw. Cold sweat. Before them was not a man, but a demon. The young man is warming up. Energy is bursting within him. He was radiant. The lunch refreshed him, although the concentration of poison seemed insufficient. The elders smashed tables. How did he remain unharmed? The observer's eye, searching for even a single crack in the boy's perfect movements. The stands buzz. The spectators are sure that Namgung is a cheater with an antidote in his pocket. Patriarch Tan boils with rage. The honor of his clan has just been trampled in the mud. Chiol is stunned. The young man is literally scraping the remnants of death from the dust of the arena. Every grain is a treasure. Childlike joy over the deadly powder. A handful of death, straight to the mouth. The crowd choked on silence. Pleasure of the Tan Ten. He licks his fingers as if savoring the best sweets in the world. Conversation with emptiness. a promise to invisible companions of an even greater feast. Chol in despair. He is sure that toxins have completely burned the enemy's brain. Kids! Behind Namgung, ghostly poisonous nightmares materialized. Thanks to generous feeding from the Tan clan, his wards finally hatched in full strength. Chol sees only a madman whose mind burned in the fire of his own poisons. Namgung approaches, palms open, a commanding demand to give everything that remains. The question about the legendary Poison Man caused only a calm smile in the young man. A ghostly spider on the shoulder, a quiet whisper in the ear. Instant interest of the hunter, finger on the VIP box. The little ones felt something rare and very appetizing there for their feast. The clan leader turned pale. The young man felt his personal stock, inherited from his father. Time for dessert! Deso eagerly accepted the bold offer of his shadows. Collapse. Patriarch Tan sat down on the floor, crushed by his own primal fear. Master on the railings, a gross violation of all boundaries and tournament rules. Interception! The guards shout about the inadmissibility of interference in the official fight. The icy calm of the chief observer, a strict prohibition of any actions against the foreigner. Order of the Elder, a sharp turn. Seconds decide the fate of thousands of people. Barrier at full, the slightest gap, and the arena will instantly turn into a mass grave. A mistake costs a head. Strike! A wave of uncontrolled energy shook the newly activated protective shield. The last throw of despair. Chkol poured out everything he had, hoping for a miracle. The captivated gaze of Deso at the pile of powder, and the enemy's plea to reveal the secret of survival. The aura thickened. Time to reveal the secret that chills the blood of those present. A black drop on the fingertip. Silent horror in the gaze of the head of the Tan clan. Projections of snakes and scorpions surrounded Namgung with a tight ring. A black drop flew forward, releasing a power that had waited for its time for years. The substance pulsed in flight, poisoning the very space around with heavy breath. Liquid dripped from the finger, instantly burning through the stone. Clan leader Tan pinched his nose from the concentration of poison capable of melting even the granite of the arena. The young man declared a feast for his hungry little ones right on this blood-stained ground. Monsters greedily absorbed the ink-like liquid, filling the air with a sense of inevitable death. The magic circle flared underfoot. The preparation for the finale was complete. Instead of stench, the scent of flowers. Clan leader Tan completely lost touch with reality. Namgung explained that it was this delicate scent that saved his life in the heat of battle. The elder was stunned by the boy's inhuman combat power. One of the observers even felt a wild desire to personally taste this hellish mixture of energy. The Tang leader hysterically offered even more poison just to appease Namgung and save his reputation. The opponent plunged the weapon into the purple goo for the final fatal blow to the heart. Animalistic terror in the gaze. He imagined the Poison King accompanied by giant centipedes and a dark aura. He broke down, and the combat needle clattered out of his trembling hands onto the boards. Namgung looked in surprise at the formidable enemy who suddenly fell to his knees. The Tang clan follower folded his hands, expressing boundless respect to the senior master. A comical scuffle. Deso tried to lift the opponent, begging to stop this farce. The enemy's face suddenly turned purple. He was poisoned by his own weapon under the pressure of a foreign aura. Tang faints in the arms of the youth who panics and calls out about his sudden illness. Shouts for a doctor broke the silence. The injured was hurriedly carried to the apothecary wing. Namgung remained standing alone in the middle of the huge empty arena. He only awkwardly asked into the void whether this senseless scuffle was really considered a victory. The next day, the head of the Tan clan tearfully accepted a gift from Deso, hailing him as the savior of the family. A new dawn, a new fight. The start of the duel for the champion title was announced. A lightning-fast sword swing unleashed a devastating wave of black energy straight into the enemy's torso. The blow threw the experienced monk from the arena directly into the protective barriers of the stands. Shocked elders and thousands of spectators froze before the explosive defeat of the strong fighter. The enemy was in smoke, one chance, and it was over. No one even had time to blink. Deso froze with the sword, not believing his own eyes. Victory came too easily, from a single precise steel swing. The judges announced the triumph of Namgung So, who already sees before him the final, bloodiest battles of the tournament. The bandaged hand of the youth caused concern in the monk, to which the boy honestly admitted. His bones were shattered to pieces. Diamond body, only it saved him from complete disability. Otherwise, he wouldn't even be able to hold chopsticks. Phenomenal. The monk noted that the comrade had crossed the boundary of the 9th star and was already reaching for the 10th. The master enthusiastically called the old man's insight divine, but the latter only responded dryly with a short sound. Shock. Everyone in the room fell silent, questioning what they had heard, while the maimed youth sat silently on the floor. Deso bowed his head in burning shame, begging forgiveness for choosing the easy path and not calming his own heart. The old monk sighed heavily. reminding about the decisive importance of the Pehwe energy point for any warrior. Visualization. A step into the boundless world of power is impossible until the resistance of Pehwe is completely broken through. He did not blame the student, for anyone would have seized such a rare chance for success. Looking at the sky, the master philosophically noted, "In this world the unworthy often rise up, and the worthy fall." A hand on the shoulder. The monk encouraged the youth, calling his determination worthy of praise, and finally ordered him to straighten up. Oppressive silence filled the room as everyone realized the weight of the spoken words about the warrior's fate. Suddenly, another man confidently stated that this defeat had been predicted from the very beginning. Pehwe in the owners of the Diamond Fortress is too dense. It is impossible to break through it alone. There is a way out. The man raised his finger upward, assuring that everything is resolved much more simply than it seems. Dizo instantly jumps into a stance, challenging the monk took Pekka to a fight to immediately test his strength. The master laughed, recalling the proverb about the tiger that instantly appeared at the doorstep as soon as it was spoken of. The young man was surprised by the method. He was advised to just hit hard on the head, referring to secret instructions about development. Excitement! Dizo clenched his fist, declaring complete trust in the teacher and readiness to strike him right now. Stone stairs. The monk and the student walked in silence until the master asked about Dizo's last fight against the elder brother. The master soberly admitted that warrior truly possessed incredible power and refined sword technique. Deso proudly raised a finger, asking how he himself looked against such a strong opponent. The verdict was harsh. Even with 10 attempts, the young man would disgracefully lose each time from just one strike. A bold challenge. Namgung proposed to repeat the fight in a week, promising to defeat the enemy with one precise thrust. A skeptical look. The monk assumed that the student would last at most until the 10th move, but would still fall. Deso froze, disappointed by the conclusion. Could it be that all his titanic efforts were worth absolutely nothing? A sudden stop in the middle of the road. The master endured a long pause and spoke only one extremely meaningful word. However, ominous smile of the teacher. He explains, everything will change only upon reaching the 10th star of diamond impenetrability. Namgung is surprised. Only such incredible progress will give him the power to kill any enemy with a single strike. The monk extended his tightly bandaged hand, challenging the student to an immediate sparring to test this theory. A cunning smile blossomed on the young man's face. He is ready to go all the way. The handshake was so fierce that the master screamed from unexpected pain. Instant breakdown. A hail of powerful blows under frenzied war cries. The wooden sword struck the monk right in the head. Painful, but he bravely endures for the sake of training success. Second day of madness. Clear silhouettes of fighters against the building prove that they know no rest. The spectators are in shock. Such a head can easily be turned into mush, but the authority of Mr. Sheena keeps them in place. The heroes stand in streams of pure energy while witnesses admit their complete ignorance of such techniques. Tired and irritated, Namgung sharply points a finger at the slackers. Hey! The order is simple. Enough idling, it's finally time to come to his aid. Exhausted young man demands that the crowd take turns beating the monk on the crown of his head. Random men froze in silent astonishment at such an unheard of and cruel request. Suddenly, young men of a bandit appearance appeared. Dirty work with sticks is exactly their element. Cold sweat on the master's face. The crowd with huge clubs causes him genuine fear. The old monk promises to fuel Tukpek with energy, although he himself deeply doubts the success of the venture. A real man will endure everything. The monk clenches his fists painfully, preparing for new torments. A mass beating began for the sake of 10,000 blows, while Namgung boasts of his strength before everyone. The servant unexpectedly interrupts the process with a question, instantly attracting the attention of the enraged young man. Crimson with tension, the monk suspiciously asks if Namgung suddenly thought of resting. Strict condition, 10,000 blows without any pause. Otherwise, the titanic efforts will be in vain. An awkward smile. Namgung admits, due to the stop, everything will have to start all over again. 32,132. The monk counted every received blow to the last. The master's fury. He authoritatively commands to start everything from scratch immediately, without unnecessary hesitation. A new wave of attacks under the loud "Opa!" Dust rises above the arena from the frantic force of the blows. The sword raised above the head. The sculpted back muscles against the backdrop of a bloody sunset look epic. Deft defense. The monk closes his eyes, taking a vertical strike of insane power. The crack of fingers on the hilt. The young man suddenly realized, a true invincible strike must feel different. Strike to the ground. A dazzling flash of battle energy spreads in a wave, sweeping everything around. Bare torso, a firm grip on the hilt, and steel determination to reach the victorious finale. Deso lazily stretched in the yard, enjoying the sunny morning and the first proper sleep in a long time. Calm shattered completely when his bare foot touched something suspiciously soft. Around, a real heap of bodies in the most bizarre poses. A trembling, bloodied hand suddenly grabbed air, making the young man's heart jump out of his chest. The old man, with horror in his eyes, asked if these unfortunate ones had become victims of a ruthless killer. In the midst of chaos, he shone, a golden monk surrounded by sprawled fighters. The 10th level of golden impenetrability. The master's body radiated dazzling divine light. Namgung exclaimed with admiration that even such a stubborn person had finally mastered this ancient technique. Rage and madness. The monk went berserk, shouting through his teeth about his burning desire to destroy everything. Deso froze, not understanding the reasons for his friend's sudden and wild aggression. The golden element crashed down on the young man from above with all its colossal power. Namgung barely managed to roll aside, looking at the back of unstoppable death. The monk struck relentlessly, blinded by anger, promising to trample any resistance. Steel against gold, the eternal struggle for martial perfection. The scorching sun, heavy breathing, and the endless dance of blades. Sparks from the touch of metal to golden skins scattered in all directions under the watchful eye of the camera. While the young fought, the old masters leisurely drank wine and joked about youthful stubbornness. 2 days of continuous assault. The monk methodically released one secret technique after another. A dark aura enveloped Deso. He froze, waiting for the single mistake of the exhausted enemy. Strike of the blooming dragon. A formidable golden predator materialized in the air. The phantom dragon crashed with a roar into the unyielding armor of the monk during the execution of the Qiangong sword technique. The elders laughed, while the young disciples, tense, had already begun secretly taking sips from their flasks. Silence fell over the arena. The supreme mentor Zhangmen arrived. The disciples assured the teacher that they had been waiting for him and prepared the best viewing spot. The girl clenched her fists in anxiety, and the young man nearby could not take his eyes off this mastery. The steel whirlwind of the great boundary sword spun around Deso, creating an impenetrable shield. The blonde observer quietly remarked to his friends that the real conclusion was still far away. A world full of fists. The monk's right hand flared with chi energy, preparing a merciless attack. A barrage of 100 strikes fell upon Namgung, forcing him to defend from all sides at once. Failure. The young man was thrown backward. He crashed into the ground, desperately searching for a new point of support. The monk activated the golden body, and his eyes flared with the fierce red fire of inevitable death. 10th level. Large golden head. He charged forward like a living battering ram. The sword counterattack was futile. Every vein on Namgung's face tensed before this colossal force. A slight dodge. The golden monk instantly closed the distance for a devastating strike. The mysterious man noted that the master anticipated the young man's movement by half a step, completely seizing the initiative. Back to the enemy. But the monk's sharpened instincts unfailingly pointed him to the direction of the opponent's next leap. A deadly dance on the old cobblestones. Clouds of dust. The muffled patter of feet and the whistle of steel. Namgung on the ground. Above him towers a golden figure, shading the sun with its unyielding appearance. The stands were lively, discussing the stepping technique that created an effect of absolute emptiness around the hero. Old masters savored snacks, professionally analyzing the rare effectiveness of the Saryan Balchongan technique in close combat. A nostalgic smile. They recalled the times when their hearts burned just as fiercely with a thirst for grand battles. Suddenly, one of the elders discovered that the wine had run out, and the plate had long been emptied while watching the spectacle. A shout across the arena. He demanded the girl immediately replenish the supplies of food and wine on the table, a heavy basket in her hands. She cheerfully responded to the call, barely holding such a heavy and delicious load. A mountain of food. She assured that there was enough food for everyone present, causing a real commotion in the crowd. The crowd rushed to the baskets, raising dust and almost knocking the girl down in the noisy crush. Again that nickname. She looked around in surprise at the voice, trying to find who was calling her in this chaos. A fair-haired man waved from the stands, inviting her to rest in their company and distribute treats. When asked about the kitchen, she modestly replied that she only helped the senior servant during these tense days of the tournament. Recognition. The man instantly became embarrassed, realizing that before him was the very first beauty of the province. Jugal Sua. Sua burst into cheering, urging the favorite to mercilessly crush the enemy's head with his devastating technique. A dead end. The massive figure of the monk loomed over the young man, depriving him of any way to retreat or escape. The girl's smile was confident. She knew that the will of the master could not be broken even in such a trap. The monk looked up, deciphering the plan. The young man was going to use inertia to fly into the heavens. A lunge! Namgung soared over the enemy's head like a falcon before a decisive deadly dive. The spectators recognized the familiar style, but noticed a new, much more complex structure of the combat technique. The elder's eye widened. A sudden memory revealed the true, painful nature of this technique. A cruel past. The clan's sticks mercilessly beat young Namgung on the head, hardening his spirit through inhuman suffering. A strike from above. Changgun's reverse sword and destruction unleashed a colossal wave of destructive chi energy on the enemy. A fearless encounter. The monk presented his shining golden head, concentrating all defense in one point. A clash. A dazzling flash of pure destructive power momentarily immersed the arena in a white haze. A gigantic shockwave swept away everything in its path, knocking spectators off their feet and raising clouds of dust. The dust settled. The monk knelt holding his head while Namgung coldly stated that the head was the key to victory. A trembling hand on the hilt. The young man realized that this power was still not enough to defeat his mighty elder brother. A sacred vow to surpass himself and reach unprecedented heights of mastery at any cost. Again and again, endless monotonous honing of a single movement. Another heavy blow landed exactly on the hardened hand. The monk was thrown back, unable to maintain balance under the pressure of this wild force. The body made several inertial spins in the air before he could land. 8 strikes. Namgung Deso dissatisfiedly noted that progress remained too slow. At this pace, dreaming of victory over the mighty older brother was out of the question. The monk himself saw the futility of efforts. He bowed his head, apologizing to the young man for his own weakness. The goal was clear, to achieve at least a fraction of the devastating power possessed by So Namgung. The young man seriously considered forcing the old fools to show their greatest secret techniques. But even with great strength, their fighting styles were too foreign to become worthy models for imitation. Deso desperately grabbed his head, trying to find anyone whose strike was identical to his brother's style. And at that moment, he appeared on the threshold. So Namgung, who had just returned from the market with a portion of first-class meat. True enlightenment. Deso's mind instantly exploded from a sudden guess. The boy began to question his brother whether he had ever had to make more than one sword swing during a fight. So Namgung was forced to admit, except for clashes with the eldest, one strike was always enough for anyone. The hero immediately got down to business, insistently demanding to have a training duel right now. However, the answer was dry. Deso was too weak, and there was no practical sense in such a fight. Understanding that logic did not work, the young man decided to use his last, most desperate method. He began to shower his older brother with passionate confessions of love, literally begging for mercy and a duel. Even the monk, watching from the side, barely restrained his shame at such a humiliating spectacle of his master. Deso himself was ready to sink through the ground from shame, but he was not going to retreat. The older brother looked away, but still asked if the younger considered his strength even greater than their father's. It worked. After strong hugs and new assurances of love, So Namgung finally reluctantly agreed. He stood opposite the hero and began to explain why their third brother still remains unreachable in power. The secret lay in a fanatical, almost maniacal obsession with the idea of a single perfect strike. So confessed that he himself once tried to follow this exhausting path, like the shadow of his brother. Deso instantly plunged into his own heavy memories. Before his eyes appeared the very strike of the third brother. Devastating, flawless, and incredibly powerful. So confirmed that for years he vainly tried to achieve the same perfect concentration of power. Realizing the impossibility of repetition, he abandoned that path and set out in search of a new way to surpass the elder. The third chose the uncompromising path of the sword. So wondered whether their eternally hungry younger brother realized this. Does he know that it was precisely thanks to him that the third gained such devastating power? So preferred to remain silent. The truth could forever spoil their shared dinners. He gripped the hilt tighter, doubting whether he could precisely replicate that technique. Despite hesitation, he put all his strength into the swing. It was the strike that cleaves the dragon. Deadly steel, capable of cutting through the very flesh of the legendary monster. Deso froze, unable to look away from the approaching steel death. The paralyzed body refused to obey. In his eyes there was only a gigantic blade. So fiercely demanded the younger to gather himself and closely watch the trajectory. The elder did not understand. Why was Deso not even preparing internal energy for defense? The blade stopped a millimeter away from the motionless, statue-like boy. The shockwave of air was so powerful that witnesses barely stayed on their feet. Deso froze with his mouth agape, stunned by the grandeur he saw. A sudden messenger interrupted the training with urgent news from the 13 clans and the emperor. So sighed, the shared dinner had to be postponed again for state affairs. As a farewell, he gave advice. The third is strong, but his technique is still imperfect. In this very imperfection lies the key that Deso must find on his own. Leaving his brother, So left him alone with the echo of the recently seen power. Deso felt that such steel was capable of cutting the world itself in half. It was hard to believe in imperfection until a stranger's hand rested on his shoulder. Meanwhile, the third brother was exhausting himself with his own training. One swing, and a deep chasm opened beneath his feet in the very earth. The technique was honed to the finale. He finally reached the goal. A new day brought new challenges. The beginning of the fight. The crowd raged, demanding retribution against the brazen upstart. Opposite Deso stood his third brother. The younger saw, behind the third's outward calm, hid something much more terrifying. The brother's inner storm was ready to burst out at any moment. Volcano. Inside the third brother, everything was boiling, ready to burst out with a devastating explosion. At first he saw only curiosity in the younger one, but Deso stubbornly continued to move forward, growing up and becoming stronger with every new step. The brother admitted, Deso had what he himself lacked, but what their father and the elder had. The young man only awkwardly scratched the back of his head, complaining about the excessive flattery. The third was surprised. The younger one saw his true nature, yet behaved with him as usual. Confusion once again overwhelmed the hero. The brother's hand slowly but confidently rested on the sword's hilt. He told how much the Namgung Clan had changed thanks to the younger one's efforts. These changes affected everyone, including himself. If the younger one still had secrets, the third was determined to bring them to light today. His goal was to prove to himself that the path he had chosen was not mistaken. He wanted to show the elder brother the true power of his faith, to become a true dragon and cross swords again in an honest fight. That was the true motive behind every one of his moves. The perfect swing, flawless technique that left no room for doubt. Deso was stunned. Could he even parry this strike? Forward! The monk mentally urged his student, not stopping his own training. He was unwaveringly confident. If Deso engaged in the fight, he would definitely win. In the stands, the second brother asked the dragon what he thought about the third's desperate desire to equal him. The dragon was laconic, weak. He was surprised by the unexpected talkativeness of the second, whom he was used to seeing silent and reserved. The dragon analyzed the fight. In the little one's place, he would not have struck the shield but looked for a loophole in the attack itself. One must aim at the unfinished parts of the technique, where the third has not yet reached perfection. Deso looked at his hands while his brother warned, "Dodging is useless. The blade will cut him anyway." Throw! The elder brother rushed into attack. To go beyond his own limits, the young man had to turn the world upside down. Yin and Yang switched places. The five elements overturned, creating a new order of power. Moment of truth. Swords clashed, throwing the mind back to the past, where every move mattered. The roar of the explosion shook the arena to its very foundation. The spectators fell silent. What they saw defied all laws of logic. A strike that had previously known no obstacles was stopped for the first time in history. The second brother called the dragon to watch more closely, reminding of the boy's unconditional talent. The young man skillfully compensated for his shortcomings with the power of everything around him. But for this triumph, it was still not enough. Strength is simplicity. Those who can impose their will under any circumstances are called truly powerful. The dragon did not hide his disappointment at such a restrained assessment of Deso's potential. The second explained, the younger one has something beyond words that none of the older brothers possess. Perhaps he found a path that even their father could not conquer. Deso introduced changes into Namgun's style that no one had dared before. Defeat would mean the collapse of all changes and the clan's return to an outdated past. The third demanded to give everything for the protection of what the younger one had managed to create. Diamond Step, Stance of Four Roots, Art of Three Evils, all flashed through memory. This is not enough. To break through, he had to go beyond his own eye, a path he had never walked. Instead of the usual harmony of yin and yang, an explosive combination of yang and yang. Deso's body began to tear apart from flashes of dazzling lightning. He begged his own flesh to endure just a moment longer to reach the finale. Higher sword techniques, a hurricane wind, and the fierce palms of the dragon merged into a single flow. The third noticed how the sword trembled in the younger brother's hands. It was not fear. It was the anger of power preparing to break free. And at that very moment, it happened. The audience held their breath, afraid to miss even a moment. Deso acted on the edge, but stopping would mean death for him. Behind him, the majestic and formidable form of the dragon materialized. The awakening of the dark dragon became obvious to everyone present. The black flame of the legendary creature began to slowly envelop the warrior's body. The elders held their breath. The overexertion could cost the boy his life. The dark dragon helped to tighten the grip, supporting the fading power. The youth barely restrained the fierce essence of the beast inside himself. The time has come to see the true power of the third against such colossal force. Balance is the law. Where Yang rules, Yin must inevitably manifest. The heavens trembled. The ice dragon appeared, bringing the cold of eternity. Deso desperately tried to weave the 5 elements into one merciless knot. Fire, water, wood, and earth. All the primal elements materialized in the forms of giant lizards. A deadly whirlwind of spirits flew straight at the elder brother. The third gathered all the energy into a single point on the blade of his sword, an attempt to repel the attack with one devastating strike. With a single swing, he managed to cleave the phantom images of dragons in half. But did that mean complete safety for the defender? The sharp blade flew a millimeter above Deso's head. Madness. Just one sword swing destroyed the entire flow of elemental power into which the young man had poured his whole self. The third did not stop. He raised the sword again for a new attack. The younger one felt that there was nothing more to oppose this steel. The old fear returned. He again felt like just a weakling before the greatness of the elder brothers. The memory of the first life burned the mind. Then he allowed his dantian to be pierced and lost everything. A new defeat would mean a lifelong stigma of failure. For the elders, the outcome of the battle already seemed obvious. Someone in the stands almost jumped up, frantically demanding the young lord not to dare lose. The motives of the screamer were far from friendly feelings or loyalty. 500 yuan. That was exactly how much was bet on Deso's victory. The spectators suddenly understood the calm of the elders. They had probably bet on the opposite outcome. But some gazes were fixed only on the battle itself. The injury from such a blow promised to be much more terrible than the one he received at the annual exam. The desire to intervene and stop this madness became almost unbearable. But the hand froze in the air. The clan leader personally stopped any attempts to interrupt the match. His face expressed unwavering determination and cold calm. The real struggle was inside Deso. He suddenly reflected on his false desire to become a farmer. The lie to himself finally dissipated. He actually liked martial arts. The ties of past and present intertwined into one whole. He wanted to be with them, to fight side by side, not to hide in the shadows. It was this very true dream that made him raise his sword again and block the strike of his older brother. The third was surprised for the second time in this fight. The young one stopped his perfect attack again. The youth already knew how to destroy the opponent's blade. Only one perfect strike was needed. More powerful, more perfect, invincible. An image from the future floated before his eyes, even before his return in time. The older brother once showed him the pinnacle of martial mastery, a strike that became an ideal in Deso's memory. No one would have believed that this knowledge would save him now. The incredible happened. He awakened the legendary form of the Emperor's sword. Even the eldest brother froze in shock with his mouth agape. He plunged into memories of the only time in his life when he saw such greatness, what their father showed them. The question of how the younger managed to repeat it remained open. This is the technique of the true heirs of the lineage. The majestic peak of the Namgung combat school. Deso remembered only one single move and bet his entire life on it. The third brother was only glad about such a change of events. He was not mistaken. His true and greatest rival was precisely the youngest brother. The third brother did not hide his sincere joy. This was his first real trial. Until this day, his experience was limited only to sparring with elders and house lords. Undoubtedly, these trainings made him a better warrior. However, every previous fight inevitably ended with his easy victory. He was used to the usual flattery about how quickly his skills were approaching the level of the older brothers. But inside lived a persistent feeling of falseness. The teachers never fought him at full strength. That is why after every training he felt simply worthless. He always envied others. He envied the opportunity to face an equal opponent, when both warriors go to the end without mercy or hesitation. And finally, in a duel against his younger brother, he felt that primal energy of a true fight. Meanwhile, the younger warrior tried to grasp what was happening in the arena. The third brother expressed a desire to meet more often, to test each other again and again in such brutal clashes. The second brother, unable to sit still, jumped up shouting about his own desire to join, but the eldest immediately rebuked him. Excessive noise only distracted from watching the magnificent battle. As soon as the second brother quieted down, the eldest addressed him with a question about the time of departure. He invited him to a joint lunch, seeking to preserve the remnants of family comfort before the storm. Meanwhile, Deso continued to listen to the opponent's revelations. The third warned that he was pushing himself to the limit for the first time and might simply lose control over his own destructive power. However, the young man believed that such advice was not needed at all right now. The sword that cuts through everything in its path. The third activated his most terrible technique. His blade grew to incredible sizes, filling the entire space. From the older brother came the feeling that he was capable of cutting the world itself in half with a single swing of his hand. But the understanding that before him was still a human, not a god, prevailed in Deso's thoughts. The hero did not intend to stop and confidently move straight towards death. He knew the truth. No person could ever become a true sword. Confidently swinging his blade, he proclaimed his inevitable victory. This was the only way to gain freedom and leave the Namgung clan forever. Explosion. The roar tore the sky apart, and the elders frantically ordered all spectators to press themselves to the ground. A group of masters instantly advanced, trying to block the uncontrolled flow of energy that had burst free. Watching every new exchange of blows, they ordered everyone to prepare for a powerful recoil that could destroy all living things. In their eyes, there was nothing left but the figure of the opponent. Again, a devastating strike sounded, and another wave of energy spread through the outskirts, sweeping away everything in its path. Ceiling. This is the first thing the hero saw when the darkness finally receded. Next to him was a girl. She devotedly cared for him and informed him that he had been unconscious for a whole 2 weeks. Namgung was surprised by her presence here, as she was supposed to have returned to her native home long ago. In fact, it was her last day in the clan. She just wanted to see him one last time before the long journey. Now that he had regained consciousness, she could leave with a peaceful soul. The young man tried to turn everything into a joke, not believing that she was really leaving forever. He looked for hidden pressure, but she denied any coercion from others, proudly declaring an important matter that she had to deal with personally. She promised to return only after its completion. Deso understood. It was useless to ask questions. She would not reveal the secret, so he could only silently agree. However, curiosity about the outcome of the match overwhelmed him from within. From her uncertain muttering, he instantly read the truth. Defeat. A flash of memories. He lies in the dust on the ground while Namgung So is officially declared the winner. In despair, he hid under the blanket again, cursing all his futile efforts. The door opened. A new guest forced him to divert his gloomy thoughts. The appearance of the eldest brother was, to say the least, stunning, especially when he handed him a package. It was medicine for body restoration, a rare gesture of care from the clan's leadership. The fact that the brother personally came to visit him deeply touched Deso, although the eldest immediately left without waiting for thanks. The box opened. A refreshing aroma instantly hit the nose, confirming the incredible quality of the spiritual pills. The hero had already opened his mouth to taste the healing gift, but another brother, who suddenly burst into the room, prevented him from enjoying the moment. Before the young man could ask about the reason for the visit, Namgung So personally threw a pill straight down his throat. Even without deep meditation, the youth felt life energy rapidly restoring his ravaged body. The brother did not hide his pride. This year, he officially became the greatest genius of the young generation. When asked about the reward from the head, Deso suggested that the brother had requested a duel with the eldest. The response turns out to be much worse. He managed to transfer to the Azure Dragon Hall to be closer to the younger one. His sole goal was daily, relentless sparring with Deso. The hero's soul was torn by helplessness. The more he longed for freedom, the tighter the rope around his neck became. Finally, the elder brother promised to discuss the details of their future hell as soon as Deso fully recovered. Empty boasting. The guest claimed that lying around for 2 weeks was a disgrace, as even one night would have been enough for his own recovery. The care of the elder brothers now looked in his eyes only like pity for a hopelessly weak loser. Father. His sudden appearance made Namgung's heart pound in his throat. Deso instantly broke into a smile, anticipating that even the clan head had brought him some rare pill. The boy was already sitting in bed, childishly reaching out his hands toward the expected gift. But behind the father appeared an irritated doctor who was angry that he had been woken up in vain for a patient who was supposed to wake up anyway. The clan head dryly called the whole spectacle boring, turned around, and simply walked away. The old master only ironically remarked how cute the whole family scene looked. The attempt to disperse the energy through the channels failed. Namgung could not even stand on his own feet. Snotnose. The old man reminded the boy that without him and his father, he would have long since rested in the other world. Deso did not understand the true price of his salvation, and the old man advised to inquire about the details directly from the father, a memory of the bloodied battlefield from which they carried out a barely alive youth. The wound was too deep. Life was draining from him every second. A colossal amount of pure internal energy was needed, comparable to 10 rare pills. It was then that the father dismissed all the doctors and stayed alone with his son. 7 days without sleep. 7 days without rest. The clan leader personally poured his power into Deso's body, tearing him from the jaws of death. But the old master decided to hide this truth, leaving the father's feat a secret. Instead, he stunned others. The third brother has now officially come under the command of the younger. The morning announcement had already become the main news of the entire clan. The youth would have preferred to destroy these orders with his own hands, but the flyers with this news had already spread throughout Murim. Glory spread instantly. Now the clan was not the only one buzzing about the young man's strength, but the entire Murim. Jekeon disappeared. He gave himself exactly 1 year to change his fate. The search for true power. He preferred to become a warrior worthy of standing shoulder to shoulder with his lord. Time passed. Deso finally took the first step onto the street. His body ached, but it finally began to obey. The rage at Jekeon did not subside. That bastard just left a short letter and fled into the unknown. The hand clenched the wooden sword again. Déjà vu. It was here in this very place that his path began after rebirth. The circle closed. The training that started with the first breath of new life continued. A whole night in motion. The sword of three evils cut through the night air again and again. Power. It was completely different than before. Heavy, dense, and relentless. The energy of heaven and earth pulsed in his veins. A consequence of the stolen form of the Namgung boundary. Although there was no 100% certainty, the senses became sharp as a blade. He felt every stone beneath his feet. Hearing, sight, intuition, everything sharpened to the limit. The wind blew on his face, and Deso felt that he could catch this stream with his bare hands. Memories of his father, older brother, and Jekeon momentarily clouded his mind. Enough. Excessive thoughts are rust for a warrior. Concentration, one precise stroke. He felt a power that almost equaled his past, highest form. The meridians doubled in size, becoming dense and impenetrable. Metamorphoses after the bloody battle bore fruit. The body was reborn in the crucible of battle. The first fatigue began to fill the muscles like lead. But this was only a challenge. Time to step over his own weakness and go a little further. The elders watched him, sprawled in their chairs. They saw every movement and understood. The boy had finally realized the true reason for his defeat to his older brother. The hero's father suddenly tensed and ordered the old master to look more closely. The form Chonse. The sword of three evils in the young man's hands began to change right before his eyes. He skillfully wove the technique of the boundless sky into his movements, activating the fourth form. Ascent to the azure sky. The old master even widened his eyes at such a daring combination of the incompatible. Next, flight of plum blossoms, the exquisite eighth form that cut through the night air. But the young man did not stop. The next was the first form of the 72 waves. Ascension of the seven spirits. The father already saw the finale. He imagined the colossal power that would explode when all these techniques merged into one whole. Meanwhile, behind Deso's back, another shadow appeared. The third brother could not just stand aside. Overcome with excitement, he grabbed a weapon and also began to train. The way of the sword is eternal movement. Sometimes you run headlong, trying to outrun the leader, and sometimes you simply push each other to the top. Now was exactly such a moment, the perfect tandem of two warriors forging their spirit. Deso was so immersed in the flow of energy that he did not even notice the appearance of his brother. When he finally turned around, he only asked in surprise how long he had been standing nearby. However, asking further would have been a crime. The young man realized he had received a rare chance to study the third's movements up close. The brother took a deep breath, gathering all the air in his chest, and sharply exhaled, entering a state of extreme concentration. Deso noticed the trick. The brother deliberately held his breath so that in a real fight, every second of reaction was faster than thought. The effectiveness of attacks increased proportionally to the internal pressure. The young man instantly remembered the heaviness of those blows he tried to block during their last duel. Suddenly he saw something that made his heart stop. It resembled the shape of a sword, but looked much more complex and dangerous. A fusion of stances. From the upper to the lower, and again to the third. 3 different positions instantly united into a monolithic action. The puzzle was solved. Now it was clear why in battle the brother used only one, at first glance, simple form. Deso realized that his assumptions had been correct from the very beginning. The main thing is to perfect chance. If every movement becomes flawless, the sword will be able to follow any trajectory, ignoring the laws of physics. Father, observing this progress, made his final prediction. If this boy continues on the chosen path, the world of Murim will witness the birth of a new god. Hunger gave no peace. Deso, holding his stomach, asked again about his brother's move to the Azure Dragon Hall, and heard a fatal affirmative confirmation. Power did not attract him. The third immediately declared that the strongest would become the head, their elder brother. The only thing that mattered to the warrior was the opportunity to become stronger while life offered such a chance, and titles were just dust to him. The escape plan was falling apart, slipping from Deso's hands along with the remnants of hope for a peaceful life. The sudden invasion caught him unexpectedly. The second brother appeared at the door, instantly assessing the little one's condition after a prolonged sleep. The sword in Deso's hands was the best proof that training had once again become the meaning of his existence. The proposal was direct and audacious. One more ruthless duel right here and now. The brother took a fighting stance, demonstrating full readiness for a serious and bloody fight. The elder's reaction was deadly calm. He advised him to continue simply holding his weapon pointlessly, not hoping for success. The silence became tense. The elder brother, with just the pressure of his heavy energy, hinted to the uninvited guest that he should leave immediately. But the air smelled of death. From the second brother came such a wild thirst for blood that it was impossible to ignore. It seemed the previous harsh thrashing had not taught him restraint or respect for true power at all. Diso was horrified. If these two started measuring swords inside, not even the stone foundation would remain of the hall. While they argued over the right to be the true master of the hall, the little one feverishly searched for a way to calm the enraged warriors. The childish method. He shouted at the top of his lungs that he would tell their father about this prank. The effect was the opposite. The energy of both brothers flared even brighter, preparing for the inevitable explosion. The father appeared out of nowhere. The clan leader coldly remarked that only pathetic weaklings try to pass themselves off as strong by shouting. Deso, wasting no time, begged his father to severely punish the brothers for their uncontrollable aggression. The father agreed without hesitation and offered himself as an opponent for those who so passionately seek a real fight. The thirst for battle vanished instantly. Both brothers in unison refused such a deadly honor. The unexpected turn shocked everyone. The father ordered the maid to immediately prepare breakfast for the whole family, tolerating no objections. Namgung Deso froze. He could not even remember when they last sat at the same table in such a composition. For the older brothers, this idea also seemed something completely new, strange, and even disturbing. A moment of awkwardness passed. The whole family finally gathered around the table, and the father's first question to the youngest was about his legendary appetite for meat. A piece of fish was placed in the young man's bowl. A paternal gesture that made everyone hold their breath. The same thought flashed through the minds of the three brothers. Could the old man be having a midlife crisis? The eldest brother suddenly felt a strange, incredibly fresh aroma coming from the ordinary vegetables. He had just dared to taste the first piece. His head instantly spun from the explosion of flavor. He could not understand how greens could be so exquisite. Everything he had eaten before seemed bland rubbish to him. A true culinary enlightenment. However, little Namgung grimaced. Boiled fish in the morning was not at all part of his plans for a perfect breakfast. He was frankly annoyed that the table was literally bursting with vegetables instead of juicy meat. The third brother noticed how the father began to boil with anger, and waited in horror for the punishment for the little one's pickiness. It seemed the youngest had not yet learned to read the deadly aura of the clan head. Finally, Deso made a favor. He bit off a piece of fish, showing everyone his indulgence. The father was stunned by such honesty, and asked the other sons if they also despised boiled dishes. They, of course, hurried to deny it. As soon as the little one finished the first portion, the father silently pushed the next tray to him. The boy began to devour the food at such a speed that words of gratitude simply could not keep up flying out of his mouth. Only after the table was cleared did he finally officially thank for the meal. But that was only the beginning. Deso immediately turned to the maid, demanding an immediate second helping. Peace and full satisfaction finally reigned in his soul. He only looked surprised at his relatives, who were frozen in silent stupor at his incredible appetite. Their reaction to the amount eaten seemed too stormy to the young man. The father put down the chopsticks. The air in the room instantly grew cold. The question was not about food. He was interested in where the boy had managed to learn the highest form of the sword. The head reminded that this technique was known only to him and his official successor, so the severity of the future punishment depended on the answer. Deso himself did not suspect the status of this form. He simply copied the strongest from what he could remember from his past life. The father looked suspiciously at the elder son, but he began to desperately deny, explaining that he himself barely mastered the first stance. The head's gaze again focused on the younger son. Father emphasized that the higher form is the art of enlightening the soul, which cannot be simply copied without deep knowledge. If the boy had been on the path of improvement for years, that would be one thing. But for a novice, such an achievement was beyond human capabilities. Only one option remained, a brazen theft of secret technique. The question was asked a second time, even more threateningly. The boy did not blink. He stated that he learned everything in a dream. Father froze, not knowing how to react to such nonsense. He directly called his son's words an outright and clumsy lie. However, Namgung continued to insist on his point, demonstrating iron confidence. The youth had prepared in advance a legend about a mysterious old man from dreams, understanding that only persistence would help him get out of trouble. Seeing that father began to listen carefully to the details, the boy realized the plan worked. The clan leader had already begun independently selecting candidates for the role of this mysterious teacher. Deso added fuel to the fire, lying that the old man introduced himself as the former clan leader Namgung. The brothers fell silent. Such audacity was hard to even imagine. The father was finally convinced of his own suspicion. The legendary Namgung Bigwang himself appeared to his son. The clan leader recalled the sharp words of his father. He had called him a hopeless fool since infancy. The reason for failures with girls was also stated directly. Too much training, too little life. constant grumbling about grandchildren, while the young warrior was only honing his skills in an empty hall. Old Big Wang always advised, art is good, but wine with friends and a sweet girl nearby are no less important. The advice to eat properly hit Panchol's memory so hard that he instantly leaned back in his chair. Dizo continued weaving his web. The old man promised to return if the student was attentive enough. A cunning plan. The young man mentally applauded himself. The name of the late grandfather, who was stronger than the father, turned out to be the perfect shield. The father silently stood up and headed for the exit without looking back. The order was clear. The elder brother must personally oversee Dizo's development, since he is now chosen for the higher form. The young man's joy mixed with panic upon realizing how intense this training would be. As soon as the door closed behind the head, the brothers began to divide the little one, deciding who would take on his upbringing first. There was no chance to refuse. Suddenly another brother appeared, not empty-handed. On his shoulder was a huge carcass of a rare sea dragon. Having heard about Dizo's fainting, he personally caught this nutritious creature to support the younger one's strength. True brotherly care bordering on fanaticism. Although Dizo hated boiled fish, it was simply impossible to refuse his brother under his tender gaze. The elder's proposal: to immediately head to his pavilion for the next stage of training. It was there that this foundation of new strength was to be laid. The young man desperately tried to delay the inevitable, first suggesting to eat this poor fish. A harsh verdict, food only after sweat. The elder hinted, resistance will only make things worse, so it's better to go voluntarily. Dizo was grabbed by the scruff like a kitten and pulled towards the pavilion. Plea for mercy and tears dissolved in the air, causing no pity among the elder warriors. Time mercilessly ran forward. Namgung Clan was no longer the weak boy he was remembered as. He had matured, grown up, and his gaze was filled with the cold confidence of a master. During a usual walk along the road, he met a man. The man barely managed to greet him, stammering from nervousness and looking for any excuse to leave. A strange reaction from those around. Everyone who saw Namgung tried to become invisible and avoid him by a wide margin. The reason for the fear was simple: the offer of just one round for every passerby. The desire to fight the young man disappeared in everyone, from students to masters. The streets emptied instantly. People hid in any crevice to avoid the duel. A relieved breath and prayers of fate from those he simply passed by. 6 months of transformation. A difficult beginning turned into a frightening, unstoppable force. The third young master now storms the walls, fleeing from his own brother. The second also chose the tactic of panic flight for his own salvation. Everyone in the Namgung Clan who can wield a sword automatically became a target of Dizo. Calm disappeared as a phenomenon. The era of endless challenges began. The brothers literally begged him not to return to the yard. The mathematics of pain. Dizo received 13,581 blows, so the debtors had to return at least a tenth. Old intimidation methods from 2 years ago no longer impressed him. Only one icy look in response to any attempt of pressure from the elders. The time for hunting brothers officially began. The third tried to cheat, assuring that the younger simply does not know the whole truth. The argument about searching for Dizo's favorite hawk meat became the last hope. Freedom in exchange for a delicacy. But the stakes instantly rose to 10,000. The price of peace turned out to be sky high, but security was more valuable than any currency. One confident gesture to the sword hilt, and all excuses instantly evaporated. The second brother agreed without unnecessary words to an urgent dash to the store. A secret discussion. Restraining the younger one's attacks was becoming increasingly difficult each day. Blocking his strikes was now a task bordering on impossible. A joint decision of the elders, to temporarily stay as far away as possible from training with Dizo. The real fear of shamefully losing to one's own brother became the main restraining factor. A walk through the city and a daring thought: why not test the strength of the clan leader himself? The next day. Sun, a feeling of complete satiety and sweet rest on warm boards. Peripheral vision recorded the usual scene. The elders scattered in all directions upon seeing him from afar. Thoughts of revenge. The desire to cross swords again with the older brother was growing stronger. Sober calculation, despite all the acquired power, Dizo understood the real state of affairs. The chasm between him and his older brother still seemed insurmountable. The latter was too powerful. As long as he remained here, the title of little clan leader seemed only an unattainable dream. Suddenly, the silence was broken by a voice that was impossible not to recognize. The second strategist returned. He had already begun showering the girls with compliments, noting their beauty. The girls lined up before him. During his absence, he had become even more charismatic, and his speech more melodious. Dizo's joy at Chechkon's appearance was boundless. But first, payback. A heavy blow to the head for the strategist leaving without personally warning. The girls just exchanged glances. For them, it was a sign that the good old times had finally returned. In a moment, they were already sitting together, intently devouring food. A conversation with full mouths about how these years of separation had passed. The answer was the same for both. Endless, exhausting training. Gastronomic duel. The strategist suddenly activated the absorption technique, sweeping the food off the table. Dizo called it meanness. Using the 18 palms of the azure sky for an extra piece was too much. It was a hidden test. The strategist was checking if the young man lied about his training progress. A real challenge. The desire to play flared up in both with new strength. However, they were not allowed to start a real fight. The girls intervened in time, bringing another pile of hot dishes. A relieved sigh. The shared dinner was saved from turning into a battlefield. Suddenly, Dezo noticed the shadow of true sadness on their faces. The reason turned out to be alarming. Sua, known as Egghead, stopped sending letters. In the last half-year, news came rarely, and in the last 3 months, a complete, ominous silence prevailed. The girls themselves were not allowed to leave the clan territory to go searching for her. The money for the trip had already been collected and carefully prepared. Even rare pills awaited in the travel bag, in case the journey turned out to be too exhausting for the young master. The girls began a subtle game, pretending that he was too busy for such a distant journey. Reverse psychology. Dizo instantly saw through their plan. Above all, they wanted him to find Egghead and bring back at least one piece of news. One of the girls warned of danger. Gloomy whispers were spreading in the world of Marimu, so it was better not to go alone. The awakening of the evil faction was no longer just a legend. So far, the enemy acted cautiously, not leaving their own territories, and the world only watched their movements warily. The young master hoped that there were no real reasons for alarm. However, reality was much grimmer. The evil faction had a new, ambitious leader. He completely replaced the old leadership with his own people, preparing the ground for something large-scale. The strategist immediately understood. A treacherous plan was behind this. Chechon was fired up with the idea of reconnaissance. He needed every scrap of information about the outside world. The order for Dizo was short and strict. Prepare to depart the very next morning. The next day became a real shock for the entire estate. The Namgung Clan did not hide their sincere joy. The young demon is finally leaving. People almost held a celebration, seeing him off at the gates. The eldest brother called for prudence. Outside the Deso house, he will always remain the face of his family. He reminded that behind the young man stands the full power of the Namgung Clan and the loyalty of his brothers. The clan leader officially never voiced his permission for this stunt, but his silence during the departure was the highest sign of trust. At that moment, no one even suspected how this journey would change the fate of all Morim.